Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a very quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Central Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMelds24, Unimento, M Iron 26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Cannabear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links below if you'd like to join me as a Patreon. With that, I'm going to hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Until he gets it, because it makes him look like an idiot, and he does not like that because he believes that he is of superior intellect. So if you make him look like an idiot, it jams him big time.
I was trying to lead him back to a corner, but every time I got close, something else happened.
Oh, something on your end happening. Phone calls and the like.
Yeah.
Oh, it's always the way.
No, my brother-in-law rang. I thought I better answer it. I hadn't heard from him all week. I thought he might have got raptured in the eclipse, and I got left behind.
I'm pretty sure Rapture and
There's
Eclipse
fun,
are...
actually, not this one, but sorry.
I was just going to say, I'm pretty sure they're very different things. They're different words.
No, they were saying there was talk about like, oh yeah, it's the end with this eclipse or something like that. Some Christians believe that before the Great Tribulation, Christians get raptured out of here and everybody else gets left behind.
Yeah, and
My
I'm saying
brother-in-law believed it,
there's
and
no connection.
he left.
There's no connection to eclipses, something we've experienced many times before without a rapture. You know what I mean?
Right. I got you.
Yeah.
Now. I got you.
Saying my
Nathan?
brother-in-law believed it, and he even wrote notes for people saying, if in his house, saying, if you come here and I'm not here, it means I'm gone. You know, he left money out there saying maybe you can use this because I'm not here anymore. I've gone to be with the Lord. Like, told his kids. He got serious again with it. He's done it twice now.
All right. Quickly, let me jump in. AJ, you want to fill in Nathan? What's going on today?
Yeah, just the same as last week. In politics, I set it up as an event in there. It's not on a stage or anything. You can just jump in whenever you want and start speaking. And it's set up for this week and the following too, for the same time each Friday.
Okay, what's the what's it called? The room that I need to go into?
So it's politics.
Yeah.
The 24/7 Discord room.
And am I just going into the room that's absolutely ramajamma, 24 flat Earth? Yeah, 24/7 flat Earth.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
there's probably about 40 people or something in there at the moment.
Okay. Right, I'll see you in there.
Before you go, hold on a second. Before you go, remember you got AJ as a moderator there, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's it. So
There are
AJ,
other mods there as well tonight, so I'll be in there as well, but there'll be a few of us.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll see you all in there.
well, just on Nathan. All right, you guys have a good one. Bye bye.
I mean, come on, fellas. There's always going to be people like that. It's not just you guys, you know.
Told you. You're
What?
proving my point right now, Bruce.
I was just saying, dude, there's always going to be like fucking assholes.
Yeah. Why? Why does there have to be?
Trollers. Huh?
Why does it have to be though? Right in the middle of our conversation, when it's getting deep, when we're making some sense, when the guy's actually like, yeah, responding and like receiving. Why has it got to be like that? Any other time, they wouldn't be doing that. We could be
Oh, you
arguing
don't
with
think
somebody
so?
else.
I
No,
disagree, bro.
it's specific moments, dude. You can tell the specific moments they want to come in and distort is either we're winning an argument or we're talking to somebody that's making some sense. That's the only times they come in and throw their body in the gears. Only time.
I mean, yeah, that might be true, but I don't think they're like
Yeah.
trying to like not. They're trying to like get you to not give the person information. You know, they're doing it
Bro,
because
what else is that when they just cause a great disturbance in the middle of like what we're doing?
So what this guy's describing is tactical debating. Anthony Riley coined this term about 5 years ago, taking tactical fouls in the discussion. I've put myself on mute on their server just so I could drop this in for my audience.
Like, stop this at all costs, and then do whatever to make some noises, say stupid things, whatever it is.
Okay, imagine for a second we were a Discord chat for like child cancer, and we're like a fundraiser. There would be exactly the same people doing the same shit. 100%, no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, but you can't prove it because there's no instance that you're going to be able to show me that. Otherwise, you'd be able to tell me, yeah, go to here and you'll see the same thing. But what we do know is that this place is like that. So
Okay.
yeah, we have a point, Ross. You just gotta be like, yeah, that's the way it is. Because what else are you gonna do? They come in here every time we're winning an argument, and they don't have to say anything. But what happens? They get all up in their feelings because they're like, "Oh, we got to stop this. Can't let this continue."
I really don't think that. I think they do it because.
Yeah. Bro. No, listen. You think it? Okay, so this isn't just like a conversation like a normal one. So we're okay. You're gonna think it's crazy. We're dealing with shit on a spiritual level, bro. This is spiritual. Like somebody's spirit when it's troubled, they act out, right? You already know that people's spirit when it's troubled, they act out. But even more so when like somebody's leaving that arena of being the same like them. It's like a parasite doesn't let you go.
Bro,
so we're
I agree
trying
with
to
you.
pull people
There's
out.
assholes.
We're trying to pull people. Right, I know. But what I'm
There's
saying
real
is,
cock gobblers out there, bro. I totally agree with you.
listen, bro, I get you, right? You don't have to be so colorful. But what I'm saying is, like, the thing is with people here, we're trying to pull people out of that by challenging them. That's what our job is. We're gonna challenge you so we can get you the hell out of the place you're in right now, because that's a prison for your mind. Thinking like that, it's a prison. We're trying to get you out of prison, right? We're breaking you out. So some people they're resisting. They don't want to leave, because it's comfortable there. They get 3 meals a day. They get, TV time, all that shit. They get all that. But over here where we're at, you're free. You can think whatever, however, like your mind is free. I'm telling you, it's a peaceful life. That's what Big Root was saying earlier. It's peaceful. You can actually have peace in your heart and your mind. You're not troubled with like all the fear mongering that they tell you about living on a globe that's dying, bro. Overpopulation, running out of resources. Like, dude, it's fear mongering.
Hey, dude, look, on God, I'm happy for you that you like find peace and all this shit. That's great. I'm happy for you, but like, it's not.
Oh fuck! That just brought
It's
up
not flat earthers, bro. Like, people come in here and troll because they think you guys are fucking idiots, and that flat Earth is stupid. That's why they do it. I mean, that's really the long and short of it, unfortunately. But
Well,
yeah,
we've
but
got
they
Nathan
choose.
Oakley in here now, so maybe they can come and try out their luck.
I don't know who that is, but go ahead.
There's another question there. They fucked up.
Well, Nathan's in there right now.
Yeah, we got Nathan and the crew. They've just joined us about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Let me unmute the wise ape. There you go.
This is good timing for Nathan and company. We just finished a 3 to 4 hour marathon of some very good audio.
Want to nurse like a baby?
Well, you're muted already. Wise ape.
Anyways, I gotta make a phone call right now, but I joined in a bit, and I appreciate you guys answering my questions, and I'm definitely open-minded about this. This is why I keep coming in here just to listen more, because you learn something new every day either way. So
Yeah, man. You know where we're at, man.
Got it.
24/7. We're always here, bro.
Definitely, brother. Anyways, you guys have a good day, and thank you for everything. Appreciate it. Answering the questions.
All right. Catch you later, bro.
See you.
I guess you're on Discord.
Yeah, we're in politics,
You got
server,
that.
Neil. Okay, well, as there's a short break in the conversation, we'll be going out to a live audience on YouTube shortly. So if possible, please don't swear.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening, afternoon, whatever it is for you.
It's curtains to Danny Faulkner, that's for sure.
Shit, where's Danny Faulkner?
Danny Faulkner's just going down in infamy because lots of people are making videos about him at the moment, and there's no real... I don't see that there's any particular reason why that's happening.
Well, he said last night that God stopped the earth from rotating. The answer for Joshua chapter 10, when Joshua bid the sun to stand still in the sky for about 24 hours. That was what he said. So no excuse.
It must have been quite uncomfortable for people on Earth at that time.
Listen, if you didn't see QE's video of the treatment last night, at least watch the end, because then he goes into kind of like what would happen, you know, if the earth did stand still. Of course, they're going to say, yeah, but God could have stopped all of this from happening. To cause the earth to stand still, he'll stop all of this from happening. That's what Christians do.
Jolly good. Didn't really answer my question, though. Why are lots of us making videos about him? Is it just because of Job? I don't know will suffice if you don't know, Neil. Okay, well, we probably won't get an answer. It's just lots of people are making videos about one particular individual. That'd be Danny Faulkner at the moment, to answer whoever asked. Going on with Danny Faulkner. While you guys were chatting earlier, go on. Is that AJ?
No, it's Adam. I was just trying to fill the air. Just great timing, man. I'm going back on mute.
Me too. While you guys were chatting earlier, what I was hearing was a couple of things. One is that it seemed to me that the guy was trying to explain tactical rumpusing. That is to say, you're at the point where you've won, and you want to illustrate the fact that you've won to your opponent and get their concession, and three people from the sidelines, or even just one, will start talking and causing a chaos to distance that point that you've just won from the opponent as like a white knight. That's what I had. The second thing was the guy who was making that particular point about, these people are just here to cause chaos at the right moment because they haven't said anything up until then and they've got nothing to add to the conversation apart from causing chaos. He then went on to say that we're trying to convert people. And that may have been the case for many of us up until maybe the beginning of this year. But now we're just telling people how it is, as opposed to challenging their globe faith or trying to pull them out of that paradigm. And in some ways, trying to figure out a way of not having to do that, which is to say, educate people to a higher standard about where their ball belief came from. That is to say, the flat earth measurements that turned into a ball, their origins of a ball. Because then you're not saying, well, it's not a ball. You're saying the ball that you reify, if they understand what that word means, came from flat earth measurements. Here they are. Here's how the systems were developed. Here's how the earth is measured. It's flat for your ball faith. It's a bit softer than you're a nutter. It's all lies. We've been deceived. We're trying to pull you out of the prison of your mind. That sort of thing. It's like, no, just state it as a fact. It's measured flat for us and them and everybody. That's how it's measured. And it's measured that way to get a globe. If you want to, or your opponent starts telling you it's a globe, you can say, well, yeah, it's measured flat for a globe too. But for us as flat earthers, it's measured flat. No globe mentioning is needed.
Yeah, I think Alf
That's
was
correct.
discussing this GF6 and a few of these other guys that like to just hang in here 24/7 until they get that opportunity. Yeah, as soon as someone's getting somewhere, as soon as someone's made a good point, they've got to jump straight in over the top and take it off into the weeds.
Yeah. Somebody's.
I'm the guy who was like making those assertions, and I don't want to pretend that I like know the motivations behind why they're doing whatever they're doing, but most of the time it's just because they think it's funny or some shit. So that's kind of the point I was trying to get at.
Well, you said it's because they think flat earthers are stupid, right?
Yeah.
You swore, but I won't repeat what you said because.
Oh, my apologies.
No, you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. I'm not going to have a go at you for that. And if somebody just happened to accidentally swear, as long as you've got in the back of your mind, oh, no, right, we're going out to an audience, because we'll be live in about 20 minutes. But just try and have that mindset, that's all. I'm not going to tell you off.
Okay.
Some people just swear. I do it sometimes.
All right.
But is that your view? Is that your TV in the background, by the way? Is it Ape?
That is not me.
Someone's got their mic wide open with the TV playing in the background.
I'm trying to see it.
Is that your attitude towards...
Mike discipline.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you. Yes. Is that your attitude, or are you just echoing the sentiments of others without being able to divine their motivation, of course, as you've disclaimed?
I don't think you guys are idiots. That's not my sentiment towards you. I think you're actually quite smart. But I think our worldviews are obviously different.
Okay. I mean, your position's now clear because you've said you guys, which I assume you mean you flat earthers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that moving into 2024, my attitude is it doesn't matter what I believe or you believe in that regard. Our beliefs in terms of flat earth or globe earth are irrelevant when earth is measured flat. For both to exist, there has to be a genesis, there has to be a measurement of the surface. And how it's measured is flat. And then you take those measurements and turn them into a globe. So for someone to believe in a flat earth is going to be opposed by me at some stage if they're punting nonsense that they can't prove. But likewise, any success that the globers express about their model has come from the measurements of a flat earth that made it in the first place. So rather than saying I believe X, Y, and Z, or you shouldn't believe X, Y, and Z about your globe, just point out where that particular model, right or wrong, globe, came from. And the measurements are flat.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So do you fall in the camp where you don't claim any shape of what we live on? You don't say that it's flat. It's observably flat. You obviously don't say it's globe, but you can't say what the actual shape of the Earth is. Am I right in saying that?
No, I've got an advanced understanding of how the models that would describe it as a shape were originally measured. Flat is an aspect. That aspect is required and measured to derive things like circles of equal elevation to Polaris to wrap around a ball. So you take the flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris and then plonk them on a ball. Well, that's a Earth that's being measured flat to give you your model, but you're asking me if I stand by a shape? Well, flat's an aspect that you need to measure to get your globe belief that's just got a shape.
Okay. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I wasn't following what you said.
But to get to a globe, you first measure Earth. And you measure Earth flat, and then take those measurements of Earth as a flat plane and plonk them into a model form that's spherical. So the equator on a ball is the minimum angle off a flat plane to Polaris. The pole is Polaris at your zenith. The latitude lines between the... I'm just explaining it to you.
Sorry, go.
The latitude lines between the two are angle measurements to Polaris. Angles off a flat Earth. With those things, you can make a globe. You can plonk those flat Earth measurements of the surface, so they'll tally up with the angles to the stars, onto a spherical surface. Mapping a globe from flat Earth measurements. So the genesis of the globe is the stars and their measurements off the flat Earth that we measure. That's how it's done.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. So if you want to believe in it, go on. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna. Did you answer the question? So you don't claim an actual shape of the Earth?
Yes, I did answer. I answered by saying flat is not a shape, it's an aspect, and then I described how that aspect is measured with respect to Earth.
Fair enough.
I absolutely answered you.
You absolutely did. I'm sorry. Maybe it was just too long, and I have a short-term memory. So
I'll shorten it. Flat, not a shape. Earth measured flat. For globe.
okay, sounds good.
So everyone measures Earth flat. And in terms of how Earth actually is, that's the arbiter of it, how it's measured. Not how the model says it should be. Figuring I understand that. Yeah, Earth measured flat for everyone, including globe believers. But I don't have any belief, and I don't have a second time. Triggering, right? Try a third time.
Wait.
Earth measured flat for everyone, including globe believers. Me, I haven't got any beliefs in anything in that regard. I know how Earth's measured, it's measured flat. For your globe faith to exist, we must measure Earth flat. So maybe that's a revelation to some of you. Not me. If it is a revelation to you because you thought we measured Earth globe-shaped, we don't. We measure it flat to get to your globe model that you believe in. Welcome to Flat Earth. If it is a revelation, I'm done now.
What observations have you made that has determined that the Earth is not, doesn't include a curvature?
What, like Polaris measurements for latitude to get to the globe? Those are flat Earth measurements. I just explained that like 25 seconds ago, like literally.
Can you explain that again? It was.
You asked me what measurements don't include curvature. No, you've got to ask about face. None of them include curvature. All of them require Earth to be flat. We're talking about angle measurements to stars, requiring the surface level. What's going on?
Wait.
What's going on?
Are you trying to say like the baseline between the two observers is so small that it should be observed flat or something? Like,
no, I'm not trying to say anything. You're trying to ask me a question that you don't seem to be able to ask concisely. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm detailing celestial navigation and the process of measuring Earth with angles to Polaris very specifically. I was quite concise and clear in what I said. I'm not trying to do anything. You were trying to ask a question that you didn't really get very clear and concise. Do you want to try again? Are you trying to ask a question? It wasn't very clear. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm telling you Earth is measured flat. That's how it is measured.
Yeah.
If you don't understand, I can explain it, but I'm not trying anything. You are. You're trying to ask a question, having fuzzy comprehension of what I've just explained to you very clearly.
Like, what specifically makes the measurements to Polaris like erroneous to a globe?
Erroneous to a globe. They're flat. It's an angle with respect to its ground position. That's flat. It's an angle.
Like what do you mean by that?
I mean, it's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. One extends out from your position to the ground position of the star, in this case Polaris, which is a flat straight line which doesn't require interruption, requires a comprehension of what a straight line is between you and the ground position of Polaris for circles of equal elevation, otherwise known as latitude, when you measure it 1 degree for every 6 nautical miles. As you back away from Polaris, the line to its 90-degree position on the ground, that's its ground position, decreases towards the horizon as you back away from it 1 degree every 60 nautical miles. That's latitude. Measured flat with baselines that are flat and angles that are flat and not curved. How much more clear do I need to be? Earth is measured flat.
All right, I think I get what you're trying to
Not trying to stop. Don't insult me. Whoever that is that keeps saying I'm trying to explain to me. I'm not trying. I'm succeeding. It's you comprehending it. That's where you are becoming trying, as you try to comprehend what I've told you. Don't tell me what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying. I'm succeeding in telling you Earth is measured flat. If you tell me a third time that I'm trying to do something, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm telling you. You are struggling to comprehend it. I can tell by the way you try to form questions about that which I've told you. So try and come up with another question based on how curve must be involved. There isn't one.
Can you stop using an English accent, Nathan?
I'm English!
But be more clear.
I'm English! You're telling me not to use the accent that I was born and bred with? Are you having me on? That's your rebuttal. Meanwhile, Earth measured flat.
All right, so if you were to use like a curved baseline in the triangle, there's like
there'll be a contradiction in terms. Triangle, that's straight lines. I've just explained this literally 2 minutes ago. If we can have a curved line meeting at a vertex, then it won't be an angle. For this triangle to have a curved line, it isn't a triangle anymore. Are you nuts? Do you not know what a triangle is? Is it you trying to understand that triangles have got angles that require straight lines? But if one of them's cut, they're not. Okay? You're trying to understand basic geometry? Because you're trying my bloody patience at the moment, mate. There aren't curved lines in triangles, and I'll point that out as you talk through me, right? Trying my bloody patience for a second time, and a third time, and a fourth time. Try to comprehend that the straight lines are the baseline to the ground position of the star. That is a straight line. It is not bent. Earth is measured flat. Do you understand? Just need a yes.
Devastating, Nathan.
What's this guy crying about again?
Are there two people talking on your microphone?
There's no crying involved. You're doing the weeping. Nathan laid it out perfectly. Just are shocked and stunned and frightened.
I'm out of breath. I'm trying to vacuum.
Can you not use your English accent, please?
I admire your passion of how you talk, but you talk kind of fast. I didn't get anything you said. I'm very sorry.
No worries.
Because you don't.
Okay, no problem. The point below Polaris is its ground position. Do you understand?
The point below Polaris is its ground position.
Do you understand that? Yes.
I believe I do, yes.
Excellent.
Very sorry.
Right. If you measure to Polaris's ground position, you are measuring an angle between you and that position, and the angle of that light called Polaris in the sky. Do you understand?
I think so.
That's a straight line that you are measuring between you and a point potentially thousands of miles away on the ground, and it's a straight line for it to be an angle. Do you understand?
It is a straight line for it to be an angle?
That's what an angle is. Do you understand? No,
yes.
no, you don't understand what angles are. Do I need to explain and define what a bloody angle is for you? You don't understand what an angle is? Two straight lines meeting at a vertex point. At that vertices, in this instance, is you measuring a star. At the other end of the other line is the ground position of Polaris. Two straight lines, measuring an angle. Do you understand? Or do I need to go through what angles are again so we haven't got the objection from the previous guy, which is if there's a curved line in a bloody angle? There isn't. So we just need you to say yes. You understand. Straight line between you and ground position of Polaris.
Yes, I understand. I'm going to bow out of this.
No, you don't need to. I'm done. I just need to make my conclusion before you bow out. It'll be 10 seconds. That would be you measuring Earth flat for latitude. You'll then take that as a globe believer and wrap it round a ball. The flat Earth measurements at the varying angles to Polaris on a flat Earth, they can get wrapped round a ball. They get measured on a flat Earth. I'm done.
He bailed.
Of course, he bailed at the conclusion that Earth is measured flat. He literally disappeared the minute the conclusion he had to accept was about to come. Because they're cowards, they're terrified, their beliefs being shattered. They'd rather run than hear a 10-second conclusion after I've taken the effort to take him through step by step, that which I've just spent 10 minutes explaining. But he can't even hang around for the last 5 seconds, therefore Earth's being measured flat. No, you can't hang around for that. You bunch of globe-believing nutcase cowards. Earth's measured flat. Like on screen now. This is an angle measurement. The baseline is flat. What do you know? This would be a stick and shadow for Eratosthenes' claims of a globe measurement.
Well,
it's flat also.
did compare sophistry and rhetoric to fashion.
Sorry, this has nothing to do with fashion or rhetoric. This is measurements. This is mathematics. Measurements, not rhetoric. You understand the difference between rhetoric and measurements? That doesn't seem to be answering my question. It has nothing to do with fashion or rhetoric and everything to do with measurements. The answer to your statement, which was nonsense, was no from me. No, you just talking nonsense, whoever said that. No, we're talking about measurements, not rhetoric. It's not rhetorical. It's not my speech about Earth being flat. It's measurements of Earth being flat. That's very different. No answer. No reply. Just threw it out there, right? Sharing your pain. Telling me that my measurements are rhetoric. It's fashionable to talk about Earth being measured flat. No, it's been done like that forever. That's how your globe came to pass. I assume you're a globe believer, given that you're hand-waving my stuff as being rhetoric. It isn't. It's Earth measurements. They're flat.
He bailed as well.
Yeah, of course. Man, they're dropping like flies here. Unbelievable.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, everyone. Let's get this going, yo.
Let's get this going. We're all nice and warmed up, hopefully, from before we went live. As is traditional with Flat Earth Debate, we ask a couple of housekeeping questions. May not be familiar to some of you in this particular server, but feel free to answer if you did have one. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
If cats are gods, are cats then real?
If cats are gods, are pets then real? It's almost as good as scientific evidence of gravity. There was me thinking I was going to get some scientific evidence for this notion that all things go down towards the centre of Earth. And I got a philosophical question in reply. I mean, that's almost as good. Can I take it as a no? No scientific evidence of gravity from this particular server? I'll take that as a no then. What about any single
Which
viable...
gravity?
Thanks, Neil.
Hold on. Which gravity are you talking about?
Any gravity, Neil. Gravity. Gravity, morons! That gravity. Any scientific evidence for it? Very useful, Neil. Thank you for that. What about any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics? Any scientific evidence at all?
None of them are science.
Can you repeat
Those
the
are all
question?
pseudosciences.
Any scientific evidence of gravity? And to follow that up, I've asked if there's any scientific evidence from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics, Neil.
You say it like it's not science. Is that what you're
Inferring?
assuming, that it's not science?
Well, I didn't hear any scientific evidence presented to me. Richard G from the Super Chat says the same. You heard it. No scientific evidence of gravity. What more do you want? Fair enough. So in the pre-show, we were explaining to a couple of globe believers how their globe is measured flat. And it took a little bit of leading, and eventually they disclaimed the bits that they didn't understand, so we could reiterate that, you know, you don't get angles from curves and things like that. And at the point of conclusion, where they understood that points to GPs below Polaris are going to be measured flat, they took tail and run. So if you're a member, or you've been recently gifted a membership by someone else, because I know that a few of you have, then check that out. It'll come out after today's live show finishes, and obviously the after show's finished recording and I've uploaded it, but you'll get it 2 or 3 days early if you're a member. So check that out. There's a discussion that we had in the pre-show. Thank you, Richard G, for the super chat. Says, nope, no evidence, sorry. He's talking about gravity from his last super chat. Thank you for both super chats. Really appreciate the support. Now, we may have
Nathan, I think you're being a little too hard on them. It is, and you are a little abrasive.
What? You're on my side. Why are you telling me I'm abrasive? If I sound out of breath, I've just been vacuuming, by the way, for the live audience's benefit.
No, I'm saying I agree with everything you're saying. I like the way you do it, but it's devastating for them and it's petrifying. I just want you to realize that.
I'm well aware of how devastating it is, but when they project onto me non-stop, and you give them an inch and they'll take a mile, like the guy who's like, are you trying to say that there's no fundamental globe involved? How can you tell me that there isn't a globe involved? Tell me how it isn't fundamentally involving a globe. Because you're trying to say that. You're like, I'm not trying to do anything. You can't comprehend this. You want me to be the one struggling with comprehension, so you tell me I'm trying to explain something that you want me to be explaining, which is how this can't involve a globe. How this possibly couldn't involve a globe. You're like, no, I'm telling you how it's measured flat. It's quite simple. You don't have to like it. You don't have to tell me that I need to be explaining how that doesn't involve a globe when I can fundamentally describe it flat without involving a globe at all. And that's what I'm trying to get people on the flat earth side to do in 2024. Why are you mentioning a globe? It's measured flat. When they when they bring up a globe, tell them how their globe came from those measurements. But you don't have to bring up a globe if you're a flat earther. Just tell them it's measured flat and how it's measured flat. That's it. Job's a good one.
Yeah, when you were starting to show, me and John both agreed that it was outstanding the way you laid it down.
Laid what down when? Laid what down when?
The way you laid it down for the ballers. How Earth is measured flat.
Laid what down for the ballers? Ask when and where, and he gives me who.
Are you not hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'll move on.
I said the way you laid out flat Earth. How it's measured flat. Forget it. You sucked. How about that? You hear that loud and clear?
See, that's what we like as Brits. I was told not to use an English accent in the pre-show. That was slang. Accent. Brummy coming out of me. Anyway, we've been in this server before and we haven't typically stunned it to silence. Normally there's someone who wants to interject and ask questions, tell us it's a sphere. Maybe today will be different. Maybe we've laid down the the proverbial precedence in this particular server when we get here on a Friday, which might be a regular thing. We have that effect. For once,
Sorry,
I actually...
can we ask the
Go ahead.
Can we ask the elevation angle question, please? The housekeeping question.
I
It
can.
was relevant to the prior conversation.
Yeah. In case you're wondering, very, very perceptive, George. Why didn't I ask that to the guy? Well, as I said in the shows gone by, it might have been last Friday in this server, right? The reason we're semi-relinquishing housekeeping questions, they're useful here because we're not in a tidy hotel, are we? So we need to tidy up. So housekeeping, very appropriate. But generally on Flat Earth Debate, when we're in our own server, it's not necessarily appropriate, right? They've all been scared off, so the house is very clean. You don't have to ask them all the time. But why didn't I ask the guy, is there any evidence you can get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline? That's what George is inviting me to ask one of the housekeeping questions right now. Why didn't I ask him that? Because I'm not moving forward on that foot, am I? Earth's measured flat. What's that? You want to introduce your stupid globe faith? Fine, I'll tell you where your globe faith came from these measurements. Yeah, very indignant, says Neil. Yeah, I am indignant when someone inserts globe faith into my measurements of a flat Earth, or maybe tells me that it's rhetoric or fashion. Yeah, that's annoying. Telling me that I'm trying to explain how I damn well know Earth's measured flat. No, I'm not trying to. But I will get indignant with people when they suffer their cognitive dissonance, and then they want me to be the one struggling with my words as they struggle to form a sentence and ask me a question about how it doesn't include globe. How can it not include globe? I'm struggling to form this into a question about how your assertion that it is measured flat with angles can't possibly not involve a curve. When we measure from a curve for the angle, no, dumbos. No, we don't do that. And I'm going to interject. I'm going to be indignant, and I'm going to call you stupid if you don't understand that curves aren't involved in bloody angles. Because it is stupid. And that's what it involves if you're going to have your globe faith. Stupidity. And I'm going to start pointing it out to you. By starting with a measurement of Earth being flat and everybody understanding that before we do anything. Me having to...
I was thinking...
Go on.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, me
I was
having to
thinking the
insert
same-
their globe faith and explain it for them how it came from a flat Earth, it's just a chore. Go ahead, Neil. It's nearly there. Go ahead.
I was wondering the same thing because I thought at that time it would have been a good time to tell them you can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface, which is your spherical Earth. But
What's the
you know
problem?
better than me.
What are the two words in that are a problem based on what I've just said, Neil?
What's that, Nathan?
Curved surface. So I'm introducing...
Yeah,
okay, well, thanks. I asked you. You didn't answer. If you're going to know, I know through me. No, the problem with that is that on the front foot where we're telling people Earth's measured flat and how it's measured flat, and sometimes bracing against flat earthers who can only sit at the table to discuss the semantics of measuring that which is a description as the description of something you are, in fact, measuring and referencing. Yeah, that kind of discussion we can have with flat earthers. But for the globers, it's like, why aren't we, asking them about how their globe works? Because there is no globe. The model comes from a flat Earth, and when they infer it, there aren't any curved surfaces to get angles from. Me suggesting that they should explain how their curved surface, cementing it back in their mind that there is one, might not work, is indicative of something I've tried to get people to not do in 2024. Move forward on the front foot with your positive assertion that Earth is measured flat, because it's a fact, and you can demonstrate it really easily, and even take them to their flat Earth that they must measure when they claim it's a globe. If you have to, do that as well, because you're going to face it. Obviously, be well acquainted with all the arguments and housekeeping questions and overcomes for the crap that you'll get thrown to subvert away from the fact Earth's measured flat. You don't need to mention the globe. They'll do it for you eventually. Don't leave people with a globe surface to imagine when you're telling them how it's actually dealt with. Why ask them about how it could work curved when there isn't working curved? That doesn't ever happen. And when they suggest that it might work curved, you can point out how angle measurements won't be acquired from curved surfaces. For one example, as that's the subject.
Yeah, got it.
What if they tell you they're not using the surface to get the elevation angle?
For navigation?
For just obtaining an elevation angle.
So, and why would we be doing that unless we're performing a function for finding our way around and navigating, and if we're lost at sea, and practical stuff that would save our lives? Just if we're doing it to maybe perhaps argue that we can do it without a flat surface. I mean, we could do that. We can go into La La Land after forming globes from flat Earth angles that we'll ignore also, because obviously we're not dealing with the surface. When we get latitude to wrap around a globe, that wasn't anything to do with the surface. We'll just whistle old past that and get to what we can get. Surfaces from tangent points and such that won't meet the surface if we ignore the fact that we're navigating the surface. I hope that was a concise answer to your question.
Well, the term elevation within elevation angle means it's with respect to the surface.
Yeah, your elevation.
So you know.
Elevation from the surface. The clue is in the title, elevation angle.
Great point.
Oh my goodness. Got some contentions on the table.
Have we really?
What if the surface? Yeah, you always do, man. There's always look when you're somebody. There's always somebody else that wants to be somebody. You know what I'm saying?
By that, you're saying
there's a
someone
bunch
else
of
wants to challenge for the sake of challenging, or is there actually a legitimate challenge to this?
Yeah, I don't think it's really a challenge, but you always got these little stragglers that want to hang out and be like, it's not measured flat because of an idealistic reference to flat. So I have a little clip, a 1-minute clip. It's going to be forwarded to you shortly, and then when you get it, you can play it. It's for the not flat cope and seethers to enjoy, and I'm sure it'll spur some discussion as well.
Okay. Did you want to tell us about it, or should I interject with an example that I've got of exactly that?
No, you go ahead. I think
it might be the same example. Oh no, maybe not. This is from Theo. Is this from Theo? Is this the one?
Yes. Oh yeah.
I think this is going to be the one I was just about to example.
I just messaged it to you, Nathan, and I don't know if you can see it from your Discord messages.
Yeah, I've got somebody's put it in Master B if it's the right thing, if we're not talking at cross purposes. Is it Theo that's trimmed it?
AI snatches Bev's wig.
Yes.
At light speed.
This is English bloke.
I don't think this is the same thing. Okay, maybe later. I'll just drop it in here so that I don't forget when I listen back. What was I talking about? There was a Glober that responded to Bev to show him how all of his references need things to be flat and how he's described them as flat. Now, this person responding to him was accused of being a Nathan Oakley fan, and the guy's trying to explain to Bev, no, I'm a Glober, but I'm explaining where you are using the terms that you're bracing against Nathan with, and how ludicrous it is given that you use them, and here's how you use them and where you use them, and lots of examples of them. So that was a different video. It's not actually this. But there we go. So we'll play this anyway. I'm playing this blind. Theo, thank you for trimming it. We'll play it.
All for it.
Let's have a listen.
So I'm going to offer you a job, which you can.
Is this because I say that the Earth's not flat?
Oh my God, dude. All right, I'm just going to have to mute you.
He knows you're boxing in.
Yes. So I'm going to hire you as quality control, and you're going to go to the engineering location, the manufacturing plant, and you're going to measure the products. I want you to reject every product that is not flat. Every product that's supposed to be flat, that is not flat, I want you to reject. Okay? Now, every single person who's been listening to this conversation understands what's about to happen. Okay? This is checkmate. And that's why he left. Checkmate. Check and mate. Game, set, and match. I win, you lose.
Wasn't that lovely? Yeah, this argument is falling about on its arse left and right, actually, AI. That was a brilliant checkmate, though. I absolutely love it. Did you say he vanished rather than answering?
Happened, he bailed out.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry, I'm hot micing. Sorry, it's my fault. I forgot. I didn't realise it was Nathan Oakley. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Very well. You seem to have warmed to us slightly more at the end of your last visit to us.
Warmed? I've always been warm.
Okay.
You've never liked me either.
I don't care about you enough to not like you or like you.
Mm. How those numbers on your channel doing, mate? Oh, I'm just
very well. Up.
I'll leave you alone.
Up. Very pleased. They plateaued for a little while, about a week ago, and I reacted by making a whole shed ton of little short videos to push the numbers back up again. So they're back up, which is good.
Stuff. Are you hitting 1,000 views per video now, at least?
What's that got to do with anything? 1,000 views per video. Where have you got? Is this a metric you've decided to arbitrarily ascribe to my channel?
Well, you weren't hitting 1,000 views a video after 3 or 4 years. I mean, that's pretty poor. So, let's start there, shall we? Are they hitting 1,000 or not?
I don't know individualistically. I look at the combined total of my channel and the thousands of videos that I've got garnishing views all the time, increasing always, increasing that snowball by ever so small increments each time I pump out more videos. But you want to pay attention to how the last video did and whether or not it got 1,000 views. Oh, I see. That's a very skewed
The
metric.
last 10 videos.
My bad.
The last 10 videos.
My bad.
They got
My
1,000
bad.
views.
My bad. This asshole's decided he's going to talk straight through the middle of me because I'm embarrassing his stupid nonsense. Maybe a mod will step in eventually. Maybe we'll just both talk through him with him starting in the middle of my sentence. Maybe this is me rumpusing him. No, it isn't. It's me humiliating somebody. And in the pre-show, as I started recording the pre-show, there was a discussion in this very forum about how people will start piping up in the middle of somebody's point when it's devastating and embarrassing. Now I'm embarrassing the stupid metric you've arbitrarily ascribed to put me down with. And while I'm in the middle of detailing that, he decides this is in the middle of his sentence. No, it isn't. He's just decided that that's embarrassing, how I've laid out how stupid his metrics are. But there we go. That's how life is sometimes. You put down a crappy point, it's overcome by somebody you've put it to, and then you want to talk through the middle of them overcoming it. Because then what? It won't have been overcome. And my channel's doing great. It's growing. I told you that last time you came, and you're like a one-trick pony.
Yes, my friends, flat Earth is so irrelevant that they didn't have a meeting about it in Congress. That's how irrelevant it is.
Yeah, exactly. Which meant I had to work a lot harder. The fact that they had overtly, publicly told the world they're going to censor me, specifically me, yeah, and shove me to the bottom of the lists, which they absolutely did, just meant I had to work harder to keep the channel growing, which it has. But you could look at, I don't know, something else arbitrary. We've only got 63 people watching live now. I haven't gone over the fact that this is definitely going to be a good show in the politics server. Definitely should be sharing. I haven't e-begged for shares enough. 63 people watch, channel's dying. That's just arbitrary. How did your last video do? Did it get 1,000 views? I don't know. Did it? The channel's growing, though. The views are growing. The watch time's growing. The subscribers are growing. The metrics I look at are growing. And if they don't, I do something about it. I told you that last time, and the time before that, and the time before that. This is the 4th time, geeks. You bloody one-trick pony. It's all you've got, and you want to find an angle to tell me I'm doing badly. That's it. That's all you've got.
I'm really concerned about it, Nathan.
He told me no one was concerned about it. He's been here he's done it for 4 weeks in a row. It's all he's got. All he's in his arsenal at the moment, but apparently no one's interested in it. It's all he's interested in. Looking for ways of shaming me about how crap I'm doing when I'm not.
Well, that'd definitely prove the shape of the Earth, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
All right. My bad. Go ahead.
Well, that's what we're here for. But if there's fireworks about other things, I don't mind. Please share the show, by the way, if you're watching live and you are one of the 64 people watching. Please share the show. Sorry, I'm chanting through you. You go ahead.
Oh, no, sharing the show takes precedent, obviously. Oh, by the way, share the show. Otherwise, send in the T1000 into your timeline. All right. So I'm going to issue a formal challenge to any Bevite to challenge me. Usually I'm the moderator, but I will actually step into the arena to challenge any Bevite, and yes, that's what they are, to a debate about what flat means. Okay, we'll broadcast it with arena rules from the politics server. Okay, we'll schedule it for an 1.5-hour debate. However, the debate will only take 1 minute and 30 seconds because I'll win after my first sentence. But if you want to take the challenge, it's an open challenge. All right, there you go.
Well, we covered it a second ago with that clip, right? You've heard the demonstration on the show already. I won't replay it.
I'd like to ask a question, please.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Have you not worked out how to take an angle of elevation yet, Nathan?
I've never done one, ever. Why would I?
Right. So you don't know how to take an angle of
That's
elevation?
not what I said. I said I'd never done one. You've now rephrased the question.
Yeah. Do you not know how to do it?
No, I know how to make an elevation angle measurement. I've been shown how to make one, take one, measure one.
I don't think you do. I don't think you do know how.
Okay, who cares what I know? Elevation angle measurements are measurements that people take at sea. Who cares what I can do? You're just turning this into a personal attack against me and what I can do.
Think that
I'm answering you. I'm answering you.
misrepresent it.
I'm answering you. You've asked me 2 questions. Is this another time that me embarrassing you with my answer is something that you need to chant through like the last guy, Brenda? Very rude.
You've never embarrassed me.
I'm answering you. I'm in the middle of answering you. Then I put you down, and then you did the same thing. At some point, I'm going to ask the mods to shut you up. That'd be me exercising my power over you. Yeah? Shut up, Brenda. I'm answering your stupid question about what I can do when there's a fact of a matter on screen now, detailed for my audience. Elevation angle measurements with 3 stars to figure out your position with respect to a flat baseline and 90 degrees to ground positions. The center point would be the angle measuring point that you'd use a sextant, establish a horizontal plane of reference, and a line to a star. That's the angle measurement that apparently I can't do. Not that it matters if I can or can't, or have or haven't. It makes no difference. It's part of a process called celestial navigation. It's detailed on screen. It requires a flat baseline, requires ground positions that are on the ground. Here's a guy doing it in practical application, Brenda. Here's a guy in black and white doing it. Does it matter if I can do this? No. Here's an example of someone doing it, though. The facts are Earth's measured flat with it.
Baseline, Nathan.
I just make my conclusion. Brenda knew it was obviously going to be devastating. The fact is Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. That's the fact of the matter, not whether I can do them or not.
No, they're not. That's not how you do it. You're misrepresenting how it's actually done.
Have you ever done, by done I mean measured Earth flat, have you ever done an elevation angle, Brenda?
No.
Well, then don't talk to me about it. By your own standards, you have no right talking about this subject. By your own standards. So now I'd ask you, who's never done this, to shut your mouth. Go and do it. Then talk. Go and do it. Go and do it. I'm still talking, Brenda. I'm berating you by your own standards. It must be painful. By your own standards, you have not done this. So, to satisfy your standards, not mine, can someone mute this ignorant, aggressive, adrenaline-filled wanker from my discussion about the fact that by her own standards, she needs to have done this. And until she has, I'm not interested, because I'm not going to be tarred with her standards, but I'll tar her with them. Yeah, go and do this. Then you can have a discussion at this table. Me, I don't need to have done it to make my point. Your point was whether or not I'd done it and you haven't. So go and do it so you can satisfy your own stupid standard. Not about whether I can do it or she can do it. It's about what is being done, measuring ground positions to stars. So you can save your life at sea if lost, with a system that's developed with the same angles to Polaris to give you latitude on maps. The whole system requires Earth to be flat. Doesn't matter if I can do it or she can do it. It is irrelevant. The facts are Earth's being measured flat. That's the process, not Nathan's process. That's what they want it to be, though. So if they can make it my process, they can tell me how I'm inadequate. Therefore, it fails and Earth's still a globe in their stupid little minds.
You must be very old if it's your process.
It isn't. This is what they use to make latitude. Circles of equal elevation, circles of equal altitude, flat Earth measurements, 2 GPs of stars. That's what the world is functionally using, a flat plane of reference. That's the ground, for ground positions, for navigating the ground. We're dealing with a flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. They just don't like it. And because there's no getting around it, their globe requires a flat Earth. That's why we're still here. That's why we can be shoved to the bottom of the lists, making me just have to work 10 times harder. But they can't get rid of us, because they'd in so doing get rid of every single foundational premise that their globe requires. So we're here permanently. Don't have to like it. Now out to Unitox Femu says, I don't want to be anonymous. I want to be pilot. I mean, a pilot. Well, then that's good to you. I want to be a fireman.
It's like that neighbor that moves next door that nobody wants there, but they have to accept them as their neighbor.
What was that? Was that a Christian segue that I hear? No, just dead air.
Oh, did you not hear me? I'm sorry.
I heard you and replied. Bloody hell. I said, is that a Christian segue I hear? Love thy neighbour? No, forget it. What was it you said to me last time? You're a dick.
No, I didn't say that. I said you sucked.
Oh, sorry, I was harsher by half a point. You suck, Neil. Anyway, I finally got my breath back after vacuuming and nobody's really chit-chatting from Discord. Maybe if someone else wants to find out if I've actually gone out on the sea and saved my life with a sextant by using the flat earth measurements that develop the processes and maps to use it with. I mean, not that that's important, but maybe that'll get discussed again. Who knows? If we can make it about Nathan, you can definitely discredit me. I'm sure there's a million evil things that you can find out about me. I've faced them all and I couldn't give a crap about any of them, but I'm sure you can dig them out and discredit me with them.
You see, Nathan, they can't love thy neighbor as themselves because remember, heliocentrism is atheism now. That's the religion.
Sure, but if you search
So
through
they can't love us as neighbors.
Oh, sorry, you were actually answering the question one segue later. Go ahead, Neil, sorry. Time jumping. Who is that?
No, I'm just saying, so they can't love the neighbor as themselves. So we're that neighbor that's always going to be here, but they don't want us here.
Did you want to add something, Lazy Dog Tour? Or are you just hot micing? Or is it someone else that's hot micing? A few people
It's
are
not
sat off
me.
mute.
It's that master, yeah.
Or ALK. Is that you? Did you want to add something? If you did want to add something. Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. I doubt that's actually him. You know, I think it was Jordan Peterson, though, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be lovely? I really like Jordan Peterson. Any other Jordan Peterson fans in? Clearly not. Well, there's one in. He's in the chat. I'm going to call you Dr. Jordan Peterson fan. Go ahead, whoever that was. Go ahead. Don't be shy.
I was just saying I like Jordan Peterson too.
Oh, we can have a little fan club. There's at least 3 of us. That guy's not coming. He's off mute, but he's not answering, so I'll give up. Please stay on mute if you've not actually got anything to add, because it's a tendency to hot mic if you've not got your mic closed and you're not discussing stuff with us. Like Lazy Dog Tour. Did you want to add something?
I'm just trying to make sure I'm not hot micing.
Well, we got in that
did you want to add
case,
something?
Brenda's in the chat. She's asking to explain how to properly take that elevation angle.
Well, what, because she wants to go and do it? Oh, well, I'm sure she can learn like I've had to. It's on you to learn for her. Don't be so lazy. Go and look it up. Then go and do it so you can attain your own standard that you tried to lay at my door.
You can use the sundial and the shadows on the sundial to get the angle to the sun. You just need the sundial to be a level plane to get those angles.
Yeah, it wouldn't work unless it's on a level plane. That's how these things work. Like everything.
I mean, I could add something if there's space.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant. Go ahead, Lazy.
Okay, so basically, I was thinking, like, I'm not a flat earther, but if if someone is a Daft Punk fan and they like the song Around the World, would it be fair to also have that within a flat earth framework, but just like edging the world? Would that still be around the world?
Right,
what you think is the globe?
Right, around.
Yeah, pretty much.
Around is sort of omni-descriptive. Is that what you're driving at? That around could be global or flat in the song by Daft Punk.
Yeah, if it's going at the edge of the flat surface that you claim.
Okay, you're using this song as a methodology of getting the conversation going, which is fine. But there's a couple of things I pick
No,
out.
I mean it much more seriously.
Okay. I mean, to answer your question directly, around the world can just mean exactly as it says, sailing around. But to describe around the world spherically and infer that around means on the outside edge of a ball, you need to first measure Earth flat for Polaris-centric systems for latitude, convert that flat measurement of Earth that is flat onto a global surface with the concentric circles that were flat measured as angles onto the ball, to then roll out flat again for it so it can work with angles on things like Mercator projections for GPS. But in that process, there is no actual ball to be standing on, and around in the song Daft Punk doesn't in any way infer that either way, but in reality could only be flat in practical terms. That's how the globe came to fruition, by measuring Earth flat. Hope that answers your question. Around the world, around the world.
As long as we can have Daft Punk.
Yeah, that's kind of a false dichotomy, because what you think is the globe is just a mathematical equation to turn the celestial sphere flat plane. Take those points, the stars on that model, and say that you have deviating verticals. But it's still with respect to a flat plane. So what are you talking about?
I'm gonna have that in my head all day now. So when you said you were being super serious, was there an undertone of something else that you wanted to add to it, and the segue's now been dealt with, but maybe the undertone isn't? I.e., you've got something else that you wanted to add to that?
Well, I mean, as long as the flat earthers aren't out there trying to sabotage the people sending up things to go around the world.
Sending.
So I'm a flat earther myself.
Hold on a second.
And I just want to know if you guys are flat earthers or ball earthers. Or
It doesn't matter. Let's just address the points that get raised. So you say sending up there. Okay, we'll get to that later. You realise that to describe elevations, you need a flat Earth to do so. There is no up with respect to a ball. It's out.
Don't you just need an angle and a vector?
Yeah, you don't get those from balls either. So you need a flat Earth for this. I was just in the middle of clarifying. So when you say they send stuff up, inferring ball at the end of your conclusion, no, they need angles like you've just described. That's with respect to a flat plane. They need up, which is also with respect to a flat plane. There's quite a few things that need a flat Earth to describe up with in this regard. So when you say going up doesn't prove anything other than Earth's flat. That's
I'm sorry, sir. You sound like an absolute belligerent alcoholic.
Who?
Can you make a coherent sentence?
Who? Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Anyway, up needs a flat Earth. Up there. Well, where's up there? And what's that got to do with around when you're saying about going up there? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, you could draw multiple flats on a ball, couldn't you? Just that as one singular point, just as if you were doing you're measuring the rate of growth on a graph.
Hold on, John. Hold on. Sorry, go ahead.
Like if you take the ball Earth as something in a graph, or you have a 3D graph, like vector space graph, whatever, I don't know the mathematical terms, and then you draw a plane on that, then you have a flat plane from which you can project upwards.
Okay, so what you're saying is in a model that's not reality, we can make tangent points and flat surfaces that meet globes. That's fascinating. Meanwhile, in physical reality, we measure angles off the flat surface. That's how the globe model would be made. So for you to describe how you can draw tangents off a globe model in a program, you'd first need to create the globe model. That globe model will be made if it's describing a globe that's got maps with respect to it, with the elevation angle measurements of a flat plane to Polaris for latitude to wrap around that globe model that you'll say will work with tangents and planes. I mean, I don't know why you'd be needing to make models that had tangents and flat surfaces work with them. If you've got a ball, wouldn't you just want to work it with a ball in the model? Work it with how the ball works rather than making flat surfaces. The only reason you do that is so that it still works with the flat surface we actually measure in reality, the one that was made possible with the elevation angles to Polaris to give you the model of a globe to infer that you can still get flat surfaces from the globe that came from flat Earth angles to Polaris. You understand that to get that ball, to say that you can still get flat surfaces, why you'd be doing that, I don't know. Oh yeah, that's because that's how the world works and you'd need to. But to get to that model, you'd need flat Earth measurements to get to it. Do you understand that? Polaris measurements specifically. You understand that, right?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
To get to the globe model, you're inferring. To say, well, we can still get flat surfaces from it. Yeah, you'd need to because Earth's flat, and if you're inferring that that globe model in the system and program that you're referring to is the world, it isn't. It's a program. But if you're saying that it represents the world, then you've got to reference flat surfaces. That's why you're doing this. But I'm saying that the model itself, the globe model in this program that you'd hypothetically described, requires latitude being wrapped around that ball model, and latitude comes from flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris. So to get the model into the program, you need to first measure Earth flat to get latitude to wrap that latitude around the ball. So you need a flat Earth first.
In respect of like intellectual honesty and so on, I don't really care about convincing you about the globe. I just want to say we can agree about around the world, although maybe semantically we mean something else. So
no, we haven't covered that yet. We haven't got to that. You said when they send things up, and I said, no, up is with respect to a plane. You said, well, you can still get a plane if we take it to a model in a computer. And I'm saying, well, the model in a computer, the globe itself in the model comes from a flat plane also. You're saying, oh, I don't care about convincing me of something. You're not here to convince me of anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
I'm just telling you how things are. I'm nearly finished. Sorry, the start of your sentence interrupted the middle of mine. I'm nearly finished. No, I'm telling you how things are for you to have that program. My knowledge of your globe that you were inferring was in that program is more advanced than yours. To get to the globe you inferred in your program, you first need to measure latitude off a flat Earth. Now, I know that you didn't know that, and you told me you didn't care about what I was believing, or I couldn't give a crap. I'm telling you, with my advanced heliocentric understanding, I'm not trying to claim anything, about how the globe in your model would come to fruition. First, measure Earth flat with angles to Polaris to get circles of equal altitude we call latitude. That's how they're measured, with a flat Earth beneath you. Then you take those circles of equal elevation, that's flat Earth circles, and you can wrap them around a globe that you'll put in your computer to then tell me you can get flat surfaces from globes with tangent points and such like.
Daft Punk.
My bad, I was really nearly at the end, but there we go. Go ahead.
Well, as long as we still have Daft Punk.
What point would that be? We haven't anything at the moment. We've just got you telling me that I'm trying to convince you of something when I'm detailing the origins of your globe
like
faith.
A shared value. It's good.
So you understand now that to get to the globe in your computer model, you'd first measure Earth flat. You understand that now?
Well, I care mostly in this case about Daft Punk.
Yeah. I suspected at the start, which is why I covered that your little ham-handed segue with Daft Punk might be used to potentially deflate the serious undertones of your issue that you wanted to discuss. Yeah, I suspected that, which is why I dealt with your actual question. Now, a round can be either way. We dealt with that, but it's not really a response when I tell you or ask you if you appreciate now that Earth is measured flat to put the globe in a hypothetical model in a computer to tell me you can get flat surfaces from it. Or maybe the reiteration of my question will require an interruption. Now, if it's just about Daft Punk, you can sit back down. You got your answer ages ago. But you had an underlying issue that I'm explaining to you about how the globe model would get into your computer for you to describe how you get flat surfaces from it. You'd first have to measure latitude off a flat Earth. That's measuring Earth flat for you to infer that you've got a globe shape you can get flat surfaces from. And I'm asking, as a result of me taking the time and trouble as a learned man who knows more about your globe and how it came to fruition than you do, if you now understand that to get to your globe in your model, in your computer, to tell me you can get flat surfaces from it, you're measuring latitude off a flat Earth to wrap those circles of equal elevation around your globe. Do you understand that? Now I've taken the trouble and time to explain it to you.
Well, I would say thank you very much. The doctor has now defined the Daft Punk equilibrium.
I'm not asking about Daft Punk. That's not what I asked you. You're rude. I asked you if you understood that Earth's measured flat for latitude to give you the globe in your model. I didn't ask about Daft Punk. If you answer a different question, especially one I've already answered, that will become irritating. You understand how that's irritating? Don't answer that. Do you understand that Earth is measured flat with Polaris? No, he's heard a question he thought he could answer. Don't answer it, won't be adhered to. Do you understand Earth's measured flat with angles to Polaris to give you the globe in your hypothetical example? Yes or no?
I do not.
Well, I'd like to explain that to you. To have the circles wrapped around a globe that you inferred would give you surface levels that had tangent points in that hypothetical model, you must first, if inferring it's a map of Earth, measure Earth flat to get latitude, because they're angles to a star called Polaris along a flat Earth baseline, to ground positions, specifically a ground position of Polaris, to get angles that recede to the horizon, giving you latitude, only capable of measurement off a flat Earth, to then, after measuring a flat Earth, wrap those circles of equal elevation, that's circles that don't have any height changes like on a globe, around a globe. That's what you have to do to get to your model to ask me about whether I would appreciate that you can still get surface level and sea level and tangent points from the model of a globe. That's where the origins are, and I'm asking if you understand for the third time that your globe inference comes from a flat Earth measurement. Third time I've asked, not about Daft Punk.
Okay, dude.
Do you understand or not?
I don't.
Well, I'll explain it again. You measure Earth flat to get the angles for the latitude lines you wrap around the sphere you inferred in your model. To then say it works with surface level, sea level, etc. for angles. You first need Earth to be flat to be measured to give you your globe. Now, I've explained it 5 times. If you still don't get it, I'm done with the conversation. Everybody watching, the 90 people in the live audience, they definitely get it. If you don't, you can listen back to the live stream afterwards and ponder my very concise and clear explanations for how Earth must be measured flat to give you your globe, to infer that you can still get flatness from the globe for it to work with reality.
I feel fine being stuck at the Daft Punk equilibrium.
Kick him out. The guy's a knob. Not talking about Daft Punk. We dealt with it twice and then a third time only a moment ago when I specifically told you I wasn't asking about that. But you've decided that to deflect the fact that you won't concede to the fact that you must measure an Earth that's flat to give you your globe to ask us about whether we understand that the surfaces that could be measured flat and need to be in your globe that you're going to tell me still gives you flatness. It needs a flat Earth to be measured. What's that you say? Daft Punk answer for the 4th time. Let's kick him out. He's done. We need a flat Earth for him to infer that he's got a globe. If that's not absolutely and abundantly clear at this point, then if you in the audience don't get it either, share your pain in the chat. Leave a comment.
Hey, it might be a language barrier.
No, definitely not. Unless you were making a sarcastic aside. Like, no, it's that we didn't have the same language.
You got it. The latter. The latter.
Okay. Yeah, any excuse.
He was trying to assert surface level is curving, and you can have a horizontal tangential to that curving level, but he just denied Earth curve geometry in that statement.
Yep.
Yeah. Surface level is a horizontal plane in Earth curve geometry. Maybe you need to rethink saying that levels curved. That's not how that geometry works.
I love pummeling people. It's been 4 years of pummeling with people. Black Swan, basically, right?
It's 8th grade. It's 8th grade geometry, and you don't understand it.
Again?
Yeah, you take an elevation angle from a horizontal, not from the horizon.
Right. Well, from a level.
Where'd you get that with the Mariner sextant?
Why
I
would
said
anyone
you
try and
could.
respond to that statement? Just ask that statement to be explained properly. In and of itself, it made no sense. All you can do is try to unscramble the nonsense to give something to actually respond to. Is that Brenda? Do you want to just clarify that statement, Brenda, and just explain what you're actually claiming here when you say horizon, horizontals?
I said that an elevation angle is taken from a horizontal plane at the observer's eye up to the celestial object.
Slightly different statement, but I think we could agree. A horizontal plane, and that horizontal plane being commensurate with the surface you're going to navigate upon.
No, it doesn't say that at all.
No, that's what it is.
No, it isn't. No, the horizontal is above the horizon. You have to calculate the dip
But it's
to
at
the
eye
horizon.
level.
Okay, so just to clarify then, Brenda, when we're at sea with our sextants, what are we going to use to attain our horizontal? What thing out at sea are we going to use? Are we going to line up with to generate a horizontal that we can then reference our elevation angle to?
That's what I
What
asked.
are we going to use?
Right, so you make a correction, right? Because that's
No,
That's
no,
what
no.
we
What are
asked.
we going to use?
What
Not
we're going to
that
use.
correcting
What we're
what,
going to
Brenda?
use. That was the question. I asked the same question.
you use the horizon, but
Sorry,
that doesn't.
Brenda, kick her out. She's a Dumbo. She's just come in to tell us that it's nothing to do with the horizon. Yeah, kick her out. Arsehole, liar, scumbag, or very stupid. So within a question, now she's going to interrupt because she's been humiliated. So the middle of my sentence, devastating that it is, needs interruption. Just kick her out. No, Brenda, when you came in and asserted that it's got nothing to do with the horizon, it only took one carefully phrased question from myself and Adam for you to say, yeah, we're going to be using the horizon to do this, to establish this horizontal, yeah. Yeah, that's what the horizon's used for. But your fundamental premise that you came in with was that it wasn't that. So get lost, you disingenuous scumbag. Right, Adam?
She also admitted within her statement that eye level was the horizontal she would be utilizing.
That's correct.
Not for them, it's bent. Not for them, it's refracted. Not for them, they've relinquished all use of any geometry ever. They're only starting to get this. When we sometimes ponder whether or not they'll eventually understand the black swan. They're starting to. And do you want to know why? Because we're into a fundamentally geometric debate when it comes to the horizon and celestial navigation, aren't we? So suddenly they need a load of straight lines and angles to everything. You haven't got any! You stupid idiots! You've been refracting it for 4 years. The more you did it, the less you could claim geometry. We told you at day one and you just didn't believe us. You kept parroting it. Refraction, refraction. All right. So, Brenda on the globe, measuring angles. Is it no Atmo day? Yeah? Because every single line to everything ever is bent for you, you clown. You refracted the horizon 4 years ago. So you can't get geometry to anything on a globe, you bunch of idiots. Now, we tried to tell you, yeah, that's game over then. No geometry then. No Earth curve then. No practical application then. And you went, no, you just don't understand refraction. No, you don't understand that you're ripping your own heads off. Because the second you need a straight line to anything in practical application, you haven't got one. You stupid idiots. Tell us refraction again. Keep it up for another year. It brings such a big smile to my face when they say it.
Fundamentally, though, refraction's a red herring. Eye level must be the horizontal plane that you take your elevation angles from. Eye level must be a horizontal plane running parallel with surface level. It's just axiomatic. You can't get an angle unless those things are true.
And the sky. Somebody said to me in the comment section, they don't understand. You're describing these planes being parallel, but yet we're describing them with celestial spheres and domes and alike in these diagrams. That was the paraphrasing of the question that was put to me. It's like, okay, if you look at the star on the horizon, let's say it's 1 degree above the horizon for simplistic terms, you've got a star to your left that's 1 degree above the horizon and 180 degrees opposite that. On your right, you've got another star that's 1 degree above the horizon. And just by pure chance, you've got one directly above your head. And we're going to do everything within the next 3 seconds that I just described, even though it take a lot longer, just for the sake of my argument. So within the 3 seconds, we're assuming that the stars are all stationary and aren't moving anywhere when we measure them. Okay. Now, notwithstanding that if you were underneath the star on the left, it would also be at your zenith. So I've now introduced a second person at one of the 3 positions beneath it. So what is 1 degree above the horizon for you? For the guy underneath that star's directly above his head. So we're all clear. That's the scenario. Now, when you, at your position, with those 2 stars, one on the left, one on the right, 1 degree above the horizon and one above your head, you can draw out your view of that as a semicircle, with all the angles in between to all the other stars measured on a protractor. Yeah? And beyond that protractor, that's if you held your arm out and drew a big circle around you, that would be the protractor you're measuring through. Yeah? And the stars, representative of the plane between you and the observer that's got a star directly above him, it's all parallel, represents itself as though it's being looked through that protractor that's a semicircle. So therefore you can describe the sky as the same semicircle around your position. So you've got a line coming out from you on the ground and along the baseline proving Earth's measured flat. Let's just drop that in there. And out and up to whatever angle the star you're measuring. In this case, 1 degree above the horizon, a very slim angle. Okay? So that's over there and you're looking straight out at it. Well, you can imagine that if you then look up and rotate your head upwards and then back down to the star on the opposite side, you're forming a semicircle. Well, I'm not going to get into how they've turned the globe into that protractor with that in mind, but that's the description that you could have with a polar-centric system, given that it literally does not move. You can then describe circles that come out from that position on the flat ground with all the angles measuring to it, receding towards the point where it can't be viewed anymore. Well, that's the flat Earth system that's come into fruition to give the globers their globe when they wrap those circles of equal elevation angles to Polaris, around the globe. So, shout out to Unitox Femu. TB, please stop to educate me about sea level. Isn't it self-explanatory? Completely lost my point now reading out that super chat. Where was I going? I think I might have got to the end. 98 people watching. Hopefully there was a conclusion in that little waffle that I went off on. I hope so. I'll give you the super chat, Unitox Femu. I'm sure there was a conclusion
what you just
there.
said is true, but I don't know if they're ready for that conversation. They can't even get an angle yet. You know what I mean? They don't need to understand systems. They need to understand what an angle is, why it needs a horizontal, and how you take eye level as that horizontal running parallel with surface level. Until they can understand that, they can't go any further.
Sorry, if you're in the Discord server and you're not talking, please can you mute? Because we just get your audio coming through. If you're munstering around your house listening to this in the server, can you just go back to the computer and just check that you're on mute? Thank you. Yes, John. I didn't. Yeah. I wasn't paying 100% attention because someone was making a load of background noise. Anyway, 102 people watching. Woo-hoo-hoo! The show's not dying. Hooray! Thank you to all of you who actually shared the show. Really do appreciate it. That's the only reason we've got 101 people watching, because we are definitely at the bottom of every list that we could possibly be on. And the reason that there's 100 people watching is because of the longevity of my audience sharing the show every single time they watch it. So thank you to all of you. I really, really do appreciate it. How long we got left in this server? We'll hang around unless the conversation goes a little bit stale. Typically, we'd end in the next 5 minutes live, but if the conversation picks up, we might get a bit more of an extended live show today. We'll see how it goes.
I would like to hear them deny Earth curve mathematics some more by saying the level's curving. That was interesting.
Yeah, that's where I was going with it. When they refract the horizon, just before I got Unisox Famish Super Chat, their mathematics requires surface level and eye level be parallel with one another. They're required to be flat and not bending. So when they fundamentally deny this premise by saying that level is bending, that's how we can get around this tricky wicket that we're on. no, you can't, because your mathematics requires standard principles of geometry to apply. Even their quote-unquote non-Euclidean geometry is based in Euclidean geometry. Those axioms must apply, and level must be level. And it is in their maths. They just don't realise that in a fundamental way, when they bend lines that must be straight for their geometry to work by refracting them, they no longer have use of them. It destroys their own claim. They just didn't. Some of them still don't after 4 years, but they're starting to catch on when they start arguing with us about this celestial navigation and angle measurement. The minute they step into the discussion, if they've happened to have the previous argument about the black swan, it's like, what is it? No Atmo Day. You don't have a seat at this table anymore. Get lost. Sphere don't work with this for you anymore.
I don't think they ever had a seat at the table, because level must be a horizontal plane for them to assert there is a horizon that is geometric or refracted. Either one of those requires surface level to be a horizontal plane.
Yeah. All segues away from the genesis to claim you're on a sphere will still have their origins in the flat Earth mathematical measurement. That's what it'll always come back to. You're right. Can we hear you now, Adam? Was there something wrong with your connection?
I was just jumping from phone to PC.
Okie dokie.
Brenda's the good example there. How long did it take? Because they were trying to confuse. If you point out the issue with the horizon, surface level, and eye level, and all three are commensurate with each other, they will work their hardest to deny any relationship between those things. As you see, where Brenda had to go instantly, to the point that she's instantly banned, because she instantly demonstrates that she is lying, being genuine. You can only go that way if you're trying to claim that they're separate things, that eye level, sea level, and surface level are not parallel planes, and that we don't use that. I mean, that was the funny that the use of the horizon. Look at the stumble there. Yeah. And then that's the end of her argument, because unless she can deceive you into this wobbly, movie, bendy horizon that curves left to right, they've lost.
Remember when we used to cover how they project their weak argument onto us with things like the edge? Well, I think in this instance, we've been led down a rabbit hole of arguing about Earth curve edge horizons, not because of the azimuthal equidistant pizza pie in a sky vacuum given to us by the Flat Earth Society, but to stop us from looking at what the practical applications of the horizon actually are. Because when you get into the nitty-gritty of Earth curve, there isn't a practical application, other than the assertion that we've got an Earth curve to prove you're on a sphere. Well, the clue is in the title the minute you open that book. It says Earth curve maths, even though it isn't. It's actually surface level derivation from eye level, giving you an optical resolution, dissolution, whatever you want to call it, point that they call the Earth curve horizon below the surface level that you've just measured and utilised in the maths. But for that person, they're opening the book and finding out that it's Earth curve when in reality it's a hijacking. It's nothing like Earth curve. They've never had Earth curve. It's, as John said, they've never got a seat at the table. Every time they start, their genesis will be in the flat Earth measurement. That's what we should all focus on. I've said this from the start of this show, and I'll repeat it if this does dry up from the Discord interaction point of view. That's where we should be starting as flat earthers. Not asking people how their globe may or may not work. Not telling them about the big revelation that it is to know that Earth is flat. Not about the deception, not about God, about the facts. And those facts are super strong when it comes to rebuttal because they put a globe to you. But bearing in mind this is the underlying point, go forward on the front foot, tell them it's measured flat, because it is. And know that all of their measurements for a globe will have their own origins, their genesis, in the flat Earth measurements that made their maps and models, like I took that guy through.
Well, I mean, they all admitted it when they started talking about planes that they needed to take their angles from. They're not connecting it in their minds.
Yeah, number one, what is it no Atmo Day? Number two, tangents to points out in space aren't going to be the ground positions for stars. Number three, you won't be getting angles from those curved surfaces. Number four, and more importantly, the curved surface isn't something that's measured. It's a derivation of a flat Earth measurement of Polaris. to plonk those concentric flat Earth circles onto a spherical model. And when you take measurements with respect to that spherical model, if you're dealing with the stars, you'll be inside it, because that's the origins of that model. So none of this is conducive with a surface that's curved, because we don't have one. And the inference of one comes from flat Earth measurements. That's the most important bit. If you're in rebuttal to someone who's claimed it's a sphere. If you're not, don't bother mentioning a sphere. You won't be accused of being high and mighty. If they then say, what are you, a flat earther? No, I'm an advanced heliocentrist. If you don't want to have to defend your flat earth faith in the public arena you find yourself in, you can say, no, I just understand where the globe model came from. Flat earth measurements.
So basically, Nathan, the globe is flat and it was measured like that.
Yeah. Yeah, you cottoned on early. One deck. Can you give us a rendition of that? Have you got it written down in front of you?
No, but the globe is flat and it was measured like that. The globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that. They measured angles using sticks and shadows. The globe must be flat for horizontal shadows. Alberuni knew the globe was flat. He measured the heights of a mountain like that. And when I was a sailor navigating the sea, the surface of the ocean appeared very flat to me. Triangulation on the surface of Earth, all achievable without one single use of a curve.
Bravo. That was excellent. And a wonderful way for me to ask my audience to stay tuned if you are watching on an after show. But with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making this live section of the show possible.
Or they've got to
Well, that still wouldn't be an angle from it.
No, but they can kid themselves. You're just trying to spot where they're kidding themselves so they can move forwards.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're trying to get an angle to a curved surface in their minds, I guess. But that's still, we're taking the angles from Earth.
Yeah, they're trying to get an angle to a curved surface that's come from a measurement of a flat surface in a model that doesn't exist in reality.
You can do that by invoking a tangent, but then suddenly your tangent becomes your surface, which is no longer commensurate with the surface. This is the trouble they've got. And we do celestial navigation. All three of those things are the same reference frame. Theirs aren't. And that's where they have trouble aligning the points, because it demonstrates that they're making leaps from one type of measurement into a spherical measurement. Or not measurement, a spherical construction to calculate. I.e., once you invoke the tangent, the only way to resolve the issue is to go to the center of Earth, back to a flat plane, and then project out. It's the only way you can do it once you've invoked a tangent. You can't stay on that tangent. It's of no use to you. Yeah, but that flat plane for us is also the horizon and the surface of which we will navigate.
Right, but I mean, how are you going to say that surface level is curving, but your tangent, which is horizontal, is also labeled surface level?
Exactly.
It's like that
What are you
ballers.
going to do?
They have to make one curve to stay in their paradigm, irrespective of which one they do. Or they're always going to try to force some kind of curvature in there that they've calculated.
Right,
While
but
always using flat Earth angles. Like I said, ultimately, if you stay on the outside, you can't. You've got to go inside the ball, create another flat plane, which is commensurate. Are you able to then re-project your positioning on your ball projection? You're not doing any of this on a ball. You're calculating it all and then re-projecting it out back to the ball. So it's more long-winded.
Right, I was just going to say, but that's a calculation. That's not a measurement, because they can't get a measurement.
It's a projection of the results you've obtained from a flat Earth angle. You've then interpreted them into your spherical model.
Perfect. Very concise. Exactly.
It's rhetoric that pays lip service to curvature, but there is no curvature. Level does not curve.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Chocolate.
Chuck, Chuck.
Yo.
So Adam, did you see QE's treatment last night?
No, I didn't start till midnight, so I was off to bed by
So
then.
you want me to give you? Do you want me to give you the answer for Joshua 10 according to Danny Faulkner?
Oh, yes, because I will be trying to catch up on that. So yeah, let's go on. Summarize his rebuttal.
The question came from someone in chat. Explain Joshua 10. Did Joshua tell the sun to stand still in the sky, and did it stand still in the sky? So Danny Faulkner said, yes, it did. Then he goes on to waffle on about a bunch of nonsense and turned around and said what actually happened was God caused the earth to stop rotating.
He's a Bible denier then.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, so because the heliocentric model extrapolated out at the behest of the Roman Catholic Church to better predict when Easter will be, we are therefore on the heliocentric spherical surface extrapolated out from flat Earth measurements of angles to Polaris, and therefore what the Bible says is in stark contradiction to what that model says, ergo the Bible is wrong. The Earth stopped, not the Sun, because the Sun's already stationary in the pre-existing heliocentric model that he must infer. So, in essence, or to conclude, as you have just done, he's a Bible denier. He denies the very words on the page. There's no other conclusion you can draw.
It's, in this case, it's worse than
Have you
that.
ever asked Google what will happen if the Earth stopped moving?
Well, that's why you should watch the video, because QE does that at the end. He has a short little video about what would happen if Earth stopped rotating.
Yes, just let me answer that.
You gotta see it.
Okay. To answer that question, whoever asked, yeah, what they do is they bombard you with fear porn in that respect. That's the general consensus rhetoric. If you ask that question, I would imagine that the answer would be, it would be terrible, you need to fear this. Correct?
Yes, unstoppable tsunamis.
No, you don't need because we didn't have tsunamis, did we, in Job? It didn't happen. So you see, you invoke God at that point. If you're a ball-believing Christian, you say, well, that's what God decided. Yeah. He weren't going to flood us all, so he stopped the tsunami waves happening just as much. That's not the point to address. The point to address is that Danny's interpretation is the exact opposite of what Scripture says. Yeah? Forget the rest of it, any implications. Understand his resolution is to give the complete opposite as to what Scripture says. No, the sun didn't stop moving in the sky, even though Scripture says it does. The earth stopped rotating. That's Danny's resolution, is to deny the Scripture. Forget the implications. Recognize your Bible-believing Christian perverting his Scripture.
Right, and I told my wife that's exactly what they'll say. Yeah, they stopped the earth, but God would not allow any catastrophe to happen because he's God.
Irrelevant point. Danny's
I wonder what
resolution
he would
is
say.
deny Scripture.
I will wonder what Donnie Faulkner would say when the sun went backwards a couple of steps.
Well, again, he would deny Scripture, interpret it himself with his only resolution within the heliocentric paradigm, and rewrite it so that it would be Earth rotating backwards, even though Scripture said the sun went backwards.
Yeah,
I mean, that means they would have to stop the Earth, reverse the Earth, stop it again, and forward, make it go forward again.
It doesn't matter what you have to do.
Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
It doesn't matter what you have to do in the heliocentric paradigm to give you the same effect somebody on the Earth would have if you believe you're on a spinning ball. The point is that description is contrary to the description in Scripture. Forget how it plays out. Recognize somebody is opposing Scripture here.
Right, and QE was saying through the whole show that he's treating the Bible like his personal little playground, that he could do whatever he wants to do with it. That's exactly what he was doing. He's a Bible denier.
Guys, it's all good, man. We just gotta wait for the Earth to stop rotating, so that all the evidence that it was rotating in the first place can pop up. No worries.
I just got a quick question about this. So we have an elevation angle to the sun with respect to a flat Earth, and the sun, the angle stops changing at 15 degrees per hour. Yeah, that's still a flat Earth.
Unless you automatically assume that Earth's a spinning ball and that it is stopped because you want to deny the very words that you're reading off the page. After reification.
Yeah, he can't recover from this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the motion will still be with respect to a flat plane.
Listen, Paul is getting him from one angle. Huey's getting him from the other angle. We're throwing shots in there too. He's not going to recover from this.
Yeah, well, he'll probably say something like, "How do you get angles from a flat plane, flat earther?" Hmm? Hmm? You ever thought about
No,
that?
I'm really starting to think this is the eye-opening age right now. People are going to see right through that. He outright said, God stopped the earth from rotating. That's not what it says in the Bible.
No, it doesn't. Nor does it say that he made the sun appear to stop.
Was that T-dub? Say again.
It doesn't say that God made the sun appear to stop.
Right, you've got to reinterpret the words.
No.
There'll be a whole bunch of these, right? Go and watch Paula's video. If it hasn't, I think it's already come out actually, but if it is out, check it out already. But Paula's video will include all of the complete contradictions that the heliocentric model has versus what the Bible actually says. This is just one example. I've seen a list that's got about 15 of them, but this is one example. You know, God says sun moves, heliocentric model says Earth moves. That's one example.
I hate tying my faith to this.
Bible says Earth first, then the sky and the days, then the sun and the moon. Heliocentric model says sun first, then the formation of the Earth. It's like in complete contradiction to what the Bible says. But if you are going to be in Danny's position, there's going to be times that you get to things like this and you have to fundamentally deny the words on the page and contradict them and rewrite them, which is just terrible. Now, in their mind, you probably put this to Danny with, so what? You know, because in his mind, he's right. He's justified. Oh, he must mean that because Earth's a sphere, in his mind.
Nah, she hits home on her show. If you listen to the past two shows she's had on him, she's going through his book, certain pages, and he's afraid. That's what the problem is. So he's trying to preempt anybody coming to a knowledge that Earth is flat.
Well, the thing is, he's been in this topic long enough to know that there is people who are telling him he's wrong. And he is still getting up in front of a congregation of Christians and I don't know. I don't.
John, follow the money, John. Follow the money. He's selling his book, Falling Flat. He is involved for filthy lucre, something the Bible forbids.
I don't want to say what his intentions are, but I do know
I do.
that you're not supposed to get up. You're not supposed to get up in front of a congregation and preach your opinion, which is It's delusion. It's not opinion. But he knows that there are people that are saying he's wrong. He does not need to be standing in front of a congregation and stating it as if it's a fact.
They should leave it
Well,
about.
if anybody hasn't seen QE's treatment on it, I'd recommend you do. And if you haven't seen Paula's past 2 videos on it, I recommend that you do.
I think you don't need to do that. You know what Danny's claim is, and if Nathan will let me, I'll just read Joshua 10, verses 12 and 13. Makes it clear. We don't need it. You can have your opinion on that, but if your opinion is actually directly contrary to what the scripture says, you should be asking yourself questions. So anyway, on the day the Lord gave the Amorites over to Israel, Joshua said to the Lord in the presence of Israel, "Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and you, moon, over the valley of Ajalon." So the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, till the nation avenged itself on its enemies, as it is written in the book of Jasher. The sun stopped in the middle of the sky and delayed going down about a full day. There has never been a day like it before or since, a day when the Lord listened to a human being. Surely the Lord was fighting for Israel. The latter bit less, but it's quite clear here. There's no mitigation. It's quite clear, the scripture, as to what is doing what is moving and what is stopping moving.
Correct, and that was for a full day. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, but yes, a full day.
If you look at the text, look at 12. We've got elevation angles being described here. Look, so where the sun is, it stands still over Gibeon. So there it is with your elevation angle, and the Bible is telling you it is over a geographic position. It's over Gibeon, and the moon, it's got a GP as well, over the valley of Ajalon. Just if you read it, understand it.
That's correct. I didn't even see that.
Clear GPs, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. Hello, everyone. I'd be focusing more on the. I understand the biblical direction because of who he is. Totally get that, but I'd be focusing purely more on the globe proofs he doesn't have, and the claim flat out debunks that he doesn't have. Because once you show that up, everything else falls with that. Whereas if he can fool enough people, in a congregation into thinking in his direction when it comes to scripture, even though it's sacrilegious from a Christian point of view, or a point of view of anyone who, do you know what I mean, who has a holy book, let's just say, then, but if he can convince them, that they might allow him to twist the words, whereas proof can't be twisted, measurement can't be twisted. It is what it is. And that will bring his whole house of cards down.
How can you twist Joshua chapter 10? You can't. He could say all he wants. Yes, the earth stood still, and then later say God caused the earth to stop rotating. I mean, the sun stood still, and then God caused the earth to stop rotating. That's a contradiction. It's one or the other.
It is. I'm not saying it's not. But my point being is that he should get this backlash from Christians, and I'm totally on board with that. Absolutely. But my point being is that what has any of that got to do with the lift effect? What has any of that got to do with elevation angles? What has any of that got to do with surveying?
I can tell you.
Should have been in chat yesterday then, because they were going on and on about planes. Not one of them knowing what they were talking about.
But that's not the point, is it?
Real quick.
It's not the point. Yeah. This isn't a flat Earth argument anymore, to me anyway. And this argument's happening in other places. I'll bring it up later on in the after show to share with you. But this isn't just the only place where certain people are pimping paradigms and denying the scripture. That's the point that should be raised to the congregation. Forget flat Earth right now. Just focus on the authenticity, the genuineness of the person that's bringing you the information. And if you're in a Bible-believing congregation, that's your issue, that you've got a man who is reversing the meaning of Scripture and telling you this is the real, true meaning of it, when it is in contradictory nature to your direct reading of it. That's the problem. Forget flat Earth here.
Yep. Right.
Yeah, but they do that with
the
everything.
thing
You know,
is,
they do. Sorry, John.
No,
They
go
do
ahead,
it
one day.
with level definition. They do it with level definition. Say level means curved. They'll tell you the horizon is a physical location when that's never been the definition of horizon. So everything they say is topsy-turvy and a lie. Just make things up as they go along.
yeah, but the danger that I'm seeing is if someone buys Danny's rhetoric and believes it, and then they tie their faith in Christ and the Bible to the idea of heliocentrism, if it is shown to them heliocentrism's false, it could cause a problem for that individual's faith at that point.
That's another thing he's doing. He's twisting it around, claiming that flat Earth is causing a problem in people's faith. Families are being ripped apart. Fathers against children, husbands against wives. This has got to be stomped out.
Yeah,
It
I
is
went over
causing
my
a
grandma's
problem.
house. Hey, I went over
It
my
is
grandma's
causing a
house and she had the picture of Jesus replaced with the picture of fucking Witsit. I'm like, what's going on?
Why you got to swear?
Yeah, but it is causing a problem.
That was kind of funny, though.
Heliocentric faith. That's the faith is causing a problem with.
I agree.
I'd like to know how he finds
Sorry, go ahead.
resolve with Isaiah 40, verse 4.
Which is what? The kangaroo
Different
guy
versions. I'll
teaser.
just give you sorry, am I talking over to someone?
No, I think someone else might have been wanting to say to the kangaroo guy. I thought it came off mute. It might have been you. Sorry, T-Dub. Go ahead. What is the verse? My bad.
English Standard Version says, "Every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain and hill be made low. The uneven ground shall become level, and the rough places a plain."
That's pretty explicit.
What's the context?
Sounds like you're talking about navigating Earth a
context.
little bit there, doesn't it?
Okay, John.
Is
Then
when God's going to
AJ.
comfort his people.
Hold on, JJ. John, then AJ.
I was just saying that sounds a lot like how you navigate. You don't pay attention to the elevation of topography.
Yeah, but it does say rough places. That could be places with a very bad reputation.
Not in this context.
We'd have to check the Hebrew.
Well, if you read it in the King James, every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. It's in
Sounds like
regards
social
to.
navigation.
Sounds to me like he's ending the heliocentric globe model.
It does. You can read
But
that
that's
into
what
that.
you
Comfortably Jerusalem.
In the King James phraseology, you can certainly read a lot into that.
I mean, do you have elevation changes in celestial navigation when you're navigating? Is that
No.
relevant?
No.
So every valley shall be raised up, and every mountain shall fall.
Everything's
Every crooked line made
that is,
straight.
hold on,
We don't
John's
have
got, hold on,
crooked lines.
Neil, you're ruining this. You've got a really
Oh,
good.
stop.
John's got a really good point. How can you contextualize that? Well, with a flat Earth, very easily when you describe celestial navigation, it's the only thing that can contextualize that with respect to the Earth in terms of how it's actually dealt with. And that's what's being described in that passage. Thank you, by the way, T-Dub. That passage doesn't need any explanation or apology whatsoever when describing celestial navigation. It's the only way you could describe that and have it make contextually sense. Make sense. Because what does it do? It levels everything. It's the argument we've been having with Bev when he's like, it's not flat because of how referenceable as flat it is to say how not flat it is. Yeah, not in navigation, it's not. It's all dealt with as a plane. That's one of our argument points. So the only context that this can work in is with respect to how we deal with the world as a horizontal plane of reference and the sky parallel to it when we navigate. Because there are no elevation changes. That's John's point. It was beautiful.
Well, it's funny. The previous verse says, "Prepare a way for the Lord."
Maybe it's a flat way he wants.
I
Almost
was
like a
just
course,
trying
right?
to say the crooked lines will be made straight. He left that out.
Well, I think this is referring to the end times. Yes, speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem and cry unto her that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned, for she has received the Lord's hand double for all her sins. The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, ye may straight in the desert a highway for our God. Then every valley shall be exalted, and mountain and hill shall be made low. The crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. So level.
So you're suggesting that Danny Faulkner's behaviour is rapture-inducing because I lead to that. Well, no, in literal terms, I wasn't being sarcastic. In literal terms, if you say if that's preemptive of the rapture as you suggested it was, that would be to say that pre-rapture, the world will appreciate how flat and level it all is. Well,
Oh, he was talking about John the Baptist there.
No, I was talking about. I was trying to tie it back to Danny Faulkner preaching to a church full of people about how globe-shaped it must be because of the Bible's references, and the pushback was, well, that might be very dangerous if they then directly connect their faith, although they shouldn't, to that heliocentric aspect that isn't actually in the Bible.
In the words of O.J. Simpson, I didn't do it, but if I did, ...
You know, someone else sued him and won the rights to that book, and what they did was they published it so they get all the money from it, but because it's just describing if I did it, right? Well, they made the if absolutely tiny on the front cover of the book, so it's got his face and the words "I did it" in massive text, and the word "if" is like tiny because they've got publishing rights to do what they like with the book because they won them off him. So that's what they did. They published it and just made the word "if" teeny tiny, so it's got his face next to "I did it" on the book, which I thought was quite funny. Anyway.
Did you know that he died suddenly yesterday?
Did he really? O.J. Simpson died yesterday.
You didn't know that?
No, I don't know. I don't watch news.
Wow.
It's time for him to go to the island.
Say again?
Time for him to go to the island.
Oh, Epstein Island?
I'll tell you what, the way that he was treated in that trial was abhorrent. The stuff that the police got away with was insane.
Well, a lot of people think he was protecting his kid, that his kid really did it.
Well, I know if you took my blood, right, you've already been all over my property. You take my blood, a vial goes missing, and then all of a sudden you're finding bloody gloves after you've taken my blood. That's a problem.
Was it Rob Kardashian that was the lead counsel? Like father of the Kardashians?
No, No, he wasn't the lead counsel. He was the assistant
He was
counsel.
one of them. The funny thing is, I was
He
in
was not a lead.
prison.
The reason why O.J. Simpson is
Okay, we
their
got that. He's not the
godfather.
lead counsel. Okay, gotcha. Go ahead from Discord. Or don't. Someone was trying to get something in from Discord.
Oh
Sydney?
no, I was just saying it's the reason why the person in question that died yesterday is that family's, it's their godfather. That's the tie there.
You gonna argue about some flat Earth up in here?
Nothing to argue about. It's flat.
Now kiss my ring.
Oh, I beg to differ there.
It's not agree disagree.
Yeah, it's measured flat.
The Greeks,
The Greeks all knew that.
Ditto.
These guys are running the same program. How does the sun light up other planets if it's local to us?
How do you know that they're lighting?
We talk about the.
How do you know the sun, which isn't there at night, is lighting up the quote unquote planets? What makes you think that's the case? Because that's not self-evident.
How does our local sun light up lands behind the ice wall?
So moving on. It's not self-evident that a sun that's not there at night time would be in any way, in effect, lighting up the lights in the sky, like a little orange light we call Mars. It's not self-producing in the heliocentric model. I'm leading you about your claim now, because you've moved on from it immediately. What would make you infer that? It's not self-evident, second time's charm.
Well, you gave your answer. A fair answer. I have no qualms about it. I'll accept your answer.
It wasn't an answer. It was a
space
question.
isn't-
What makes
The space
you
isn't
think?
real. Where the asteroids and comets come from.
It wasn't something to accept. It was a question aimed at you about why you would think that they are lit by the sun when the sun's not there at night.
Oh, that's just how we observe them and all that
It
stuff.
isn't
like I
how we
said,
observe it. Third time. We do not observe that. It is not self-evident. You're ignoring what I'm saying. Not self-evident. Not sun at night lighting the bloody stars and what you call planets.
Can I prove it?
My bad. You ignored it, hand-waved it, and then repositioned it, and now me repeating it's going to get you chanting through it. Any other way you can subvert away from me asking you about that which you've asked me? I'm asking you about how you can infer the sun has got anything to do with lighting up the little lights in the sky at night when the sun isn't there. Why would you infer that? It's not self-evident, fifth time.
Okay, so let me. If
I know why.
Because the sun is only not visible to us at night because of the way we're positioned to it. But the sun is still out in space, and that's why we can see the star or the planets at night, because the sun is shining on the planets, reflecting off the planets. And we're able to see it from our night sky. Boom. The end.
I mean, how we're positioned to it. How are we positioned to it?
Because if the sun is shining on us, and if the globe is spinning, and it's dark where I live in Michigan, that means that the planet itself is facing out into space as the sun is behind the planet, shining onto the planet on the other side. So when we're looking out at nighttime from Michigan, I look at the night sky, I see planets because the sun is still hitting the planets that I can see.
Oh, I see. So what you're saying is, in the Keplerian model developed at the behest of the Roman Catholic Church to better predict when Easter would be, inferred to have elliptical orbital motion, you would suggest that that surface made spherical by Kepler would be what, conducive with how the world would position itself with respect to the sun, and in that model the light of the sun lights up the planets. Did you know that that model, that Keplerian model, came from measuring a flat Earth? Did you know that? Not a lot of people know that. There's quite a few people in the Western world that believe, they've got this belief that they're on a sphere, and we as advanced learned men when it comes to the heliocentric model understand that the origins of that inference come from measurements of a flat Earth. Did you not know that?
I do not know that.
You do now?
I don't believe that, but yeah, I'll look into it.
It's not about belief. It's a fact. It's measurements. It's not belief.
You're right.
You've
Not
got...
about belief.
No, no.
You're right.
Let me just correct you. No, we don't have any beliefs. We can show how it's measured. You have beliefs based on those measurements giving you a sphere to stand on for you to believe in. You have a belief in a sphere that you're standing on that is a model by Kepler that has its origins in measurements off a flat Earth. Now you know that the globe model you believe in has its origins in measurements, not beliefs. Not believing in these, they're measurements of a flat Earth. That's where the origins of your belief, yours, not mine, come from.
I know. Yeah, but you keep claiming that you believe in measurements, but yet when you're given measurements that represent a globe Earth, you don't believe them.
What measurements have I been given?
Cardinal. That's so old stuff. I got new stuff to ask you.
Sorry, what measurements have I been given? Sorry, what measurements have I been given?
I don't know. You won't give us any measurements.
You told me I have
measurements.
rejected measurements that I have been given. That was what you charged me with, and I'm asking what measurements have I apparently rejected. Now, as I clarify that which I've been charged with, outrageous, you're not going to allow me to clarify. You charged me with ignoring globe measurements. I responded. What measurements am I alleged to deny? Do you want to give them me? Oh, well, I've done that. That's old school. That's what I got in reply. No. We're going to stick with this, and you're going to tell me what measurements I've rejected. And if you can't, I'll call you a liar. That's what's going to happen.
The Eratosthenes experiment.
They're not globe measurements. They're not globe measurements. So, no, you're just stupid. Stop. You're just thick. You didn't appreciate that it's measuring angles from shadows. That's a flat Earth prerequisite. That's not a globe measurement. Now, obviously, you thought it was. You're mistaken, ignorant, stupid, didn't understand your own religion. Those are angle measurements off a flat plane. Prerequisite flat Earth, my friend. Don't tell me that I've ignored those measurements when I absolutely acknowledge them and their prerequisite flat Earth need. So, no, I haven't denied that. So that's strike one. Is there another measurement? That would be a flat Earth measurement that I definitely don't deny. I point out how it's measuring Earth flat. So that's not me denying anything. And it's not a globe measurement. You were mistaken. Next.
Okay. So I'm trying not to interrupt you today. So the fact of the matter is that it most certainly is a globe measurement. It gives you the measurement of the globe. It's measured on a curved surface.
No, it's from 90.
No, it is not. It's an angle measurement of a shadow.
Damn, I thought you'd really agree on that one. Maybe I'll
yeah,
try
it's an angle measurement of a shadow. There's no curves involved in angle measurements.
Okay.
Shadow, mate.
Yeah. Okay. So, no, let's just summarise. Okay being, no, yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, there isn't an angle involved in this curved surface I've alleged this is using. No, it isn't using a curved surface. It's using a flat one. It proves Earth's measured flat. I haven't denied it. That's what you charged me with. Strike one. Next. Or is that it? Is that what you claim I denied as a globe measurement? It isn't one.
I don't want to interrupt you, so I'll wait for you.
Yeah, it isn't a globe measurement, and I haven't denied it. That's what you charged me with, remember? Strike one. Is there something else, or can I just call you a liar now?
Well, no, I'm saying if I tell you that it's a globe measurement, and you tell me that...
It isn't! We've just covered that. It's not. It's an angle measurement. So strike one, not I'm going to throw the ball at you 6 more times.
Yeah, but I just told you that it was.
Yeah, well, an angle measurement's not from a curve. So if that's what you're going to charge me with ignoring, when I absolutely implicitly understand this angle measurement and its prerequisite flat Earth need as being a denial of something that's a globe measurement, it isn't. So, no, you're a liar. Right. I haven't denied this, nor is it a globe measurement. You're just a liar trying to tarnish me with some brush of being a liar and denying
That's
things
not very nice.
like you claim are globe measurements. They're
Call
not.
each other liars now.
Excuse me.
We can call each other
I'm going to
liars
conclude. I'm not going to have you chant through me just because I've proved you a disingenuous scumbag liar, claiming to an audience that I've denied a globe measurement. I haven't. And what you presented isn't a globe measurement, and I haven't denied it.
Eratosthenes proved that the Earth
Yeah,
is
you scumbag. I'm done talking to this asshole, right? He's not conceding. He's charged me with something. He's not apologising. He's not conceding. It's infuriating. Shut up. It's absolutely infuriating. He's charged me with something. And at the point that I prove him wrong, he thinks it's just a continuation point for the discussion. It isn't. It's absolutely enraging. I'll charge you with something and we'll see how you get on. Oh, you're a faceless, nameless nobody. And it has absolutely no consequences when you get charged with something you haven't done. But when you charge me, Nathan Oakley, with something which I haven't done and I prove you wrong, you just move on. No, it's a freaking outrage. I'm done talking to you. I don't want to carry on the discussion. What, so you can level something else I haven't done at me? What bloody outrage. No other arena would you be treated like this. And no other arena would you get away with just charging someone with something they haven't done, and then upon proving that they haven't done it, you just carry on. What bleeding outrage?
For the audience, would you like me to describe where his claim that he made originally about the sun lighting the planets comes from?
Yes, please.
Because
That would be
I don't
wonderful.
think he
John, yes, please.
The formation of the celestial sphere was done by the Greeks, and it is a celestial sphere with respect to a flat plane. And at the point where the horizon connects with that celestial sphere, the flat ground, Aries disk, appears to touch the sky. That is your 0. And then you have 90 directly above your head. And then you have angles between that. Now, with the celestial sphere model, you assume that the stars are beneath your feet and the sun is also beneath your feet with respect to that flat plane. And that's where he's getting the idea, or where they get the idea, not necessarily him, but where they get the idea that the planets are being illuminated by the sun, because they're taking angle measurements with respect to a level plane.
Brilliant. And then assuming antipodal movement for the sun beyond the plane that it's above when you measure it at the horizon, because it's still above the flat plane you're measuring. But they assume that no, for you, from your vantage point, it goes beyond the horizon and underneath you antipodally. No, it doesn't, but that's how they assume it. Very well done.
The sun officially doesn't set.
Eratosthenes.
The sun officially doesn't set.
No, it's only antipodal on the celestial sphere for you to rotate it. But as John highlighted, you're on a flat plane. That's an optical celestial sphere relevant to you on the flat plane. So when you twist the celestial sphere, which is the then it would have on the celestial sphere an antipodal position. But that they would understand that's a perspective view. The celestial sphere is a view-based sphere for you stood on the flat plane. So any antipodal position is correct on the sphere, but that's a celestial observing sphere from a flat plane. They try to build the celestial sphere as the surface of the Earth, as the commensurate GP positions.
Right.
That doesn't work.
It doesn't. And they'll tell you that you're denying globe measurements when there aren't any.
So, celestial spheres are specific to specific geographic locations. They're not, they only work for your star field. They're built for your local star field. Because you don't encompass it all. Like you would on the ball, you don't encompass it all. You're only encompassing your local field. For example, you can't see Polaris south of the equator, so that wouldn't be on your celestial sphere at all. That makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah, it
Both.
only moves with you across the plane.
Like this depiction on screen now. It's gone now. But you've got a ball plonked onto the flat plane. And it's like, it only works if you consider the protractor that you're measuring through on a flat plane, the globe itself, at a radial value of 3959, because that's where you get your minimum elevation angle to Polaris. It's got to match with the angles that you actually take from a flat plane, and the way it does match is by pretending that the globe is the protractor.
I was wondering.
Go on, John. What were you wondering?
I was wondering if the mathematics that some flat earthers use to assert the height of stars is the same mistake that globers used to get their 3959 radius. Because that 3959 is from the center of Earth to the edge of the ball, right?
No, it's the minimum elevation to Polaris, but yes. After
of flat Earth
after
elevation angles,
we're
Polaris.
both going. After reification, it is, yes.
Right, but in their reification, that's what I'm solely dealing with. Because it seems that flat earthers want to assert that the sun and the celestials are between 3,000 and 4,000 miles above the plane. And it seems like they're using the same math.
I don't follow this. Do you follow
No,
this,
they're
Brian?
using trigonometry, which doesn't work with the celestial bodies. That's just stupidity from flat earthers. And that idea was originally given to them by Globers.
Oh, are you talking about flat earthers?
Charge us with. Sorry.
I was a bit confused. Are you suggesting this is a process that flat earthers would use? Or are you suggesting that this is a globe earth process that they've used in the derivation of the radius? I thought it was the latter.
Well,
Sorry,
it
Brian.
is the latter, but it's also flat earthers. There's flat earthers who make the same mistake, but they accept that it's a plane and then try to figure out the heights of the stars. Globers just think that they're in hell looking up at the outside edge of their globe.
Okay, go ahead, Brian. Sorry. I just wanted clarity on what was actually being asked.
Right. Well, I don't. I'm not that kind of losing. I'm going to go through the Eratosthenes just for the audience. Just for the audience.
But the guy's like,
I'm going to go through the.
Sorry, mate.
One deck's going meanwhile because he heard you hesitate. Go ahead, one deck. It sounds like he's got a quick
I only
to add.
hesitated because you stopped me about 3 different times, Nathan.
I'm so sorry.
Go, Brian. Sorry, mate.
No, you're not.
I am.
Go ahead, one deck.
I don't want to piss you off. The last thing I want to do is piss you off, Brian. I mean it sincerely. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, one deck. I'm talking away.
Go on, one deck.
Yeah, I was just saying, but meanwhile, we've drifted off. The guy was trying to explain how he's measuring curvature using angle measurements. I mean, this is a simple concept that he's not grasping, that using the surface of the Earth to measure an angle is no way related to measuring curvature of the Earth. You know?
Y'all really believe flat
This is
Earth?
how basic it is. You go back to the
Okay,
basics.
are we going to shove that for a second? Because Brian's got a point he wants to make to round out with. And then we will get back to the overarching point made by this guy, which is angles from curves. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeehaw.
Brian, you're not off mute.
Huh?
Well, hopefully it's not in protest. I hope I haven't pissed him off badly enough for him to think, sod this. I'm not even going to try. Okay, go ahead, Sydney. Oh, well, maybe it'll be a short after show. We will see.
Well, Mr. Obnoxious was gobbing off in the chat here, but I did ask him a question about Eratosthenes, and he hasn't answered yet. My question was, did Eratosthenes measure drop over distance with these shadow angle measurements?
That's
or
exactly what
did
I
he
was
use
going
those?
to talk about.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I've asked him that question about a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Maybe
can we let
don't
Brian, now that this is a perfect segue for Brian, please can we let him talk about it? Because I think I have annoyed him.
Yes, go ahead, Brian.
It doesn't matter
Sorry.
really at this stage. You really even want to hear it. I was going to clear up the thing.
That's why I'm being so apologetic, because I absolutely want to
You
hear
were more
it.
interested in John's measurement of a radius or something.
I hope this doesn't become an issue.
Well, I mean, the time is gone for it, like.
No, you just interjected because there was a perfect segue for you.
Look, forget it.
I mean, the original guy's muted, but I mean, he can't. I'd like to hear him explain go into depth of how measuring angles is proof of a globe Earth. If you can go into some more detail.
I'll give the detail of the Eratosthenes first, and then he can see what he can do with it. Something I should have been able to do with about 10 minutes ago.
Please do.
Eratosthenes, right, used a well in Cyan, that's a GP point, and an obelisk in Alexandria, right, and a shadow from the obelisk to create an elevation angle that he could then subtract from his zenith to give him a 7.24 degree zenith angle, which would be your co-altitude in celestial navigation. Now, that would equal about 500 miles on of length of horizontal distance he's just measured along a longitude line. Now, what he did then is he said, if the sun is small and local, it's a flat plane. But if it's x size and x distance away and we're receiving almost parallel light rays from it, then that will explain the shadows we see in reality on a globe. Then the Earth can be a globe if that's the case. So the measurement was not his proof, right? He didn't have a proof, right? What he had was a pre-assumption and an idea that if the sun could be this big and this far away and we get almost parallel light rays from it, then that will explain the shadows we see in reality. Then we can ignore the measurement we just made over a horizontal plane, which is 7.24 degrees, and claim a globe. Because he pre-assumed a globe of radius 3959 miles, because he already had the latitude and longitude grid to begin with to back engineer into a globe. So what's the real problem? The real problem is 7.24 degrees. So let's see, over 500 miles for an airplane, flying at 500 miles an hour for 1 hour. Did they account for 7.24 degrees of drop? No. They don't do any of that. Does anyone account for the 7.24 degrees as a drop? No. So he measured a horizontal plane and had to beg the question that the sun was x size and x distance away and gave us almost parallel light rays to explain the shadows we see in reality. But the moon in the heliocentric paradigm debunks that, because that's not that size, the 93 million miles away and 860,000 miles in diameter. It's 230,000 miles away and about 2,000 miles or 1,000 miles in diameter or whatever it is. And that will give the exact same shadows within the heliocentric paradigm, also in reality. So the whole paradigm is upended. Because the moon can be 93 million miles away and 860,000 miles in diameter, and the sun can be close and local within the heliocentric paradigm, or they can both be really big and far away, right? Because like make all that work with your planets and everything else. Because you can't prove, as a heliocentrist said, that the moon is 93 million miles away and 860,000 miles in diameter, you can't prove any different, because I can show you the exact same thing Eratosthenes did, and I can do it with the moon and get the exact same result. Or I can claim both the sun and moon are close, small, and local, and we're on a flat plane, and you have nothing to come back with, because the actual measurement is a measurement of a flat plane. And the only reason Eratosthenes really started talking about the sun was because he knew the measurement was a horizontal measurement.
You haven't explained how a flat plane gets that measurement.
How a flat plane gets an elevation. Do you understand what an elevation angle is? Is it a right angle triangle?
No, Eratosthenes says the measurement.
The adjacent of that is a horizontal, yeah?
Sorry?
You asked me a question, you're talking through me. Go on, ask me again.
I said Eratosthenes. I didn't ask you a question. I'm just telling you didn't debunk that. You didn't explain how that gets to how he got that measurement. You just said it was on a flat plane. You didn't describe how.
I gave the exact explanation. Using a well in Cyan and an obelisk. The shadow of an obelisk in Alexandria. Hang on, I did. Hang on. This guy said I didn't explain it. I just explained it out exactly what it is.
Yeah, you explained Eratosthenes his research, or like his experiment. You didn't explain how on a flat plane that works.
Speaking up, you're throwing out words there and only half words. So speak up. Say it more clearly.
Eratosthenes' experiment. You explained how that worked
Not an
and
experiment.
how he did that. It was an experiment.
I gave the explanation of it. What he did. He
Really,
measured
it
the
was an
shadow angle.
experiment. Really,
It's a
it was an experiment. What was the hypothesis?
Yeah, he didn't. I gave exactly what he did. He measured the shadow angle, and then subtracted that from 90.
We're on the
Yeah, but
experiment
on a
now,
flat
Brian.
plane that
What's
wouldn't
the
be the case.
hypothesis?
It wouldn't have.
Still talking
What's
through
the
each other, but
hypothesis?
What's the hypothesis?
Drunken. What is the hypothesis in this so-called experiment, please?
I don't know what his exact.
Tell us after this.
the stick.
That the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, I would believe that would probably be his hypothesis.
What?
See, I'm like you guys. When we think something, we go out and try to prove it and bring our information back that proves it. Bam, the end. Another win. Rob knocks us out.
How do you guys explain gravity? Like, what holds you to the Earth?
What's the hypothesis? What's the hypothesis, Crayon Muncher?
Hey, Rob, when does
I don't know the exact. I don't know what his mindset was. I also don't know if he was following the exact same scientific method that we were using.
Hey, Rob, when do you
what's
ever
the
prove
hypothesis,
anything
please?
other than talk shit?
Oh, man.
Okay, guys, stop a second. Everyone, stop. Kiwi's not gone answer to his question. He's like, what's the hypothesis? The guy was insistent that it was an experiment when he was challenged. So that's why Kiwi's stepped in and gone, okay, what's the hypothesis then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't know the difference between measurement and experiment. That's all it
He
is.
doesn't know what natural science is. He doesn't know what an experiment is, and he doesn't know what a hypothesis is. He's a knuck and dragger retard. Hey, Sunshine, can you show the primary documentation, since you don't know what natural science is, the primary documentation of Eratosthenes and his pseudoscience experiment, please?
Hey.
I'm researching just to make sure I'm correct. Yeah, no, I was correct. It's the light rays that's sticking to the Earth are parallel, striking the Earth are parallel. That was his hypothesis.
That's not a hypothesis. You don't know what a scientific hypothesis is. What's the dependent variable?
Well, obviously you don't clearly.
Oh, obviously I don't. Yeah, sure. What is a scientific hypothesis?
Scientific is is the idea that you have going into an experiment, what you believe will be the case, or what you believe
Not
the
an
outcome will be.
idea. Incorrect. Not an idea.
Yelling at
You
people.
clown. What are the
Yelling
two
at
parts of
people.
a scientific hypothesis?
Yelling at people.
Yeah, I guess.
You're mumbling. He's asking you what are the two parts of a scientific hypothesis.
This is like the best this is the best argument you have for the flat Earth is like trying to attack a 100-year-old
We were detailing. No. You were in a discussion about Eratosthenes, and you insisted it was an experiment.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm correct.
You're pretty sure? No, you're absolutely not. You're wrong and don't know what science is, and that's being pointed out to you. This isn't a flat Earth argument. It can be linked to that, because people who think they've got globe proof think they've got scientific evidence, because scientific evidence means proof. But a lot of which people like you think is scientific evidence isn't. But you think it is. We know it isn't. We know better than you. It's not an experiment, and there's no need to chant through me while I correct you. My panel, that is, have attempted to. I'm now telling you.
Evidence isn't the same
Stop.
thing as proof.
Can someone stop this asshole chanting through me while I correct his stupidity and ignorance about what science isn't? Because no, while QE tries to question you about what science would be, you don't have the right answers. We know it's not an experiment. You think it might be. No, it isn't. Okay? Now, we're exposing that ignorance because you think you've got proof through this, and it's globe proof. Now, it isn't even an experiment, but you're insistent, like most ignorant people, of that which you don't even know. You think it's an experiment, and you're insistent to those who know it isn't, that it is. It isn't. You're wrong. You're ignorant, and they're correcting you. That doesn't mean yammer through me. It means I'm about to step in while others try to educate you in your ignorance of what you insist is science when it isn't. Now I can step back and let the others who know what science is tell you, by way of a form of questioning you, about what might be science given you think it is, it isn't, just for the third degree of clarity. Meanwhile, measurements of a flat Earth will be required.
Well, he still has yet to detail what I didn't add in. I'm still waiting for that also, because he said I didn't give the measurement.
No, it's not what I said.
What did you say?
I said you haven't explained how those measurements work on a flat Earth. You just like asserted that Eratosthenes' measurements are on a flat.
Hold on, Neil.
That's how it works.
Hold on, Brian. Let him get to the end of his question, otherwise you're answering him in the middle of his question.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm wrong.
How does it work on a flat Earth? Do you want to just repeat your question?
Yeah, how does Eratosthenes' measurement, his measurement could not exist on a flat Earth.
Don't restate it as a fact. It was a question. How would it work on a flat Earth, you said? Now you're stating a fact that it can't.
Okay, well, sorry.
Just stop.
You understood my question. I'm not sure why I need to repeat it.
No. It was a question. It will be answered by Brian, not your restatement of fact. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, it can't work without a flat Earth because you have a GP point, which is the well in Cyan. So the sun must be directly over that point. You're taking an angle to the sun based off the shadow that's been created from the obelisk in Alexandria. That is your hypotenuse of your right angle triangle. You have the opposite, which is from the well up to the sun, and then you have the adjacent from your position in Alexandria, or Eratosthenes' position in Alexandria, to the well in Cyan. That's a right angle triangle. That means you're measuring
How would
a
the
horizontal.
sun ever get into a position to do that if it's right above the?
Sorry.
How would the sun ever get to be in the position to do that if it's above the Earth going into a circle? It doesn't have the angle to make that shadow.
Well, I didn't make any claims about what the sun is, how it does, what it does, what it is, what it's comprised of, who created.
Well, I'm just assuming because if it's a flat Earth, where else would the sun be?
I didn't make any claims about any of that. I don't know what the sun is. Has nothing to do with it. What the sun is has nothing to do with the measurement.
Okay, nice subversion.
You're measuring shadow.
Sorry, just to interject again. He's explained to you that it needs a flat baseline. You haven't responded to that. You've attempted to subvert what he's pointed out.
It doesn't need a flat baseline.
Excuse me. Chanting through me, reiterating that which Brian has just eloquently detailed and you've not acknowledged. It's doing it a third time. Guy needs to be removed. No, Brian put something very specific to you. You haven't acknowledged it. You've attempted to subvert it. I've now had to step in to point out that you haven't acknowledged the flat Earth that is required, and you've attempted to subvert it by chanting through me twice. No, we're going to get a concession from you. Because Earth's being measured flat. Brian's just explained it to you. If you don't understand, he can reiterate it. No. Now we're getting the ground rules. If you don't understand how Earth's measured flat, Brian can reiterate that to you. Not change the subject, not subvert the question. He's pointed out a fact to you. Just need acknowledgement. So I don't have to step in? Doesn't seem to be forthcoming, Brian. It doesn't seem to want to acknowledge your point. Only the attempt to subvert what you just explained very concisely to him. It requires a flat Earth, mate. You said you couldn't work with one, and now you're chanting through me after a prolonged silence. It requires a flat Earth. He explained it to you. No acknowledgement whatsoever, only the attempt to subvert it. And now the fifth chanting session through the top of me.
I don't really. You're not that
important. It was a burden of proof reversals, Nathan, from the beginning. Because it can't work on the globe. Do you know what I mean? So that's what he was at from the beginning. I knew it from the beginning. Just an attempt at assassinating it being working on a flat plane. The only place it can work. But now he didn't want to address the flat plane because he knew he had to. And he went on to, what does the sun do? How does the sun do that?
Well, he's demonstrated he's scientifically illiterate and now recently geometrically illiterate. Good job, Baltard.
Yeah, he's denying measurements is what he's doing. He's sitting there accusing us of denying measurements, and then he's denying measurements. It's sickening. He's utilizing
I'd like to ask him again.
A level plane. He's utilizing a level plane to have two lines meet at a vertex, two straight lines meet at a vertex to form an angle, and then he's saying one of them's curved. He is denying measurement, and he accused Nathan of that from the jump.
And he was well able to detail these almost parallel light rays, although he called them parallel, which is incorrect. He doesn't know it. it's almost parallel as the actual claim. He was able to detail them when he was speaking to QE, and he tried to make them his dependent variable. So he's well aware.
Sorry, guys.
Of how it's measured.
I will say, if you'd like to ask him the question, again, it was my fault. I didn't get him unmuted quick enough.
There wasn't a question on the table. There was his question about how it could work on a flat Earth, and Brian pointed out how it has a flat Earth prerequisite, and he just didn't acknowledge it. There was no question. There's the conclusion, and him not acknowledging that conclusion.
Yep, no worries.
So did he want to acknowledge the conclusion? Maybe he wants to acknowledge the conclusion he asked. He got an answer. It requires Earth to be flat for his example that he thought was proving a globe. He just didn't get an acknowledgement of that. Brian didn't get an acknowledgement. It wasn't me. It was Brian that he's completely ignoring.
Looks like he left.
That's what they do. Better to completely evacuate the situation than concede.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. So there's nowhere to go with that.
Well, I think it's wrong. Well, it's wrong for him to come in and claim that you're denying measurement, and then him deny the measurement. It is disgusting behavior.
I apologize to everyone for being narky. Sorry, Nathan.
That's all right. You haven't done anything wrong. And you do get cut off. I do hand the floor to whoever I think is most appropriate. And if it was an individual that's got a point that's in the middle of it, I would feel put out too, Brian. That's why I have to apologise. It may not change my behaviour because I'm just spotting what I think will make a good show.
I was being a bit selfish, in fairness.
You were. Why don't I just take this win? You were being selfish, Brian. Not at all.
Yeah, you have to call it out when you are.
I just think you were being a little aggressive. I wouldn't say selfish.
Who, me? How dare you?
Sometimes, though, it's like you're trying to control the flow of things with topics, and it's like sometimes you just can't get it. You want to say something, the topic goes on further, and you can't get back to it. We did get back to it here. I kind of forced it in there, and there was an outcome where your man, Rob Noxious, is it? He kind of made a fool of himself. But
well, there's conflict of interest. We discussed you when you weren't there the other day about this particular conflict of interest because there's certain information you want to disseminate to an audience, and it requires you to work within the paradigm of a globe to explain how it doesn't work. And at various stages, you're being interrupted by me or John going, you need a flat earth at that angle. You'll need a planar reference. And you're like, just shut up. There's a conclusion that'll have that within. Just shut up and let me get there. Right. And I get it. But the problem is I still want to point them out at every opportunity. And I know it's annoying to you. And by the same token, I still do want you to get to the end of your point, very much so. And the conclusion that's probably incorporated every interruption as well, because you're good like that. You know, you'll still incorporate it or preface it with it, one or the other. So, you know, I totally get why the panel are going to be put out when they're doing this. And I'm interjecting with you need a flat earth flat, you need a flat earth flat. It just sounds like I'm nagging you, right?
Well, it makes it awkward to get through the thing. I would ask the audience what they think, not just me, but whoever is doing it. And if you or John are coming in and saying that, because the only fear I'd have with that is it might come across as being obsessive, like a fear thing. You have to say it, you know, if you know what I mean. And that's not a good look, as opposed to saying it when it's just purely, you know what I mean.
I get that. No, I totally get it. It's like,
yeah,
is he so scared of this that he needs it to be kept out on the surface at every opportunity? And if he doesn't, it's not going to be remembered. And it's like, yeah, I could be perceived that way. But my concern is actually that people won't recognise the wood for the trees. Therefore, it needs to be said a lot.
No, I'm going to tell you what the problem is.
To the point we were talking about, I think Wednesday, wasn't it? When you were critiquing me in terms of on QE's show.
Yeah.
It's a similar point, I think. To make that point, you'll need a flare. I'm going to make it in a minute. Just explaining something first.
Exactly. And I said,
Well,
just for Brian's benefit, just for hold on, stop. Just for Brian's benefit, I just want to tell him what the conclusion was. The conclusion was, yeah, we empathise and understand entirely how it would be irritating, and can even get annoyed when someone does it to me, for the sake of example. But it won't stop me from interjecting and doing it for the reasons just given, even if it does mean it's going to irritate you. But we had that conversation when you weren't there, so you obviously didn't see the process of getting to that conclusion. From me, personally. But I don't want it to piss you off. That's not the objective, because sometimes I get the impression you think I'm deliberately doing it to annoy you. Like when I accidentally occasionally turned on a video while you were talking, you assumed that it was something I was doing to annoy you. So then I did do it to annoy you a couple of times. But I'm never going out of my way to annoy anybody.
Well, no, what I would say about it is, when me and Adam, because me and Adam, I'm going to include Adam, and you can correct me at any point you want, but me and Adam do things similar, as in we'll go through all the details, and the reason we will is we're showing that we understand the opposing claim or the opposing position to its entirety, and then we are debunking it and showing how either it doesn't work or that it's actually it actually only works on a flat plane or whatever. So, and because when you have all the details, it's like you have a confidence. I don't ever have to worry about not knowing something because I've researched it and understood it. And the same for Adam. So it's kind of like that. So we'll draw it out, but it depends on what the audience wants. Maybe ask the audience over time what they would. But you know what I mean? You have to have the details, but maybe the audience don't want to hear it all the time. I don't know.
Well, no, it has to be. That was another part of the conclusion. It has to be done in the way you've described. In order to, you've given a good excuse for why as well. In order for the opponent to appreciate that you understand their rhetoric implicitly, how it would be detailed by them, you have to detail it in that way. So you can't incorporate the disclaimers of, and you'll need a flat earth for that every time you talk about the horizontal reference plane that may be tangential to their ball that they got from a flat earth. You just want them to know that you've understood how they would argue it. Therefore, I personally, running the show, want you to actually go through it in that way and have the interjections from a third party that says you'll need a flat earth for that. And you go, oh, yeah. And then carry on detailing it with your dulcet tones rather than the third party interjection. In other words, I'm not suggesting that you need to incorporate loaded disclaimers every time you mention from within their rhetoric that you're demonstrating understanding of the flat plane that is required. I'm not suggesting you should do that. And I've got a reason to not now that you've given it me, because you want to demonstrate an exemplary understanding from within their rhetoric. So that if a baller came along, they'd be like, hey, that's exactly how I'd argue it. And how it would fail at the end when he gives his conclusion. Preferably from your perspective, without constant interjection making it even harder to disseminate that which you've learned. That Earth's measured flat there, Earth's measured flat here, you'll need a plane to get the ball from that. You don't need it, but it's going to come anyway, so long as you understand that I want you to continue in your contextualization of it being a ball to demonstrate that exemplary understanding to the opponent, and hopefully you'll be a bit more tolerable now you know the reason why it'll get a third-party interjection, rather than it seeming like, oh, what's he expecting me to put this in? I haven't got all day. Disclaimers left and right. I'd be doing it every second sentence because the flat earth's required all the time.
I don't think that you're expecting me to put that in. When I say ask the audience, I'm just saying ask the audience over time what they would prefer, what they like to hear. I think there's a time when they need to hear Adam explain something. The detail, even if they've heard it before, it's not so much even they need it, they want it. So they can share it with a family member or friend and go, here, remember that thing? Here is the extra, listen to this. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. But it's maybe not necessary all the time, but we just need to find a balance between those kind of lengthy descriptions, explanations, whatever, detailing, and no, you're going to need a flat plane for that.
Yeah, I agree.
So we just haven't found the balance.
Well, just to agree, and then I won't have any more to add, John. I'm sorry. I know I've chatted through you twice. Moving forward, this is a new subject, right? We discussed it before 2024. We're into 2024 now, and we've put it out to the public. And we've had the response, none of it globe related, because they can't sit at that table. But unexpectedly, we had the flat earthers who didn't like some of the semantics, which was discussed about 14 or 15 times. But beyond that, it's come to the table. Everyone understands it now. The people who got it 5 years ago one deck gave a good example of that. It's in my poem. You know what I mean? Some of us are way ahead of the curve, some of us aren't. But wherever we are on that curve, it's now cemented into our lexicon. Would you not agree? This mannerism. Therefore, it doesn't need labouring anymore. You can give it a bit, in the politest possible way. You're saying to me, Brian, give it a bit of a rest. You know, I think that's what you're trying to drive at, right?
If we found a better balance, Nathan.
Yes.
Because you are going to want to throw that in as often as possible, and I get it. I know why it's like you're unbrainwashing people, going, no, they need a flat plane for that. No, you're going to need a flat plane for that. No, you're going to need a flat plane for that. I understand why you, John, are doing that. But me and Adam are doing what we're doing for a kind of a separate reason, although it has the same outcome.
Well, see, there's two types of people that are going to be looking into this subject, right? There are going to be people who just want to know what the surface of Earth is. And for them, it's important to point out that all the globe claims require a plane of reference. There'll be other people who want to argue with ballers. And what you do is very important for those people. So,
not even necessarily. Because our arguing back and forth is the smallest version of our lives if we went outside and got off the internet. Like, but we choose in our minds, like, this is the biggest conversation in the world. Now, how big the conversation is actually is totally disconnected from our bias being in this small section of it. So when we talk to people, I can't just say 3959. My best friend flipped out on me like I was trying to fucking technobabble her. She could not understand. And to me, it was the simplest thing on earth. Like, so.
Yeah, you need a detail.
People are at different points, and that's not just because of the information. I was going to arrive at this point regardless of the information because I was looking at it with a different frame of mind. Some people are in the frame of mind where it's like, I want to know what the sun is. Explain it to me. How did they come to their conclusion so that I can understand? Like, kills me, but that's what some people are like.
Right, but that's what I was saying. The girl that wasn't interested in the radius, that's what the flat earth thing's for, the casual observer. If you want to argue this subject, you need to know their arguments.
I think people out there who are either educated or who are trying to get educated want the detailed explanation or the detailing from Adam or me or something. You know what I mean? Someone who does it that way. They want that because they want to hear the details. They want to be able to get into the meat of it. Do you know what I mean? The meat and bones of it. Whereas other people just want to go, hey, you're going to need a flat plane for that, and see a diagram. Go, yeah, that's all that's necessary. They don't need to go into how astronomy is done or why they do it this way or that way. They just need to be able to say, you're going to need a flat plane for that and be able to show a diagram. And that's fine.
Yeah,
that's
well, I've tried to separate it into those two camps when I've disclaimed this, right? And I've said the former needs to watch all the shows they possibly can if they're going to be debating this subject, right? And the latter can just, hopefully at some point in the show, not every second sentence, hear, well, you do actually require a flat plane to do all of the last 10 minutes of discussion from Brian because X, Y, and Z, you need a flat earth angle, blah, 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 right? So then at some point in the show, a newcomer will go, oh, hopefully have a little step back or eyes widening, and then get on with their day.
Fast track.
Yeah, exactly. Someone gets a fast track. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Because people like us are going to gravitate to this immediately. Here's the thing. There aren't that many of us in existence. That's just what you have to accept. I mean, if you look out into the world, okay.
Here we go. Here we go. Give us the stats.
No. What I wasn't going to go there. I was going to say when I was listening to this dude that preaches, but he really talks more about like why people are held back. There's a lot of people out there, but it's the same message and it's actually true. So there's a physical strength and there's a mental strength. And it's like the story of Jacob and what's his name? Jacob and Esau. Is it? Anyway, maybe you guys don't understand the story,
Yeah.
but one of them were promised a birthright by God, and it was the younger child. But the father favored the older child, Esau. So he gave him the birthright, or was gonna grant him the birthright, even though God promised it to the son, the younger son. Now, what happens is Esau sold his birthright. Now, most preachers teach it like Jacob stole it, and he did do some underhanded dirty tactics with his mom to receive it from the father. But here's the thing, he didn't steal it from Esau. The only reason that he got it from Esau, he sold it for a piece of food. Now, the reason that Esau did that is not because he didn't want the riches and the fame and all of this and that. He did it because he didn't want the responsibility that it comes with. Most people don't want the responsibility of having to deal with all of this information, because as much as we know, we realize you can't just tell a person the facts and they'll get it. They're more kind of like in some sort of cave, and you're like the GPS that has to lead them out, not based off of what you're saying, based off of what they're saying. So you have to be able to ask them the right questions and push the right buttons
Oh, what a
for them
beautiful.
to be let out.
Yeah,
For
great.
QE, it was gas pressure without a container.
Before you get into your examples
some
that led
people-
you out of the cave by way of GPS, have you heard of the allegory of Plato's cave?
Go on, yeah.
What happens to the men who come back to the cave to lead the others out of the cave? What happens to them?
They don't listen. They ridicule them, shame
They get
them.
murdered.
They got murdered? Oh, God.
Just real quick.
Oh dear! What, the people didn't like him?
Just real quick, just so we know, Eli just give an argument against rate limiting steps.
Rate limiting steps.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Have we joined an office meeting? What? This sounds very much like something that should be on a PowerPoint presentation.
Well, what he just said about sharing the information, QE pointed out that what kills the argument quickest is the rate limiting step, right?
I don't recall that particular lesson from QE. You'll have to elaborate. I'm really sorry, QE. Go ahead, John. Refracted curvature.
Well, like with satellites, why argue about what something's happening in a place that doesn't exist? If you can debunk that place exists, it doesn't matter what they say is happening there, right?
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
What I call cutting the argument off at the knees is a rate limiting step.
Yeah.
Basically.
But see, to people, that's like, you ever play an RPG and you go into a fight too soon and you just get totally slight. You don't know what's going on, like what the power ups are. You're just you don't even understand the mechanics of the game or the theory of the game. Like,
Let me get it straight. Let me get it straight. You appeal to the small number of people in our unproven statistically small group, and now you're appealing to people who understand power-ups within an RPG. That's role-playing game. Appeal to the masses, man. Good job.
People don't like role playing. Okay, I'm a geek. Okay, fine. Nobody.
No, I'm just crap to draw as a comparison. That's all. As an analogy, you're gonna have more than half the audience going, "What?" Literally, as an analogy, it was rubbish. Be honest, you know it.
Okay. I just, like, people, for some reason, you could be telling someone the most, you could be giving someone the black swan. And in their mind, it's like the game is on pause until you stop talking. Because all they want to know in that that instance is what the hell this has to do with space pictures and the Earth being a globe, because they know it is. Like, they don't even see what you're saying. They can't see what you're saying. They can't hear what you're saying.
I refuted your black swan a month ago.
Oh, this is just like a troll or like a little garden snake. You know, that's like 2% attack power.
No,
Sorry,
I
I don't care
literally
about it.
refuted it.
Just
Yeah, a
basic
logical
piece of shit.
refutation is a smackdown.
Yeah, you never refuted the black swan because and first of all, the argument is if P then Q not Q, therefore not P. So if you're not accepting the initial premise, then you don't have an argument to begin with.
The
If
first
the Earth
premise
is
is a
sphere with a
straw man.
radius of 3,959 miles.
Hold on. Go ahead, Brenda.
Say
Just
the
Brenda
argument
and
is
Eli.
fallacious.
Please, just Brenda and Eli. Thank you.
Yeah, the argument is fallacious.
Okay, so modus tollens is a logical syllogism where you have two premises and a conclusion. The black swan, if P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, the distance to the horizon, will be no greater than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Not Q, the horizon is greater than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, not P, the Earth isn't a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So, what about that is fallacious?
Number one, you don't have the premises correct. And number two, the premises are straw manning the globe.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. You're suggesting that the premise of if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles is incorrect.
Yeah, that's not a premise.
She's
What?
claiming that straw manning the globe.
No, I'm claiming two things. One is you don't even know how to construct it. And number two, the one that you did construct is fallacious.
We got that. Hold on. We got all that. We got that, and then hold on, Adam. We got all that, but then you had it put to you, and the aspect that you said is not correct is the aspect that Earth is asserted to be a sphere with the exact sphere Earth measurement that they assert. If you're saying that's not correct, what isn't correct about the assertion that Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959? How is that incorrect according to you and your claim of a globe radius 3959? I'm confused how that could be deemed incorrect by you.
Yeah, it's not a premise.
Yeah, I got that the first time. It's a statement that you guys make as though it's true.
Oh, we do claim P, but simply stating P is not a premise. It's not a proper syllogism.
So you don't disagree with it, though?
It's
you just arguing with post-categorization as opposed to actually disagreeing with the statement. You're just raising an objection to categorization outside of the statement. But do we agree that in your world, we live on a ball of 3959R?
You've got the wrong premise.
So no. Sorry, Adam, give up. Adam, she's not listened or acknowledged or responded. Now she's chanting through me. She's not acknowledging what you're saying. She's repeating the same thing over and over again, like a stuck record, like One Trick Pony style, without acknowledgement of anything that's being put to her. Therefore, useless to us at this stage. She's got nothing else. She's not acknowledging anything you said. Just repeating with that which she said 3 minutes ago.
The first premise to a Modus Tollens.
Yeah, I don't need to hear it again. Strangely, Brenda. Maybe you couldn't read between the lines. I don't need to hear it again. I heard it. We heard it. We responded to it. Now, what normally follows is an acknowledgement of that which you've had responding to that claim, not a repetition of it 5 more times.
The premise is a statement taken to be true, used as a basis for argument or reasoning. So we're taking the statement if the Earth is a sphere. Well, we're taking the statement that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles as true.
And
for the
that was the
sake of
point
the
of
argument.
that was the point of the questioning, and I was trying to get her to confirm that that statement was true. If she'd have done so, then we would have been recognition that that is a premise, then, wouldn't it? But you see, because she can't answer the most simplest of questions, you have to ask yourself why. Yeah, it's because there is no argument there. Her argument was to try and argue around whether or not you could categorize the 3959 description of the Earth as a premise. She's not prepared to deal with the consequences of it. She wants to argue whether that's
Hold
a
on,
premise. That's the
I've got a
only
message from
argument
her.
she has.
What,
Hold on. I got a
what's the
message from her.
definition of a
Hold on,
premise?
hold on. Her response is, the P statement's not true. It's not a premise. There you go. She sent the response.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you see? And Eli's just given the definition of a premise. That was the point, which she agreed with, but she's not prepared to agree that it is a premise, even though she agrees with the description. That's what her argument is. That's what her circle jerk is.
Crap.
Yeah.
Could I ask Brenda a question? Brenda, do you actually think that you could live on a globe with a radius bigger than 3959? That the Earth could be that?
Come on, server muted her. Not me. It's not my server.
Oh, well,
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing two things at once. I'll grab it.
What was the question, please?
Yeah. Brenda, would you claim that we could live on a globe, Earth, with a radius greater than 3959 miles?
Are you asserting a logical possibility
No,
or a
I'm asking you.
nomological?
I'm asking you.
Oh
Yeah, I'm asking you. Are you claiming that it's possible that we are actually on a globe, Earth, with a radius that's greater than 3959 miles?
No, the evidence is that it is 3959 on average. That's the evidence.
Yeah, and the Black Swan argument debunks that.
No, it doesn't. It's a fallacious argument. I
Claim.
already explained that.
But it does.
They didn't.
How does it not?
They didn't.
If all- if all
No. She's
swans-
just, you opened the door for her to circle jerk. She's just said, I've already
I know
explained that. No, she hasn't. It's been explained. She's asked, made the statement. It's been responded to. Then she repeated it. So no, she hasn't. But now she's asserting it like she's won. Like she's laid down the law and it's been accepted. No, it was challenged.
I have.
And you entirely ignored that which was put back to you. Entirely. In favour of repeating the same thing again.
Let me ask you another question.
Okay, Muslims are good friends of the flat Earth community.
Just a second. Sorry, just one
Hold
more.
on, there's a new one.
Would you
There's
agree?
someone new, Brian. Sorry to cut you off. Let's go with cyber something. Go ahead.
Okay. Mute me. Go ahead.
Brian,
No,
if
I'm
you want to
asking you
debate me,
to step
debate
in.
me on Jaren's.
Brenda is now removed from this
debating here.
discussion. She's rinsed and repeated and had the door open to do it again. But now there's this cyber guy who might join the forum. Go ahead, cyber.
Well, could I just...
Yeah.
I was saying most Muslims might be a part of the flat Earth community because if they're to pray to the east, how do they know that they're praying to the east if they're on a round planet, right? Like you're praying to Mecca, but Mecca's like you should pray like 90 degrees below your crotch, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. The cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, rather. You'd need a flat Earth for those.
I'm just saying, you know.
Could I ask?
Brian, yes, summarise your point.
Yeah, I just want to ask Brenda. Brenda, do you agree or disagree that mathematically, on a globe of radius 3959 statute miles, that the horizon can be no further than 1.225 times the observer's height and feet?
What the fuck? That's just nah.
Okay, I
it
can
be
answer.
further.
The answer is
Well
that
done.
that's false. The correct answer is no less than, not no more than.
No, but hang on. Geometrically, a globe of radius 3959 miles can only have a certain size circumference. So those maths of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height and feet are based off of that radius creating a diameter and a circumference. So if you agree that the globe Earth has a radius of 3959 miles, then 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height and feet is the exact maths for that. And that's the exact maths and geometry that is debunked via the Black Swan argument.
It's not debunked because you're equivocating between the apparent horizon and the geometric horizon.
We've only got
It's
one
equivocation,
horizon.
fallacy of
the apparent-
equivocation.
Sorry, what? Are you claiming that the horizon is not geometric?
No, she's saying
Hang
there's
on,
two.
Eli,
Claiming
please.
that
So she's saying there's
Hang on,
two.
are
claiming
you
that you're
claiming that the
committing an
visible
equivocation
sea
fallacy,
horizon?
Brian.
Let's clarify.
One
She's
second
saying
there,
you're
Brenda.
equivocating between two horizons, Brian. She's
I
saying
know
there's
what
two.
she's saying. I know what she's saying, Nathan. Are you claiming that the visible sea horizon is not the geometric edge of a globe?
I'm claiming that you're committing an equivocation
That's
fallacy.
not what we asked
hang
you.
on.
Brian
I
asked you
hang
if
on.
the sphere edge is represented by the horizon. It's a yes or no question, not a repetition. It's a difficult question, right? Therefore, rinse and repeat the former question rather than acknowledging what Brian's actually said and asked you. Is the horizon a sphere edge?
The horizon isn't tangential.
Excuse
It
me,
is a
we're talking to
point on a
Brenda.
curve.
Obviously, white knights for Brenda now. Brenda's
Yeah,
been
I
asked a
don't need any
question
help.
by Brian. She subverted it by rinsing and repeating the question that had been responded to.
Eli, please. I'll ask for it again. Brenda, do you agree or disagree? Do you claim that the visible sea horizon is the geometric edge of the globe?
I missed part of that sentence.
Okay.
What was that again? Your volume is low.
Are you claiming that the visible sea horizon is or is not the geometric edge of a globe?
Oh, absolutely not. It's determined by the lapse rate, not
So
and the
that's the
geometric
end of your
horizon.
claim.
is
Okay,
determined
so
by-
that's a no. It's not.
That's it then.
It's not the geometric edge of a globe. Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, thank you, Nathan. That means that's the end of your claim then, Brenda. That's the end of the globe, as proven in the Black Swan argument.
No, because
the
your
horizon does
argument
not adhere
equivocates.
to the geometry of a globe of radius 3959 miles. That's the end of that. There is no if, buts, maybes.
That's false.
After that.
Right,
That's
Brian,
false.
at this
It's a false
point now, you
conclusion.
see, we're no longer talking to a ball earther. But now, when we've got somebody to admit that the horizon isn't Earth curve, it's no longer a ball Earth claim. We're now talking to some fundy anti-flat earther who has no real beliefs. They're just here to argue with us. No longer a baller anymore.
Yeah, so it's not Earth curve, Brenda.
That's
That's where we got to, Brenda. So you say absolutely not Earth curve, the horizon. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I said it. I didn't say that.
Yeah, you asked if it was the edge of a globe, Earth. You said absolutely not the edge of a globe, but that's Earth curve.
No, it's not.
Yeah, again, like Adam's just pointed out, so you fundamentally deny that which is marked with an X and labelled horizon in Earth curve maths. You say absolutely not. You fundamentally deny the premise of your own globe claim at this point. That's Brian's
No,
point.
I'm not. The apparent horizon is caused by...
There's only one horizon. I already covered this. There isn't two horizons, only one. Okay? He's not equivocating. There's only one.
It doesn't matter now. Brenda has denied her own ball the most fundamental premise, yeah, of what Earth curve is, why ships disappear. She denies that. She denies her own ball. Do it 3 times for me, Brenda.
Yeah, someone's muted her because there was audio chaos.
I feel like when you said globe...
Hold on, there's a new contender. Hold on, guys. Humongulous, whatever. Go ahead.
I assume when you said the globe Earth edge or whatever you're talking about, you meant the tangential point from the height of the observer to the to like the curve of the Earth, right?
When you say you mean, no, we don't claim that. It's in your Earth curve maths. If it's what you claim, we don't claim it.
No. We're just talking about the words, the definitions and stuff being used here.
Yeah, we're talking about geometry. In other words, if the globe if the Earth is a globe of radius 3959 miles, then the horizon can be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet for a globe of radius 3959 miles. This is the geometry of that globe.
Yeah, if it's a hill called Earth curve getting in the way, that's where the hill called Earth curve will get in the way for you in your claim.
I'm just saying there's a discrepancy of definitions here, because if we're arguing if the edge of the Earth, defining that as the tangential point from the height of the observer to the curve of the Earth, that's not what it is, because it's not a tangential line.
Okay, yes, that's correct. Hold on, he's got a point. Let me just acknowledge his point. He's got a point. He's right. No, that's correct. It's the differential between eye level and surface level, which is flat. That's correct. Flat Earth being measured in reality. That's right.
Yeah, you're saying it's not the tangential point means it's not a globe.
Yeah, but no, fundamentally though, by doing so, what he is saying, yeah, because it's eye of or he is claiming that the horizon is the leading edge of a ball here, because it's that adjustment from the dip angle back to create his tangential point. He's referencing the edge of his sphere at this point. He's making it geometric, right, to then make the adjustment to create his tangent on the top of it.
But how can he make it geometric if he doesn't have a geometric point to shoot a tangent to?
Okay, well, let's ask him. Hold on, before we speculate. Let's just ask him, how are you getting it? Is it no Atmo day?
Irrespective of that, the horizon is now a geometric edge.
Yeah, it's forced in as a presupposition. That's correct, Adam.
So are you claiming that the horizon is the geometric edge of a globe of radius 3959 miles, or are you not claiming that?
That's Earth code, by the way.
I'm not claiming that, because what I'm saying is when you say edge, you're talking about a tangent line. I'm saying it's not a tangent line. That's the problem. It's the point where a curve intersects with the curvature of the Earth, the curve of the light bending across the
a tangent is a straight line. Tangent is a straight line.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying it's not.
Horizon has to be the geometric edge of a globe for the Earth to be a globe. The fact that it's not means the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah, you need that.
There is no geometry.
Yes, Brian's trying to point out that in your geometry, you need tangents to be straight.
Yeah. Well, it's not a tangent.
Yeah, when you bend it.
You can't. No, bending. No, you're missing the point. You also are mixing up something else within your paradigm. There is no bending of the line of sight. That's not. You're being fed that incorrectly. No, there is no bending of the line of sight.
No, they increase the radial value. 7/6 of the radius. That's not bending light. That's increasing a radial value. That's increasing the size of the sphere. That's what your refraction is in your maths. It's not light. It's got nothing to do with light. 7/6 R.
You can experimentally.
No, you can't.
Not
no, but we're going off into a red herring here. The point being is that you can't shoot a tangent, which is a straight line, which is a geometric straight line. You can't shoot a tangent to the horizon and use that as a point, a geometric point, because it's not a geometric point. It moves about. So consequently, you need to be able to do that to claim the Earth is a globe. That horizon needs to be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away from the observer at all times. Otherwise, foregoing fog. Otherwise, the Earth is not a globe. It's not.
It seems like we're having
Sorry.
Hold on, let me reply. Go on. Is it humongous? Go ahead.
Doesn't really matter too much. But basically, we're disagreeing on how light works. You're saying that light is always
No, we're not. No, we're not doing that.
No, it's geometry. You're trying to add in light, and I'm not trying to attack you here, but you incorrectly understand your paradigm when it comes to that. But it doesn't matter because we're talking geometry here. Light is not geometry. Refraction is not geometry. Refraction, geometry,
the refraction happens to exist in real life.
Mirage, that's not geometry. That's a separate thing. We're talking about geometry here.
Well, why are we talking about geometry when we're talking about real life?
He's asked a question, Brian. You should go listen to what he's actually asking you. Why are we talking about geometry when in reality we're not doing it with respect to Earth curves? That's because there isn't one in reality. You derive the reality of a flat plane to give you the inference that you've got a geometric tangent point below surface level when measuring with straight lines to surface level and calculating the differential between that surface level that is flat and eye level. What I'm actually detailing for you is the function of your Earth curve maths that inserts the inference that there's a tangent point below surface level called Earth curve that would be inferred to be a physical geometric sphere edge getting in the way of things. Now, you and Brenda originally fundamentally deny that and then chant through the conclusion that you fundamentally deny it when you bark out refraction and tell us that in reality there's no straight lines to anything. Well, then there's no globe geometry. If there's no straight lines, you don't have your globe geometry. That's the point. We've been trying to bang this drum for 4 years. What happens is when we get to the point of conclusion, someone like yourself does what you're doing now, right on time. Yeah, yammers through the top like yammering through the top of the conclusion that you don't have globe geometry anymore. Is going to be subverted by you yammering through it. Yeah. Brian's tried to lead you by the hand. I'm now trying to lead you by the hand. You're just waiting for your turn to speak. because this is very painful.
Yeah,
for
well,
you.
I'm listening, and then I'm going to.
You're not. You're talking through the top of me rather than actually listening. Someone who's listening would have their mouth shut and their ears open. You haven't got that because this is painful, right?
I think you're wholly mixing up a claimed mathematical refraction that is based off of a geometric measurement that you can't make because of this claimed mathematical refraction that's based off of it. You need the geometric measurement, which would require the horizon, the visible sea horizon, to be the geometric edge of a globe. Now, it's not the geometric edge of a globe because it doesn't adhere to that geometry, and you can't then insert a mathematical refraction to help you give some kind of ad hoc explanation as to
we're not
why the
allowed to use
horizon is at a
reaction. Oh,
distance.
okay, so we're not allowed to use.
Hold on, guys. In G+, he's responding.
So you're not allowed to use refraction within the geometric universe that we created here, right?
No.
You know the difference between refraction and a
Well, that doesn't make sense because
Sorry, dude, you're getting somebody barking at you. Hello, QE, you're causing audio chaos. Thank you.
Yeah, I know, because you won't.
Okay, can you stop doing that? Thank you.
Stop
He's
doing
asked.
that when you fucking stop his bullshit.
Well, I'm trying to have a geometric argument with him.
Okay. Do you want to ask your question?
Stop it.
Do you want to ask your question again, humongous?
Oh, so what I'm saying here is that we're describing what we observe in reality, which would come with a couple assumptions, and the assumptions will either prove true or false based on evidence that we gain.
No.
And the assumption is that the Earth is curved or the Earth is flat, and then you apply this to like geometry. But the geometry isn't without refraction. You have to account for that for it to be within reality.
Is completely
you don't
without
account
refraction. Geometry and refraction are two completely separate things. And what you have is not refraction.
We're describing reality, so we put them together.
Okay. Stop, both of you. Stop. Hello, stop. Okay. There's a misapprehension. I tried to step in earlier to clarify it with humongous. What you are calling light bending, refraction in globe geometry, which you relinquish in physical reality, because it isn't that, it's refraction. Meanwhile, in the geometry, your quote-unquote refraction is terrestrial refraction, and in globe geometry, as Brian has just gone through with you literally moments earlier, that requires an R value. Now, for you, if you assume that you're on a sphere, that means measuring geometry, which you say you can't do. So you can't inflate the radial value at a rate of 7/6 of the radial value if you can't measure the radial value, as you say you can't. So therefore you can't claim 7/6R, that's terrestrial refraction in your globe paradigm, is the reason why you can't measure the geometry, because you need the geometry to claim that refraction. Do you understand?
Well,
I've just reiterated what Brian just explained to you.
We're arguing over the distance to the horizon, and you're saying that I'm presupposing that the Earth is a sphere by using the R value or whatever, but that's because we have separate evidence for the Earth being a sphere that we're then applying to the curvature of the Earth with the R value.
You don't have a measurement. That's the point. Claiming it's not claiming the horizon is not geometric is the end of the globe. You don't have a measurement of anything at that point.
Yeah,
the only
exactly.
measurement that existed was a measurement to the horizon that matched the globe of radius 3959 miles. The fact that the horizon does not adhere to that ends that claim completely. Anything after that is delta X. You need to come up with X, which you can't do, and that you admittedly can't do because you admit the horizon is not a geometric edge. The visible sea horizon is not the geometric edge of a globe. So anything after that doesn't mean anything. I'm not trying to attack you. These are just the facts.
We're not proving the globe with the horizon math. We're simply proving.
Excuse me. Stop. Everyone, stop. His statement. We're not proving the horizon with the curve maths. That's right. Yeah, we're not proving Earth curve with Earth curve maths. That's right. And it uses the horizon. That's right. It's not Earth curve. That's the conclusion to the Black Swan. That's correct, my friend. You are not proving Earth curve edge horizons with Earth curve maths. That's right, you relinquish all of them. Because it's not no Atmo day, and you need geometry to get your R, to then say, oh, well, the horizon's refracted with R, 7/6 of it, or whatever derivation of that R I can't get anymore. Yeah? You see the problem? So when you now tell us you're not claiming Earth curve with Earth curve maths, yeah, that's right. Welcome to flat Earth. You're not claiming it. Yet meanwhile, the Western world think that the Earth curve's proven to be a hill in the way with those maths. You just now appreciate that it doesn't do that. Good. Glad we educated you how the Earth curve maths that says there's a hill in the way is wrong by way of the Black Swan proving it. And debunking your own geometry with refraction ain't going to help you.
My point
that was a
that
hell of a
I'm
statement,
not trying
brother.
to prove the globe with the horizon math.
Yes, so you're not trying to prove the globe with Earth curve maths. Yeah, you are relinquishing the Earth curve maths as a proof of Earth curve. Welcome to flat Earth. We know you now relinquish a proof of Earth curve as being the Earth curve in Earth curve maths. We got it the first, second, and third time. You don't believe Earth curve maths anymore, mate. We get it.
We don't need to be screaming. But
you get it. You don't believe Earth curve maths. So why are you telling me, a flat earther, that you don't believe your own bloody claim? Why are you telling me that three times?
Stop interrupting me, please?
I do what I damn well like. It's my show. Why are you telling me 3 times that you don't believe Earth curve maths?
The point I'm saying is that the established claim is that the Earth is a globe, and you're bringing up the Black Swan as a counter argument to the globe. That means that I'm not trying to prove the globe with the horizon. It's your argument with the horizon.
No, it's not our argument that it's the horizon as an Earth curve. It's yours. And you're trying to make it that it's my argument that I'm relinquishing when you accept that the Earth curve maths doesn't prove Earth curve. No, it's not my argument that's losing. It's yours. It's not my claim that fails. It's yours. And you're stuttering and stammering and telling me not to scream at you when I tell you that you keep repeatedly telling me that Earth curve maths isn't proving Earth curve, and somehow that's my failure because it's my claim. No, I don't claim Earth curves. You do. And your maths for your Earth curve fails when you tell me that you're not claiming Earth curve with Earth curve maths 3 times. That's why you're getting yelled at.
You're trying to shift the evidence to me by making me prove the globe with the distance to the horizon math.
What? You're telling me I'm shifting the burden by asking you to prove Earth curve with Earth curve maths? That's me shifting the burden, is it?
That's not what he's done. What he's done is came in, addressed the Black Swan, and in trying to do so, he's had to deny Earth curve maths. That's where he's got to so far. His rebuttal to the Black Swan is to deny Earth curve mathematics.
Exactly.
3-on-1. 3-on-1.
You just
3-on-1.
snatched your own wig off 4 times.
Yeah, 4 times he's had to tell us. No, that means I'm not claiming Earth curve is proven by Earth curve maths. Yeah, that's right. That's what the Black Swan does to you, the globe believer. And your only response is to tell me, no, Earth curve, the P statement, that's not my statement. It's you making that statement that Earth's got a sphere edge at radial value of 39. That's your claim that's failed. It isn't. And you've explicitly told us that you don't believe that anymore. Welcome to flat Earth. No, the horizon's not Earth curve.
That in order to use the R value, you have to presuppose the globe. But the globe is presupposed because you
you have to measure R. No, you have to measure R. No, stop. No, you don't have to beg the question. We don't allow that here. Maybe you didn't get the memo. We don't allow you to just beg the question and assume your bloody outcome. That's what begging the question is, an assumption. No, you have to measure R. Which you can't do, what is it, no Atmo Day? You can't measure your own bloody claim anymore when you relinquish it with refraction. We've been telling you for 4 years.
The maths that you're denying, the Earth curve maths you're denying, they were claimed to be based on a measurement. Now, that measurement doesn't exist. That means the maths are null and void. They mean nothing. They're nothing outside of maths. There's no measurement to support them in reality, geometrically.
What maths would that be? What maths? The Earth curve maths? That's right. Earth curve. No, the horizon's not Earth curve.
Yeah, denying the maths is not going to help your situation at all.
Maybe tell us again. Hold on, Neil. Tell us again for a 4th time that you're not claiming you can prove Earth curve with Earth curve maths, and then tell me off for yelling at you that you're telling us how you deny your own bloody claim now.
It's not my claim.
Not your claim. Nah, you're right. It's not your claim anymore. It's the Western worldview that the Earth curve edge is represented by the horizon. But it's not yours anymore. Welcome to Flat Earth, second time. Not your claim anymore.
Black Swan.
Not your claim anymore. You don't believe in Earth curve anymore, do you?
Have you just like started screaming over me so you just can't hear me? Because I've said
Fantastic rebuttal. So you don't believe in Earth curve anymore. It's not your claim, right?
I do believe in Earth curve.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, as in the Earth curve maths that you absolutely have denied 3 times, then every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Distance to horizon in the Black Swan beyond the geometric limitations of an Earth sphere with an edge marked as such, labelled horizon in the Earth curve maths. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. You have relinquished all geometry when you tell us that, oh, it's refracted, because you no longer have Earth geometry to assert the radial value that extends the geometry with the radial value you can't measure anymore. So no, you haven't got Earth curve edge horizons to derive your R values with, my friend. We went through this, and you told us that you relinquished the Earth curve maths and it's not your claim. That was your reply.
This is what I'm saying. The R value is established. It's your responsibility.
Oh, really? There's a claim.
Argument. Because
Where?
the Black Swan, Black Swan is meant to disprove an
Where?
established claim. That's what a
You
Black
made a
Swan is.
statement.
Where's your radial value
Where's
come
the
from?
radial value measured?
So we go back to originally we gained like the circumference of the Earth or whatever through a couple of different means. You could just use what Archimedes did or whatever, and then you can measure the amount of like refraction light has, each wavelength the light has.
Stop. No. Take us. Your refraction already includes R. I've gone through this. You're obviously not listening to me. Your refraction is there. Stop talking through me. Your radius is included in refraction for globe. Terrestrial refraction is in standard form 7/6 of R. So don't include refraction in your explanation for where you'll get R as a measurement. You won't. But you've said you will. So you know that you don't have to yammer through me. It won't take away from the pain. Earlier you charged me with what you're now doing, by the way. Scumbaggery of the highest order. Wait for the interruption. No, my friend. Flat Earth's required. It's going to be needed. You're going to be measuring it with angles to derive your sphere belief. That's where we're at.
It's very
Anyway,
simple.
what I'm
If
saying,
you
the
want to
R
invoke
value,
something with
which
the
would
R
be-
value,
Where's it measured?
yeah, when you're saying the R value, who has ever
Remember-
directly measured this drop over distance that you're claiming?
Wait, what? Is that what you think the R value is? Whenever I say R value, I mean the refraction index of light.
No, refraction value of light? No, that's 7/6 of a radius value in terrestrial form if you're a globe-believing muppet and do adhere to a sphere edge horizon
That's
marked
not
with
what
an X in the
refraction
maths.
is.
Yammering through me and then charging me with doing it to you won't save you from the fact that your sphere edge horizon is a derivation of surface level that is flat when measuring a flat plane. The derivation is from eye level, also flat. You don't have a sphere edge for a horizon to get any geometry for your claim. That's the end of this discussion.
Well, I just realized this entire time we've been arguing over the R value, and I assume that meant refraction, and then you're saying it's what is R value from your definition?
You're telling me you've been arguing with us with an assumption that the radial value of a sphere Earth defined in Modus Tollens, if Earth's a sphere radius 39, I can't believe I'm hearing what I'm hearing. You thought that was the refractive index of light, even though it was specifically defined in Modus Tollens by 2 different people. So can I therefore assume that you are mentally retarded? Because it was very specifically defined for you.
Modus Tollens was.
Excuse me. Are you mentally retarded? Because it was defined explicitly as Earth's radius in your assumption of a sphere Earth. In the is it chanting through me that's going to stop?
I mean,
can you just stop this guy? Because either he's disingenuous. Now he's chanting through me. When someone says something stupid and embarrassing, and I point out how stupid and embarrassing it is, they just yammer through me. Maybe after I've explained how stupid it is to assume that light bending is the R value we're talking about. No, we're definitely not. It was defined by me and Brian and several other people. So, no, he's just disingenuous at this point.
Yeah, a radius is geometry, not refraction. You have to have geometry, which is measurement. If you don't have that, you don't have anything. It's over. I'm sorry.
I just would have liked to hear, like, his response, because when he was trying to respond, obviously he doesn't have an answer. So that being the case, someone who's genuinely ignorant, I wanted to hear his entire response, but 3 people were speaking at the time. And then when he stopped talking while that was happening, that's when Nathan, you took the charge. I just wanted to hear, as incoherent as it would have been, his uninterrupted response.
You'll have to listen on the playback. I can't gate you between each other in the hangout. That's your problem. The audience got to hear it.
I can unmute him
He's
if you like.
responding. We just can't hear it.
What the man was saying is that he's trying to he's mixing up geometry with acclaimed refraction mathematics that's based off of a geometry that he can't measure because the horizon doesn't adhere to that geometry, the very place it was claimed to be measured from. He can't produce any measurement of the Earth to support that geometry. There is nowhere to go. I'm sorry.
Right, Brian, that's built on the foundational statement from Brenda that the horizon isn't Earth curve in the first place.
Yeah, but see,
well, I'm genuinely ignorant, and I like to say something.
No, that wasn't a standard we laid down. What are you talking about?
That's an
I
opening line.
want to preface it with that, just so you guys know I'm genuinely ignorant. I just want to make that preface. But I know it's a globe because it's the reason we have the horizons and the time zones and the seasons and the days and the nights. We see it from space. We know more. We know more. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. We know more. We know more about the shape of the Earth than the vast majority of things on our own world. Flat earthers are not coming to the conclusion that the Earth is flat by the same way we came to understand that the Earth is round, by scientific experiments, observations, and equations. But flat earthers instead, they base their evidence is based on distrust. They believe that the people in power are lying to them, that experts are all full of shit, that there are no actual evidence that proves the Earth is flat. The whole conspiracy is based.
No, give me the scientific experiment.
It's a rude.
You showed your hand right there.
No, this is nonsense. He's trying to pretend he doesn't know it, and then he's coming in and waffling on and throwing 50,000 claims at us. We've just destroyed the horizon claim, and he's throwing that out there as if it's a claim of a proof of a globe. We've literally just ended the globe with the horizon.
Yeah, he prefaced his statement with, he's wholly ignorant, right?
And do you believe that?
Oh, well, let him just get his wholly ignorant statement out.
All right.
We were all laughing at different points of interjection, showing how wholly ignorant it was.
I was almost done. I got 15 more seconds. It just seems to me that you guys seem to have this very low standard for what you guys want to believe in, but in a possibly high standard for evidence of what they don't want to believe in. It just seems to me, if I can get you guys to understand that by by watching these YouTube videos, you're slavishly following an authority. You're actually doing what you guys are claiming not to be. Follow an authority of whoever's in position of control of the channel at that time. Think for yourselves. That's all I'm asking you guys later.
Yeah, I've been thinking for myself for a long time.
Boys, listen. It was wholly ignorant, other than he was just.
Why do I have to? Come on, give me a good reason.
Well,
let me have to listen to that one.
Let me tell you, Brian. Come on, go on, Adam.
Did you not hear it? It was the biggest pile of projection I've ever heard, prefaced by what he was saying. I don't know what I'm talking. He starts out by saying, "I don't know what I'm talking about," yeah, and then outlines. Look at all the points we objected to. I'm trying to butt in because it was so, oh no, that's actually you. Listen to it. If we'd have allowed him to humiliate himself fully, it would have been a lovely soundbite. But even in its chunks, listen to it. It wasn't addressed to us, was it? Who are the sheep? He was calling a sheep having low standards. Listen to all the things. It was a direct internal reflection of where he's sitting on his ball, isn't it?
Actually, you're right.
I can't disagree with that, but I still don't want to be. I still don't know why I have to listen to it.
It burns, doesn't it? It burns like holy water. It's like holy water.
Sometimes you have to listen to confessions, Brian.
Number one, in what world do you think holy water burns you?
It was an analogy. The truth hurts you guys, man. It's all good. I'm
An
here for it.
analogy to something that's real, like holy water burning people? No, water, but holy water burning. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. You wouldn't get it. It's okay.
What is the point? Sorry.
What is the point?
That's his belief.
Let
He
him
believes
speak.
everything.
Look, what has he got? What has he got? He's got a weak ad-hom attack, which he now justifies. Look, he's hurting you, isn't it? It's burning you like holy water. That's his level of argumentation. What he saved up all his courage for to come on air and do.
Yeah, but listen to that holy water claim. That's coming right from the TV. Holy water don't burn you, my friend. Like everything else you got is from the TV. And then you say, we don't have.
You guys are totally misunderstanding the whole statement. It's so funny. This is how it shows how
Who cares about what a holy water
we listened to what he said, yeah, and
This
we've
is
just
funny.
analysed how weak it is and how much of a projection of where
You don't even know what it meant. That's the funny part. You don't even know what it meant.
We listened.
It's okay,
didn't we?
It's okay.
But
I don't
we're
want to
just
do this.
pointing
I don't
out
want to do
to
this
you
here.
that
This is
all
supposed
of
to be
the
a serious
accusations
conversation.
that you had, they're reflective of your position. They're reflective of your ignorance. So we heard your points, yeah. But let's be honest, you just put a mirror up to yourself, son.
Yeah, and he said science proved the globe. I know I heard that. We
Yeah,
reject
science does
it.
prove
You
the globe,
showed
man.
your hand there.
Science proves the globe, man. It's the way it works.
You showed your hand.
Keep chanting.
I just don't know why I have to listen to this waffle from someone who obviously from the start was trolling and telling lies. He's not ignorant.
Oh God.
Do you know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah, but
Why
Brian,
did I
he
have to listen? Why did I have to listen to that heap of rubbish?
We have to have compassion. He's
hang
in
on, Neil.
pain.
One of the things he used, one of his first things was the horizon. He threw that out first, and then a load of other stuff, trying to get away from the fact that the horizon was just destroyed. Right? Why did we have to allow him to go past that point? Why did we have to do that? To listen to someone who obviously is not ignorant and is just lying. Why?
Because
that was definitely that's the definition of ignorant.
Red herring away.
Welcome to a Discord voice
channel. The globe
channel.
was just shown to be completely destroyed by the Black Swan argument.
The audience could hear, and they see how lame that sounds.
Yeah, everybody heard it, Brian. It's up there now, and he wrote that down. This was his moment. This was his gotcha. Yeah, and look how weak it was. I know it's frustrating as it was, but for the audience, it's they need to hear who's on there. If they're like a newbie coming in, that's who's fighting for their side. That's the level of argument they've got. That's the critique. Anybody who hears that, they're going to apply the standards that he's held and look at what we show and look at what they show. Little bit of critical thinking, and it doesn't take a newbie long to figure out who are the inherent liars and who are the ones standing with standards and applying them still. So
That's sort of like the list that what's his name came in with. He came in with a big list with Earth curve for us when they only have Earth curve. That's it. He just came out with a big list, and all we have is Earth is measured flat. You lose.
So guys,
that's not what we have.
Hey Brian, I'm with you 1,000%. Sometimes you have to let people breach their Mirandan monkey mind molesting moronic rights. Let them speak so they can prove themselves, even though they have the right to remain silent, in order to prove that they're not as stupid as they are. But let them breach that. That's his Mirandan monkey mind molested moronic rights.
Brian, I know we have
yeah, but
more,
zero is what happened there. What that man did, that is brainwashing. Not from him. He's attempting to brainwash other people.
Right.
Right. This stuff of us allowing them to scattergun us with a load of claims, that was stopped years ago. So why would we be allowing it to start again? Especially when the whole point of what he did was to get away from, was to reclaim the horizon as the leading edge of the globe, right? So, and then carry on with a load of other claims to get away from the fact that we've just destroyed the globe. Just prior to that.
Okay, maybe hold on. Let's give Brian an hold on. It's not rhetorical, and he can get an answer. Right. The answer is because people like us going into the politics server to deal with these people, these types of people. So yeah, we as an individualistic group, if you want to call it that, have separated ourselves from such situations, and now we're reinserting ourselves into such situations in these sorts of servers on a Friday. So you could blame me.
No, that's not the problem. The problem is that he wasn't stopped when he started his rant, which started with the horizon. No, stop him at that exact point. Sorry, go on.
There's two people though. There's Rob Notches, and then there's the other guy who is more of a newbie. Like even if he is in the conversation for 6 months, he's not like a Zanuck or like there are people who like the boxer Tommy. These people genuinely haven't heard the argument yet. Not if I didn't get there, not if you weren't there, but you're treating him like he's a Zanuck. Like that first guy is a total noob, bro.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
The second
Well,
guy,
it doesn't matter what you believe. Like it's
because
like the morale of the server we're in right now. Like you got to understand, there are people who have been trolling for years. Like gamers, these kinds of people, they come into the politics server and troll about national events and things like this. That you're just identifying that kind of person with anti-flat earther. No, he doesn't know like these other people know. You can't treat him like that.
Yeah, Eli, I'm sorry, I have to disagree. Nobody should get away with that. You should be stopped at the exact point. We just took apart
Brian, can
the
I
whole
object?
horizon. Just 1 second, Adam. Leave me finish. Because every time I'm trying to say this, everyone wants to give me, no excuses as to why. There is no excuse. I don't care who the person is, what the situation is. They need to be stopped at the very first claim. Stop.
But Nathan's just told you why. Like, so
I don't care.
We're here, right? This guy prefaced his first statement with he obviously wanted to give his prayer to Helios. Yeah, he had a statement. But that's all I was saying. Just let him make it and then respond. I know it was galling, but it isn't fed. We're here, and you've just got to humour. This guy's there. He's part of the way, and I think we should have just let him put his cat out.
You just explained to Nathan. No, but you just explained to Nathan that when we're talking to people, you might want to cut it off at the knees, but for some people, you got to have the conversation. Now you're taking Nathan's stance, and it's like, no,
this is different.
No, it's not.
I was talking about the audience. This is a person who's participating. This is a person who's participating, who's almost, I think, the very first claim was to reclaim the horizon as the leading edge of a globe. It's like, what? We didn't just take all that apart. I'm sorry, you were not getting
that's the definition of ignorance, though.
But most people,
that's the definition of ignorance, right?
But most people believe that.
definition.
They don't know that the horizon is coupled with geometry. They have no idea. For most people, things disappearing bottom up is what Earth curve is. Like, do you know how many conversations we have about that where we have to show people no, it's not? Like, genuinely, people do still believe that because they haven't been to Nathan's.
Yeah, that's great.
He has. That's the thing, though. He has. That's the thing he has, right? And he said, "I'm ignorant, and I still believe that I'll be ignorant because I know the horizon."
Yeah, Brian,
not him.
It's
No, I'm talking
probably
about
my
Not him,
fault.
the
Yeah,
other guy.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Brian,
I'm
I
talking
didn't
about
mute
Rob.
him because he was talking about his own ignorance. Yeah, when he said, I am ignorant," and then he started
Yeah,
rambling.
Rob was being he's not genuine. We know Rob. I'm not talking about Rob.
Yeah, I know you're not talking about Rob. We all know who we're talking about. I don't care.
Oh, you're talking about the first guy. Sorry.
I'm not a nasty person, but I don't care about feelings and I don't care about understanding. Right? I'm not here for feelings and understanding. If someone wants to start claiming the horizon is the leading edge of the globe, I don't care what the position is. I'm stopping them right there, and I don't understand why that didn't happen.
Well, it did happen, but also people like 4 of us is talking toward him at the same time. This is a person who's hearing the argument for the first time from people who can actually give it. Like, it's totally unreasonable, the standard you're giving right now.
Oh, hey, excuse me, Elijah, are you assuming that he's hearing it for the first time? I don't know. I'm coming to the end of
I'm
this.
surfing these channels. Like, I know who people are and who people aren't.
Okay, so
Like,
he's genuinely he's just here for the first time and bringing something that somebody that's never been on any platform making a claim
I'm
that's
not
been
saying he's
already.
here for the first time. I'm
Even if
saying
not,
we haven't spoken to him, so he hasn't heard the
yeah,
arguments at this level.
yeah. Even if
So he,
not,
We're not
zero.
talking about Rob Notches. We're talking about the guy before.
Even if not zeros, it's only fair to treat him as such until he proves otherwise. Once they demonstrate their trolliness, then I think it's fair. But for the audience as well, you want the points to be explained. As I've been reiterated from a previous point. Nathan's trying to run a show that you can listen to afterwards. If we have to put up with a bit of nonsense to be able to expound a point, which will help the audience, so be it. Yeah, we've put them on this long.
I don't see it like that. I see it as a massive red herring away from what actually happened just prior to that, and a reclaiming
Yeah, but you can't get away from that.
The reclaiming of the horizon as our core.
Yeah, we're arguing 2 points.
So
here.
I'm sorry now. I don't buy that he's completely new and doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't buy any of that.
But you gotta
I don't
know
care either.
But Rob was
Yeah, we
lying
get that,
when
I
he
think.
said that. But the you gotta know the street you're on, like, and in these Discord streets. Let me tell you what I deal with. If that you don't want to deal with it, you can't disrupt the conversation because you don't like it. So what happens in the Discord streets is I'm making a valid argument. The person doesn't say anything. The 3 or 4 of his other friends interject with different points, shit moderators who don't want to do their job, and the point just gets further and further away because there are people who don't know what they're talking about interjecting for their friend. Like, that's just what happens. That's
I
not
know. I've been
them
on Discord
being
before,
Xanax.
and I don't care about all those factors. I am only interested in not allowing red herring, whether intentional or not, to get away from the point, and not allowing someone to reclaim that the horizon is the leading edge of a globe when it's just been pointed out by 2 globers before that person that they're not even claiming that.
Yeah,
But the
audience. Hold on, the audience can see.
Feelings and understanding. I don't care.
But it's Discord. You don't know if the guy just logged in, bro.
That's his own business.
No, it's not. No, it
Hold
does.
on,
No,
can I say something?
Neil, time out. Neil, time out. So, Brian, you just said we just went through the Horizon argument with 2 ballers previous. So it does matter if the third person came in and didn't hear the 2 arguments previous. Like,
I don't care whether they heard it or not. They've claimed the horizon as the leading edge of the globe.
Okay, so we got to have the conversation again.
QE, please help me here.
Well, we got to have the conversation again, and it's like you're saying, no, we got to stop him. No, it's a new person that we got to have the conversation with again.
I don't care who came in. The way you suddenly destroyed them, there's no recovery. I don't care what Rob or anybody else came in to say. The audience.
Can someone
heard.
mute this guy at their end? Can someone mute him, please? Because he's disrupting the whole VC.
Who is?
No.
Who is?
This is a conversation about conversations. Conversations about conversations.
Sorry about anything. It's after the show's finished, so just talk about whatever you like.
Well, I might be a bit confused, but I thought the first guy we established that he was making his own terms on what the R value was, and then he dropped out.
That's not
and
the
then
guy, though.
the last
That's
one
not the guy we're talking about.
No, the last person
We're
to
talking
make
about the
the
guy that came
statement
after that.
was Rob. That was Rob Noxious, and Rob Noxious went on a big long rant. And the only reason I didn't mute him, but you can hold it against me if you like, is that he said he was ignorant. And when he started making his explanations, I was actually laughing at him because he was just showing his own ignorance. And then when everyone started talking over and it started getting crazy, I muted it straight away. But yeah, if you want to hold that against me, yeah, that would be my fault. You can blame me.
No, no, I'm not holding nothing against you. Nothing against you. It's the guy came in, a guy came in and claimed to be completely ignorant. And yeah, which he was not really ignorant, as I was corrected about. And I said, I know he'll let me finish. My point was, why did we allow him to get past his first claim, regardless of whether it was about the horizon or not? Once the person makes a claim, that's it.
Started talking when he said that. We didn't let him do anything.
Forget it, my God, all this nonsense. You're completely missing the point.
You gotta be honest about what happened.
Let's talk about
what he said, and 4 people started talking, bro.
Conversation.
It's not feelings. You have feelings because you're saying we let him get away when 4 people interrupted him.
Yeah, Eli's right. I interrupted right away.
What are you talking about?
Frustrated that all that effort went in before he came in with 2 other people. One of them was Brenda, and then another lad. And this other man comes in, Rob Noxious, it turns out to be, claiming to not know anything. And the first thing he does is reclaim the horizon as the leading edge of the globe. I don't understand why people should be left off. Have to talk after that. They need to be stopped at that claim.
4 people stopped.
Well, I did. I did get asked to unmute.
Okay, Brian. At some point, you've got to stop. You've got to let someone.
I did actually mute him, and I did get asked. I did actually mute him.
Forget it.
Guys, I did mute him. Hang on, I did mute him, and you guys asked me to unmute him to let him finish. So that's what occurred.
Come on, bro.
But how did he reclaim the horizon? I still don't get it.
Look, we understand the frustration of we had the room in a harmonious frequency of truth and justice, and then Rob pooped all over it. We get it. That's what happened.
Oh yeah, I got you in your feelings. It's okay though. I like it.
It's just so frequency. Oh no.
So which of you clowns is willing to debate me? Because none of you can survive a debate where you don't have mute points.
Brilliant. You know, wait a second. It's funny that everybody wants to pick Jiren.
Shut up, Neil.
Moderator.
Hey, Neil.
Ain't that
Shut up,
telling?
Neil. Shut up, Neil.
You talk to Neil like that.
You just debated.
Piece of shit. Everybody wants to go to Jiren.
Oh God.
Yeah.
The simple.
It's good to see you and Jaren getting along so well, Brenda.
The simple get her out the way is you just debated. The conversation's over. Moving on, right? Chill. The fuck.
No, but it's kind of telling that they always pick. Come and debate me at Jiren's.
That's Brenda always, Neil. Brenda always does that. She's already got battered, had to be white knighted for. This is what she does. She respawns as if an hour ago didn't happen. Just chill. Just laugh at it that's all it's warrant.
My focus is how they're picking Jiren. It's funny how Bev lines up with Brenda.
You know how people it's funny how people can pull you into a room you don't want to be in, or energy you don't want to be in. How it's funny that Brenda's presence brought Jaren into your heart, which sucks for you. Because who was thinking about him till you said it?
I do, because she said, I'm sick of hearing it. Come and debate me on Jaren's channel. Now, I'm sorry, Eli, if you still have feelings for them. I don't. They're knife-stabbing piece of shit.
Well, I wasn't even thinking about Jaren. You're bringing him into the conversation in the atmosphere when we could be talking about something else. I keep trying to divert us back to, we don't have to respond to that. We can actually talk about, the show is still going on. The fuck?
Yeah, you're right. No swearing. You're right. You are trying to keep us on track. So about those statistics for how small a group we are.
We're completely off track. We went off track when we allowed that guy to start reclaiming the horizon as the leading edge of the globe. 25 minutes ago. Off track. Gone. Derailed. Over.
Well,
totally dodged the bullet there, Eli. Totally dodged the bullet.
How we derailed it and not got it. It'll never get back on track. So maybe let's all take a breath.
When should we have to get it back on track?
Oh my God, Brian, what is up with you, mate?
What's wrong with me, Adam? Is now you're talking about getting it back on track.
And both you just stop. Please, I beg of you. Brian will need a flat Earth for how up he is.
You're going to need a flat Earth to get the track onto, to get it back on track. Yeah? Or maybe we just take a breath and open it back up to Discord and move on.
You'll need a flat Earth to open it back up with a respect to horizontal.
I tell you what, it really stands. Its name is working. Freaky Friday.
It's more like Frustrated Friday. It feels like.
So
yeah, what's happened is
can we get?
This was Cheers. You know the show Cheers. What I've done is I've gone to a different bar, rounded them all up and dragged them into our bar. You're like, this isn't the same. There's not really friendly faces.
That's a good illustration.
Well, it is, because like one of them's just come in and said, I want to fight. I'll fight all of you. I can take you all on.
Yeah. That's another good one. That's exactly what he did.
Who, Brenda?
Rob.
Oh, Rob as well. I was referring to Brenda, actually. Just walked back.
Oh, was it?
I
was thinking it was
any
Rob.
of you. I can debate any of you. You know, like the Wounded Knight in Monty Python.
He couldn't even get past the first point. Yeah, he was stuck on your first points. He couldn't acknowledge anything, and he didn't answer the question that I placed in the chat either. He's nobody. Yeah,
I can't get by.
Is QE there?
No, Nathan ran him off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Can I ask your opinion on something? Do you think that somebody should be allowed to completely derail a load of good work just so he's allowed to speak his piece, waffle on with a load of rubbish? Or should he be stopped at his first claim and held to task on that?
No, you rip his head off and shit down his neck.
Yeah.
So that incident happened 20 plus minutes ago, and we've been trying to get it back to what you're talking about, but we keep talking about how we didn't stop him 20 minutes ago.
There's nothing to go back to. You gave away the good work. It's over.
Let's just give it up. We're all sorry, Brian. Whatever we did wrong.
I don't know, but it's not over. Like, what do you mean?
And it'll happen again and again and again. And then you'll be scratching heads going, how come this is not going in the direction it should be going? Maybe it's because you keep giving them the chance to derail. You're derailing your own train. I don't get it.
You want to censor Rob? You want to censor Rob Notches? Is that what it is?
I don't care about Rob Notches anymore. I'm talking about the flat earthers. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but in this case, we just have Rob Notches.
You handed Rob Notches a victory, and now you're trying to hold his hand up and cheering him on.
But you're the only thing. You're the conduit for all of him being. His name is living through you right now. We're still on a show. We still could be talking about.
It's not his name. It doesn't matter if it's him. You're not listening, Eli, because you think you already know. You're not listening. He's not the problem.
Should we end the conversation because
it doesn't
you know
matter.
what? So should Nathan end? So should Nathan
to what I'm trying to say?
So should Nathan end the show because the conversation was disrupted by Rob Notches and it's all over? Is that what you?
No. Maybe you should interrupt now, Neil, when I'm trying to make my point to Eli. This is a good time to interrupt. The problem is,
Brian, you didn't make the point 50 times.
The problem is that there was a load of good work put in. Everything was done correctly, as it should always be done, and then you just handed the trophy over to anyone and just gave away all that good work for nothing. I don't see the point in doing the good work if you're just going to hand it away. What is the point? And this is my problem. My problem is with the flat earthers doing that and then going, what's the problem? The problem is you. That's the problem.
I'll ask again. How did he take the victory?
Me again, is it? What I was trying to do was say, is that what you're asking?
I'm sorry, Brian. How is it that he was able to take the victory? I still don't see it.
He came in and he said, "Oh, I don't know anything." Anyway, the horizon is the leading edge of the globe, time zones, space, NASA, blah blah blah. And I was told, "No, leave him speak, leave him speak, leave him speak." Why leave him speak? Why leave him get past that first point? The very thing, Neil, for a whole hour beforehand was taken apart. He just came in and reclaimed, and he was allowed to do it. What is the point in that?
I'm sorry.
What's the point?
I just don't think he reclaimed it.
Okay, that did happen.
What's the point in the hour beforehand?
Okay, Guy, order. Eli,
that did
not
happen.
anyone else, just Eli.
Okay, so that did happen. What also happened was 3 or 4 people also tried to stop him. And on top of that, he was muted. Yes, me and Adam did say, well, unmute him and let him make the rest of his statement. We apologize. Can we move on?
No, we now need to decide what your punishment will be. Right, Brian?
No, apology means nothing. This is not a big joke. This is the problem. You're missing the point and the seriousness of it.
No, you have iterated the point nicely, Brian. You're saying it's all for nothing if they basically decry it all with a hand wave and reassert the original position after you've done all that work. Your point's been made very clear.
If they're allowed,
I think you guys need to settle it with a duel.
Anyway.
Go ahead, Guy from
with
Discord.
Pistol.
Say again, whoever that was.
I said I think you guys need to settle it with a duel. Or
With pistols, with like 10 paces and that. Is it Parmesan?
Something like that.
Well, feel free to correct him.
You're just doing what. As much as that was funny, that's going to piss Brian off, right? I'm glad it wasn't me that did it, because he's saying no, don't belittle this. His point is valid. He's saying they can and do and did. There's the example. Hand wave everything away in the mind's eye of a viewer. If we allow them to do that, that's his point, right? So yeah, we can descend that into absurdium and laugh about
a retarded viewer.
Go on.
A retarded viewer, maybe.
Exactly.
But again, most people are retarded, so I mean, you can't
No,
be bad at that. You're gonna be bad at that. You're gonna be bad a lot.
The way that show went down, there is no way Rob coming in and saying all of that nonsense took the trophy.
But look, okay,
no way.
So in reality, we could be anywhere. And
who are you?
There could be a Rob Notches. There could be a Rob Notches anywhere. Like all that's gonna happen is what happened. People are gonna say, "Oh, we just went through it, and here you come with your religious nonsense," which did happen. So I mean, you're saying we allowed it. No, things did happen to try to stop him. But I mean,
things happen
short of just cutting his mic from the beginning, not allowing him, but that in reality, there's always going to be a Rob Notches in the crowd, bro. You're going to have to deal with it.
Rob Notches.
There's always going to be Nathan.
Just Brian. Hold on, Neil. Go on,
and
Brian.
Neil is the problem, and Adam is the problem, and everyone else is the problem who allowed him and listen to him and allow him get past his first point and waffle on and on and on. That's the problem.
Allow him?
Yeah, stop a second, Neil. Hold on. It's Neil. Neil, stop. Stop, everyone. Stop. Yeah, because I can tell you're getting annoyed, and I don't want you to be, Brian. That is to say, I'm going to acknowledge your point in its entirety. Yeah, you're not... For those of you Brian's blaming, so if we take Adam, for instance, Adam's analogous to those who would do this, as opposed to Brian having a dig at Adam, even though that is the circumstances, and that's literally what he said. But Adam's analogous to all flat earthers. Earlier, Brian's like, you do it, you flat earthers do it. Now he's got an example with Adam. Doesn't mean he's having a dig at Adam, necessarily, or Eli, necessarily. Although he literally is. But he isn't.
I'm talking about the situation, Nathan.
Exactly.
The situation occurring, where a load of effort is, not effort, but the right things are done. We show to the audience, and we prove without a shadow of a doubt, right? We have two ballers, right, who are obviously long-term ballers, denying their own maths, denying the horizon is our curve. All this is going on. And suddenly this guy has to come in, tell a lie, and then people are saying, no, listen, hear him out. Hear out what? He's just trying to lie. He lied his way to get in.
Right, so this
And then
is-
the first
this is
name was,
right.
what's the name?
Okay, Brian.
His
No.
first
Okay, we
name
got it.
was
We've got it. Okay, Adam, go ahead.
I've been putting an accusation, and it's so I'm not angry. A lot earlier I said there's 2 points of contention being argued simultaneously here, and Brian's clarity there is just right. So I think I was very succinct with the first person, with Brenda, and the second person holding it to. The second person where I asked for mitigation was because the person said, I've got something I want to read and just get off my chest. Now, there comes a point where, okay, if they're that desperate, let them do that and then laugh at it. But if we interject...
And you said that for the other guy, not Rob Notches, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, and I think that they're the 2 points that are being argued simultaneously. I think we're getting a bit confused because of that.
I'm not sure. Was it Rob Notches?
When Rob Notches, exactly. When Rob Notches started talking, which was all of 10 seconds, he was stopped.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on. I went and got all the timestamps for where your show was complete garbage, by the way, QE.
Thanks.
I'm only joking.
Well,
QE, you deserve a trophy for that show, QE.
Ruined the joke. Thanks, Neil.
Yes. especially at the end when he said, God stopped the earth from rotating. Just your reaction was freaking brilliant.
Attempts to salvage the punchline.
No,
definitely not going to salvage this joke.
I'm a little upset. We were in the middle of a conversation with the guy before Rob Notches came in.
I thought we were moving on.
Rob Notches interrupted him, and we just kept talking about Rob Notches.
Yeah, we're moving on.
That guy jumped out. He left.
Okay, well, yeah, we've discussed this. We've dragged it out. We've dragged it out enough. Come on.
No, my problem is no, we haven't dragged it out enough. Not even remotely enough. Not even remotely enough. My problem.
Stop. Let Brian go.
This
Go ahead,
is my
Brian.
problem. That it's all a big laugh. You're missing the point.
I'm trying to relax on a Friday. I don't want to have to get aggro. Yeah.
But you don't have to get angry. You just have to listen.
Can everyone stop? Brian is trying to moan about the crack. Go ahead.
The problem is that, what's the point of putting that effort in if you're just going to allow someone...
I'll tell you why, Brian, because your critique is bullshit, mate.
You don't even know why I'm upset.
Yeah, well done, Brian. He's trying to respond to you. It's just through you. Stop. Hello.
Right.
Stop.
Brian.
Stop. That means I've got to take control or no one can hear anything. You want to respond to him, Brian? Adam, please. I'm trying to regain control of you both because it's inaudible. Right. He's responding to you, Brian. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay, responding to what? I haven't said it yet.
That's the question. You asked a very specific question. Why bother going to all the effort? Now he's answering you.
No, I didn't get to finish it. I didn't get to finish what I'm trying to say. Each time I don't get to finish what I'm trying to fucking say.
And no swearing.
Each time. Right. Why do you flat earthers give away your victories and then laugh about it? Why do you do that?
There you go. There's a question. That's a question, and I'm going to let Adam respond to it.
All they want to do, all they have to do to get the win is be allowed to reinsert the rush, which that guy was allowed to do. And now it's like,
what's going on, Eli? You're now making it bloody inaudible.
Yeah, Eli wants to make a joke out of me. What I'm doing.
No, it's not a joke.
What is the point of me being
with you, bro?
arena if that's what I have to deal with?
I'm not playing with you, bro. It's not a joke. You messed up the conversation when we weren't talking. You keep saying, "Why would we allow?" Well, you're talking about Rob Notches, who he didn't allow.
I'm not talking about.
Okay, stop again. Stop. Okay, yes, stop. I'm going to reiterate. Stop. Stop, please. While you get a breath and calm yourself down, I'll reiterate your point. He's not talking about. You tried to make that clear earlier, Eli or Adam. No, you're just the stereotype or analogy that is being used with an example where it could be perceived to have happened with Obnoxious. The point of contention isn't about how it just happened with Obnoxious. He's expanding it out in general terms to why flat earthers would just relinquish their victory after putting in a lot of work to achieve it in the first place.
Which didn't just happen. That didn't just happen, though. No,
that is exactly what happened,
don't interrupt to say it.
If you'll allow me to get to what
Hold on. Let's have Eli. Brian. Brian, we've heard your point. I've clarified it now. He wants to disagree.
I wasn't. Not one time was I allowed to get to the end. The actual conclusion.
Just for him on move.
He said it a bunch of times. It's ridiculous.
Eli, I beg you. Eli.
No, I didn't.
Eli, just let him get to what he perceives. When he says I'm done, then respond. Eli only. Go ahead, Brian.
What happened to me?
No.
You got forgotten about. Can I shout at you about that or not? Is that my fault? Should I be apologising or shouting at him? I don't know. Go ahead, Brian.
I'll leave out all the rest. I'll just get to the very end. When you allow a baller, right, to come in and hand wave away what was just done, and then reclaim the very thing that you've just taken apart, right? It doesn't matter if they have a point. It doesn't matter if they have evidence. It doesn't matter if they have proof. It doesn't matter about anything. All that matters is that once they get to do that, that's all they need to do to gain victory. And we allow that to happen.
Can I respond now?
Is he done? Then Eli, then Adam.
I'm done.
Eli, then Adam, just because I gave him permission first. I'm so sorry, Adam. I forgot about you.
It's okay.
Okay. In general, in any instance, everything that you just said is true. My question is, why are we talking about it now? If it wasn't Rob Notches, why are we talking about it now?
What has Rob Notches got to do with it?
So then, why are we talking about it now? When did what you said in general happen just now?
Just let him re-clarify his question, Brian, then maybe you'll get to respond and then Adam will go.
When did what you said generally happens happen today? If it wasn't Rob Notches.
What are you talking about, Eli?
See what I'm saying?
What's the example that set you off is what he's asking, Brian.
The example was that this guy, I don't care who he is, I don't care what his name is, he's just a baller. And he was allowed.
Eli, please.
He can't do that.
Eli, come on.
He can't do that because if he's referring to Rob Notches, whoever he is, he was stopped.
I don't have a problem with Rob Notches and the ballers. I have a problem with the flat earthers who allowed him. For God, he was allowed to waffle on and give it. Listen back. I tried to argue. I said no, don't allow it. I was told no. Right?
We'll see.
The problem is not him. The problem is not the ballers. The problem is the flat earthers. That's the problem.
We'll see, and I'll
okay, we will. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get back to it. Hello, Adam. Go ahead.
Okay, so again, I think this is my point of contention. So for the majority of the afternoon, we were talking to one person where no quarter was given. Manners were shown, but at the point of incorrectness, he was interjected a little bit too vigorously by the panel, I think, sometimes. Then that finished. After rendering that guy, that was finished. And a new segment started with a guy making an opening statement. And this permission that I appealed for seems to be being conflated with the correct statements that Brian is making about not letting ballers get away with this stuff. I drew a difference there between somebody making a request to read something, being told yes, and then being interrupted. That's what I was asking and appealing for. Now, it may turn out to be a load of waffle, which we all gawked at, but we agreed to it. It was a separate thing. I don't think the conflation of the two help unless you feel that at no point, even after we gave somebody permission to speak, that they should speak. We should interrupt. That's what I've heard this afternoon. I'm not sure where the accusation, and I know I say it's not an accusation.
That happened almost.
Hold on, Eli. Hold on. Neil's color commentary, then you.
But that happened simultaneously. That's what I'm saying. While that was happening, what
Adam wasn't finished talking.
what Adam is talking about happened almost at the same time that Rob Notches came in and tried to make an opening statement. That all happened at the same time. So what you're saying was that Adam was allowing this guy to no, he wasn't talking about Rob Notches. He was talking to the guy that we were
Talking about
talking
Rob
to
Noxious
before
and
that.
talking about the thing. Why
I
have you got
know,
this
but
fascination with
you're
this guy
saying
Rob
why did
Noxious?
we? Because you keep saying
Why are
why
you
was
not
the guy?
understanding the point?
Because that's the guy that you're referring to when you're saying why did
What
we
did he
allow?
say? What did he do? What did he say? What did he do? The guy I'm referring to.
He's talking about NASA. He's talking about all this other stuff, the
Yes, right.
horizon.
Guy. It doesn't matter who he is.
No, yeah, it does because
It
the
doesn't
point
matter
that
who he is. It
right.
doesn't
So
matter.
okay, so
What
let's
matters
not
is
say
he was
his name.
allowed to
So
do
let's
it.
not say his
Doesn't
name.
matter who we are. What matters is our cause.
Let's not say his name.
Hey,
There.
take a Corona beer. It's
That
Friday.
guy
Chill
is
out.
the guy.
Take a Corona
That
beer.
guy is
Chill
the
out.
guy that started the
Don't get the virus.
That guy is the guy that started the argument. And when he started the argument, well, that guy is why we started argument. But when he interjected, we stopped him. And you're saying, why would we allow him? But we all stopped him. And
You
Adam
didn't
wasn't
stop
even
him.
talking to him.
I tried to stop him. I was told, leave him talk, leave him talk, leave him
No,
talk.
the other guy that he
the guy who came in and said, I don't know anything. Anyway, here's my 5090 claims.
Yeah,
that guy was allowed to talk. And I said, no, don't allow it. And he was like, no, allow it. And
I see your frustration, Eli.
Forget it, Neil. It's nearly impossible. Right? It's nearly impossible to talk. Why do you have to talk straight
Nice,
through the
Ryan.
middle of what I'm trying to say?
So can we clear the airwaves? Neil, go ahead.
Brian's right, though. That did happen.
Neil, just Neil. Neil.
What Brian is saying.
Stop, Eli. If you do this, we have audio chaos. If you don't allow me to control the conversation, then it's just Neil constantly interrupting you so you won't be heard. Neil.
I get it.
Go ahead,
Wasn't
Neil.
interrupting anybody.
Yeah, you were.
Wasn't interrupting
You all
anybody.
are, but I've got to keep some degree of control over that. Go ahead, Neil.
Okay, I take objection to saying we allowed him to. Soon as he started, I said, when he mentioned science, I said something. And I heard 3 other people say something. Then we were stopped and said that we were told to allow him to go on. But we all tried to stop. We all interjected.
Yeah, I was one of the people at
Eli,
that
then
point.
Brian.
I was one of the people at that point that did say, well, just let him make his statement. Because what I was wanting to say was that he just interrupted the conversation. Forget about everything he said because he didn't even listen to anything that was happening on the entire show. I just wanted him to say what he was saying so he could be muted and we could move on. That's what I was trying to do.
The very first thing he claims, Neil, and this is for Eli, everyone who's listening. The very first thing he said after his little, I don't know anything, after that spiel and he was allowed to speak is horizon prism globe, and then he went on to this thing, that thing, scientific experiments, blah 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 blah. The point is that the rest of that was a red herring. The main part was that the horizon proves the globe, he was reclaiming the very thing that we spent an hour taking away, and he was allowed to do that.
He was stopped. He was stopped, Brian. We tried. We tried. Nathan is moderating. He's like telling everybody to shut up. We're all trying to interject. Brian, we tried to stop him, bro.
You didn't try to stop him. You told me, and Adam told me, oh, leave him speak. And other people, I think, might have said it. And I was like, no, stop him.
Brian, maybe then you could do me the good courtesy that if I've interjected and said, let him speak, there's a reason. Just like if you interjected and said, let him speak, I'd offer you the courtesy for knowing that you're intelligent enough to have a reason without needing to turn it into an accusation. Can you understand my frustration at this point now? I'm a little confused of what you're actually claiming. Because by citing me like that, you're accusing that I've got some issue when that insults my intelligence a little bit.
Okay, stop a second. Can someone insert a joke that demeans Adam's point, please?
Oh, you knob.
Why are you being a prick?
Go ahead, Brian.
Adam, I asked you, Why? Time after time. Why are you allowing it? It doesn't matter, Adam, after you've allowed it.
Let him respond, Adam.
Once the guy got away with reclaiming the horizon, all the good work went out the window.
Right. So, Brian, I'll ask you the question again then. Why would you not afford me the courtesy that if I've interjected and said, let him speak, that there would be a reason other than wanting to give everything away for me to do so? Why would you assume that me saying, let him speak, please, would be to give him something as opposed to try and get something to additionally hang him with? In a very disrupted environment, I'm confused as to why you would interpret my behavior like that. That seems to be where the conversation's at.
Oh, I interpreted your behavior as being too lackadaisy and too easygoing.
Why?
When it should have been more sharp and on point. And I was trying to make the point that we shouldn't be allowing it, and you were not seeing my point.
How are you? So there you go. So you had your own point, and because you couldn't see that, you've interpreted my behavior as lackadaisical, as opposed to probably having a different nuance of attack.
Yeah, I have no doubt
you. I'm going to take the dog for a walk. That's enough of an admission for me.
Hold on. Now that he's concluded that, can you just let him carry on, please, Brian? Then you can respond. Go ahead, Adam.
That's it. I'm fine with that. That's enough of a conclusion for me. I'm going to take the walk. I'm not going to disappear, but I have got to walk the dog. But
and it's a fair enough. Would you hold on before you do? You would agree that it's a fair enough conclusion because that's precisely his point.
Totally disagree.
Okay, fine.
Totally disagree as to the conclusion. Like I said, that would be to insult my intelligence. To make a conclusion that the reason I interjected would be to allow these guys off the hook would be to what? Do you know me?
That's how Brian can only perceive it if you've ignored his hard work. That's his point, isn't it?
That's fine. And therefore, I can see it as a fault in his logic. So I don't need to know anymore. He's admitted that was his logic. I'm cool with that. I don't need to have a beef with him. His logic's faulty.
I have no fault in my logic.
Or his
logic doesn't have a fault here.
Hold on, Brian. You go walk the dog. Adam, I've got it. I'll stress it to Adam so it doesn't descend into a blazing row. Right. What Adam's suggesting is that your inference is that there's a motivation that could be perceived from Adam to want intentionally to undermine the good work that you've done when he may have.
No, not me, not personal with me. It wasn't just me. Everyone was involved. It wasn't right. My point.
So which one of us had the motivation of?
Hang on, leave me respond.
Which one? Was it me or Adam?
Let's just move on, man. I personally blame you, Eli.
To respond to Adam or what?
I blame Eli.
Give me a second to respond to Adam. Adam, I have no doubt that you had good reason to want to leave him waffle on. And I know Eli did, and everyone else did. But unfortunately, something Garry Kasparov said, a famous chess grandmaster from Russia, said, find a good move and then find a better one. That was the good move. The better move was to not allow the guy to get past the very first statement was about the horizon, the very thing we had spent an hour taken apart. He shouldn't have been allowed to get past that point because that was a reclaiming of that position and then a load of red herrings after that. That is my point. We shouldn't have allowed that to happen. Doesn't matter what the plan is, that wasn't the best plan. The best plan was to not allow that to happen. That's my point. And the fact that it is allowed to happen and did happen and will happen again is a problem.
We didn't. I'm not a moderator. I couldn't have stopped him at the point that he said horizon, and none of us had the power to do that either.
But we didn't stop it. The point is, Eli, it wasn't stopped.
But we did. But Neil did interrupt in a number of other people.
Red herring.
No, that's not a fair recollection of what happened.
Guys, he got like 3 words out. Everyone started yelling. I muted him straight away. And then all I heard from your side
I don't know why Brian keeps saying what he's saying.
Listen to him and let him go back to the recording, please. Let's go back to the recording and have a look.
That's what I want Brian to do.
Let's move on. Move on.
He's dragged us.
Or move on. But I muted him when everyone started speaking right at the very beginning. He got out the 3 or 4 words he got out. Everyone jumped in. I hit mute straight away. And then all I heard was, let him speak, let him finish. I said, okay, I'll let him finish. I unmuted him. He finished, and then it's blown up into what we got now. But he was muted. But in saying that,
that's not. I'm not pointing the finger at you at all.
No.
Right?
In saying that, like someone else
point
could
the
have
finger at
jumped.
what you were doing from the moderation point of view. My problem was that when people were saying, "No, let him speak, let him finish," when he had already reclaimed the horizon, we just spent an hour taking it apart, and now he just gets to reclaim it. No, I'm sorry, I just don't work that way.
I fully understand that. I thought that someone else might want to jump in and rebut some of his points again, or say, "Hey, mate, you're sort of gish galloping here," and pull it apart after he'd done that. But
he said horizon. When we say let him speak, is what's that thing you said about the horizon? Because we just spent like 2 hours annihilating it, like clearly. So that's the kind of let him speak. Is that, can you repeat that thing about the horizon?
Yeah, don't try and rewrite history. That's not what you said. Just let him speak.
No, I didn't get this. I didn't get to say shit. That's the thing.
Yeah, you can't. Let him speak.
You can't divine my motivations the same as you couldn't divine Adam's.
Yeah, but you can't rewrite history with your motivations either.
No, but you can't call me a liar.
I didn't.
But I'm not trying to define your motivations. I was pointing out that it was just incorrect to do it. It wasn't a motivation issue. What I was trying to point out, this is a massive fundamental flaw the flat earthers have. It's the flaw I'm trying to point out.
I think, Brian, if you let me speak for a second, I think too. So people like Eli and other people in these servers, we're in here like all day. And there's always flat earthers here chomping at the bit to jump in and have these discussions. And a lot of the times we don't get globers that do come in here. So again, like in this instance, a lot of the times in a server like this, they will be allowed to speak because another flat earther or someone else who's just come into the conversation wants to get into that conversation and will usually take that conversation on. So that, just offering up another suggestion for you there.
I understand Discord. I understand all those things.
Yeah.
My critique here is on a fundamental flaw the flat earthers have, which is putting in a lot of effort and then handing away the victory to somebody who's just telling a lie. The guy came in totally lying, right? And I don't care if he was lying or a newbie. As soon as he brought up, the very first thing he's brought up and tried to reclaim was the horizon, the very thing that had to be relinquished by several ballers before him, and we had taken apart, right, the globe based on purely off the horizon. And then this guy just gets to just reclaim the horizon and then carry on. It doesn't matter what people responded to after that.
I'll agree with you here, Brian. Let me agree with you here. What I'll say is that when he was muted the first time, after he had said horizon, we shouldn't have let him continue on with the rest of his rant. We should have stopped him there and held him to that claim and corrected it before he was allowed to go on with any rant.
AJ, I've got a question. Yeah. Can we just let these 4 old, boring fishwives push them out to pasture so we can actually have a regular discussion like we usually do, please? Because
you mean can we move on? Yes, without the ad homs. Yes, we can move on now.
Well, if this man wants to bring up a topic, as obviously he is intellectual heavyweight here, so you come on, you show us the way then. Considering you're looking straight past,
than me.
You show us the way. You show us the way. Let's see it. Let's see your way.
He's just got a big mouth.
Yeah, there you go. So a heap of nothing. So there's another person allowed to speak when they just got a big mouth.
Sorry, I couldn't catch who it was. There's too many people in here. I was trying to see who it was, and I missed it.
Brian, you're a gem, Brian.
I love you, Brian.
Look, there's no point in going on about it. It was about flat earthers in general.
Why do you let him in here? It's just boring. Why do you let him in here into your room? So annoying.
Shut up, geeks.
Are you boring or are you exciting? I tell you, I'm bored. You excite me. Give me something intellectual. Come on, give me some information I don't know. Tell me something I don't know.
You know what really excites us? If we're so boring, all the glow proof that I'm sure you have. Why don't you bless us with a little bit of that? because that's exciting, right? Go ahead, buddy. Prove we live on a
Been
magical
waiting on that for
water
10
ball.
years, bro.
Go.
They can't. Every example they give us will have its origin of a flat Earth pointed out.
So that's why they don't give us proofs no more.
Or they give us geometric physical sphere edges that they tell us they wouldn't be claiming is Earth curve.
Yeah, they tell us how flat it is now.
They've been telling us all along, we just weren't listening. When they said it's so big, it's flat, but it's only because it's so big. We just weren't really listening to them.
Well, what about this man who spoke up a minute ago? He surely has something to add to the conversation.
He got muted.
Well, can I request that we watch a quick TikTok video?
No.
Okay. Has to do with their claim about the geometric horizon.
Go on then, post it in Master B.
All right. So it's another take from that old CFI investigators National Geographic observation where they went out to the lake and they had the boat out there.
With the horizon behind them.
But the point is made much more clear, and there's a sinister note of superiority and I know more than you. Why would you think this? Like you'll see. Let me just get the okay, here we're perfect. All right, I'm about to post it in 5, 4, 3, 2. There you go. So I just want to point out that you guys claim
Some
that
Americans are fighting back.
We're heading to the largest lake in California to meet the Independent Investigations Group, which is a group that essentially debunks paranormal claims. And they want to
This is old as hell.
do a round Earth test, basically a test that will prove that the Earth is...
Okay, we covered this years ago. This is the National Geographic Black Swan. Did you know that? Obviously not, Eli. We've covered this so much. It's National Geographic's Black Swan, right? Witnessed by a whole bunch of flat earthers who didn't know the argument, like it says here, in fact, Mark Sargent.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Did you know we'd already covered it extensively?
Yeah, of course. But seeing as that we're talking about, the claim that they keep saying they're not making.
Okay.
is not flat, but that it is round.
Let's go. We're ready to launch. You ready, Craig?
James, how are you?
Okay.
Okay, so what's happening here right now?
Okay, this is the boat-based...
I don't want to play it, though, because it'll just get me a copyright strike.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah, I mean, I've paused it enough to probably get away with it thus far, but if I play even more than 5 seconds of it, they'll just copyright strike this video.
All right, understood. So yeah, that we usually share, especially like in this Discord, I've shared one of their YouTube videos. This is just another take of it. It's just another edited version that people haven't seen.
Sure.
Aside from what we've covered.
Well, to conclude, they're claiming that the horizon is Earth curve as per the maths, the geometric maths that is denied here and has been for the last 4 hours or however long. Right, that's their claim, because it is geometric Earth curve claim of a hill getting in the way. Meanwhile, in that particular footage, they've got a boat being obscured at its minimum in the water. And they're going, look, Earth curve's getting in the way of this boat. Meanwhile, behind the boat, there's a horizon. So, yeah, the boat might be disappearing bottom first into that there water, but the horizon, the thing that's supposed to be Earth curve's behind the boat. So, yeah, Black Swan.
Out of curiosity, was anybody geographically lucky enough to be in the either in or close enough you could go to the path of totality for that recent eclipse?
A couple of people who were in my subscription feeds that were flat earthers were, but I don't know if any of them are here. Obviously, we wouldn't have been in England. Anybody see?
I got 85%.
85% Neil from Neil.
Is there a flat Earth explanation for totality
Shut
for the eclipse?
What do you
Shut
mean?
up,
Supposedly, you got a little strip of bacon that's only like 175. Like how is this some sort of proof of anything? Like, explain how it proves the globe.
If you wanted to wangle it in terms
model.
of the descriptions of how these bodies in the sky move, I mean, they've been described from the ephemeris with respect to a flat plane. So if you're going to take those descriptions and measurements of the angles and their relationships with respect to a flat plane and put them into an orbital motion by taking Polaris measurements and wrapping them around a sphere at the behest of the Roman Catholic Church so that you can better figure out where Easter is with a heliocentric model, well, then you can infer that we've got motions derived from flat Earth angles that would be orbital. But they're not. Those have just been invented by some dude to have better predictions of where these lights will be. But the predictions that model makes have only come to pass because of measuring a flat Earth, the angle relationships of things like the sun.
The globe Earth has a explanatory model. You don't have a model. You can't predict eclipses.
Don't even know what a model
Everyone stop
is.
telling
You
her to
don't have
shut
a
up.
model.
Stop.
You're a moron.
Stop. She says the globe Earth has got a model that explains it. And I go, oh, right, that's fascinating. Well, what a great victory for flat Earth, because that model came to pass because of the angle measurements to the lights in the sky. Starting with the ephemeris. So if the globe model succeeds, it's a victory for flat Earth because the measurements that made that model are flat. So wonderful.
That's false.
Just to conclude, if you're suggesting that this...
Brenda's only game in town. Yaha and nah. Shut up and sit down. What model does she have? Let's see it.
Yeah, it's a heliocentric model.
And you post it in Discord.
Yeah, let's see it. Yep.
Yeah, it just means that the moon...
Don't tell us
goes
what it
around
means.
the sun.
Just post a link to the model in Discord, please. Didn't ask for an explanation of what it means.
It's just
post
standard.
it.
It's just standard
post
astronomy.
Just post it. That's not involving any discussion. Post it.
No, I don't have to do that.
You don't have it.
I don't have to do what you
Sorry,
want.
you don't have it. You got nothing.
You don't have a model.
You have got a model you're claiming works. Now it's yammering through the host because she's obviously lost. No, Brenda.
Our model
You
makes
suggest
predictions.
is
We
it
don't
going to
have one.
continue? The fundamentalist religious zealot chanting through me. I'll try again for a third time. Brenda's obviously very triggered and needs to yammer through the middle of this. You suggested you had got a model, and I pointed out that the model is derived from flat Earth angles. So if you call it a victory for your model, it's a victory for ours. QE then said, have you? Have you actually developed these flat Earth angle measurements that gave us the ephemeris and then gave us the suggestions by Copernicus that we've got a heliocentric model? Well, where is that model? Post it in Discord. That's where we're at. Can you please post it in Discord? If you can't, I'll level back the standard that you just laid at our door about having nothing because you won't have provided anything that you say works thanks to flat Earth angle measurements. You didn't add that, I did. But can we see it, please? That's where we're at.
Yeah, it's just any standard book in astronomy.
That's what it was.
On how the planets
Post
work.
it in Discord. Do you not understand English?
Just open a book on astronomy.
And don't ask me what I can do. It's your claim. I want to see what you're using as your model when you claim it. Post it in Discord now, or I'll charge you with having nothing, like you did.
Well, this was also addressed earlier in the show that it's post-diction, not prediction, yeah?
Let's just see the model that she said she's got that works. Post it in Discord and we'll have a little look. You have got it, right? She has got one, right?
I just posted one.
Oh, really? A heliocentric model?
You'll be the first.
You'll be the... Yeah, I was going to say. Someone's posted a heliocentric model. Can someone take whatever was just posted by that gentleman and repost it in Master B so we can have a look, please?
Guarantee
I
it's
can
a
send it
goal.
directly to you.
Can you send it in? Are you in Skype?
No, I'm only in Discord.
Yeah, I can't get to that. Can somebody? Is that you, Eli? Have you just posted it? Eli, did you just post it?
It's www.solarsystemscope.com.
Yeah, it's in there. Divergent just posted it in there, Nathan.
Okay. Okay. How do I use the model? How do I show predictive capabilities with this? I don't really understand. Oh, this is a model. This looks like a website. Where's the model? Can you tell me where it is on the site, please? Merchandise, news, recent releases, Solar Lab. Where's the model? Nobody's answering me. Dude who just posted this, where is the model?
Duncan.
I think
Duncan
we got
Duff.
trolled.
I'm working, man. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Don't swear at us. Simple question. I've gone to the link you suggested was a heliocentric model. Start online model. Okay. Let's see what comes up.
I've been loading it for a couple of minutes now. It's at 30%.
You've been loading it for 2 minutes and it's at 30%. I've been loading it for 5 seconds and it's at 40.
Ooh,
exciting stuff, eh?
Better internet than me then.
85.
Been sitting there excited to see the model.
Downloading additional content. Okay, loading, starting. Welcome to the solar system. Okay. Right, let's get rid of that sound. Okay. Right, okay, talk us through it. How do we show a prediction of an eclipse in this model? Oh, hang on a second. What's this? This is a flat plane. What's going on? It's using a flat plane, my friend. It's got a grid and it's flat. Hello? This model's flat. Why am I not getting any response? What's going on? This model is flat.
He can't talk.
Asymptotically
What are you talking
flat.
about? It's a 3D model. It's
It
a
has
3D model. How is it flat?
Yeah, I got it. I got it. It's on screen for my audience. It's an asymptotically flat plane.
So that's not a 3D model.
Is he deaf?
Is that a 3D model? Are you deaf?
Yeah, and it's based on a flat plane. Cartesian. It's a flat plane. Are you dumb? Are you deaf? Are you not going to respond to me pointing out that this model you've given me is flat? It is a flat plane.
It's not. What do you mean flat? Like, how
as
is
in
it flat?
flat, as in X and Y and flat, and that's what it's on screen showing me? Asymptotically flat plane.
Is it showing you an XY coordinate and not showing you the Z
it's a freaking grid, Dumbo. Have you not looked at this yourself? Yeah, I'm answering you. You going to shut up while I answer you? Yeah, I'm answering you. Yeah, Dumbo, I'm answering you. Dumbo, I'm answering you. Is there a flat, obvious grid on it? Yep, I'm showing my audience it. Absolutely without question, a giant flat plane. Yeah, there is. Have you not looked at it yourself? Did you not notice the flat plane it's based upon?
That was rhetorical, by the way, because we know you haven't.
Have you not even looked at this? It's utilizing a flat plane.
And that's not a scientific model. You fell for it, numpty dipshit.
Well, I want to know how it was accurate when they're claiming the Earth structure and mantle and core, outer core, inner core.
They predict. They don't predict. They claim to predict using the Saurus cycle. Saurus cycle is pre-globe. Flat plane. That's what NASA used. They're using a flat plane and angles off a flat plane, two celestial bodies, to make the claimed predictions that are not predictions. It's just pointing out when a cycle is going to happen. And then they think that's some kind of proof.
They don't know where their origin of their globe claim comes from. In order to put this heliocentric system into effect, it must match up with the angle measurements to the stars that it's based upon. So it doesn't matter if you extrapolate it out from a sun-centric system. That sun-centric system has been derived from the angle measurements to the stars, and it must be conducive with them. That's why it's back-engineered to a 3959 minimal radial value at the equatorial minimum of Polaris. That's the angle off a flat Earth. It must be conducive with that. And it is. It's got a giant flat plane on it. But they look at this stuff and go, look at that globe Earth in the middle, sun in the middle. Wow, this is my model. Okay, in terms of its functionality, though, it's flat. Because it's back-engineered from the heliocentric model, which was taken from flat Earth measurements. So it's got to be flat. That's why it's flat. Total dumbfounded silence. That's not a heliocentric model. This model's derived from flat Earth measurements. Why are we not getting any responses?
It's not a model anyway. It's not a scientific model.
Either way, this depiction of a reification of a heliocentric world derived from flat Earth measurements still has a flat plane at its heart and is not a model.
Can you ask him what a scientific model is? Could you ask him to define it?
Yeah. Is the guy who posted this going to answer any questions or respond to anything we've asserted about it?
Sure. I just have one question real quick. I'm going to post a picture, and you tell me if this means that it no longer has any grid system, or it's no longer 2D at all. Because I just took the grid lines away. So does that mean it's not Cartesian grid anymore?
What, if you want it to function usefully? No, it's still going to be functionally flat.
So
I'm just answering you. Maybe my devastating answer should come with the middle of your extended question through the middle of it. No, it will still be functionally flat. You see, us understanding where the origins of a globe model come from mean we can immediately spot where the flat plane is being utilised in any model that you show us. Now, this, in this particular instance, isn't a scientific model. Nevertheless, it's still, to be functional, requires it has, at its heart, the flat Earth elevation angle measurements that the system is derived from.
Your model appears to be missing the moon.
No, it is in there. I had a look.
Is it?
Yeah.
Can he now answer what a scientific model is?
I mean, are you just going to absolutely deny that is a model?
Okay, so does this model represent the world?
More than just the world. The solar system, galaxies, more than just the world.
Okay, and where does the solar system come from? Where did that notion come from?
Where did the solar system come from?
Repeating my question just demonstrates that you don't know the answer. You don't know the answer. You can just say, rather than now yammering through me as you repeated my question back to me that I just specifically asked you to answer, you could now yammer through the top of me. I just want to hear, I don't fricking know. Because you don't, do you?
It comes from more than one source. It's been developed
what source would that be? And what would that be? And name one. Name one. Don't tell me. Hello. God, my God, my God. Hello. I asked you to name the source, not tell me it's got multiple. He's just avoiding the bloody question because he's ignorant, thick, stupid, doesn't know, and can't admit it. No humility. If you don't know, say I don't know. If you do know, tell us. What source? Where did this model come from? Name the source. Not, oh, there's multiple. Oh, well, name one of them. And we'll go from there.
NASA.
No, this model did not come from NASA. You stupid idiot. So, clearly, we know more about this than you do. So when we describe the functionally flat plane that it's utilising, and I ask you where did this model come from, you don't even know its source. We do. I can give you an extended history of how this model came to pass. And its use of flat Earth measurements. That's what I can do. You don't even know where it came from.
I have a model that I made myself that predicts the motion of the moon without using flat Earth measurements.
Really? Can you define prediction? Is this a scientific prediction?
What do you mean by that? What do you
Does
mean?
the model make predictions?
It does, yeah.
Are they scientific? Is it physics? Are they making physics predictions about the physical world?
Physics, yeah.
They are?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Excellent. What's the hypothesis?
Would you like me to send you the video?
No, I've asked you, based on the fact you've said this is a scientific prediction-based model, what the scientific prediction will be. You understand that you've now said it's a scientific prediction that it will be making, so we've asked you for that. That's a hypothesis. What is it?
Yeah.
What is it?
Predicting where the moon will be at certain times in its orbit, right?
No, right. You don't know what our hypothesis is. What's a hypothesis? It's a scientific prediction. What is that? What is it to be called a scientific prediction? Can you define that for us?
Why are you so scared of this?
I'm not scared. I'm asking you to define the words you've just used. You've just told us it will be making scientific predictions. Now I'm asking you, the claimant, who has said it's making scientific predictions, to justify that term you used. Do you know what it means? A scientific prediction? Could you define it as you've used it in your claim? It's not fear. It's me asking you to define the terms you used when you spoke. So that would be a no then. You can't define the words you use because you're a buffoon who doesn't know the very words that you're using, right? Idiot. Why are you using words you don't know the meaning of?
And the 40 flat Earth.
Sorry, you don't need to yammer through me while I conclude that you don't know the meaning of the words you're using. You can't define what a scientific prediction is.
No, you're scared. You won't even let me send you.
I'm not scared, but for my audience's benefit, he can't define what a scientific prediction is, so he needs to claim I'm scared. No, you're a bonehead and don't know what a scientific prediction is, even though you've claimed this is that. Your model. It isn't. We already know that. That's why we're embarrassing you, and you're telling me in response that I'm scared. Absolutely without question, I'm not scared in the slightest.
Then why are you muting the opposition?
I'm not. I haven't got control of this server. Is that the normal go-to response by a fundy? You realise I'm not in my own server and I've got absolutely no control over your mute button, you stupid clown with no rebuttal.
How can the physics that depends on a globe...
Do 7 offsuit, yeah, all in.
V1.
All in.
It seems that the other 10 people have the mute button, don't they?
How can the physics that aligns with...
What is a scientific prediction?
How can the physics that aligns with the globe,
what
when I look up at the sky...
We're discussing physics. That's what physics is, and we're asking you to define the term you use. Scientific prediction. QE's now asking you again. You haven't got anything. You don't know how to define it. You don't know the words you use. Or you would be defining them, and you're not.
How can I make...
Don't ask me something. Define what a scientific prediction is, Bonehead. Are you scared of defining your own bloody words? Is this terrifying?
I'm scared. Sounds like you're scared.
Sounds like you're scared. It sounds like you're scared of defining your own stupid words that you don't know the meaning of. Why are you scared of defining your own bloody words?
You won't even look at the damn model or the...
So I've looked at it. It's on screen. It's been on screen the entire time for an audience. The audience and I can see your stupid model that we asked where it came from and you didn't know. Now we're asking you to define scientific predictions, which is that which you say your model is.
Escalon says he's seen the model that you haven't presented.
Nope. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't even send it to you yet. Really?
Oh, we got someone else's model that's
stupid.
on screen.
Are you serious? I didn't even send it to you.
Yeah. Meanwhile, well, that's what a scientific prediction is because you've claimed your model is one.
You know how to operate.
He's so
this
stuck on you and not understanding what an actual prediction is. Like, if you predict something in time and space, like its position, that would be scientific.
No, it isn't. That's the incorrect definition of science. You don't know what science is. You think it's defined within time and space, within pseudo-Riemannian geometry invented by Einstein. He's yammering through me. Can someone mute him? It seems that he doesn't like me responding to him, saying that science is defined with space and time. I urge you, it's not now your time to yammer through someone absolutely annihilating you. Not someone in fear of you. Someone annihilating you. No, science isn't defined within space and time. That's pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry invented by a man named Einstein. Science is definitely not defined within the context of Einstein's space and time. You stupid, idiot buffoon who is in fear of the fact that he doesn't know what science or scientific predictions are and has just literally detailed how a scientific prediction is defined within Einstein's space-time. No, it isn't, you stupid moron.
Okay, what is it then? What can you define?
Can I define what you said was a scientific prediction for your model you haven't yet sent? No, we can just point out that you're a bonehead and you're claiming scientific predictions for a model. That makes you moronic, and your only response is to yammer through the top of me and tell me I'm scared. No, mate, you just don't know what science is. You use the word scientific prediction for your garbage that you've invented, but you don't actually know what those words mean and could not define them. We hammer idiots like you when we define what science actually is, because we know, and you don't know what science is. You think you're model science. That's because you're a complete and utter buffoon.
Okay. Now that you calm down, can you define science, please? Thank you.
That would be the assertion of cause and effect relationships based on natural phenomena and the assertion of a hypothesis, which will establish the cause and effect relationship with a suppositional statement that includes a zero difference result. Upon variation of your supposed cause, you can validate or invalidate that it is the cause of the effect you observed in nature. That is the definition of science and the scientific method.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. You thought it was a model, though, didn't you, you stupid boy?
I didn't.
You thought it was a model, though, didn't you, you stupid boy?
Again.
So are you scared of the fact that you thought that the definition of science had space and time in it, stupid boy? Are you scared of the fact that you're ignorant?
Yes, I'm scared of a flat.
Yeah, you are. You're scared of your own stupid ignorance when it comes to scientific predictions. Models aren't that.
I don't.
You're just yammering through the top of me because you're scared of me. Scared of me pummeling your stupidity and highlighting your ignorance. You are in fear of me. Let's get that absolutely abundantly clear as he yammers through the top of me again, pointing out that you are the one in fear of me when you start your sentence in the middle of mine, pointing out who precisely is scared. You.
Again, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's because you're stupid. Scientific predictions, like you said your model had. You stupid idiot who can't listen and can't comprehend and is scared of his own ignorance when it comes to definitions of scientific predictions, something you said your model had. It doesn't. You're stupid.
You're hearing. I understand that. I said I...
Good. Now you can sit down. Now you understand how stupid you are for saying your model had a scientific prediction attached. Sit down, shut up, listen to the people who are more educated than you, the more learned than you. Not the ones in fear, not the ones in ignorance. That'd be you, a dumbo sat in fear, yammering through the top of people who know better than he does. Your model's not a scientific prediction, you stupid boy. Sit down and shut up. How does it taste when you get put in your place for your ignorance by a flat earther? New question. How does it feel to be put in your place?
Dude, you're talking to the wrong guy.
No, I'm putting in your place, and I'm asking how it feels to be put in your place and your ignorance highlighted to you. I'm asking how you feel to have been put in your place by a flat earther.
Well, first of all, I don't take you seriously, to be honest.
Oh, really? Well, when you claim you've got a scientific prediction in the form of a model and I highlight how ignorant you are, you're not going to take me seriously because I'm showing you as ignorant.
Hey, I never said...
And you can yammer through the top of me, pointing out and reiterating how ignorant you are when you say you've got a scientific prediction that you haven't got. Your lack of comprehension when it comes to science and your request of me to define it accurately. You pleading to me to educate you. Now I'm asking, given that I've had to educate you on science, which you didn't understand, how it feels to be belittled and berated by a flat earther. You're just going to tell me you don't take me seriously? Why did you ask me to define that which you could not then?
Hey, Nathan.
Well, I thought questions were allowed in this server.
Yeah, they were. You asked about models.
No, I didn't ask. That was the other.
You asked if I'd seen your model. I'm pretty sure you asked about whether or not we'd seen it. That's a question. You asked us.
You asked about science.
No, I wasn't the one. I just joined, dude. Like,
oh, my bad.
You're fucking retarded.
Yeah, you're confusing him with Gamma. Gamma is the one that...
Oh, he's lying.
They all sound the
same. He's a liar. He's a typical liar glooper.
Yeah, it's funny because they're all acting like they have some different outer space mythology.
No, I find it funny that a guy was like spurging out like a buffoon, and he
You
was
came
not
in
the wrong
about
guy.
you came in with
Like,
the scientific method, Spike. So
no,
you
I
were
didn't.
white
I
knighting.
didn't say anything. I said, "What is
Okay, do you
the
want to start
scientific
over, or
method
do you want to give a
according to you?"
That's
recap?
right.
That's all I
Correct.
did.
Correct.
And you
asked
said you
for the
don't take him
scientific method
serious.
and you were given it.
Yeah, but he was studied spurging, and he thought I was the other guy.
Oh,
Am I
my
correct?
bad.
Am I
That's
lying?
that's a mistake.
You're not correct.
Okay, well, let me apologise. I'm sorry. I didn't realise you were a different dude. The dude that asserted he got scientific
Wow.
validity for his methodology in the form of a model that didn't adhere to science. Not entirely sure why I'm getting talked through, but I am. My apologies. The guy who didn't have science and said he had scientific predictions in the form of a model was who I was addressing. I didn't know that that person had changed hands and tag teamed someone else. Didn't know that had happened. Sorry.
I don't even know the person you're talking about. I just joined.
Okay, Spike. So what?
Who cares?
It's your turn, Spike.
Who cares? Gotcha. Therefore, glob, because Nathan didn't know that you were the gentleman talking. Therefore, glob. What's your scientific evidence for your ball tard, sphere tard?
Again, I think. Are you okay?
Again,
like,
answer
is there
the question.
something wrong?
So you've been asked for scientific evidence for a ball and you're asking about how he feels and if he's okay.
I didn't ask that. Again.
You said, are you okay? I'm pretty sure I heard what you said. And now you're immediately lying about that which you've just said. You asked him if he was okay in response to an asked question about scientific evidence for a ball. Maybe you're scared, like the last guy. You asked him if he was okay. Are you scared of being asked for scientific evidence of your ball, Faith? Because that's what you're actually asked.
Yeah, I'm
and your
scared
response,
of,
your response, which you've just lied through and now yammered through, is you asked him if he was okay.
No, I asked you if you were okay.
Really? Well, you've been asked for scientific evidence of your ball, Faith. Maybe you're avoiding it by asking me if I'm okay instead of answering it.
Again.
Now you're getting people mixed up, Spike. What did you come here for?
I came here to look at charade, and I'm enjoying it.
Oh, look in the mirror.
Oh, really? What we do here is point out to globe believers that their faith comes from a flat Earth measurement.
Like, if you came here to look, you started participating and asking for the scientific method.
No, I didn't ask for that. I said, can you define? Because he was.
Yeah, that's asking for the scientific method and its definition, which I gave. So you did. And again, this guy's a perpetual liar. So no, I didn't ask him for the scientific method. I asked him to define the scientific method. Yeah, that's precisely asking for the scientific method, that which you're now lying about. Gotta lie to Glurf. Didn't appeal to feelings when I asked you how you were in response to a question for scientific evidence. I didn't yammer through the top of you in the middle of your statements pointing out that you're a perpetual liar. Didn't yammer through the top of those. So yeah, you got a scientific definition, which annihilated the last guy's claim that he had a scientific prediction. He didn't.
So I have a question, not you, because I don't take you seriously, but the another flat earther here. So how do you explain seasons according to your model? Thank you.
What model? What model?
No one takes you serious.
Sorry, what model?
I didn't ask you, okay?
I'm the host of this frickin' show, so either you respect and address what I tell you, or I'll ask one of the mods to kick your stupid nobody knows ass out of here. So what model? Did somebody assert a model? You may answer me.
Again, AJ, can you explain to me?
AJ is not the guy running this show, right? I will ask AJ to kick you out if you don't answer me. That's how it works. You're not going to appeal to my moderator. Do you understand that, you belligerent little prick? So, who claimed a model for you to be asking how the seasons worked on it? Because the only one I can see in front of me is a flat Earth model that's been derived from elevation angle measurements to produce a sphere. Now, that isn't my model. Which model were you referring to that somebody claimed? You may respond to me.
Let me lower this guy's voice, because this guy is like insane.
Just kick him out. He's not going to participate. If he's decided that he's going to turn me down rather than respond to me, just kick him out.
So...
Yeah, he's done. I got him.
Bye, asshole. Yeah. I run this show. I will just talk to the mod instead. I will turn Nathan down. Do you think you're running this show, you stupid clown? No, you'll address me about the straw man you're about to build with a false dichotomy about a model nobody's claimed? How do seasons work on a model no one's claimed? No one claimed one, except for this globe one that's based on flat Earth measurements of an angle to Polaris. So other than this, I don't see any flat Earth model to stack up in false dichotomy. But you don't want to talk to me? Yeah, that's because I'll rip you a new asshole.
And he knows it. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're still waiting on scientific evidence for Baltard.
Maybe ask us how we feel in response from Discord? No, maybe we're going to appeal to our feelings? How we are? Just no scientific evidence then for a globe. None. It's amazing. Back when I started this discussion about 10 years ago, I was being told that the whole body of science proved your globe. Yet, what, a room full of how many people? Not one of you's got any scientific evidence for your stupid belief in a sphere based on flat Earth measurements. None of you have got any scientific evidence. Just asking about our welfare.
How we feel. Oh, by the way, I'm feeling okay.
I'm feeling good
Did
too.
you really just like spurg out for like 10 minutes because you got the wrong guy? Like,
No. I was appealing to his claim, the original chap, that he got scientific evidence based on his scientific prediction in his model. That's what I addressed.
That is the original chap that you're speaking to now. That's Gamma, no hack. So, Gamma, would you like to address what Nathan has stated rather than his emotional state, apparently?
Well, it took enough time.
Before can you please look at the DM? Like we need to be looking at the same thing so we can like.
Yeah, you claimed it was scientific.
Right? Yeah, and you're not looking at it.
Yeah,
like,
you claimed it was scientific, and we pointed out that it wasn't. Yeah, you
How
claimed.
Are we gonna have a debate without you looking at it? Really?
Okay, I heard you. I'll acknowledge what you said. You say you suggest. We can't have a debate unless I've looked at your model. I acknowledge what you have suggested. Meanwhile, prior to looking at it, it's been claimed to be scientific. Therefore, it must fit within a certain criteria. And we've already gone through how it does not. So, I'll have a look. If you concede your own ignorance in regards to your assertion that it's a scientific prediction, based on your lack of comprehension when it comes to what science and physics actually is, we need you to relinquish that total shite that you got wrong before we can have a little look at your non-scientific model. Oh, at that point, it's completely surplus to requirements, given that that's precisely what we're friggin' asking for. So I'm pretty sure that at the point you recognise that it's not a scientific prediction-based model, like we've already explained to you, there won't be any requirement to look at the stupid thing because we're asking for scientific evidence. So we've already concluded this point, but maybe you can either ask how I feel, tell me about my emotional state, ask if I'm scared, or acknowledge that I don't need to look at your stupid model. It's not scientific evidence. If you, the ignorant one, knew that, you wouldn't be presenting it. But you now want to insist on me looking at this crap that's not scientific in nature. No, I'm pretty sure I don't need to, mate. It's not scientific evidence. You're just a bonehead who doesn't realise that yet because you're ignorant of what science is. Can you acknowledge that? Then maybe I'll consider having a look at it as maybe a little folly. Maybe I'll point out where your model needs a flat Earth after you've acknowledged that it's not science.
So this uses real physics. Like I can show you like the whole program, like the code and everything. It uses all real physical.
Non-responsive. 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 He's non-responsive.
What color is it?
It's got nothing to do with what I just put to you. You said it was a scientific prediction. It isn't. I want an acknowledgement before I move on. Your response was completely non-responsive.
Code.
I can show you the code. Like scientific code with it.
Do you need me to reiterate the point I'm looking for acknowledgement from? Or are you scared of the point and need to subvert it somehow? You didn't acknowledge it. You were non-responsive. Now he's shut down completely, doesn't know what to do.
Gravity scares you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Or you can click into chanting mode about how scared I am. You can do that also. So you're not going to acknowledge the failure on your part and your ignorance regards to science. You're not going to do that. You just want to carry on regardless, correct?
I never had a failure.
your model that you asserted that we should look at was claimed by you to have a scientific prediction attached to it, because that's the evidence that we were asking for. You said, I've got that, and we asked if it had science attached. You said it made a scientific prediction. That's the, correct me if I'm wrong, 5th time we have gone through this, and you have subverted it, and now you're yammering through the top of me.
Sky, right?
Obviously, the middle of my sentence interrupted the start of yours, the man who claims I'm scared. Scared? No. No, your model's not science, you stupid boy.
It predicts what we see in the sky.
And therefore science.
Right?
That's a fallacy of division. That's called the fallacy of division.
It's predicting science.
Science has a prediction within it. It's called a hypothesis. He thinks because his model has a prediction, therefore it's science. That's the fallacy of division. Do you know what the fallacy of division is? Clearly not. You've just utilised it. Now me, the learned, the more educated, the one who understands your model and what science is pointing out that you've just employed a fallacy of division to claim that that which is true of part is true of the whole in your example. That's the fallacy of division. I've just explained it to you. Yes, science predicts, but it also has quite a few other steps, like observing natural phenomena and forming a null.
That was the first,
Maybe if you yammer through me correcting that which you now misapprehend. No, it doesn't have all of the parts of the scientific method to call it a scientific prediction, though, mate. Just a part, just an observation and a prediction isn't enough to call it science. That's the fallacy of division. Making that which is true of part true of the whole. No, doesn't mean it's comported to all of the different methods or all of the steps in the method. It's just part of the method. Observation, prediction, one part. That doesn't make it science. It's the 7th time I've explained this to you.
All right, so what after observation and prediction do you think I'll need to make this scientific, right?
It isn't, and I don't give a shit what you would need to make your stupid shit that isn't science. Do you understand what a burden of proof reversal fallacy is? Where what I've got to do the fucking work for you and make your fucking stupid non-science claim work, you stupid bonehead. No, I'm not going to have the burden of proof reversed on me, mate. I'm not going to go and do the work to make your stupid non-science-based claim work or explain to you how your flawed example that isn't science would be made into science. That isn't for me to do.
How does it
and obviously the middle of my sentence interrupted the start of this sentence, right? Because I'm scared. No, I'm not going to have the burden flipped. Your failure to provide scientific evidence is what we've looked for now 8 times by acknowledgement and explanation. You just can't do it. You've got no humility. Not science, you model. It's not got the scientific method as part of it.
Imagine having a mute button to win arguments.
I don't have a mute button here. Is this guy stupid?
Yes,
man, the idiots are so used to appealing to me having a mute button that they don't appreciate that I don't run this server. I can't mute you here, you stupid boy. Is that really all you've got to appeal to? When I win and you interrupt me in the middle of my sentence, you appeal to me friggin' muting you when I'm in a server that's not mine? The last bastion of the dying man. No, mate, I'm not muting you. I've got no control over that here, you stupid idiot.
As another do summon off suit. They just dealt us another hand. Go all in, Nathan.
Yeah, he's never going to concede. I've made 8 attempts. 8 attempts I've made for him to concede. He's not got scientific evidence in what he claimed was science. He's not interested. He needs to move on. He needs to tell me I'm scared. He needs to rumpus the middle of my sentences in the conclusion section. That's what he needs to do.
Just answer the question and stay on track and you won't be muted.
Does he have a scientific prediction yet?
What's going on? Like, you're the why are you being the arbiter of what is like a prediction or not? Like, that's not how this works.
It's defined. It's because it's defined. It's called the scientific method. That's a scientific prediction-based methodology that has within it a hypothesis, otherwise known as a scientific prediction. That's not me defining it. It's a method.
Yeah, I observe natural phenomenon in the sky, right?
Okay.
And with that, I form a way that these objects will move using physics that can only work on a globe Earth, right?
Right, this isn't... Oh, my God. You now fucking coming up with a ham-handed asshole introduction to science and physics with a phenomena that you then make a segue to your prediction. No, mate. It's got very specific parts. Independent variable, dependent variable, control variables. Null hypothesis, that's the antithesis of that prediction. Has it got those things? You haven't got the slightest clue what I just said, do you?
Is this really how you think science works?
You don't have the slightest idea what I just said, and every single person in my audience and on panel and half the Discord server have heard me talk about the science of this method thousands of times. Your pathetic appeal to consensus that I, the flat earther, don't know what science is. No, mate, it's pure projection. You don't know what science is. I absolutely do. And your garbage ad hoc fumblings around an explanation won't give you a null hypothesis, alternative hypothesis, or independent, dependent, and control variables. That's what you require for this to be a scientific prediction. But you're going to tell me that that's what I think science is? No, I know what science is. You are a bonehead, and you have claimed a model. Yammer, scared, right? Time to yammer through me while I point out the stupidity from you, right? Scared of me highlighting your own stupidity. Your model doesn't have those things, you stupid boy.
I do have variables, though. I can change the
Excellent.
Variables.
What's the independent variable? Excellent. What are they? What's the independent variable in the hypothesis? Go.
I can change these. I already said.
Didn't ask if you could change them. I asked what they were, you stupid boy. What is the independent variable?
The moon having a mass, for example.
Rumpustic QE. God damn you.
I'm not saying anything. That was Adam.
Oh, Adam, please. He's just about to give us the sodding independent variable. We'll have a good laugh at the end. Go ahead. Oh, God. Go ahead.
Start off with the dependent. Let's get the effect down. What is the dependent variable?
Dependent variable, please.
What? I can literally
Don't tell us what you can do. Just give us the independent variable. Dependent. Dependent.
The independent variables would be the masses of the moon and the Earth.
Stop. QE, just let him. Independent variable, masses of the moon. Correct?
Yeah, I mean I can change those.
Okay.
Values,
No. It's okay. So you, the researcher, will be varying and manipulating the masses of the moon, will you?
Yep, I will. Yep.
No, you won't. No. No, mate. No. That makes you really stupid. Number one, you've assumed it's got mass to vary. And even if it did, you wouldn't be varying it as a researcher. You're not going to vary the mass of the moon. Excuse me, you don't have to be scared. You could just let me absolutely shit on your stupid nonsense. Don't be scared. Don't yammer through it. Same goes for G+. Everyone on mute, please. No, you're not going to be varying the mass of the moon as a researcher. The fact that you think that you can
what if it was
and formulate it. Scared? Middle of my sentence interrupting the start of yours again, is it? Maybe this is my mute button that you are using now when you mute me by talking through me. No, I'm just going to annihilate and shit on your stupid nonsense again. Hopefully without a third interruption from someone very scared of their own words being annihilated. No, you, the researcher, cannot vary as an independent variable the mass of the moon. So this is a total fail. Jesus fucking wept. Go on, Eli. Obviously, you fucking decided this is just your moment. Go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm off mute talking.
No shit. Yeah, thanks. You're not going to vary and manipulate the mass of the moon. Brande, stupid boy.
Am I gonna be?
Are you gonna stutter? Yeah, you are. Am I gonna vary the moon? No, you're not gonna vary the moon, you stupid boy. Am I gonna vary the moon? No, you're not. No, you're not.
So I don't even get a chance to speak.
Are you gonna vary the moon?
Can I get a chance to speak? Or
it's a yes or no question, a closed question that isn't whether or not you'll be answering something. It's is your variable, I'll vary the moon.
You'll be muted when you speak over people and when you don't answer the direct question and take it off into the weeds. So
you'll be varying the moon, will you? Closed question, yes or no answer required.
Yes, I will. Can I explain how? Yes, I will.
Okay, no, we haven't got the full hypothesis yet. Sorry. And the dependent variable If you say
no, you just asked me a question.
Yeah, we're asking you to formulate the hypothesis, and so far we've got an independent variable from you, which is moon mass. That's what you've given us. Now we want the dependent.
Let me explain.
Now we'd like the dependent variable because we're forming.
Stop moving.
He's just yammering through me. I asked him a closed question. It's a yes or no answer. It's not his time to talk. No, I asked you a closed question. You say, "Can I vary moon?" Answer yes. Okay. Well, if that's what you say, we'll scrub it down on the whiteboard. Independent variable moon mass. Okay, what's the dependent variable? That's the next question when we're forming hypothesis to check if this is science or not. So you say yeah. Next step, dependent variable. What is it?
Why am I arguing if you do? You're not letting me
That's
answer.
not the question. Question is dependent variable. Just give it me.
You still no. Why are you?
No? Well, then get lost. If you're saying this is science, it needs a dependent variable. Give it me or get lost.
You still haven't let me explain the independent.
I'm letting you explain what the dependent variable is. That's all I'm asking.
He just gave it to you, man. He just said, yep, no worries. You've stated you can manipulate the mass of the moon. We'll tick that down. Now, what is your dependent variable?
How does he get to do this?
It's not the question. The question is dependent variable for your stupid, nonsensical science that it isn't. You say it is, so we're going to get your dependent variable next. Independent variable, moon mass. So what's the dependent variable? Go!
Why am I engaging in this? Seriously.
I'm gonna get lost. I gave you the two options. Either give me that which you claim, which is science, which means it's got a dependent variable, or get lost. I gave you the choices. Now you're asking why am I here? You can run like a coward who is scared. So your projection about how scared I am can be illustrated in your behaviour as you run away from this, rather than asking why you're engaging with it as you yammer through it. Dependent variable, please. Or run.
Why can't I just ask something?
No, you can give us your science that you said you had because you wouldn't concede in 8 attempts that it's not science. Now we're taking you, the numpty who said it is, through the steps of establishing if it is. We've got an independent variable of moon that you'll vary, laughable though that is. Now we want a dependent variable. We're forming hypothesis because you say you've got one.
Mr. Oakley, what is your answer to your own question?
Who's asking me a question? I want a dependent variable from the numpty who said he'd got science. Why aren't I getting one? Why am I being asked questions? I'm not
Because
the claimant,
I
he
can't
is.
even explain the independent variable, which means you can't understand the full experiment.
I need a dependent variable. That's what a hypothesis has.
You can't even let me explain the independent variable.
Tell me, what is the
Well, we can
dependent
go into
variable?
that
That's
further
the
at a
main
later
point of an experiment. That's what we're studying. So if I don't have a dependent variable, I don't know what we're studying yet.
All right, I'll give you the dependent variable right now if you agree that we will go back to the independent variable so I can explain it further.
Well,
Are
what
you
we'll
okay with
do...
that?
hold on. Once we've got your dependent variable, we'll ask you for the null next. We'll see how that goes.
All right. So my dependent variable would be the path of the moon, right? The path of the moon and how it takes in the sky, and if it's off at all, it would not be in the path that I observe.
No. The dependent variable is the phenomena you observe. So you're saying the phenomena you observe is path of moon. And your independent variable, the thing that you say you can vary to cause that effect, is the mass of the moon. Okay?
Yes, that makes sense, yeah.
So what's the null? What's the null? Do you know what a null is?
The fact that the moon is
Sorry,
not moving
stop.
in that.
No, I didn't ask that. Do you know what a null is?
It would be the fact that the moon is not moving the path.
No.
It's
I'm not
against the
asking you for
expected result,
your... Stop. You don't understand my question. It needs clarity. I'm not asking for this specific null. I'm asking you if you know what a null is.
It doesn't... Yeah, okay. The null would be the fact that the moon doesn't...
He's not. He's stupid. He can't comprehend simple English. He's not comprehending the words. Why is he doing
the null
this?
result right now.
Stop.
What is going on?
You're not comprehending what I'm saying, so I'm trying to get clarity from you who struggles with English. I'll say again, hopefully without you yammering through me because you haven't understood. Maybe you'll just yammer through it and then claim that you haven't got clarity when you've talked through it. I'm asking you to define what it is to be a null, not for the null in your stupid shite. What is a, not this, a null? What is it to be a null hypothesis, not what is your stupid, garbage, nonsensical hypothesis in the null format? Do you understand that I'm asking you what a null is? So we're going to define what a null is first.
Yes.
What's a null?
Can I speak?
You can tell me what a null is.
All right. A null would be something that goes against your hypothesis, right?
Okay.
It doesn't support it.
It's a zero difference result.
Yeah, it doesn't have to necessarily be zero or anything. It just has to be off.
No, it's the zero difference result.
You nutty.
No, it's null, as in zero difference result. You vary that which you assume, and you don't get the outcome. Don't get the outcome is zero difference.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah. You don't need to agree. I know what I'm talking about. Okay, so we've got if moon mass as the independent variable, that which the researcher's going to be varying, and that we're going to be varying the moon's mass to see if we can cause the phenomena of moon travel. So the null is if we vary moon's mass, we don't get the phenomena of moon travel. So in the null of this hypothesis, we're going to be stopping the frickin' moon then, correct?
The null hypothesis would be the moon not traveling in the direction that I...
So yeah, we're going to be stopping the moon when we get a zero difference result, correct?
Are you saying stopping the moon in real life?
No, I'm saying that we're going to be varying and when we vary, we're going to see if we cause the effect. And if we don't cause the effect, we won't be getting the effect of the moon moving. Ergo, moon won't be moving. So our null is moon stops, correct?
No, I did not say.
No, this doesn't seem to make any sense, mate.
What?
So if our zero difference result is if... It sounds like you're going to talk through me absolutely shitting on your stupid non-science. Did you want to yammer through the middle of this sentence? Maybe the next one that absolutely annihilates this stupid shit that can't be formulated into a viable hypothesis. Because you can't vary the moon!
Like, AJ, can I please, like, have...
maybe appeal to one of the moderators. I'm running the show. The moderator's not going to help you. You can't vary the moon, you stupid, idiotic numpty.
You are unmuted, and you were unmuted at the time of that conversation, man. Just answer his question. The only time you're getting muted is when you're talking over the top or when you're not answering the question and taking it off somewhere else. At this stage, you were unmuted. You had the chance to speak.
Can't vary the moon.
What do you mean I can't vary? How?
Okay, how do you vary the moon? How are you going to vary and manipulate that which you have as an independent variable, that being something you can vary? How are you going to vary the moon?
In my mathematical model, right?
Sorry, that's not something in physics then, is it?
It is physics.
No, physics is the physical and natural world. That which you can physically manipulate as a researcher is physics. You physically manipulating it. Not in a mathematical model. This isn't science. So, I will conclude, probably with a fundamentalist religious zealot in a lot of pain who's scared of me yammering through the top of the conclusion. We'll see. Maybe he'll moan about me muting him when I'm explaining how you can't vary the independent variable in your stupid non-science-based model to make it a valid scientific prediction as you said you could. It's garbage. It makes no sense, and your independent variable is you varying the moon. This fundamentally undermines your premise of it being science. I'd like an acknowledgement, given we've taken such a great amount of time with insults about how scared we are coming through the top of them, that this garbage you claimed 9 attempts ago is not science in answer to QE's request for scientific evidence of a globe. This isn't it. I'd like an acknowledgement of that, please.
No, I'm not giving you an acknowledgement.
Well, it's not a valid hypothesis.
Yep, you either mute me or I can just keep on going on for another...
It's not a valid hypothesis. I responded to you. It's not a valid hypothesis. Therefore, it's not science.
It's not a valid hypothesis because...
Yeah, you can't vary the frickin' moon, and you've not acknowledged what I've said to you. It's not valid.
Really? Why can't I?
Show me how you vary the moon. Show me you frickin' varying the moon. Go ahead.
I can change its mass value. And
in a model or in physics? You've gone through this is rinsing and repeating. I heard you the first time in your model. Yeah, no, we're talking about the physics of physical. That's physics, not maths. So you varying the mass in your model isn't physics. Physics is a study of the physical and natural world. And in a valid hypothesis, you've got an independent variable that you, the researcher, can physically manipulate. You haven't got that. So it's not science. 10 attempts.
All right, yeah, I'm still not going with it. You either mute me.
Oh, so you think you can vary the moon in physical terms? Show me how you physically, in physics, for a physics experiment to make it science, how you physically vary the moon. Maybe you're scared and you need to yammer through the top of the question. Yeah, this is why you get muted, not by me. Because it's unreasonable. I'm asking you again how you're going to physically, given I've had 2 responses of I can do it non-physically in maths. No, it's physics. It's an experiment. It's supposed to be science. You can't physically manipulate the moon, so it's not physics. That's science. You were wrong. That's the 11th rendition. But you're just going to hand wave it and tell me you don't accept that. That non-variable can be varied in a model and in maths makes it physically manipulatable. Therefore, science. It doesn't. I've explained it 12 times to you.
He already made that up, though. The first time you mentioned to him that you were going to be manipulating the moon, right? What was his response? What do you mean, in real life? Yeah, that's where science is done, in real life. So you understand that your own independent variable is not capable of being done in real life.
It's not science,
words.
like he claimed. He said it had scientific predictions. He was just wrong, stupid, or a liar. We don't know. He can't concede. He's definitely got no humility. Definitely will rinse and repeat. Definitely scared. Definitely going to chant through the top of those conclusions 12 times.
Yeah. So if the mass of the moon is wrong, why would it move?
Nobody said it was wrong. Why have you started with the conclusion? We don't say it's got mass. You do. So you're going to start with the conclusion that you make by presupposition and ask me why it's wrong? What an outrage. You haven't conceded that which I've put to you 12 times, and you're going to ask me by burden of proof reversal what I say the moon doesn't do with its mass. No, you claimed you had science. 14 attempts later, you still haven't conceded that, you total weasel.
Yeah, if it's wrong, why does it work?
No, it's not a question. It's not an opportunity and an opening for you to ask me. It's just not science as you claimed it was, making you unequivocally wrong about your assertion.
If it's wrong, why does it work?
Sorry, work? Sorry, when you say work, does it do work in the physical world? No, it doesn't do any physical work, your model, because it's not physics. So when you put it to work, changing the masses of the moon, that's not physical work. So no, your model doesn't work. Because that would be physics, in physical reality, something it's not capable of doing. So your mathematical, non-physical, conceptual model does not work. Hope that's clear. Physics deals with things that work in physics, physical reality. This isn't that. You still haven't conceded in 15 attempts. Pathetic.
Yeah. Maybe that's a sign.
Can I ask you the question? Dude, is there a difference between science and math?
Sorry.
Is there a difference?
Chocolate then
between
Flatsy.
science and math?
Chocolate then Flatsy. Chocolate then Flatsy.
Yeah, buddy.
Did somebody ask me a question?
Do you think there's a difference between science and math?
I think the two are very related in that, like, I can use math to, like, make predictions that are scientific in nature, right?
No, you can't. No.
I can't, really.
No, you can't.
So how is curvature, like, measurement scientific?
How is
Like, how do you
curvature not another...
No. We've disagreed with you. That's not... I'm just going to lay that down like a giant turd in the middle of a punch bowl. I'm going to walk away and hope no one notices. No. Everyone's noticed that you've just done a giant shit in this punch bowl. And they're all going to now rub your stupid face in it. No.
Yes, let me rub
you
it
first.
in.
Go on, Kiwi.
Professor of Physics, ITT Madras, Professor Black-Rishnan. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. From Richard Feynman, mathematics is not a
Excuse us. What we're doing is, sorry, Kiwi, we're going to some authority figures who define these terms, people who work in these environments, and how they describe maths not being physics. Quite explicitly, you're listening to citations. Now that means sit down, shut up, and understand that your stupid mathematical model isn't science. like we've explained to this dude 16 times. Now we're getting some quotes. Shut up and listen to them. Go ahead, QE.
Richard Feynman from the Feynman Lectures, mathematics is not a science from our point of view in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. From Dr. Carrie Mullis, Nobel laureate, biochemistry, mathematics, which is really not science. From Black Krishnan, professor of physics, ITT Madras, that's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. Then quantum mechanics from the chair of physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, it's a theory which is based on experiment. It is not deduced by mathematics. That's it.
Yeah, he's more.
I mean, that's not really going against his point. He didn't say that math is science. He said that
Yeah, he
math
did.
is used
Yes,
in
he
science to
did.
make
You've
predictions.
obviously joined late.
Said it
Yes,
was
that's
science.
exactly. Excuse me. Excuse me. The guy that just white knighted. I'm talking to you. I'm just talking to the guy who white knighted who said that's not non-conducive. No,
Maybe
he
on the
explicit.
30th
Excuse me. I'm trying to respond to you.
Yeah, I can just keep on talking.
Yeah, you don't need to. I'm going to respond to the guy that white knighted you. You can shut up. The guy who just white knighted. Not conducive. No, he explicitly said it had a scientific prediction in his model. I went through it now 16 times. How dare you? Yeah, I want him to concede that that which he said was science, specifically a scientific prediction, end quote, needs to concede that it frickin' isn't. So when you say, oh, that's not conducive with his point, what, that he's got a scientific prediction in this? He hasn't, and in 17 attempts, he hasn't conceded that. How dare you? Sit down, shut up, whoever that was.
All right, let's keep on going. How many attempts can we get? Because I'm not conceding, man.
Our hypotheses, I got another question. Are scientific hypotheses qualitative or quantitative?
What? They're qualitative, right?
Then where's the mathematics in it?
Seriously? Like it? Or, this is what I mean. Like this is what I mean when I tell you.
Yeah,
like,
seriously, bro. Seriously, yes. We're not playing.
What does quantitative
yeah,
mean
like
to you? Yeah, like
what is
you'd fail
what
fifth
does
grade intro
qualitative
to
mean to
general
me?
science. You would fail 5th grade intro to general science. And what's mass? Define mass.
Oh well, you can just rearrange equals mc squared, right? You can get mass equals energy,
mass.
right? All right, there you go. I did.
What is it?
I said you can rearrange equals mc squared to get mass equals energy.
Mass is energy. No,
Yeah.
energy's energy. Mass isn't energy, and Einstein's equation
Are you
is a train wreck.
retarded?
Excuse me,
Citation.
you're getting a response. Scared of QE's response?
he's
Scared of
giving
it?
me a
Excuse me,
retarded
he's
response.
responding. That means shut up. Go ahead, QE.
From Max Born, Nobel laureate. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no fucking meaning.
Are you saying that equals mc squared is not a valid
That's what I'm saying.
equation? All right.
Define energy.
Oh my God! Stop a second,
what
QE.
is- hold on,
Stop.
hold on.
Stop a
What is-
second.
hold on.
Stop.
Let me-
Stop. Please stop. No. E equals mc squared did not cross QE's lips. Therefore, when you suggest, are you saying EMC squared isn't XYZ? Those words did not cross his lips, right? So this is asshole 101. Just misrepresent something that he hasn't said as though he said it and inferred it isn't something. He didn't, those words didn't cross his lips. Literally. Why are you inserting stuff that he hasn't said and telling him he denies an aspect of something he hasn't even mentioned or brought up? It's total scumbaggery.
Because it's part of the like it's part of my explanation of mass, right?
Yours.
Oh
So you told QE what he denied about it, but yet here we are with it being part of a claim you need to make. But why did you position it about something he denied? Maybe you're scared. Maybe you're scared when I point out your debating tactics, your scumbaggery, your shithousery. when you put words into another man's mouth because you need to make a claim about them. Maybe if you yammer through the top of me pointing out your scumbaggery, it won't be scumbaggery anymore. No, he didn't mention it. It's part of something you want to bring up as a new claim that you will be making, but it's much easier to position it against QE and something he didn't say. So you'll be a scummy, shitty liar about things he hasn't denied and hasn't even brought up because you need to make a claim about them. You're a scumbag.
With no argument.
Can I please?
You don't know what
please
mass
argue?
is.
You can't. No, I'm pointing out that you're a scumbag. I mean, obviously, it's not my server. I've got no control about the fact that you will keep yammering through the top of me, in spite of me pointing out that you're a complete scumbag, someone I don't want to engage with. You've done it to me, and I got very angry with you. You've done it now to QE. So that makes you a shithead who I don't want to engage with. But you think, that's your invitation to ask more questions of us? Maybe you could accept that you didn't have scientific evidence after 19 attempts. No, you won't be doing that either. You're a shithead. Someone I don't want to engage with anymore.
Mr. Independent Variable Moon Mass.
I've been in this call for 15 minutes now, and this guy keeps yelling to every single person. I swear to God.
Right, was that a response to the fact that we don't have...
seconds and you've been crying the whole time.
No, I haven't been crying. I just pointed out that there might be something wrong.
Right, is that in response to... I'm sorry, was that a response to the lack of scientific evidence for a ball? I don't really understand what that was in response to.
He was reading his diary out loud for everyone.
Oh, he's just letting everyone know about his feelings. Oh, right, we were asking for scientific evidence of a ball. I don't know what you're writing down in your diary. We're writing down absolutely no scientific evidence upon claiming they've got some from a variation of the moon, failed to concede that he hadn't got scientific evidence in 19 attempts. That's what I wrote down in my diary. What did you write down again, son?
Well, maybe we can go back to the White Knight. He seems to have few things to say in the chat.
We don't do chat skanks. Speak up, baltard.
Andre, White Knight, you're up.
I mean, I wasn't really expecting to argue right now. I was just saying that he didn't say that science is math, that math is science. He just said that math is used in science, which I think is correct. So, I mean,
it's interesting.
I don't see what
so
you guys are mad about.
So let me give him the question. Are scientific hypotheses quantitative or qualitative?
Quantitative, I'd say, and then you can get into the
That's wrong.
specifics.
That's wrong. That's wrong. You don't know what science is. That's maths. Quantities of stuff, that's maths. That's not science. So your criticism is based in ignorance, where you don't understand what maths is and what science is. Quantities of stuff, you think that's science, do you? No, son. You sit down. That doesn't mean start yammering because you've clearly detected that the guy who is claimed to be shouting at everybody. Yeah, there's a lot of dumb people that he's shouting at in here. Like you stupid boy who thinks that quantities of stuff is science. Don't yammer through me while you get told off. That means sit down, shut the hell up, and listen to the flat earther berate your stupid nonsense. No, quantities of stuff is maths, you stupid boy. Sit down. You don't have a place at this table telling us how it's not invalid what he said when he claimed he got science for a model. No, his model's maths. He inferred it was science explicitly when he said he got scientific prediction. Yeah, we invalidated that shit. Yeah, we ripped it to shreds. And the responses we got were that we were upset or scared. And you, the dumbo who thinks that quantities of stuff is science, have got something to say about that. No, you haven't, son. You need to sit down, shut up, because you don't know this subject. You don't understand any of it. Is that clear that you don't understand this subject? Quantities of stuff isn't science.
What about microbiology and the rate of
can I complete my
Is he
point,
going to
please?
concede? Will this be 18? Will we have to do this 18 times? You were asked if it's quantitative or qualitative, and you answered quantitative. That's what you said.
Okay. Can I explain what I mean, though? Right? So,
No, it's wrong. You stupid, moronic, ignorant clown. I just want you to understand that quantities of stuff is maths. Now, until you do that, this is attempt 2. Like the last guy, we might be here for 18 attempts with you, who said that quantities of stuff is science. It isn't, and I'd like you to concede that, you stupid, bull-believing clown. And until we do, that's attempt 3. You're not going anywhere.
Okay,
How do they
so the rate
taste?
of growth.
Sure, it's qualitative, sure. But can I get into my
So
point,
not
please?
so
Like 20
so the
seconds?
antithesis of what you said then. You had a little change of mind in the last
misspoke.
2 minutes, so you've had a little change of mind.
I think I
You're a bit
misspoke. I think I
indecisive.
misspoke. Can you let
It
me
could
speak
be
for 20
one.
seconds?
I'm talking. Nate, berating a moron. No, you've had a little change of heart in the last 2 minutes, it seems. Maybe someone who can't make up their own fucking mind whether it's quantitative or qualitative should sit down and shut the hell up. That's me, a flat earther, pointing out your ignorance concisely, your little change of mind that means you do not have a place here, globe believer. The more educated flat earthers are the ones in charge of this discussion. The ones who know more than you. The one who criticised us absolutely ripping apart a globe-believing idiot's assertion that his maths was science when he said it was a scientific prediction. It wasn't. So sit down and shut up, stupid globe-believing moron.
Alex, you're up, White Knight. We got another White Knight, Alex.
Hello, Mr. Oakley.
Ah, very polite. Hello, what's your name?
My name's Alex, and
Very pleased to meet you.
yeah, I think with your question of qualitative versus quantitative, I think it can be both, right?
No.
No, they're different words.
Why?
They are different
Just
words.
respectfully, Cora, right? Why would you? Why and how do you think it could be both? Yeah.
Well, because there are
let me just
examples of theories. which are
Hold on, I think Adam's got a caveat, which is to say if they're different things, i.e. both, number 1 and number 2, they're obviously not the same because you can define them as being both.
Yeah. I'm just more looking at what science is and what science is doing. It's elucidating a cause of an effect.
Oh, you gave it away.
This gentleman's cool, so I'm just asking him if all we're trying to do is that, which do you think is required? What kind of result? Qualitative or quantitative?
Yeah, dirt is round, by the way.
It's
That's good to know. That's good to know. Let's just reaffirm. Let's all gather in prayer. Dear Helios.
and round and
I can give
flat
you
are
examples.
mutually exclusive, Crayon Muncher. Now back to Adam.
So a
Why does this two exist?
Hold on, just clear the airwaves for this Alex
Qualitative.
guy. Go ahead, Alex.
A qualitative example is, say, kinetic, I don't know, theory of gravity. That's a qualitative theory. And a quantitative...
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Don't drop a turd in the punch bowl and then carry on.
Okay, how is it not?
Theory of gravity, no, how is it? You made the positive claim. That's a shifting of the burden of proof fallacy. So, what you said the theory of gravity, so that you would be referring to the general theory of relativity published November 15th or November 25th, 1915. So that would mean that there is a scientific hypothesis within Albert Einstein's paper. Can you please retrieve that and post it so everyone can see it and we'll go through it?
Good luck with that.
I find it.
Did you say I'll find it?
Good luck with that.
I did.
Okay.
Oh, you did?
But it's okay. But before you go off looking for stripy paint, it's a geometry. You appreciate that, right?
So what are you exactly asking for me to require from Einstein's theorem?
The hypothesis.
Well, we haven't got to the experiment yet. We want to see a valid scientific hypothesis in his paper. It must be there, or it's not a scientific theory.
In this geometry, I'm asking you a further follow-up question, given the nonsensical outcome of QE's question. Did you appreciate that pseudo-Riemannian four-space geometry from Einstein is a geometry? I just need to check if you know that this is a geometry. Pseudo-geometry.
I hate to sound like Brian, but could we confirm whether the outcome of science is quantitative or qualitative first?
I thought we already did.
We
I
did?
don't think we did. I think
It's implicit, Adam. It's implicit.
it could be both, is what I heard before
But
we
we can finish that
formanned
one
it.
off first.
Well, I'm sorry, only for
Go
the
ahead.
caller's sake, just so I know that he recognises which it is, so we can move forward with that knowledge.
It's qualitative. The quality of the variable you are varying to cause the effect. Does it contain the quality of cause or not? Not how much of it. If you're varying soil to make water boil, it don't matter how much.
Are you asking me?
No, we're telling an
I'm
audience.
just going,
Okay.
well, no,
All
I
right,
was
because
asking.
I'm concerned about
recognise
looking
that
for the
point,
paper.
yeah?
Hold on, Adam. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I'm going to mute myself because I'm looking for the paper, all right? And then I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, but before you do,
Alex,
that's
before
where
you-
I tried to
before
step
you
in
mute
last time.
yourself-
Before you do, Alex, I'm sorry, Adam and QE. I said before you go looking for stripy paint, yeah? That was the hint. Yeah? I asked a question and I didn't get an answer. Do you understand that you're looking for the physical cause and effect relationship, that's a hypothesis, within a geometry? Do you understand what you're looking for in that geometry from Einstein? You understand my question?
Well, I don't understand your question. No.
Okay.
Of course not.
Okay. No, that's okay. That's fine. Okay. So we've just taken the Discord server, my audience, my panel have taken them through the process of establishing that mathematics is not science. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you understand that geometry could be, regardless of its pseudo nature, considered mathematics?
Yes.
So now you're going to look for some physics in this mathematics, right? That's what you're off to look for. Your stripy paint.
No, I'm looking for mathematics in the physics. I think.
No. The physics is the cause and effect relationship validated by experiment. That's the physics. This is a geometry that you're looking for physics in. No?
Yeah, but,
penny not dropping?
I think you're fundamentally wrong about the nature of scientific theories.
Really? Oh, really?
What's a scientific? No, wait. What's a scientific theory? Citation, please, with that. Not what you think it is.
Alex, do you know what a scientific theory is? Can you define it?
So, scientific theory is... Oh, God, this is hard.
We're not asking you to come up with an idea, an ad hoc explanation. We're saying, do you have a cast iron definition for what a scientific theory is, given you're saying what you have is that, in the form of Einstein? But yeah,
no, I don't. Well, there's the paradox.
I was still in the middle of. I was still in the middle of explaining. I was still in the middle of asking Alex.
Okay.
You've been asked for the scientific theory. You said it is. You've even charged me with not understanding what one is. Yeah, that's pure projection, because we've just asked you to define it, and you've gone, oh, I kind of don't know. Yeah, you didn't even listen to what you were asked for. You were asked for, with citation, a definition of a theory in scientific terms. Now, you don't have that, but you were willing only 1 minute earlier to charge me with not understanding what it is.
Yeah, but I think we are not both scientists.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Excuse me, Alex. How dare you? So you, the one in the position of ignorance who doesn't even know what a theory is, you are going to tell me that I misunderstand what a theory is? You can't even define it. How dare you, you ignorant idiot. That's not rhetorical.
Are you retarded?
It's not rhetorical. I want an answer. How dare you charge us with not understanding this stuff when you can't even define it? Yet you think Einstein's geometry is going to contain a theory? You don't even know what it is. How dare you?
You should have let him just go look for it.
It's not a rhetorical question. I'm asking him something. How can you even dare project your own ignorance onto us? How dare you?
Okay. Well,
it's not okay.
I think it's a. What?
I'm asking, how dare you? And your response is okay. It is not okay for the person who is in total ignorance of this subject to charge me with not understanding what a scientific theory is, to only then been asked to define what it is, and what we got from you, the one charging us with not understanding it, was, that's what we got. And I'm asking, given that you, a complete idiot, doesn't know how to define this, how dare you charge us with not understanding what it is? When we're trying to drag you, the ignorant one, through your idiotic claim that Einsteinian geometry is gonna have a scientific theory within it somewhere. No. It's really painful for us, but yet you feel you've got the right to charge us with not understanding this which you can't define. How dare you?
Go look for the paper.
I'm going to read the paper.
So you haven't read it already?
You go ahead.
Hold on. This is a revelation. You're telling me you're telling us about Einstein and his papers and whether they contain theories or not, and then after the fact, you're going to go and have a read about what they actually say. Is that the situation that I'm hearing? Am I hearing this correctly?
No. I said that I was going to look in the paper and then try and find the stuff that you asked me to find.
What did we ask you?
That was the
Well, yeah, okay, good question. What am I asking you for?
I forgot, to be honest.
How are you going to go looking for it?
So let me get it straight. You don't even know what you're looking for.
I'm going to read the paper. Now I remember it, hopefully.
But why? You don't know what you're looking for in it, but you've already read it, according to you.
No, I'm going to read it. If you let me... Yeah,
when he reads it,
ask me what to look for.
He'll remember the question.
Oh, I see.
No, ask me what
You already read
Ask me
Einstein's paper.
I'll read the paper, and in 20 minutes or so, I'll come back, and then I'll talk to you about it.
You must have already read it. You were charging us with not understanding how it's a theory. You were charging us with that, so you must have already read it to know that you can charge us with not understanding what a theory is, in spite of you not being able to define it. So you must have read it already. Maybe if you yammer through the top of my question, maybe if you start yammering through the top of the painful questions I ask, they won't be real questions because you won't have heard them. Excuse me, coward. I'd prefer you just listen to me berating you and then respond. You can't even define what a theory is, and you're claiming that there is one within Einstein's geometry. Now you're suggesting that you need to go back and answer a question by reading it again that you don't know what the question is. And I'm suggesting, given that you already have read this, surely we can quiz you about that which you understand about his papers, because you've already read them. You wouldn't be charging us with not understanding them if you hadn't already read them, right?
That's too high level, Nathan. Jesus.
To make girl games uglier.
You're mumbling.
Wouldn't you?
I didn't hear what he said. He was just mumbling, like he was cowering over his mic.
I said I think we should make girls in video games uglier.
You think you should meet girls in video games as a response to theories in Einstein? Excuse me, Mr. Non Sequitur. Excuse me, Mr. Non Sequitur. You think we should meet girls in video games as a response to the theory in scientific predictions in Einstein's geometry? Maybe if you just chant through me having said we should meet girls in games, it will make your attack of this basic non sequitur effective. No, your non sequitur failed miserably. And I'm now pointing out that that's non-responsive when it comes to the scientific validity within Einstein's papers that you've definitely read, right? That was the question. You've definitely read them, right?
But to me, I had not read the paper.
So you are charging us with not understanding that there's a theory in a paper you haven't read, correct?
Have you read the paper?
Dunning-Kruger wanker. Dunning-Kruger wanker. That's what you are. You haven't even read this fucking paper and you're charging us with not understanding it, and now you're asking me whether or not I've read it. What, the pseudo-Riemannian four-space geometry of Einstein? That?
No,
How many?
I think
how many dimensions? How many dimensions does Einstein name in his geometry?
I don't know. I haven't read the paper.
So you're going to tell me there's no theory in this paper that you haven't read, and that I don't understand it? You haven't even read it. Back to the original question I didn't get an answer for prior, as he yammers through the top of me. How dare you?
Can I speak? I probably think there is a theory in said paper.
Yeah, you probably think. You think that has some value, do you, stupid boy? You probably think there is a theory in there. Let me tell you, there isn't. I know there isn't, because I know what science is, unlike you. The ignorant one, you, not me.
Okay, what's the difference between a scientist?
Why are you asking me something? Do you think that that means you need to take charge of the questioning process? No, you have to earn that right, mate. You haven't earned it. You've just demonstrated yourself as completely ignorant and stupid, having charged us with not understanding something you haven't even read. That's your cue to ask us something, do you, Dumbo?
How's he going to recognize it, though? If he's looking in the paper and he doesn't know what a scientific theory is, then how will he know if it comes across one or not?
How will he know?
I'm wondering whether he looking to see if he can find a big enough number in this scientific paper that will confirm the hypothesis.
See, the reason we get a bit highly strung, my friend Alex, is because, generally speaking, we deal with people like you all day. That would be somebody so stupid that they think simply by having a globe belief that they are superior to us, and they can tell us we don't understand something they've never read. Yeah? That is so irritating. And it's called Dunning-Kruger. Look it up.
Yeah, but if with the Dunning-Kruger effect, I think the Dunning-Kruger was related to Pacific tasks, and you can
we don't care what
you can say that I don't understand.
Yeah, he didn't pick up on that.
Dude, you've just demonstrated that your opinion, particularly, is worth nothing because it's formulated on nothing. Just like your last attack on Earth, which was based on a paper that you've never read. So realistically, who cares what your opinion of Dunning-Kruger is? Yeah. Respectfully,
No, I'm telling you how
you just made a bit of an arse of yourself, really.
Yeah, you want to tell us. That's the problem.
Go a long way right now.
The problem is you want to tell us. Yet you're in no position to do so. You're ignorant as all hell. You don't know anything. But you want to be telling us, don't you? Yeah, we know you want to tell us. You're not in that position. We're telling you. You're the student.
Yeah.
We're the teachers.
Who's your daddy?
He said he can become an expert in this in 20 minutes. Maybe we should just let him go.
What does he do?
Who did, Alex?
Okay, so what? So you're gonna ask scientific theory in this analphysic theater.
What's that?
Right?
Oh, what's that? What is a scientific?
It's a shame that you're not going to say, you know what, I apologize for, stepping out and saying that you didn't understand something relating to the subject we're talking about, which I was supposed to get a citation, I being you, that you didn't even read yet. Like, it's kind of messed up that you would say that someone doesn't understand something you haven't read.
No, I didn't say that. I said I don't think you understand the definition.
Yeah, that's the reality, dude. All of the people on this panel have read it. Yeah, we've been discussing it for years. So a little bit of humility, like I said, would go a long way because we're not overly attacking you. We're giving you the opportunity. Maybe you should go and read it and realize how ridiculous your statements were. That's why Nathan said, go and get some stripy paint or a glass hammer. You're on a fool's errand. Yeah, because you've not even able to make the distinguishment of what that paper is with regards to your initial claim.
I didn't say that.
So let's get there. Hold on. Let's get there because maybe he's ignorant and he needs to walk through the steps, right? Like, and I know Neil wanted to. So let's get there. So you think that you're going to find a hypothesis in this paper about Einstein's geometry? How about let's start? Can we start from there? And do you think you're going to find a hypothesis there? Do you need the link to the PDF?
I got the PDF. I got streaming it.
Okay.
Right, dude, maybe this is the point. I'll give you one more clue. Whilst you're getting the stripy paint, if you can get me a left-handed hammer as well, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, that's too much information now, Adam. Now you gave it away.
We're not giving anything away. Dunning-Kruger doesn't know what he doesn't know.
Come on.
But it's interesting because most people look, most people aren't genuine enough to go this far in their ignorance. Like, I know it just sounds like we keep on dogging you out, man, but like I'm ignorant to a lot of things. Like, so I'm just saying to the panel, usually people just kind of leave when we get to this point or try not to let the point reach its inevitable conclusion. That's what normally happens. Is someone just pretends that they're not even going to get a citation and they never said they were going to get a hypothesis. Like, he's literally trying. So let's give him some room.
Oh, you're saying he might be sincere. Okay. Sincerely wrong.
Good one.
That's why I suggested a little humility would go a long way. We're trying to work with you, mate. Yeah? Not just attack you for your, as demonstrated, complete lack of knowledge. And more importantly, the clues were to do with your understanding of what you're even talking about. You understand, yeah, that you're demonstrating you haven't got a clue what science is when you're citing this paper. We're being kind. I'm not giving you the answers. Just giving you a couple of clues.
But he doesn't know that yet, though, because he's still looking for the hypothesis. So that's
yeah, that's the problem.
He'll figure that bit out when he finds the stripy paint.
Or the left-handed hammer.
They're situated.
So how close? All right. So how close are you to finding this hypothesis? You think? 5 minutes? What? 4? You got finding page up? Maybe type in hypothesis.
If he's looking for it, hold on. Don't
just a quick question.
Recognise what's happening. Neutral outcome. Anybody? If it's left in the ether, no pun intended, that there's potentially a hypothesis that he hasn't lost, does he? So he can leave this open-ended for as long as he likes and never has to concede. So I'll do it. There's no hypothesis in geometry. It's maths. It's not science. You stupid idiot. Don't assert that geometry from Einstein, pseudo in nature's science, because it's not. You're just an idiot. Yeah, we've tried to help you. You don't seem to want help. You want to tell us what's what. Having not read this paper, you want to tell us all about it, do you? You stupid Dunning-Kruger moron. I do like berating you, because I've had it for 10 years from people who think they're superior and that they can come along and tell me what's what simply because I'm a flat earther. And yet here we are with a crazy idiot, globe-believing numpty Dunning-Kruger asshole telling us that we don't understand a paper he's never read. What a shock that we would be educating you in how this isn't science because it's maths. Yeah? Did you think you'd learn this in 10 minutes, I heard?
By the way, I think you're... But I think you're maybe right about the paper because you're going on about it. But
maybe you think maybe. Sorry, we weren't asking for your shithead crackpot opinion on these things. We didn't ask for your opinion on whether or not maybe I've got it right. I absolutely, without question, know what I'm talking about. You have never read anything about this subject we're debating and are telling us we're wrong. So again. No, I don't want your opinion on whether or not you might think I'm right or not. I am. You, on the other hand, are a Dunning-Kruger moron who's told us we're wrong about something you've never read, making you a total asshole.
No, I didn't say that. Didn't say that.
Hey, you did.
I said you might be. I said you're wrong. about the differences about scientific theory, and then you talked about the Einstein's relativity.
Oh, right. That's why you were off looking for the papers to validate the hypothesis in them. Yeah, of course. I've just got amnesia for the last hour. No, mate, we know what you claimed and what you told us we didn't understand. Number two, it's recorded.
Fantastic.
Do you need me to play back your own frigging words and call you a liar on the spot? Or are you just going to concede that shit now?
Oh, well, that'd be news to me.
News to you what the words you said? I'm asking you, do you need your own words played back to you, or can I just have you concede it? Or can I just play them and call you a lying shithead? Because that's what you are at this stage. You told us we didn't understand science based on the fact that you are asserting there's a theory in Einstein's geometry. That's about as concise a summary as what's going on. And there he is yammering through the summary. Yeah, because it's painful to hear that which he's now about to lie about, based on his own charges that he's put to us. That having been overcome, yeah, and they can be relinquished now. No, they can't. They've been recorded. You charged us with not understanding the science of Einstein. You're going to now concede anything at all?
It's
of course not.
You understand the science of
Einstein. Yeah, no, he's going to charge me again with not understanding. What an asshole.
Unlikely. Yeah, I think it's unlikely.
Moby Dick, I think. Something else he hasn't ever read.
Say again?
Unfortunately, a minute ago, I was trying to give this guy a bit of leeway, but he has descended into full anti-flat earther, into just demonstrating he's just not prepared to have any level of integrity of argument. It's descended into farce now, dude. Like I said, a little bit of humility would have gone a long way, but you didn't have that. You've just proceeded to make a dick of yourself. And I think I'm done. Yeah, unless anybody else needs to beat further confessions about how this guy knows nothing and he wants to demonstrate further.
No, he just said it to Nathan.
Well, I mean, for the sake of the audience, though, shout out to the 49 people on the panel.
92, I've got.
Nice. We're rocking out today. This is nice. So it's like, okay, so obviously we're at the point where he thinks that gravity is a scientific theory. So we said, okay, so let's see if there's a hypothesis in Einstein's paper from 1915, November 25th, was it? And so you've gotten that paper. And let me just ask you now, have you found the hypothesis?
I haven't even read the paper because I was listening to you, but I will go away and then I'll.
Huey,
just
in
let
a
him.
scientific paper, Eli, I'll ask you then. In a scientific paper, where do you place the hypothesis? Is it somewhere buried in the middle of the text?
I would assume it would be in the introduction.
Does it have a subtitle?
Isn't it the first thing? That's why you're doing the whole motherfucking thing, because that's
No
how we
swearing.
are at work.
Often you will have an abstract which genuinely does often include the hypothesis. So shouldn't be having to search too far if this is a scientific paper, dude.
Well, he didn't look yet, because I mean, so let's give him a chance to go away.
Giving him a tip, Eli.
Well, let's give him a proper tip. If you want to find if there's scientific validity to a paper, you just do whatever you type into search words in that paper and just look for the words independent variable or dependent variable. That's it. And you'll find your way to the hypothesis right quick.
As we've said earlier, you're better off doing a word search for glass hammer.
Or stripy paint.
Turn up in Einstein's paper.
It's not science. There's no science in it. I mean, this guy thought it was scientific prediction and wanted to defend that we didn't understand how it had a theory as part of it. It doesn't. It's not science. Definitely not. But no concession, no humility, typical globe-believing behaviour. Dunning-Kruger, fairly standard stuff. We've seen it for 10 years.
he
Baltards.
might have gone away. He might be looking through it though.
Baltards, you've been duped by pseudoscientists telling you that it's science. You're morons. Thanks.
A good summary. The reason that guy thought he'd got a scientific theory in Einstein is because you've been told that you've got science from Einstein. You haven't. That's why you believe you've got science.
Let me give you the rundown of the pseudoscience religions for you. You ready? Here they are. Paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever the hell that is, and yes, I'm still laughing, theoretical physics, astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology are all demonstrable pseudosciences. And anyone making any claims from that discipline are pseudoscientists. There's a pro tip.
Again, for the benefit of my audience, the definition of... Go ahead, whoever that was in Discord.
It's just Eli. Just to add to that, I had the citation right here. Okay, here we go. So from libguides.scun.edu, it says, unlike physicists, astronomers cannot experiment on their subjects because they are so far away they cannot be touched or interacted with. So therefore, astronomers generally make observations or work on theory. And when they say theory, they just mean their imagination as to what could be happening, not theory as in they're testing a hypothesis and they have experimentation.
Gotcha. Well, that's worthy of a definition of pseudoscience. So when QE goes through the list of pseudosciences, what is pseudoscience? Well, it's a claim of science that has not been through the scientific method. That's what pseudoscience is. So when someone says, this is science, Einstein's geometry, really, has it been through the scientific method? No. Then it automatically becomes pseudoscience.
So if I want to test something, then how do I do it? For example, if I want to test, for example,
Go on, whoever's asking the question about testing, go ahead.
Me. For example, if I want to test, let's say I want to prove that water boils at 100 degrees, how would I do it?
No, that's a quantitative question, though, isn't it? That's a mathematical question.
Can you say the question again?
You're saying if I want to figure out how water boils at 100 degrees, the at 100 degrees bit is mathematics. You're putting it onto a scale and asking the question in regards to the number that it'll boil at. In science, you observe a natural phenomena first. So in terms of your question, the first thing you do if you're going to call it science is observe a natural phenomena. Well, you can contextualize your question within that structure. That is to say, you observe a boiling hot spring or something like that and go, I wonder why that happened. And then you go, well, let's start assuming causes and slot them into a hypothesis as a suppositional statement of cause for the effect I observed, in this case, boiling water. So you say, maybe it's the amount of soil in the hot spring that causes the water to boil. So then you're going to vary the amount of soil in water to see if it makes it boil. And if soil, water not boiling, you proved your null hypothesis. If A not B, proven, tick, done. Science, that's what science does, proves the quantity of soil in water doesn't cause it to boil. So you proved that when you added soil as a variable. Your independent variable, the only thing you'll vary. I'm nearly there. I'm explaining how science works. It's not a short process. It takes some time to explain, whoever's interrupting me. Thank you for interrupting the teacher, probably somebody ignorant or with a painful globe belief. We'll see. We'll find out after. Meanwhile, you can vary the heat as a supposition. Maybe if I vary the amount of heat, I can get it to boil. So you vary heat and induce boiling. Nothing to do with its temperature, nothing to do with anything other than whether or not you can get it to boil or not. And if you do, you've established the cause of it boiling, in this case heat, with all things held constant that aren't your variables, that you're varying to cause the effect. That's heat. That's all that gets varied. And if it causes the effect, that is to say you heat the water and it boils, is the validated cause of the effect. That's science. That's an experiment when you vary heat That's the experiment stage, to see if it causes the effect, validates one or other half of the hypothesis for the phenomena you observed in nature, in this case water boiling. I'm done.
All right. Floor is open for everybody. Nathan's over. Great job, Nathan. Alex, I'm not sure what you think you're going to do around here, but it's not going to work.
Disprove this stuff in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I heard it. I was just amazed that he wanted to continue.
Yeah. I mean, what he actually had to offer was about 8 or 9 failures to concede in the face of quite heavy beration and being told that we don't understand things he hasn't read. I mean, that's quite embarrassing as a showing, especially when you've had the confidence and Dunning-Kruger idiocy to state that you're going to overcome this stuff in 20 minutes. Very embarrassing. But that's your average Dunning-Kruger globe believer for you, isn't it? Let's be honest. That's all we experience. Idiots that think that they can tell us what's what when they haven't got a clue and haven't read anything.
Is that what he said?
Well,
I didn't even hear that.
What I heard was he didn't read anything that he was talking about, but you don't understand it.
Yeah. Good summary. One outrage.
No, it's worse than that, unfortunately. Yeah. The thing that he'd cited that he hadn't read didn't prove the thing he was trying to point out in the first place. Yeah. That's how ignorant he was. When we were laughing, off you go and get your tartan paint, stripy paint, yeah? It's not there. It doesn't exist, what you're after. If you're looking for a scientific hypothesis in Einstein's mathematical descriptions of a fourth-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian force space, yeah, good luck. Eli's trying to give him 20 minutes. He could have had 20 million years. It's not there. Yeah, it's like
That's what I said.
It doesn't exist.
Sorry. I said you should have just left him go look for it.
The tartan paint, or the stripy paint, or the glass hammer, or the left-handed hammer. Which one?
He didn't know.
Didn't know what was
Remember,
being
I
asked.
him, I said, "What are you looking for?" He said, "I can't remember."
Yeah,
but
I
like imagine a world in which he came back 5 minutes later and said, "Yeah, I don't think I can find it," and then we told him why.
Well, imagine a world with reasonable people. Imagine a world where reasonable people who don't know anything about the subject they've come here to tell us all about, except when they're completely ignorant of it and we know better. That world.
Well, that's the alternative.
You bloody
that's why I'm
hippie,
saying,
Eli.
well, consider it alternative.
No, you're
Let's
a flat
not
earther,
consider
and
what
they
did
should be
happen.
telling you, because you're stupid, Eli. Flat earther? How dare you assume that you and your research is worth anything compared to them not doing a damn thing? They know they're globers.
I got
Well,
just
yeah,
Eli
that could-
here.
yeah,
With that statement, with that statement and then the frequency statement earlier, what's going on, Eli?
And the bra.
Imagine
He's a
the
Sven
audience
Collie.
came. Imagine the audience heard that the guy came back and said it's not in there, and then we told him why.
Yeah, but Eli, are you not listening? Imagine a world where a disingenuous person comes back after a small amount of time and admits they're wrong. But hello? We've been here long enough.
Yeah, that'd
That's
be
why
fire.
Nathan said, let me finish. That's why Nathan said, let's bring this to a head, because we recognize the point where they slope off. Yeah? I was trying to make the same point to bring it to a head. Hence, where's the hypothesis in a paper? Where would you expect? Trying to bring it to a head. Because
some folks are aggressively missing Eli's point.
Yeah, well, Eli, make your point then, because I think I'm genuinely.
I'll be honest, I did entirely tune out everything Eli had to say as well. So go ahead, Eli.
I thought I got the point. I just thought I recognised that situation is so unlikely to ever happen, where we meet a genuine baller who comes back and says, "You know what? The shit I was just citing, it isn't there." I mean, good luck, Eli.
But Eli is saying he might not be a genuine baller.
Hold on, Neil. Go ahead, Eli.
So what I'm saying is, number one, there's an audience, and number two, we can point out to the audience that there's two outcomes. Whilst you've already explained, obviously, it's a geometry. There's not going to be a hypothesis in there. Fine.
dude is still willing to go away and look for it. We just point out to the audience, well, there's two outcomes. He doesn't come back, which is typically what's happened for the last 5 years, or he comes back and says, well, humbly, I can't find what I'm looking for. There doesn't appear to be a hypothesis in there. Where do we go from here?
In other
Those are
news,
the two
let's
outcomes.
acknowledge what he said. Yeah, one day we'll get that honest baller come back and say, you know what, I said there was scientific predictions in Einstein's geometry. In spite of you telling me that it was geometry, therefore couldn't possibly have a hypothesis in. I went and had a look for myself. I didn't just trust you. I had a look. There was no hypothesis. I concede. It's not a scientific prediction. All right, so there's no scientific evidence of the globe 3 weeks from now. Yeah, we could wait for him to do that. And in other news, there might be a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow. We can wait for a while and see if he comes back, Eli.
I see what you're saying, Eli. He might not be one of the regular stinking foul ballers. He might be a guy searching.
No, he definitely is. You didn't listen to his words. You didn't listen to what he said. So I don't know.
I didn't hear everything, so I will admit that.
How long have you guys been out here? Elijah, how long you been out here?
What, 6 years probably, plus.
I don't think
More
you
or less.
listened to what the gentleman said, but I'm attributing Neil's concept to you, so that's unfair. I take everything back.
You're right. There were enough
All I'm
okay.
all
Is
I'm
it
saying
reasonable for a
No,
person?
wait, hold on.
Okay, go on.
Hold on. All I'm
No,
saying is
I've just
this.
succeeded. Don't tell me to hold on again.
Okay. All I'm saying is this. As a person who's, curating an audience and trying to put on a show, I have given the parameters to the audience that my patience extends 5 minutes. So they know that in 5 minutes, either there's going to be a result of he came back or he didn't. Either outcome is good for the audience. I just don't want that point to be lost on the audience, is all I'm saying.
Eli,
While we're talking
all I
about
was
what
going
we're
to say,
talking about.
Eli, was that, okay, fair enough. Your humanity is brilliant. I often get ridiculed for my humanity. Brilliant. Start the clock. It's 8 o'clock. Give him to whatever time. So I'm not bothered. If that's something that needs to be done, bong, 8 o'clock UK time. Give him his 20 minutes.
To Eli?
I wanted to give the
Yeah,
guy
he's not
enough
back.
rope to hang himself. I'm saying, okay, fine. I've got no problem with that. It's 8 o'clock now. 20 past 8. We should have an answer somewhere.
I did start feeling bad for him, though.
Why?
The way he was, just the way he was talking. He knew he was defeated, but he still was trying. And I mean, it's got to be a terrible feeling.
I see. So the rat goes up to the cat and starts scratching its tail and trying to eat the cat's tail. And when the cat turns around and takes its eyes out, you feel quite sorry for the rat.
A little bit, maybe. You had him, you killed him. The guy was, I don't know. I started feeling a little bad for him.
So did he leave?
I don't know. Is he still here? Alex, he's still here.
Still here.
I know. Yeah, I've had a look at the paper. I found which paper it was. Yes, I think you're right in saying that the general relativity theorem, allgemeine, the general relativity theorem, does not contain a hypothesis.
You're welcome.
No way. Wow, it's only an hour later. Well, we can continue with the conversation.
Why then, Alex?
No, don't say it's no.
Everyone wants a piece. I heard Adam first. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Adam, I heard you first.
Okay, so Alex, can I ask why you cited it against us then?
No. I just want my recognition first.
Eli.
Before we move on.
Eli, you get your recognition thoroughly.
Thank you.
I think we should all just take.
It wasn't rhetorical. Everyone can shut up. Ask again. It's not rhetorical.
Let's just give Eli his moment. Let's all just take 30 seconds and say praise Eli. Yeah?
No, we'll
He's
get back to
open
that.
optimism.
Fine.
He's open
Eli
optimism.
called it. I can't believe it. There is gold at the end of the rainbow. There, done.
Exactly.
Alex,
Alex.
please ask your
can I
question
ask you
again.
the
Adam,
question again
what?
then?
Now it's back on the track after 2 hours. We should acknowledge it. No, I've done that.
Dude.
Adam, go ahead.
Yeah. Alex, so after our recognition of Eli's foresight, can we ask you the question? So given that you've now recognized that point, why did you cite it against us?
I can't remember what I did. I can't remember how the conversation developed, to be honest.
Oh, we asked for scientific evidence of the globe.
That's not the point, yes. Alex. Alex, just bear with me. Okay. It's more the nuance as I'm asking you as to why you would cite something that you haven't read. And then when you do read it, it doesn't prove the point. What was the fundamentals for why you felt you could cite that? Who had told you that that was citable to the point that you've proven it's not? Why would you do that?
I don't think I cited it. I think someone else did.
Yeah, it's recorded. You definitely did. Yeah.
Boy, get some done Epizil, right? And let's move forward.
Need your own words back. Do it. Stop. Again, it's a crossroads. Either you're a liar, and we need to show how you're a liar with your own words played back to you in the recording, or you go, oh, right, yeah, I did kind of step in to defend the other guy who was saying that there was science in this and how that really I haven't got a valid point for challenging him. That's really where I stepped in, and now I've been reminded of it. I've been a bit of a shithouse for saying what I just said. Yeah, another turd in the punch bowl you just dropped, mate. No, don't lie. We heard what you claimed. We heard why you stepped in, and then we carried on the conversation with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think that I remember putting it in the chat, that there's a difference between that scientific theories are both qualitative and quantitative.
Right? So you were wrong.
Saying both many times.
Gotcha, you were wrong.
Alex, before we go off the beaten track again, I'll just remind you of the question. I'm not asking you to cite what was in the thing you miscited. Yeah, I'm asking you why you felt you were empowered to cite something which ultimately proved wrong, but something you'd never read. Why, as a baller, you have the mindset that you would do that?
Yeah, I said it probably. Yeah, I remember it saying that it probably contains a hypothesis. I guess probably because it's a new.
Yeah, so that's my question again. Why?
Yeah.
Would you feel empowered to cite something that you've never read? What gave you the confidence to do it?
Can you mute Eli?
What gave me the confidence?
Yeah.
I've never read the paper. Ignorance, I guess.
That's my point. So why, when you stepped in, did you feel the need that you would stand behind this paper that was going to prove the point? What gave you the confidence to do so, given that you'd never read it?
Yeah. Well, because I thought you were wrong. Okay. The reason why is
if I was
because
to give you a word instead of you stumble. If I give you a word, you can either say agree or disagree. Yeah, are you cool with that?
Cool.
So I would say the reason you felt confidence was faith. Would you agree with that?
No.
You wouldn't agree that you had faith in the Bohr model and the things you've heard, and therefore faith in Einstein. You would be on sure footing to look like you knew what you were talking about because you weren't going to get undone. You had faith in.
Yeah, I would have faith in Einstein. Yeah.
Faith is okay. Scientific. You'd say yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's generally quite good. I mean, that's how science is. I mean,
No. Stop. Don't tell us what science is. Do you accept that you were so bold as to put something you'd never read forward because you took it on faith it would prove your point? It's just a yes or no.
Yeah.
Not well.
Oh my god.
It's obviously yes, because you cited it and it was wrong. Alex, stop. Everyone else who's talking, shut up.
Yeah, I'm one of the mods.
Stop.
I'm just pointing out the fact that
Mr. Nice Flat Earther, stop.
No.
Stop. Alex, it was a closed question. Obviously, you took it on faith. It turned out to be wrong, and you cited it as being correct when it wasn't. So we can only, and you can only conclude that you took it on faith that it would prove right where it obviously isn't right. You've conceded. Therefore, ergo, faith. Correct?
Sure, yeah.
Hello?
Yes, you took it on faith.
Got there in the end.
I would just ask you to recognise the point again that you accused of us of numerous things based on your beliefs. Something
Your
that when you
faith.
investigated was demonstrably wrong.
So based on your faith that was wrong, you felt empowered to challenge us. You see, my knowing the Earth is measured flat is not based in faith in a paper I have not read. It's based on how Earth... Somebody seems to be chanting through me from Discord. Can you close your mics if you're not talking? If you have actually got something you wanted to challenge me with, all the people with their mics open, MPX, Crit, Alex, just close your mics if you're not talking, unless you've got something to challenge me with. Earth's measured flat. I can state that as a fact and back it up with actual measurements of Earth, and I can also show how your faith is based on those measurements. That's what I can do. All you can do is challenge me, the flat earther, based on your faith, Alex, because that's all you have. I have measurements of a flat earth. You have faith in a ball that came from those measurements. Do you understand that which I've just explained? It's critically important that I get an affirmation. If I don't, I'll reiterate it.
I don't understand.
So welcome to Flat Earth. You understand Earth is measured flat for your faith.
Sorry?
Do you not understand the question? First, I welcomed you
No,
to Flat
I
Earth.
don't understand your question.
My question is, you appreciate that the Earth being a sphere for you to have faith in comes from Flat Earth measurements. You understand that?
I think you're wrong in that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's fake.
Are we back? Do you think you should be on this ground where you're going to, stick your faith on the line about what you think might be the case in terms of whether or not you'll win this argument? Do you not appreciate from the previous discussions with me personally that you definitely won't be winning any arguments with me when it comes to the nature of Earth, and that you are basically ignorant of all things we talk of here? Now, you can go ahead in this discussion based on what you think you might win with. What measurements of a globe Earth do you think you have?
So.
Earth.
Very funny. I think there was I remember there was the earliest proof of a flat Earth with in Greece, wasn't there? And with the
You mean globe Earth? Do you mean globe Earth? Do you mean globe Earth?
So fucking.
Hold on. Everyone else who's just deciding to chime in from the peanut gallery, you said flat Earth. Do you mean globe Earth?
All right, I'm going to put an end to this.
Who is?
I'm going, by the way.
Who is this Mr. Nice Flat Earther who thinks he's in charge of this discussion? He's not.
Yeah,
Can someone shut up, Mr. Nice Flat
Tell
Earther?
me to shut the fuck up. And
No,
we're going to
Radwin.
continue.
I've got server muted by Mr. Nice Flat Earther. He's just decided to server mute me.
And he's a mod. He wants to take the show back. I could sense it.
What do you mean, take the show back?
Okay, who said we were done?
So are we done here? Am I being excluded from this discussion? Is my audience being kicked out by Mr. Nice Flat Earther?
Shut up, and I told you I was a mod, and I was trying to get everything under control.
Oh, my
That's
bad. I
not
didn't hear
being
that.
done.
I'm sorry. There was too much chaos for me to appreciate that you were a mod,
Okay, that's
Mr. Nice
fine.
Flat
I
Earther.
understand.
Sorry.
I was trying to let you finish with this guy because Alex just is in dreamland.
Okay, my bad. I thought you were trying to rumpus the point. I'm really sorry.
Nope, I was not. Go ahead.
My apologies. I'm new here.
Did you just take the essence of the first guy we killed?
But there was no point of that.
Rob Notches.
I was trying to ascertain with Alex if he appreciated Earth was measured flat for his globe faith, but I don't know. There seems that seems to have come to a conclusion.
How does Alex measure a globe?
Yeah, that's where we were at.
Alex, how do you measure a globe?
Is he not here anymore? Is he scarpered?
He's gone to get his tape measure, I think.
Finally, somebody's going to get a tape measure.
And get an elevation angle.
All you need is a tape measure, a laser, and two guys. One holding the tape measure, one shooting the laser. Yeah, I see it.
Going on.
What are you talking about? Earth curve. You want to measure Earth curve, you need a beliefometer.
But no.
Well, he's gone now, so what now?
I mean, the only thing is...
Why did he run away?
Yeah, well, he's gone to get his Earth curve measuring tool, which there is none of them around anyway, except for measuring spectacles.
Spectacles?
Well, there's 46 people in the chat. Maybe we can engage someone else or reflect on the conversation.
I can't believe he's gone.
Well, I mean, you did beat him up.
Religious cult called
He
heliocentrism.
conceded twice.
Nathan, you did make him say he was wrong. So maybe
he conceded twice.
Got a hell of a lot more than that. Adam got him
Eli.
to... I was going to say, Adam, you're about to get some credit. Go ahead.
No, give me the credit. Off you go.
Yeah, I will. Adam got him to concede that he had a faith in the globe, that his his what's the word? Empowerment to put forth that which was proven demonstrably to be incorrect was based purely on his faith that the ball's got it covered. It hasn't, but that's what he admitted to, which I think is far more monumental. Adam,
thank you. I thought I was.
But that's the whole world.
Yeah.
I was surprised when I got him to the point of the question, I was surprised he actually admitted yes. Because I got him to the point, like, if I can give you a word, faith. And I thought he was just going to reject it. But ultimately, I think he realised there is no other reason why I would come in, cite something without having read it. The only reason I do it is because I believe in the ball. And yeah.
So you've had an experience of what I've been telling you guys for 2+ years now, that there are people who are some type of glober. I don't know if we would call them anti-flat earther.
Normie.
That just didn't hear, normie that just didn't hear the arguments, and so we ought not, or best not, assume that they're not going to be genuine. There's no reason to do that. The only reason we assume that is because we've only spoken to, or mostly spoken to, anti-flat earth. You got to be more gentle in here. People will, on occasion, actually talk. Doesn't it feel good to speak to somebody
before you ask us this, hold on. It does feel good, you're right. But by the same token, being genuine and admitting to your own ignorance, as in the case here, doesn't change the fact that his stance was to basically say, you're stupid, and I'm going to tell you what's what. There's a few points where he says, well, I just want to tell you. Yeah, you do, don't you? So this arrogant man, because he's got a genuine interest and is prepared to concede, will get away with telling me I don't understand a paper he's never read and so forth? I'm not going to hold back. How dare he? I said.
But he conceded.
How dare he?
He conceded. He conceded. He conceded that. Even though he was going to do it again, he conceded that. But that's like a person who, learns something and then goes back to their old habits by instinct. He literally conceded that he did that. We went, and you was like, I'm going to make sure that he's conceding to my point. And you put it all spicy to him. And he's like, yeah, you're right. And then Adam went a step further and said, so was your faith is the reason you did that. And after like the third time, he is like, yeah. So it doesn't get any better than that.
I agree.
Yeah,
okay. But I'll agree. Let me just agree. By your own low standards. You're saying by your own low standards.
That same thing. When Elijah, when he had him say, yeah, that was the end of it. It really was, because that's when he realized.
Yeah, fuck this guy. Who is this Mr. Nice Flat Earther? right? He's server muted me, and I thinks he's taken over the fucking conversation, right? I've just been addressed by Eli, and this asshole Mr. Flat Earther's decided he's taken over my fucking show. Who is this guy?
He's just serving me with it.
Measurements he'd like to offer up.
Nathan,
In
he's just
physical
serving me
reality.
with it.
He server muted me earlier. Eli's just asked me something. I've tried to respond to
put
him.
On. Just put him on. Dude, Mr. Nice Flat Earther. We're trying to run a show here, okay, right? We're working with your moderation. Earlier on, we recognised the Australian
I
guy.
thought your show was over.
I am
Now he's
talking.
decided he doesn't want to listen to you, Adam. It's his server, his rules. He's not going to have us run our show here. He's decided it's his show now. So he's going to yammer through you objecting to some of his behaviours. He's objecting. He doesn't want to hear it. He's chanting through. Maybe you'll server mute me in a minute. Who knows?
All right. Let him come back to me, will you? Just give me a minute with him and see if we can demonstrate this is supposed to be amicable in some way. Is that Mr. Nice Flat Earther there? It's Adam.
Yeah. Are you done?
Hi, dude.
Change your name, mate.
No, he didn't start yet.
I'm just.
Not you.
What?
Not you.
John, QE.
Come on, Radwin and QE. Come on, Radwin and QE. Act your age, not your shoe size.
Shut the hell up.
I don't need Eli. Adam, go ahead.
Get your ass handed to you.
All right.
Are we done?
Here we go.
Children? A lot of you?
School children.
Right, okay. Mr. Nice Flat Earther. Obviously, on this side, there's a panel, and on your side, there's a panel. Earlier on, we were aware of the moderator, and on this side, we paid due respect as soon as we recognised. It was helped by the Australian accent, okay? You seem to have come in, and you're creating a problem for the show on this side as we're doing this collaboration together, yeah, by muting Nathan. Now, Nathan's took a second to recognise your voice, and he's apologised when he didn't, and he's gonna. And now, I just want to take any aggressions that are out there and try and get this co-production back on the road. Now, when you and Nathan are talking, Nathan will work with you, but muting him creates a real problem, and it's distracting the show this side. Okay, and in this collaboration, I'm asking you, can you just work with that, not keep muting Nathan, and work with Nathan to co-moderate between both sides?
Absolutely. I only muted him one time so I could talk. If somebody else muted him, it wasn't me.
Okay, thank you. Well, can you maybe inform the other people that have those kind of moderating powers to not do that on your on the server's behalf, because it's creating problems this side? Is that okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Right, I'll hand back to you and Nathan now, and we can get the show back
From
on.
this side, through this single line, I'm trying to control 5 other people, and if I get server muted in wherever I am, what I'm asking for is above and beyond what you would give to anybody else, and I appreciate that. So I've got to be cordial with you when I ask for it.
Yeah, Nathan, I did not. I only muted you the one time to say that you told us to shut up, and that was it. If you got muted any other time, it was not me.
No, I get that.
Moderator.
There's someone
Now
who
that we're all
may
happy.
want to debate. I see from the chat. MPX looking to speak to someone.
There was a larger point that needed to be expressed. Maybe a step back overview. It seems like the ballers, their evidences are based on belief, whereas it seems like the flat earthers are based in empiricism. Funny that. Thanks. I'm going shooting. Have a nice day, ladies and gentlemen.
That is very astute of you, Q.
Well, that goes back.
Send a picture. Send a picture of your boat.
Back to the. It goes back to the space.com article, where they were telling their side, the globe side, obviously, that flat earthers don't worry about evidence and arguments, right? This is about faith. It's about trust. And what Adam got that dude to concede is, your argument is based on trust and faith. I mean, it was it was right there for everybody to hear.
Yeah.
Yep.
No facts,
different
no
than
evidence.
no different than people. Matthew Learns as well, math professor, 600,000 subscribers plus on YouTube. He has also admitted that his arguments are purely based on faith in people that know more than he does.
And it's
More
strange because
specifically, unjustified credulity, because everyone has faith or trust in something with or without good reason, but they have faith without good reason.
Yeah, other than us,
when you
we have actual evidence we can lay down in terms of how it's measured. So our standard's not belief or faith or trust. It's empirical by nature.
Amen.
We
have
reality. I was just going to say that.
Go ahead, one deck.
It's not. You'd have to have faith to believe in the globe, because your senses that you trust to get you through the day-to-day situations, and your your reasoning that you rely upon is antithetical to the globe idea that you are spinning when you don't sense anything spinning or moving. You need a reference frame, and we use the reference frame of us not moving to determine what everything else is moving, and you would need to believe somebody else antithetical to what you can prove that you're not moving.
No
Well,
tank. Let me ask you a question.
Wow,
Real quick.
one desk, your voice changed.
It's not just prove though. It's your actual experience. As you claimed, rotation, spinning, moving. You don't experience that. The only reason you would claim it is because of a belief. Non-demonstrable. The only reason
here's
you would
an
claim you're
example.
moving right now is because of a belief.
Here's an example. QE said he's going shooting. Now, when he goes out there, does he have to account for Coriolis effect? You guys, really?
Ask him. Let's go for.
By the way, you gotta be real faithful to be unfaithful against your senses.
Yeah, horizontal is a straight line within a plane, but you have to believe that beyond a certain distance, it does something else. That requires belief. No evidence of that.
Yeah, it just feels like as if you're on a stationary topographical plane, you observe it like that, you measure it like that, but you gotta make sure to throw that over the boat and think the horizon is curved. Believe. Then it might be real, you know?
It is interesting. The ask of the globe. The globe asks you to deny everything that you know to be true, and everything you know you can prove based on these axioms of not moving. We are the reference frame of not moving. Everything in the sky moves. They ask you to just flip all of that, not be able to prove reference frames, and just imagine that they have the evidence.
Yep.
That everything.
That's why they ask you all of that before you can even formulate words. You've already implanted all of that into your head.
The only evidence you've got is flat Earth measurements.
Yep.
I want you to know that my 3-year-old twin grandchildren were playing. When they started talking, right about when they started talking, they knew what a spaceman was because of the toys.
Golly.
Yeah.
That's so sad, man.
Yeah, but listen, there's no evidence of Earth curve measurement drop over distance, right? We've got plenty of evidence. Like celestial navigation is the one for me. Yeah, using the horizon to establish horizontal GP of the sun to the observer's eye. Once you brought the sextant down to the sea level, the distance between that thousands of miles horizontal baseline. I mean, we can just say that all day long. It's done in practical fucking, everyday fucking life. We don't
That's a killer right there, isn't it?
You know what triggers them the most is when you talk about all that flat, horizontal, sea level, ocean water everywhere. That's very triggering for people who want to go against what they observe in reality.
They can't talk about it. They have to ignore that part completely, and they do.
Yep.
Well,
Successfully lying to yourself.
This afternoon was quite a good example. We talk about beliefs. So if you take your average rank and file normie, They believe the horizon is the leading edge of a ball. Look at what your anti-flat earthers have to do. I said it earlier. Deny it 3 times, please, Brenda. Yeah. To your standard normie, demonstrating. This is why the black swan is so devastating. This is why they attack the syllogism. Yeah. Look at Brenda's approach to it, to attack the paradigm. Her paradigm. That's the best they've got. Yeah. So look at what we're doing. They've
You
already
don't
as a
miss that
chance
she
to
said.
rebut us. I'm nearly done, honest. This is the. I know I'm long-winded, but this was the point that's amicably demonstrated today. It's a belief, and look at what the anti-flat earthers are prepared to St. Peter and disavow 3 times their fundamental proof that we're on a ball, that the horizon is Earth curve. When you present them with the black swan, they will deny it.
Exactly.
Mhm. Yeah, like so Brenda actually said that for it to be a proper premise, the horizon would have to be no less than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height instead of no more than. But you know, anybody who can Google it knows that what she said is incorrect. Like that, she's just not going to admit it. But you can Google and find out that no, that what we've put into the Modus Tollens is accurately what the premise is stated as.
Wrong. It's your claim that you are making, that when it fails, it's your failure as a flat earther, because it's your straw man claim that we wouldn't make. I'm not claiming the horizon's Earth curve. I wouldn't use the Earth curve maths to prove Earth curve. How dare you even suggest that I would? Me, the Glober.
But it's like the horizon and horizontal have obviously got a connection there, and the horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. So that's the horizon, and then obviously you've got horizontal, which is a relationship with horizon, which is the the plane of the horizon, and then
Well,
you get
obviously
into
your idiocy is showing because horizontal means curve.
yeah, but I mean, then you've got the
What was that?
plane. I don't know. I said that. I don't know. The
So,
plane.
hold on a second, one deck. Hold on, Neil. Just 1 second,
hello.
one deck. Did someone just say that horizontal is curved?
Yeah, sarcastically.
Did I say it too convincingly?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got me.
So the horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So we know what the horizon is, the surface of Earth, and then the plane is a flat surface. This is where we fuck Bez up. Not Bez, Bev. A flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie. So you've got flat, horizontal, plane, surface, level, all connected, all interconnected, and there's no mention of any curve. And this is how we're measuring things. This is how we're navigating. This is how we're operating on sea level. There's no curve involved. It's all flat.
And furthermore, just one more thing. Sorry, one more thing. Furthermore, to get to an inference of curve, you take all of the aspects that's just been detailed by one deck and then put them onto a sphere. All the measurements from a flat Earth then get plonked onto a spherical surface to infer that you've got a curved surface that came from flat Earth measurements.
But then you're going to invent a mathematical formula. Yeah. But then you need a Steiny formula for that. You need to have a sign formula for that to make it curved. But you've measured it flat in the first instance because we know what horizontal is. We know what the horizon is on the surface of Earth. We know what fucking level is. And we know what the plane is. It's all flat, horizontal, level, and straight. There's no curve involved in any of this situation.
Right, but they get confused when you wrap it back onto a phone.
Well, they can get confused all they like. There's no confusion involved.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, Eli.
It's
Go ahead,
bald,
Eli.
it's bald, it's bald. It's bald, it's bald, it's bald, it's bald. Like, I just want y'all to understand that you're saying the same thing. So the reason that people get confused is because there's an equivocation between flat as far as the flatness of a surface versus orientation. So when we're talking about orientation, horizon, horizontal, level, and flat are all synonyms. You only need to say one of them because they all mean the same exact thing.
Exactly.
I like saying all three.
Horizon. Horizontal. Horizon. They're related. Horizon, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. Plane, a flat surface on which straight lines joining at any 2 points, it would be wholly lie. Horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon. They're all interconnected, they're all related, and there's no curve involved.
Oh, well, there is if you're a baller. Yeah.
But yeah, well, there
Yeah.
will be if you're a baller because you want to live on a ball.
Yeah. If you're a baller, it's a physical obstruction limiting your view. Yeah. You're a flat earther, and in reality, we know it's a flat plane because water finds level. It's a limitation of optical. That's why you can zoom in further, not because you can see over a curve, but because the limitation has changed by you zooming in. That's
Yeah, but
all
their
it is.
horizon, Adam, their horizon, which you're saying is Earth curve, is the line. Well, we can look at line in a minute if you want and determine what a line is, at which the Earth's surface, which is the top of the Earth's surface, and the sky appear to meet. So, I mean, that's got nothing to do with curvature.
No, but and this is what was interesting today. This is what we've held them to. They're now disavowing it themselves. It was always the top of that hill. Brenda, listen to them today. They will do their best to admit there is any physical obstruction, any actual real limitation to view, which is very interesting. But they're going to deny that now. Talking about its shape.
But if
it looks flat, but it's a ball.
But if the horizon is horizontal and related to horizontal, then horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
disagreeing with that.
Didn't y'all know? It looks flat, but it's a ball.
Yeah, but that's the plane.
Listen,
But listen, let me finish. Yeah, but let me finish. Let me finish. Yeah, but let me finish. So the plane, what's a plane? It's a flat surface.
Right. Okay. So yeah, it's horizontal to the plane, or it's horizontal to the horizon, or
it's a curve.
Yeah. So it's like saying horizontal to the plane of the horizon. You could just say it's horizontal to the plane or horizontal to the horizon.
Yeah. So it's a flat surface on which a straight line or joining any 2 points would wholly lie. So there's no curve involved in any of this situation. So it's all horizontal, it's all level, it's all plane, all flat. Yeah, we know we've got it. We have got it. We've all got it because we're all flat earthers, and we know we've got it.
Are you Carl Pilkington, dude?
Say again?
No, one deck.
One deck.
Oh, they don't know who one deck is.
Yeah, that's one deck making an exceptional
You
rendition
didn't know
of.
that's one deck?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, he's making a good point. Yeah, we deal with it all flat.
All flat, mate. There's no curve involved in horizontal, plane, horizon, horizontal, flat, surface, level, sea level. Where's the fucking curve? Sorry for swearing. There is no curve involved.
They'll tell you in the center of the earth.
There's no curve there.
And if there's no curve involved, and the earth is not curved, it's level and horizontal and plane. And that's how it's measured. And the Greeks knew that.
That it's flat.
So,
Water doesn't lie, globers do.
So, are there any globers in here?
Hello, Globers. Come out to play.
I
Don't
think
be
you scared
of
them off.
all the people.
No, Neil, it's us that's scared.
Nathan, if there's just a little brain fart, something, a couple of weeks ago, somebody was citing Aristotle at us, and I've read bits of it, but the one thing I did, there was a little 2 or 3 paragraphs. I'll dig it out for next week, talking about and it's really good, like philosophy about whether it's the Earth moving, the Earth and the stars moving, or just the stars moving. Aristotle comes to the conclusion it has to be just the stars moving and the Earth stationary. And these are people that they're citing for their heliocentric model. I'll dig it out for next week. Just it was
it makes sense that it makes
Adam,
sense.
I was looking at that too. I was actually looking at that as well.
Okay,
but he was saying that they were teaching that. I didn't see anywhere where they were teaching that.
But that's how it's been derived with the ephemeris in the first place, right? So that's what he's working with. So it makes sense that you'd find documentation that would suggest that from him, if it's real.
I mean, it's fine to say, like, things overhead look like they're moving. Are they actually moving, or is the what we're standing on is actually moving? So, how would you determine which one is correct? How would you determine which one is real and the truth? Where would you go from there?
That's what I'm saying. It was interesting. It was Aristotle's philosophy on how we would determine this, which is interesting. That's what I'll dig out. As I say, it's quite cool how he comes to that.
Well, that's the thing. What's the justification? Though there's no justification to discern whether or not what you're looking at is actually something else. Like,
how would you confirm it?
No, I mean, I'm saying, like, if someone comes along and says, that grass could be green, like, guess what I'm doing? Walking away. What? You know what I'm saying?
I think what Eli's trying to say
we're
is
saying, Eli,
there's a default position, and if there's no claim being made, as in, well, Earth's not moving, that's not a positive claim that you need to defend. It only falls upon the person making the outrageous claim that the ground we're standing on is moving, and it's then up to them to fulfill that standard. But you phrased your question as though there's a false dichotomy that we need to satisfy, and there isn't. What, not moving? That's not a claim I'm making.
Even in the case that you
I have
do
a question.
assert that premise, even in the case that you do, whatever premise you're asserting, it's either an affirmative or a negative. And so if it's a negative, if it's an affirmation of a negating premise, right, then all you have to do is just point to the absence of what you're negating. The Earth is not moving. Now substantiate it. Look at the Earth not moving. Like, look at the absence of movement of the Earth. It's very simple. It's not that difficult.
How can you look at the absence of something? Hold on, you can't look at the absence of something. That's why you don't have to do anything.
Right. So this
Well,
is
of course,
what...
I'm not saying you're looking at something that's not there. I'm talking about discerning, detecting the fact that there is nothing to detect in that instance. There's no need to misinterpret that.
Fair enough.
I mean, I'd say like, well, okay, so it looks like things are moving overhead, so they're moving overhead, but are we actually moving underneath it? And it looks like they're moving. So how do we go about verifying which one is correct? What do we do? How do we get the truth?
Why I said
this is a classic instance of conflating.
I just made the point quick as it's was, but this is why I said this is interesting, because Aristotle considers all 3 positions: stars moving, Earth moving, both moving. Yeah, can't be neither moving, as he cites, because we can see and observe them moving. So, from one man's philosophical position back then, for all of this heliocentric nonsense put together, just the question of who and what's moving, he considers and explains each of the positions from his own philosophical point, not having to defend or say, "Oh, that's your claim," just explore it from his own. Well, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, in fact, what he just mentioned, that is a true trichotomy, right? One or the other. or neither is moving.
So we have to verify which one's correct.
Yeah. So
And how do we go about that?
Yeah, so what we have is observing the celestial bodies moving, and we can detect that the Earth is not moving. Right.
So
we don't
how
observe
can we
the
prove-
reverse, and we don't observe the idleness of all things.
So we
That's
can
what we
see
observe.
things moving in the sky overhead. We think they're moving. People are saying they're not moving. The Earth's moving. How can we verify which one's correct?
We just verified. Their position is the reverse of what we actually empirically detect.
No, I'm being serious.
Yeah, well, well, maybe we'll get to that. What the Globers claim they've got to prove it.
Earth is a ball. Somebody said Coriolis.
No, if we get to that, we'll get to that.
Well, that's
their actual claim.
Yeah, that's the good one.
Yeah. So again, we already verified it. Right? What we observe. The point is that we're supposed to be empirically substantiating the premise. So what we observe is the celestial bodies moving, and we observe that the Earth is not moving, right? Not the reverse. The reverse is just an a priori reinterpretation.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you,
antithetical to
mate.
what we observe.
I'm with you, mate. But we're observing that the stars are moving away, and that they appear to be moving away because we're spinning underneath them.
I get that point. When they say that, it's just a reverse of what we
So how
empirically
can we
detect.
verify?
It's not a verification.
How can we verify it? How do we verify the truth?
Empirical detection. Why do you keep repeating the question?
Yeah, so that's a good one, Neil. Yeah, Coriolis. So a hovering helicopter, a hovering drone. How can we prove which one's right? How can we prove it?
Hold on just one second, one day.
One day, you keep repeating the question after it's been answered as though your question hasn't been answered.
No, it's not.
The point is they've got a claim that they need to substantiate, and they do, if you're a glober, substantiate it by claiming there is a deflection at 15 degrees an hour that proves that the Earth turns underneath the stars, not the other way around. Therefore, you can only take them at face value if you're taking it to be a globe claim from a glober. Not a disingenuous anti-flat earther who says we don't claim that. Yeah, you do. You claim Coriolis effect proves we're spinning and not the clouds. So you've got to substantiate your claim.
Yeah, what the anti-flat earther is doing is just saying the very antithesis of what we observe. That's all they're doing.
I have a question in good faith. It is a good faith question. It neither confirms or denies any claim. It's just a question. I am lucky enough to live seaside. If I walk onto my balcony, I see the ocean. I'm very lucky. I witness tides, and I can go and I can look at predictions of tides. So I can look at is it going to be high tide next week Wednesday? At what time? And that is usually correct. So how and no one can deny that the ocean has tides. How does that work?
Who knows?
Don't
know.
I'm not making a claim about it, though.
Right, did you want to make a claim about it from the heliocentric perspective, or what?
No, it's just a good faith question. I'm not trying to disprove anybody. I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm trying to just ask, how do the tides of the ocean work on a flat Earth?
Oh, on a flat Earth. So, in other words, with a juxtaposition that it could possibly work on a globe. You see, the thing is, time itself is with respect to measurements of the angles to things like the sun. So when you ask about the time of the tides, you appreciate that those systems are flat Earth in nature. It's a prerequisite that Earth is flat. That's how it's measured. We're talking about the movement of luminaries. Yeah, that's all measured with respect to a flat plane and angles. So when you say, how does that work on a flat Earth? It only works on a flat Earth. And it must work on a flat Earth to give people an inference that there's a globe, because that's where the globe model comes from. Those flat Earth measurements of angles to luminaries. For instance, for time, like the time system we use, UTC. That's flat
I
Earth.
mishear his question. Did he ask about the time of the tides, or did he ask about what the cause of the tides are?
I don't know what the course of the tides are. But he asked how
Thank
the
you
tides
for
would
being
work on a
honest.
flat Earth, and I'm pointing out that they only work on a flat Earth because that's how they're being described with respect to the time aspect that he asked about. So the time aspect proves that the systems themselves are working with respect to flat planes and the movement of the luminaries above a flat plane. Doesn't work with a globe, and if he was to suggest it did, it would be working with a globe that's derived from those measurements. That was my point. I don't know how the tides work, and neither does he.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not trying to win any sort of argument or anything like that. I was just curious.
No, that's not true, because you juxtaposed it with how it would work on a flat Earth. That's just simply not true. Maybe your loss in terms of me pointing out how the time aspect that you asked about would be with respect to a flat plane would mean that you deny that you were entering into a confrontational discussion when you juxtaposed your faith, presumably in a ball, with how it would work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, so then you said then that it can only work on a flat Earth.
That's correct.
How is that possible? Explain to me scientifically, if you don't mind, how tides in an ocean works on a flat Earth.
I didn't make a claim about it. I didn't make a claim that I could explain
no,
it.
But so you can't.
No, you did. You did make a claim. You said that it can only exist on a flat Earth. That was
Yeah,
the claim.
the time aspect with respect to UTC and the measurement of the sun off a flat plane, the angles to it, where it will be above, it's their GP positions, logging it for the almanac. All of that aspect of time, as I very specifically detailed, works on a flat Earth. And because he's asked with respect to time, it will only work on a flat Earth for the very specific reasons that I gave. Whoever's challenging me in the middle of me confirming that I was really clear about the time aspect he asked about. No, that's me challenging him based on the question and pointing out that one aspect of his question required a flat Earth. That's not me making a claim that I know how tides work. I very specifically detailed that I didn't. I don't, and neither does he.
Fair enough. The only thing I can do
Up
is
and
I
down
can
is in
go
relationship
outside
to
from
flat
where I
plane.
live.
Can I
Like
just talk to
said,
that
I live
guy,
next
the
to
guy that said he was
ocean.
asking the honest question? Can I just talk to him?
Yes, I can look at an app on my phone which is supposedly connected to a satellite or something like that, whatever that is, and then it gives you the time, and it says at this time it's low tide. Then I go to the beach, lo and behold, it's low tide. When it says it's high tide, it's high tide. That's something I can see with my eyeballs. I can take photos for you guys if you don't believe me. But I don't think anyone denies that tides don't exist. I'm
No.
just asking
No,
the
we don't.
question
Is that your
how
point?
tides occur.
Okay, so your point is that nobody would deny that tides exist. Well, that's a revelation. Thanks. Anything else other than you wouldn't deny that people deny that tides are real? Okay, yeah, nobody's denying that tides are real. That's great. Is there anything else?
No,
Okay,
nothing else.
cool. Can I conclude? There's a time aspect though in that claim that you just made from the app. Furthermore, you suggested that the information had come from satellites. I see. Did that have anything to do with your belief in a sphere, perhaps?
Well, I believe that the apps are reliant on satellites.
What map does the app use? I already know. Do you? What map do they use?
What map do they use?
In the app.
I'm not sure. I'm not.
All right. Oh
I
dear.
can check on
Oh
my
dear.
phone.
I don't understand why I'd be charged with something about these apps if you don't know how they work. You weren't aware that they use the Transverse Mercator projection?
Honestly,
My bad.
not
I'm just
like
responding to you, the guy who
combative.
doesn't know. You said you don't know. I'm just in the middle of explaining something that you don't know. Does that mean that you should talk through the middle of my explanation of that which you don't know? The app will use a Transverse Mercator
I'm
projection.
sorry.
My bad. That's the third attempt to tell him that which you don't know. Did you need to yammer through the top of me that you don't know again? Perhaps you'd like to tell me you don't know while I tell you that which you don't know about the app and the map it uses. You don't know, I got that. I'll now make the fourth attempt to tell you that which you don't know. It will use a transverse Mercator if it's claimed to be linked to satellites for GPS. Okay? What do you know about the transverse Mercator?
Please explain.
Oh, it's flat
No, what
for
do
a
you
start.
know?
Well, it's by please explain. You mean you've got a continuation that will start in the moment I start explaining? It's flat. It's a flat map.
Not Earth, mate.
Flat. What do I know about it? It's flat. What do you know about it? I thought this was a globe proof for satellites in an app that predicts tides that will use the transverse Mercator projection for the app and the positioning data. They all do. So, given you've connected to satellites, hence I can absolutely without question say it will be using a transverse Mercator, what you know about that map. And you've asked me in response what I know about it. I know it's flat. Did you know that it was flat? That the map used in these apps for the satellites and GPS? Did you not know that they were flat?
He thought it was a globe.
Yeah, I know he did, but I'm asking, he was telling me about the space and the satellites and the map in the app and how the tides that nobody denies are real work in the app. And I said, right, the map in the app is a transverse Mercator that's flat. And he's not affirming that he now understands that there's a flat map in use in the app because it's connected to satellites, according to him.
He's gone quiet.
And I'm willing to concede that there are no satellites orbiting.
I didn't say that. Why would you concede something I haven't asked you to? Did I say no satellites? I did at no point ask you to concede that, did I? What are you doing?
Making things up.
Make stuff up that you could concede to, rather than listen to me, right? No one said that. You should pluck that out of thin air, mate. Very irritating. Nobody asked you to concede that satellites aren't real. Have you decided to answer a question you weren't being asked about? Transverse Mercator, being flat, is what I've put to you and asked if you were aware or not. Sorry, are you asking me about camels and how much I like weddings?
But no globe proof.
Whoever's doing that, please stop the colour commentary.
That's all.
You understand transverse Mercator's flat. That's all I'm asking.
No, I don't, and that's why I asked you to explain that.
Okay, I'll explain. The transverse Mercator used when you connected the map in the app to satellites will be a transverse Mercator projection, which is flat. It's a flat square grid map. Okay, so this isn't a globe proof, see, for satellites proving a sphere. It isn't.
Yet every reliable map shows a sphere.
Satellites and cell phones.
Oh, don't. Oh, Neil, we've still got the other guy who wants to now pipe up. The guy's made a baseless assertion about all maps being globe-shaped. We'll come back to you, mate.
If I go out tomorrow,
We'll come back to you. They're going to go to the baseless assertion guy. Go ahead.
Someone said maps are globe-shaped. Did you want to show us one?
I said all reliable maps are
Someone else is now colour commentarying through the top of the original guy with attention I finally got. Got him to repeat, someone else decides. No. Third attempt. Guy who said all maps are globe-shaped, please can you make yourself...
all reliable maps are over a sphere.
Go ahead. Which map is globe-shaped?
I said the reliable ones are.
Nathan,
name a map. Name a map. Which one?
Globe model to scale.
Sorry, I should look up the globe model to scale map.
Yeah.
I've just looked it up. There's no such animal. There's no map called the globe to scale map. There isn't one. You just made that up.
I don't believe you.
Sorry, do you want to present it? It's your bloody claim. Just post a link in the Discord server for the globe to scale map, please. Can you post that in Discord now? There is no globe Earth to scale map. You just made that up. Hello? Baseless assertion, man. The guy who said there's a globe Earth to scale end quote map. There is not.
Hang on, that was the freaking thing.
Who is doing that? Who's now making through the top of it? What's going on?
Same guy, he's Googling it.
Why is he Googling it? He told me it existed. He shouldn't need to search that which he's just asserted to me. Oh, yeah, there is globe maps. All the reliable ones. Which one? The globe Earth to scale one. Okay, show it me. I'll just look up whether or not it exists. You having me on?
Here we go. Hang on. Give me one more second.
Why is this taking so long? You said all of the reliable ones. That means there should be... Neil, for fuck's sake. You said that there would...
Google Earth.
But that's not a map.
Of course it is.
Okay. So you appreciate that Google Earth has a horizontal baseline for elevation measurements then? Google Earth is a flat Earth map. I'm in the middle of talking. If you're going to suggest... still in the middle of talking, refuting that which you've said. Because there's a picture of a globe in a rendering in 3D, you think that's a globe Earth map. No. No, the actual practical application for the professional version of Google Earth references a horizontal plane for elevation. That is to say, Earth is measured flat in Google Earth. Feel free to verify that, which I'm about to tell you. I still haven't finished before you start knowing through the top of me. I haven't finished. I'll tell you when I'm finished shitting on your assertion that Google Earth is a globe map. I'll let you know when I'm done, mate. Don't yammer no through the top of me before I'm done. I'll tell you when I'm done shitting on your stupid claim that Google Earth is a globe map, when in reality, professionals use Google Earth for elevations with respect to a flat, horizontal baseline. The averages are described from sea level, and you can check that which I state as a fact, which is that Google Earth, when used in practical applications by professionals, utilizes a flat Earth for elevation profiles. All heights are with respect to a flat plane in Google Earth if you put it into practical application. It's a flat Earth map. That's a fact.
No, it's not.
What does that mean?
Show me an elevation profile in Google. I'm talking, whoever's decided to join in for the colour commentary, I'm talking to someone else.
This is
Feel free to...
commentary. It's me asking you to expand on what you...
Yeah, Sender's been muted because he's decided that he's not going to get told you're not going to give me colour commentary and I'm fine on my own. Yeah, I am, thanks. No, you can check it out for yourself. There's an elevation profile that you can draw out in Google Earth. It is used for putting up antennas and things by professionals. They have to pay for the software. I'm still talking. He's asked me for clarity, and I'm giving it him. The elevation profile, that would be how high or low things are, is with respect to a flattened plate.
From the center of a sphere.
Who's chanting through me? Someone's scared.
From the center of a sphere, with an average mean sea level, and then from the center of that sphere, which is a curve.
Sorry, sea level's not curved. Sorry, level's not curved. Oh. Sorry, you're telling me what sea level does and telling me it's curved. It doesn't. Level's level. It's not curved.
According to Google Earth, it is.
Right, for Google Earth, it's not. For the professionals who use it in practical application, I've just told you that the elevation profile... I'm just replying to you, Mr. Coward, Mr. I'm scared. Don't be scared of me. Just let me respond. I don't need you to chant through the top. Maybe if you put enough distance...
I don't care what you need or want.
I don't need anything. I know it's measured flat in Google Earth. It's the elevation profile. You can check for yourself. Maybe if you chant through it, it'll be about what I'm concerned about. No, you're very concerned with my facts. Can someone mute this asshole?
Hold on 1 second, please. Stop. Duncan Darth, why don't you give him your background? Nathan, he's a surveyor.
Yep, I'm a land surveyor with 6 years of field experience. Going to go for my license in September 2025.
Sorry, are you the guy that was just talking to me 2 minutes ago?
Yep.
Sea level is not curved.
Says you, but not.
No, it's a definition of something that you can't be with respect to if you're going to describe something curving, because you'll describe it with respect to level, how much it's deviating from. sea level.
and level
I'm
is
still
respect
talking. It seems
to
that you
the
being given
curve
some
of the
accreditation
earth.
means you think you
But
can
you
yammer through
fail
the
to
middle of me.
realize
I'm
that.
still in the middle of
Just like
annihilating
I
this
know
asshole
for a
who
fact
should have been muted
some
rather
lines
than being
are
given
not
credit. I'm
parallel
in the middle of
because I've
talking.
actually done the
Guy,
study.
asshole. I'm in the middle of talking, asshole. Yeah, I'm still in the middle of talking. Sea level has a definition. Level, if you're going to say it's curved, how will you describe the curve when you will describe a deviation from level? Sea level, as I will repeat again without this asshole chanting through me because he's got experience in what? Violating the definition of level? No, sea level is level. It's not curving. Not says me, says the definition of level. Having no part higher or lower than the other is definitely not having any part higher or lower than the other, because that's the definition of level, in this case sea level, where stuff will be referenced to. That's not curving, but you are opening by saying I'm a 60-year experienced surveyor who can describe the curving of level. How will you describe the curving of level? How will you describe it if you haven't anything to reference it to describe how much it's deviating from level? Level needs to be level. It's a principle, it's an axiom, and you won't violate it by simply saying, says you. No, says Euclid. Not so easy when you're not chanting through the middle of what I'm saying, eh?
I think he's gone to bed.
Oh, is he buggered off? It was only, I've got 60 years experience,
I'm
therefore
here.
I can chant through the centre of everything you say, ignoring every word of it. Yeah, that worked well.
So
Sorry that you
Surveyor's
don't know how to
opening
listen.
gambit, what level is curved. Awesome.
Yep.
That was his argument. And when I refuted it immediately, regardless of his experience, he
It's
chanted.
observed as curved. It's physically observed as curved.
What is
Because
level?
I can take my instrument.
Really?
Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
sea level? No. No, sea level's not observed as curved, it's level. Level, that defies the principle of... Sorry, is it just that when you state something as a fact and I challenge it, you need to keep talking? Is that how this works?
Well, apparently...
No, we say no. No, level's not curving. It's the same refutation I gave you a moment ago, and chanting through me giving you it a second time won't be the win. I'm telling you now.
I mean, if you want me to act as obnoxious as you, I can do that.
No, I'm telling you that level isn't curving.
That's exactly what you're doing. You're just telling me, but you're not showing me and proving it. Unlike you,
I'm defining it. Having no part higher or lower than the other, that's the definition of level.
Well, guys, slow down. We're at a point now where somebody on the other side is saying we need to prove that level doesn't mean curved. On what planet is that necessary?
A planet where a man thinks his 60 years of experience in surveying means he can chant through everything that refutes that garbage that level, which isn't curving, and is often used to define how curved something is, because it's the deviation from level. Therefore, level cannot be curving. His opener, and he's now chanting through the middle of me, is to say that level is curving, because that's all he's got, and then to appeal to his 60 years experience in surveying. That's all he's got.
6 years, not 6 years. Correcting you.
Oh, just 6.
Why are you chanting through him, bro? Stop chanting through him.
Yeah, I keep saying 6 years over and over again, and I've done the actual experiment with the total station and seen that level in one area is not the same as level in another area through reciprocal zenith angles. I know you hate that, but that's just the truth of it.
I'm fine with reciprocal zenith angles, but that'll prove
and it proves that plumb lines aren't parallel with each other, which means level's not the same in one area as it is the other. Proven with an actual experiment. What do you have to prove that sea level is flat everywhere?
Sorry, what is it I've got to prove that sea level is flat?
Yes, because...
Sorry, to prove it's flat. What's flat mean exactly? You asked us to prove that sea level is flat. What does that mean?
No, I'm asking you to prove that it is flat.
What level? Having no part higher or lower than the other? You asking me to prove that something defined as having no part higher or lower than the other is flat? No, I won't be doing that. It's the definition of level. It meets the definition. It's a synonym. Flat is synonymous with level, having no part higher or lower than the other. And if you are meeting the definition of level, that would be to have no part higher or lower than the other, then you're not curving, because it defies the definition of level. You want level to be curving. And in your earth curve mathematics, level is level. It's surface level in earth curve maths, or eye level that doesn't curve. So in earth curve maths, I can cite that to prove that level is level. Not that I should need to. It's absurd telling me that I need to prove that level's not curving.
Have the actual experiment and you just have words and uses.
Post your
No,
experiments.
quick question for
Post
the other
it.
side. As a surveyor, what is the rate of change of slope to define level as a surveyor? What's that rate of change of slope?
At 1,600 feet, I got about 12 seconds of non-parallel plumps.
Does it matter?
Sorry, what's parallel
does it
mean?
matter
Hold on, how can you have
the
parallel?
rate of
Hold on, how can you have parallel?
No, Nathan, this is important. The rate of change of slope changes with altitude for level as a surveyor.
He's not using that. He's using rise over run.
He's trying to define level. I asked what the rate of change of slope of level is. He's now said, based on altitude, it's going to be what?
Yep, some asshole hot miking at the point that we need our component to actually concede something. You can't just describe rate of change unless you've got level being level.
He's a surveyor. He should have this answer to hand. It's easy for basic surveying. What's the rate of change of slope of level?
Like I said, there was about 12 seconds of change over 1,500 feet.
So
for level?
12 seconds of a degree. 12 seconds of a degree.
So the degree of change is with respect to level, then? Yes. So you would need level to be having no part higher or lower than the other to describe this rate of change, then, wouldn't you?
There's two levels.
Maybe if he chants through the end of the conclusion, it won't be so devastating.
locations.
Yeah, definitely going to chant through the end of the conclusion that describing the rate of change will be with respect to level, not chanting through it, right? You're just going to chant through it so you don't have to respond to it. You need level to have no part higher or lower than the other to describe the rate of change from it. Level isn't curving, mate. Otherwise, you can't describe the rate of change from it, like Adam's just pointed out to you.
I did describe it. I said 12 seconds. So two locations, 1,500 feet apart from each other, two different levels.
Sorry, two
and
different levels.
They're not parallel with each other.
Sorry, when you say
Yes, two different
1,500
levels.
part, how high are these areas, and how do you know
Doesn't
how high
matter.
they are? I just haven't done.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, really?
Nope. Elevation.
So if I took one point that was in a deep valley and the other that was at the top of a mountain, it wouldn't matter.
Doesn't matter because the reciprocal zenith angles add up to greater than 180 degrees.
Right, reciprocating
dude,
zenith
dude.
angles are taken from the center of
Yep.
the sphere.
Nathan, just pull him back. He's made a claim that he's a surveyor. So, as a surveyor, what are the limitations of distance that as a surveyor you can qualified, because this is what's been invoked by Discord, this is a qualified man. What are the limitations that you can talk about land surveying of? What are the limitations of your equipment outside of which, you know,
Which equipment? What equipment are you talking about? Are you talking about my Focus 35 total station?
you cite your
From
different types
Spectre
of equipment.
Geospatial? Is that what you're talking
I'm
about? The
asking
Focus
you
35?
over what distance
Or are you talking
your
about
surveying
my
skills are
SC80?
referenceable.
It's
I am
easier to
talking
answer a
about-
question that he's rumpused, basically, Adam. If he doesn't get the end of the question, he can rephrase the question to whatever he likes, and the Discord server won't know that he's talked through the conclusion of the question he's being asked, and he's asking, are you asking something else? Through the top of the end of the conclusion of the question you're actually asking him. This is a Glober tactic because he's a liar and a failure and hasn't got a horizontal if he's describing level as curving. Then you can't describe the rate of change from that horizontal. That would be level, having no part higher or lower than the other, if level is curving. It isn't. You can't. But Adam's trying to pin you on how a surveyor would do something.
I just wanted to know if he was talking about a conventional instrument or GNSS.
You'd have found out if you hadn't yammered through the end of the statement that he was asking you about. Maybe if you shut your mouth rather than yammering through the top of the question, you'd have heard the question and wouldn't need to clarify it before it actually came. What a revelation. Pound says you yammer. Pound says you yammer through Adam's repetition of the question.
So conventional or GNSS?
You didn't even get to start it. Someone owes me £1. Didn't even get to start the question. Let's see. Second attempt. We'll count them off. Go ahead, Adam. Ask your question. That's the second attempt. Scared of the question from Adam. See if we get a third attempt. See if we can get the question put to him concisely without him rumpusing it. He hasn't allowed it to start in 3 attempts. Go ahead, Adam. Fourth attempt.
Okay, so the premise that was put to us is that we have got a qualified surveyor here, and I just wanted to ask, over what distance does your skills come into play? What's the range of your equipment? Let's just use the maximum limitation that people would define a level over. How much, with your equipment, over what distance can you define your plane, your level?
Oh, so the range of the conventional instrument, which is what I use to do the reciprocal zenith angles, I think the maximum shot I've done it was like 2,200 feet, but there's varying conditions that can affect that, just like haze in the air. But the maximum I took a shot with the conventional instrument was 2,200 feet. Yes.
Less than a mile.
Yes.
And would you be, even if Earth curve existed, would you be expecting to measure Earth curve in that section?
Yes.
You would. And how do you mitigate for it when you define a level?
The programming in the data collector.
The programming mitigates it for you, so you don't mitigate it as a surveyor. In reality,
you put in the.
He's still talking.
No,
he's still talking. He's responding to you. I know it's terrifying when someone else refutes your garbage. Go ahead, Adam.
What are you talking about?
That would be me giving permission for Adam to continue that which you interrupted. Maybe you wouldn't. You'd prefer terrified that Adam doesn't respond. Go ahead, Adam. Second attempt.
Terrified.
Maybe the third attempt, Adam. A third attempt to continue that which you have been interrupted by this coward with a globe faith, who probably has nothing to do with surveying. Go ahead, Adam.
I am confused as to why anybody is a surveyor who defines a level and doesn't adjust past that level, irrespective of the distance as they keep moving that level, would try to be citing that they don't incorporate any rate of change of slope from level. I'm lost as to the point this gent has. Because I asked him early, what's the rate of change of slope of level? Because you're saying that the level is curved. So I'll ask it, I think fundamentally, you only need to give me the number, not a load of spiel. What is the rate of change of slope for level, please?
I told you it was about 12 seconds of a degree over 1,500 feet.
Not zero, then.
Sorry, where's the degree measured from?
It doesn't matter. It's not zero, no.
So you have a plumb line.
Oh, just right? You guys like Google. Google rate of change of slope for level, and you'll see it's zero. Even as a surveyor, it's zero, dude. Are you a surveyor?
Of course not. He just pulled his coat.
6 years of
surveyor's question. It is a surveyor's question. If you were a surveyor, it's a simple question to answer. Yeah, it's like level 1, isn't it? What's the rate of change of slope of level? Well, 0. Because these are the fundamentals I'm going to build from as a surveyor. So I'll ask you again, are you a surveyor, sir?
Like I said, 6 years of experience, not licensed yet. Going for my license in a year and a half.
Well, if you're not licensed, you have no experience.
So you're not a surveyor.
That's not true.
So you're not a surveyor. Let's just get it clear. Shut up, Mr. Liar. Excuse me, Mr. Liar. Stop. Can someone shut the liar up? The liar wants to rumpus this. Can you shut him up with the mute button, Mods? Mods! So you're a liar. And you feel by chanting through us concluding the fact that you are not a surveyor, you're a liar. You don't like that? You think that means you get the mic to chant through the fact that we're going to point out you're a fucking liar? Lying cunt. Fuck are you doing talking to us, you lying cunt? You're not a surveyor, you're a fucking liar.
Somebody's plowed the way there as if his qualification meant anything.
One more thing, Adam, sorry to interrupt you. Who was the guy that appealed to this guy as being a surveyor? Who was the guy who did that? You're going to get a berating. Excuse me, someone appealed to this guy as having 6 years surveying experience. Who was that in this Discord server? Are you still here, or are you a coward? Who vetted, who vouched for this guy?
I'm not sure who
but there was a
specifically
white
did it
knight
then.
that introduced them.
Yeah, I'm asking who was the
I
person
think-
who was the person who vouched for him?
We got a whole peanut gallery.
I did. I vouched for him.
Who was that?
Okay, no, it wasn't him. It wasn't him. He's a troll. We got like 4 or 5 of them in the chat doing that right now. We got Felix, we got Andre, we got who was it? Sonder. All those guys seem to think he's a great surveyor.
We just got to get back to the question that Adam was asking earlier. You know, about faith. Yeah? The guy vouched for this guy as having 6 years surveying experience. No, he hasn't. The guy was a liar. But what you thought he'd have the globe answers, as he was given that credit for stuff he hasn't got, lies that he told, so that what, he could have more authority than me when I pointed out that level isn't horizontal. Now it seems I'm being shouted through by cowards as I point out that the guy vouched
It was
for
a
him.
flat earther who said it, and he's making a joke. That's who vouched for him.
Oh. Wow. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, you're forgiven.
I thought it was someone saying, we must listen to this guy. He's got 6 years experience. He was, but he was saying it
Oh,
sarcastically.
he was saying it sarcastically. I got you.
Well, I don't like sarcasm.
Yeah.
I take people at their word.
It was Radwin, yeah, and he was being sarcastic.
Fair enough.
He wanted to watch Duncan throw himself against the wall. He doesn't like Duncan.
Oh, right. Well, good job, you, because he was exposed as an outright liar.
Duncan took that CV and ran with it as well, though, didn't he?
Yep, certainly did.
Yes, he did until he ran into the brick wall.
Oh, I've got a bit of an edge here. Someone's giving me credit I don't deserve and haven't got. I'll run with that lie. Got a lie to Glurf, right? Because you're going to tell us how level's not level.
Glurf?
Glurf, yeah, Globe Earth. Got a lie to Globe Earth, like that guy just did.
So then we're on the flirth instead of the glurth.
Yeah, Glurf, the ones that lie. The ones that base their evidence on faith, like that guy did. Yeah, faith in what he thinks he knows when he's going to get credited and do some of the stuff he's claiming he's already doing. Well, you're not doing it as a surveyor. We're training to be a surveyor, so not one then. Liar. Yeah, that's what Glurfs do, lie. Like, I've read Einstein and you don't understand it. Have you? Now go away and do it now. You got to lie to Glurf. It's a fact demonstrated on the show repeatedly. We've got measurements, we get shouted down. We are assumed to be incorrect when we've looked at Einstein and know that it's not science, but we're assumed to be wrong. Yeah, gotta lie to Glurf. Don't have to read the paper, you can just tell me I'm wrong and that I don't understand the science in it that you do because you're a Glurf liar. If you're saying that, like the guys who did say that here earlier. Glurf liars. So, as that's been met with a dumbfounded silence, it is demonstrably factually accurate to describe Glurfs as liars and stereotype them, given the numerous examples of Glurf liars, and point out, in response to that, that we base what we tell you on facts and measurements.
Do you?
Yeah, we do.
How do you propose that? You avoid faith at all possible points?
Nathan, just a second. I'll tell you how we propose it. What we just did, where we take somebody who claims they're a surveyor, take the most basic principle that we've bothered to investigate, and show them their arse that they're liars and deceivers to the rest of you. Guys that, jokingly or not, accepted his credentials. Yeah? That's what we do. That's what we just did.
Well, that's what Adam did. But we, why not?
No, we did it.
I'm with you, Neil. We
God
did
damn
that.
it, Neil did it. For God's sakes. Neil, well done.
But yeah,
I'm
Earth
happy
is
about
measured
one
flat.
thing. I'm right
Just
on
to
every
get
point
Neil,
with
hold
you.
on a sec. Just to get back to that guy. Yeah, Earth is measured flat. The globe model has its genesis in those measurements of angles to stars and the sun and the moon and various other things. That's where the origins of the globe come from. So when we assert the measurements of a flat Earth and show the measurements of a flat Earth and demonstrate how they put into practical application, including the development of a globe and the history thereof with the ephemeris, the celestial sphere, and the Copernican heliocentric sphere Earth model derived from the latitude measurements from Polaris off a flat plane, we know the intricate history of, I'm going to suggest and assume, your globe faith. It's based on the flat Earth measurements that we know about and can demonstrate and have factual evidence to back, and practical applications to show them in use. You guys have got faith in Einstein being science, and faith that guys who've surveyed it can define level as not being level. That's what you guys have got on the globe side.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, by all means.
Okay. You just said that the calculations for the round Earth were based off flat Earth presuppositions, correct?
No. I'll say it slower.
No.
I said measurements of a flat Earth give you your globe to believe in?
Yeah. You said that, correct?
No, you didn't repeat back what I said, so I'm not going to agree with you till I actually hear you paraphrasing back what I did say.
So what you said is that the measurements that lend to the globe Earth are derived from flat Earth measurements, correct?
Not quite. The globe Earth you believe in came from measurements of a flat Earth.
Globe Earth I believe in comes in from measurements of a flat Earth. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. How do you suppose that?
Angle measurements to Polaris, for example, latitude. Are you aware of what latitude is?
Yeah, are you talking about celestial navigation?
What's latitude? No, I'm talking about latitude. It seems I say latitude, you say, are you talking about navigation, celestial? No, I'm talking about latitude. Did you hear me say the word latitude? Because that is what I'm talking about, because that is the word I used. Now, if I was talking about celestial navigation, as you've just proposed that, am I talking about that? I would use those words. I didn't. I said latitude. So when you agree that you understand the actual bloody words I've used, rather than asking if I'm saying different words, which I didn't say, we can move on. So, latitude. Not you yammer through. No, not you yammering through me. No, it's not celestial navigation. No, I'm answering you. You asked, I'm answering, and I'm moving on. Latitude. Do you understand what that is? Yes or no is the answer.
Yeah, it's a form of measurement of the Earth, correct?
Oh, really? How do we measure latitude?
Of the Earth curve.
Are you saying that latitude is measured by using trigonometry, using stars?
English much? Do you want to start that sentence again?
I think I spoke English to it.
No, it sounded like a stuttery load of old nonsense that I couldn't really comprehend. It was a sentence fragment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you're not speaking English, although you think you are. No, you gave me a sentence fragment. Would you like to start again with a coherent sentence and a question mark at the end?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. So are you going to say that we get these...
Don't assume what I'm going to say. I've already said what I have said. Don't start your sentence. What I am preemptively... Stop. If you start your sentence with what I am... Stop.
No, I'm just asking for clarification.
That means shut up.
If you're going to say this.
Stop.
Well, no, because you're interrupting me now.
No, yeah, because you're about to tell me what I am about to say, and I don't want you to paraphrase something that you think I'm about to say. Just go on what I actually say.
Does he not have his own opinion? Why are you trying to prophesize Nathan's speech? You're here to make your point, not show off to people that you can disclaim what Nathan's about to say. It's not normal behavior, dude. Make your point, please.
Yeah, I'm not divining your thoughts. I've said what I've said. You don't need to ask me about what I'm about to say. Yeah, that's why I stopped you. Totally unreasonable. Don't do that. Just go on what I've already asked. Latitude. You understand that that's measured from a curve. That's where we're at. Okay. So my question in response to that garbage statement was, how do you measure latitude?
So I didn't make any claim to how latitude was measured.
No, you asked me how Earth was measured flat, Dumbo. I told you latitude, and now I'm taking you through how that's a flat Earth measurement to give you your stupid globe faith to believe in, and how the measurements of that globe faith you asked about were derived from flat Earth measurements. I asked you about latitude. I'm telling you the answer to your stupid question about your globe faith and how it came from flat Earth measurements. Can't you keep up?
Why are you so upset?
Because you can't keep up. I'm dealing with a dumb fuck. You asked me how Earth is measured flat to give you your globe measurements, and you can't keep up with the bloody answer. That's why I'm upset. You're a dumb fuck. So, dealing with dumb fucks annoys me and upsets me. Yeah, I try and explain things to you, but you're too stupid to comprehend the words that come out of my mouth and start asking about something I haven't said yet, making you stupid and irritating.
I don't think that's been the case. I think I've been very...
Oh, I think you are very irritating. And maybe I can take the same smug tone that you take and say, oh, absolutely, you are extremely irritating when you start to assume things that I haven't said yet. I can take this relaxed tone too, rather than calling you a complete idiot. I can do this too.
A little bit, and try and understand each other.
I can speak softly too and say you are irritating. You have put words in my mouth. You aren't addressing latitude. Neil will give us colour commentary through the top of me berating you in this tone that mocks you. Yes, we do measure elevation angle measurements with respect to a horizontal plane, and we won't ever get to this point because you'll demean me and how I'm feeling and talking and how I'm upset, rather than addressing elevation angles, or you'll rumpus me. Obviously, the middle of that sentence interrupted the start of yours, because talking about latitudes and how they're measured, we'll never get to. Right? We're never going to get there, right? It's about how I'm feeling, right?
I would love to.
Okay, how do you measure latitude? Third time.
I am unsure of how to measure latitude.
Oh, really? Well, let me inform you. You measure it with respect... Oh, maybe you won't let me inform me. Scared of this measurement that gives you your globe? Maybe you could shut up while I tell you. No, you're not going to shut up. Yes, it is very irritating when someone's going to painfully destroy your globe belief. Yes. Yes, maybe if I just interrupt like you're about to do, it won't be delivered and you won't have to listen to it.
You have to constantly reaffirm yourself by saying destroying your globe proof. I feel like...
Who's the colour commentary coming from? I was about to detail latitude, proving that the globe measurements came from flat Earth. Maybe the colour commentary would subvert this point from me detailing it to this man who doesn't know where they came from. Only moments earlier, he told me he did. He's a liar. You've got to lie to Glurf, and now he's interrupting. Now he's interrupting. Literally only moments earlier, this man who's now interrupting told the audience, it's been recorded, that he knew what latitude was. I asked him specifically and explicitly if he knew what there was, and he said yes. Now, upon clarification and a lot of rumpusing and interrupting from the asshole liar, Glurf, he doesn't know what latitude is. Why would you say yes when I asked you if you knew what they were then? From a curve, you said.
I said that I knew what they were. I didn't say I knew how they were measured.
So when I ask you if you know what latitude is and you say, I know what they are, and then I ask, how do you measure them? You don't know what they are. So you're a liar.
No, I know that they are.
Yeah, I could just explain what they are to you who doesn't know what they are. But alternatively, we could discuss this indefinitely. The flat Earth measurements could get left by the wayside while you rumpus me, attempting to tell you how latitude is measured to give you your globe by way of measuring the flat Earth. This interruption could also subvert that which he's just heard me detail. That would be the annihilation of his globe faith based on the measurements of latitude on a flat Earth. This interruption could also subvert that flat Earth proof, proving where your globe faith came from. Latitude measurements off a flat plane with respect to the ground position of Polaris, which has 90 degrees at the zenith and a flat baseline between you and it. Every angle that you measure it recede towards the horizon is a latitude line on a flat Earth based on the angle to that flat Earth. Those lines, called latitude, will be wrapped around a globe after being measured on a flat plane. That's the derivation of the latitude lines on your globe. They can only be measured on a flat Earth because they're angles to Polaris off a flat Earth. Hope you understand now how the latitude on the globe that you believe in came from measurements of angles off a flat Earth to Polaris. I'm done. Only took 4 attempts. Not bad.
All right. So the claim is, and I'm just going to reiterate. This
it's not a claim. It's a fact.
To tell you what you believe in.
You're wrong already. It's not a claim.
What?
It's not a claim. No, it's not a claim I'm making. That's a fact. The latitude.
You do realize that facts
stop.
Can be claims.
Stop.
Too,
I need to correct you immediately. You don't like it. I know you don't like it. It's not a claim. I'll just correct that straight away. It's a fact.
You do realize that.
Excuse me. You've made a mistake by stating that it's a claim. It is not a claim I'm making that needs debating about. Angle measurements to Polaris is latitude. That is a fact, not a debating point. It's not a claim. You position this in rebuttal like I've just made a claim. No, I'm stating a fact. Latitude is angle measurements off a flat baseline to Polaris. That's a fact, not a claim.
Okay, once again, you do realize that facts can be claims in a debate, right?
Well, if you're going to make that statement, then you should rebut it with something, shouldn't you? And state to us why. Let me just finish my point. Why latitude isn't how Nathan's just outlined? Because I think that's the only. If you're going to make that kind of responds, that's where this conversation should go. So
it can't, though, can it? He doesn't know what a latitude measurement is, so how can it go there? He doesn't know what it is, and he's already admitted
and
that.
That's what I'm asking for. So if he could now tell us what latitude is, then we can either agree or disagree. But at the moment,
I'm kind of Adam, you pointing out that he doesn't know, and us reaffirming that he doesn't know. You concluding that sentence wasn't going to be tolerated by the fundy liar, who definitely can't challenge this based on it being a claim because he doesn't know what it is to affirm it after the fact. He can't do that.
I can imagine how painful it was me asking that honest, genuine question for him after Nathan's just kindly outlined what latitude is. For him to just outline it because he opposes it. It's a sensible point, dude. Will you, just so we can move forwards...
Adam, stop, Adam. The words, will you, suggest to him a question's coming his way, so he started talking straight through the middle of you the moment he detected that a question was coming your way.
So is there a mod? Is there a mod?
He's doing it again.
I just want to...
You just need to shut up. You just need to shut up, listen to the question that's being put to you rather than chanting through it. Like a terrified, globe-believing, lying glurf. You don't need to do what you're doing now. You're chanting through me. You're chanting through me right now. I'm asking you to not do that which you're doing right this second. Stop. Go ahead, Adam. Put your question to him, see if he can tolerate it or if it's too painful. Go ahead, Adam.
Evening, fella. So it's just a simple question, just so we can follow along with this discussion. You've put it to Nathan after his good description that his description of what latitude was incorrect. Just so we can move forward and know what you mean when you're going to use it, would you just outline in a similar manner to Nathan what latitude is?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, that stony silence is the reason he needs to chant through every question he gets asked. Because he doesn't have any bloody answers. He hasn't got a clue. He's already told us he doesn't know what latitude is when it comes to the measurement, and now he's chanting through me. Protracted silence, followed by a conclusion, with him chanting through the middle of it. No, it's not a satisfactory silence for him to answer in. It must be while I'm talking. Yeah?
No, I was muted. I would like to answer the question that was proposed to me, but I was muted after you asked, and then
My bad, I don't control the server. My bad, I didn't know. I don't control the server.
Yeah, that's fine. That's okay.
Man,
all right.
Go ahead, dude.
So firstly, I don't believe I said that his description was false. One thing that I would point out, though, is that it does...
I'll move on. So you accept my description. So you asked me about how Earth's measured globe shaped with a flat Earth. You've accepted my description, so now I need to conclude the point you asked about. It's not a point for you to segue. Can someone mute him again? Yeah? No, you accept that we take flat Earth measurements to the GP with 90 degrees at the zenith of Polaris. That's a flat Earth proof. That's how Polaris is measured. If you didn't challenge it, that is how Earth is being measured. And those measurements that give you circles of equal elevation to Polaris get wrapped around a ball. That's the concluding point based on you asking me, and me taking this very painful journey with you, rumpusing and showing your cowardice and chanting through things that people ask you to get you to comprehend that which you have asked about. How does the globe come from flat Earth measurements? Latitude, shit for brains. Are you talking about navigation with this dot? No, I'm talking about latitude, you dumb fuck interrupting twat. Yeah, you hear me? Latitude, angles off a flat plane, you concede. So you now understand that they're measured to the GP, 90 degrees below the zenith of Polaris, and as it recedes towards the flat Earth horizon, along a flat baseline, we get latitude and circles of equal elevation we describe as latitude lines, on a flat plane that is being measured and can only be measured to give us these angles. We then take those circles, measured on a flat plane, and plonk them on a ball. Ergo, your globe faith came from flat Earth measurements. I've just answered the question. Took a very long time because of you being a fundy glurf and chanting through a lot of things that we tried to lead you with. But now I need an affirmation now I've taken the time to explain this to you, glurf. Earth measured flat with latitude. Plonked on ball for you to believe in. Clear?
Yeah, that's the claim.
Not the claim.
No.
For the love of Jesus Christ, it is not a claim. Adam just took you through this. It's not a claim. You don't disagree with it. We're in agreement about angle measurement to Polaris for latitude. Not a claim. Only 3 minutes earlier, Adam got you to say, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. Then there's no contention. It's not a claim. It's a statement of fact. Second time.
So once again, let me actually say what my contention is. Firstly, I didn't fully agree that that is true. I agree that that was your claim. Odd. Can I please stop getting fucking muted by whoever?
Yeah, the moment you just rinse and repeat your stupid shit that I've overcome 3 times so far, you're going to get muted because you're rinsing and repeating the garbage that I've overcome. If it's not being challenged and you agree with latitude measurement, then it's not a claim that we need to have in contention. You just rinsed and repeat and said, yeah, I disagree. I don't actually agree that with the angle measurement. I disagree that it's a claim that I would agree with. Yeah, weasel. That's why someone in the server, in the Discord server, has gone, fuck this, and muted you. Not me, some other person that sees you as an unreasonable asshole when you rinse and repeat that which we have gone through and you haven't affirmed.
Nathan, can I just appeal to whoever is the moderator in Discord? For us to move forwards, the gentleman either needs to agree with Nathan's description of latitude or provide his own. We can't waffle, rinse and repeat anything. We've got to this point. So can the Discord mod get this point of objection clarified so we can move on, please?
Hey, Sonder. Hey,
can
Sonder.
I clarify the objection?
Yeah, go ahead. You got 1 minute because you already said it's a claim and it's not. Is it a claim or not?
Okay, firstly, I'm not addressing this meta.
Yes or no?
Oh, good grief. Firstly, you do realize that facts in an argument can be a claim.
Yes.
No, this is subterfuge. He's not offering any answers. If he's going to challenge me based on it being my claim, he needs to tell us how latitude's measured according to him. Not subterfuge, not how the discussion's going. You tell us how measurements of latitude are taken if you say I'm wrong and it's a claim I'm making. That's what you've got to do.
It's quite a polite request. It's perfectly civil, dude. It's perfectly civil what we're asking. There's no contention here. You've said, Nathan, no, you're wrong. So we're saying, okay, that's fine. So if it's wrong, what is latitude and how do you define it? It's a polite question and useful for us to move forwards in conversation, isn't it? Do you not agree?
Yeah, yes, I agree, and I would like to air my contention.
So what's latitude measurement?
Definition.
Excellent, you agree. So what's latitude measurement? Go.
The problem that I have with
I don't want to hear about the problem. I don't want to hear it. Subterfuge, non-responsive. What's latitude? You agree. To move the conversation forward, you need to tell me what latitude measurement is and contradict that which I've already defined. Go.
So I would like to point out, firstly, that even if I...
No, you're not being given an opportunity to point something out, firstly. No! That's not what you're being asked. You asked me, how does the globe come from flat Earth measurements? You want to contest that latitude measurements are taken from a plane, so now you need to give us your version of that. Nothing else will be tolerated. Little weasel. Try and squirm your way out of it.
I'm not trying to squirm my way out of it. I'm trying
latitude,
to illustrate
what is it for you to do a measurement of it?
The contention, wait.
Don't tell me what the contention is. Tell me what latitude measurement is if you're going to contest my description. That's all that's going to be tolerated.
It doesn't matter if I have I want to illustrate the problem with your definition.
Don't care.
That's what we're talking about.
You don't care. You're not in charge of this discussion. You asked a question and it's being answered. And until it is concluded, that which you asked about the measurement of a flat Earth to give you your globe, that's what's being concluded. What's that? Am I not going to get an opportunity to ask something completely different before the end? No. No, you've said contentious point latitude. No, that's a claim you're making. I don't accept that. Okay. Now you're going to define what it is. And until you do, nothing's going to move forward. You're not going to make any subterfuge points to get away from the question that you need to answer to move this forward, like you clarified with Adam. You agreed. So what's a latitude measurement? Go.
Once again, I agree that was your definition. I would actually like to point out the problem I have with your definition. And
you just need to define it yourself, not point out problems within mine. You need to define it yourself.
Nathan, how can you agree and then have a problem? This is double speak, my friend. You've just presented there. Once again, I'd like to say I agree, but I have a problem. Well, clearly then you don't agree. Discord server, hello? What's going off here?
Yeah, no worries. I'll just define it.
Is not tolerable.
I'll just define it by citation. If he's got nothing, I'll do it eventually when he eventually concedes that he's not going to be defining an elevation angle.
He said he agrees, but it's in contention. So he agrees, but he doesn't agree.
Right. Brilliant. And what have we been asking for then? Clarity on that point of contention that he has, i.e., would you please then define latitude for us? But we're struggling here. Can any Discord mod please ask him the direct question to define latitude so we can move on? It's very frustrating, this. It's a very simple concept. Just asking him to how he defines it and how he derives it.
I agree that this is frustrating, and I would like to air out what I'm talking about, but unfortunately, I keep getting muted every 5 seconds. Can I please speak?
That's because all you're being asked. No, can I please state isn't answering how measurements of latitude are done according to you. Can I please state? I can tell straight away that's not going to be a measurement of latitude to contest that which I've already defined.
So I wanted to point out real quick that I do not know how latitude is calculated.
So then you can't then dispute my irrefutable definition of it.
I think the problem.
No, that's not your cue to summarize. Stop him. This is why you get muted. I don't have the slightest idea how latitude's measured, but I'm going to tell you it's a claim you're making and I disagree with it.
Brilliant, isn't it, Nathan? We're back to where we were before. Yeah, the pattern repeats itself. They challenge us, tell us we're wrong. We explain, even via Google citation and their own world to them, and how it contradicts a ball. Yeah, and then they finally admit that they don't actually know the point that they were trying to tell us we were wrong about. It must be embarrassing for you guys.
Yeah, now we've whistled past this. Thank you, Adam. Good summary. Yeah, now we've got past the point that it's not going to be put down as a claim when I objected, and I was absolutely right to object when you repositioned it as being just a claim I'm making. No, it isn't. It's easily definable, easily defined. I defined it. It is what it is. It's a statement of fact, not a claim I'm making, and it's how Earth is being measured to develop your globe in answer to your question. Just thank you will do.
He's muted.
Yeah, once again, I was muted. So firstly, this Google definition, if this is accurate, so I would affirm that you are correct about some aspects about your, the way in which you said. But one problem that I had, which isn't fleshed out in the Google answer, is that you said something about it being measured upon a flat surface, right? I think that's a presupposition. You're presupposing a flat Earth model. No, I'm not going to.
No, I need you to stop because I don't know who I'm talking to. Am I talking to the thing you've just Googled, or you and your opinion that you've held that holds your ball belief together? What am I discussing now? Have I got to go and Google the same thing and respond to Google? Or am I talking to you whose faith and belief is being held together by a Google search, a live Google search right now? No, I will not continue in this. Your demonstration of your lack of knowledge right now is embarrassing, dude. You should have the humility to not go and Google search and ask me to validate or not the Google search. You don't even know whether you believe in the Google search. Dude,
sounds like Alex.
You're lost.
Sounds just like Alex.
They're all the same. That you got to lie to Glurf. This guy was challenging me based on my definitions of what proves Earth's being measured flat to give him his globe. At some point, we're measuring Earth flat to prove it's a globe, so he challenges it. Why? No reason at all in justifiable terms. He's just got a faith that I'm wrong. Why? Well, there's absolutely no reason, justifiable or otherwise, that I'm wrong. And after the fact, after he stated that and entered into the discussion, he's then gone away afterwards and Google searched it to continue the conversation. And what did he find? Well, yeah, some aspects of what you've stated and know off the top of your head is confirmed by my done now Google search. So let's continue this conversation, says Adam. No, he doesn't. He's like, no, we're quite capable of doing Google searches about Polaris and measurements for latitude. We know them. but you still fit to challenge it based on your faith, and now Google searches after the fact, after your challenges, which weren't justified. I stopped you when you repositioned them as being claims I'm making when they're statements of fact about how Earth's measured, to answer your question about how we get a globe from flat Earth measurements. Now, I've given you that. You haven't acknowledged it. You haven't stated to me in any way, shape, or form that you've heard that.
What's a flat Earth measurement?
Polaris, latitude, for the love of Jesus Christ. Are you deaf, dumb, or stupid? Are you deaf, dumb, or stupid? Latitude.
He is. Probably all of them. Yeah. To everything
That's
you
not the
said,
definition
we
of
could
a flat.
Google search for another 3 hours, and what we would come to the conclusion is that your definition of latitude is fundamentally correct. And that's why that response is there. Because he can't have the humility. Because these people aren't here for truth, as they're demonstrating.
I just want to know what a flat Earth measurement is.
You see, look, talking over me
Yeah,
now.
talking
They're
through
here
you.
to distract and deceive.
He told you what a flat Earth measurement is.
Latitude.
5 times.
Yeah, I've told you
That's an
repeatedly.
example.
It's
That's an
rinsing and
example.
repeating through the top of me explaining that which you've just asked again. I'm just trying to think what a flat Earth measurement is. Latitude with respect to a horizontal baseline with 90 degrees to Polaris. That's a measurement of a flat Earth. I've explained it 5 times. It was challenged as being a claim I'm making when it's a fact of a measurement called latitude. Now, that's irrefutable facts that I'm stating, not claims I'm making, and you're now asking, I just want to know what a flat Earth measurement is. It's just been debated for the last hour. The guy tried to subvert it by asking me if I was talking about something I wasn't talking about, the words I didn't use. That didn't work. He said it was just a claim I was making when he didn't know what it was. Now I'm getting rumpused as I summarise my win. Of course, it's painful for somebody on the globe side to listen to me summarise that which you faith-based globe-believing glurfs base your religion on a flat Earth measurement. We take you through the process and you rumpus us like you're doing now. That's all we get from you. You're not here in honesty. You're not here for truth.
They've not even got
So
the
you're saying we
intellect
can't get
for a
elevation
response,
angles from a
Nathan.
flat
The
Earth?
best they could do as a response to you was present indigestion. That's how weak their argument is. It's laughable, really. It's pitiful, isn't it? If you imagine being on the
Well,
other
I
side,
suggest
and
letting
it was
MPX engage,
it was
Nathan.
these guys trying to like attack in ball Earth servers, and what we did as a rebuttal was burp. Look at you guys, it's pathetic. What would your mum say?
I suggest MPX
What would
engage,
your
Nathan.
mum say at your behaviour?
I want to hear that.
Hold on,
She'd
Adam.
slap
One of
you
the
round
mods
back
is
of the ears, wouldn't she?
Adam. One of the mods is trying to get charge of you. I'm sorry. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I was being sarcastic, Mod. Over to you.
Who was that mod doing your mod thing? Do your mod thing.
It wasn't a mod. It was somebody just saying they would like to hear MPX make an argument.
So would
Yeah, I want to
we.
hear MPX
And I
engage,
think
Nathan.
just guys, so would we. That was the point I was making. Yeah. Listen to the quality of argument or lack of argument that's being presented. And look, when we try to get to some kind of actual debate, we can't get past the first point, which is the definition of latitude. How Socratic can you be if the thing you're discussing you can't even define? And what happens?
Can we
Short to
Hold on,
belching.
Adam. Just one sec. Go ahead, MPX.
Can we agree that definitions can be in contention?
Totally. And that's why it's important to proceed to make sure you have an agreement on that definition. Otherwise, any argumentation is futile after that point. If you've both got different definitions of the same word and you keep continuing to use them, nothing makes sense. Hence the request.
I'm interested to know.
Hold on, Adam. Hold on, Adam.
People are aware of that,
Adam,
yeah.
just one sec.
I'm interested to know how you go about ascertaining a particular definition and what would move you off of that definition to a more like high utility one that describes the world more effectively. So if I was to say that
Socratic method. Socratic method.
Define words mean something, because we're moving very much off topic if we're doing that.
Well, I need to have a standard because if we're going to go back and forth, I don't want to.
No, let me just explain. In most things, words mean something, and as a sentient human being, we know what they mean. Right now, in the case of what we've just discussed, latitude, there's a definition out there, and it's clear and concise. And Nathan did it beautifully.
Sure.
Yeah, right now. So when I say, and then somebody challenges that, right, then it's up to them to provide the alternative meaning, the one that's outside of everybody else's understanding. Yeah. And when they don't, it's not for me to have to explain how I cognitize the meanings of words as a rebuttal. Yeah. How do you?
It's going to be relevant in some.
How do you? It doesn't matter whether you're flat or round. The cognizing of words is how we survive as human beings. Don't descend the conversation into this. That's silly.
I think this guy's in agreement, actually, Adam. He's saying, yeah.
Sorry, then.
Partially.
Okay, Adam, hold on. Adam, please stop. You've got to stop at some point. Go ahead, MPX.
I'm with it.
Okay, so depends on the application. So if the application is just survival, that intuitive sense is going to be sufficient. But if we're like doing something really high precision, so like let's say mechanical engineering, where I need to have 2 lines for the edges of some part be like within a very, very tight parallel. If I say the word parallel casually in terms of like survival, it's just like 2 straight lines. But if I'm using it in the terms of that like mechanical engineering application, it's going to be that one line follows the arbitrary datum of the second line.
Okay, so you mean if in certain circumstances I want to use a euphemism to define something that doesn't actually meet the definition of the word, but is useful as a parameter in some function I'm performing, can I use that vernacular there? Yes, because it has sense in that context.
In that context.
But it doesn't mean you've redefined the words. But if you want to redefine, and that's a good example, because you're redefining it in a specific context. Now, we weren't asking for the term latitude to be redefined in another specific context where the same word could be used, even though it had a slightly different meaning. We're asking just for the definition of latitude. Is that a sufficient response?
Close enough. I'm not going to debate that particular point. If you're interested in the definition of latitude, it's just going to be.
You raised.
Sorry?
That's the point you raised and the point I've addressed. So am I correct that what we've just dealt with was not what you gave an analogy for? It was the complete opposite of what you gave an analogy for.
I would disagree on that assertion.
Okay.
So we're engaging in a technical endeavor. And so the particular sense in which you mean that word is going to be relevant, and there needs to be precision relative to the larger framework. So, for example, use the term latitude as a flat Earth measurement. That's going to have a very particular sense in which you mean that word.
It does, yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
No, because latitude as a flat Earth measurement, fine. I can see why it's going to hurt you as a baller, but it is fundamentally, okay? That's how it's derived. So as much as that might be contentious, it's a fact we should state proudly because we can support it. Right? Now,
what makes that so? I'm confused as to what criteria you're saying it is.
I'll hand over to Nathan in a minute just to support that point, yeah? But this was my point. If that's going to be challenged, then okay, on such a fundamental thing as latitude, then it's only reasonable for us to proceed. I don't have to give surplus arguments to your questions to my well-defined understanding of latitude. You, just so we can proceed, define latitude for me, and that is the fundamentals of a Socratic argument. To be able, if we've got a word that's so contentious, there's no point asking me to define my nuances when I don't understand your point. How can I try to explain to you when the word we're discussing, you tell me I don't understand what it means? So from that point on, I have to understand what you mean by that word so I can engage with you. Anything.
So,
yes,
I can give you my definition, but the contention is elsewhere. So my definition of latitude is going to be an arbitrary set distance between arbitrary datums that we've placed across the surface of the Earth to measure like meaningful distance in some useful unit of measure.
Do you have a citation for that?
One point of latitude
sorry,
is
just
relatively...
before you continue, sorry to interrupt. Do you have a citation that says that?
You said
That's going to be
arbitrary
my
twice.
definition. I'm citing my opinion.
No, that's not a citation. That's your arbitrary made-up ad hoc description of latitude, and definitely not how it's defined. There are no datum points when you take an angle measurement to Polaris. It's an angle measurement to Polaris. You don't understand what latitude is.
Well, that's going to be.
Excuse me.
The end at which it serves.
Excuse me. This isn't a reasonable discussion if in the middle of me contesting that which you have made up on the spot and cannot cite, you start jabbering through the top of me. No, that's not latitude. It's not described with arbitrary datum points. That's wrong. You just made it up on the spot. This is the second attempt. Is this painful?
I'm going to agree
excuse me.
with what you're saying.
Yeah. I don't need you to chant through me. I haven't finished. No, we're not accepting your garbage made up on the spot description of what you think latitude is with respect to arbitrary datum points. That is not what latitude is. It's the angle measurement to Polaris. Fair. So you don't know what latitude is. You're not going to be citing
the mechanism.
Excuse me.
That's the mechanism.
Excuse me. It's the same point he interrupted last time. Yeah, me telling you you're wrong.
I can speak.
Yeah, when I'm done berating your stupid shit you made up on the spot. Stop interrupting me. You're getting chastised by a flat earther who knows what latitude is. Unlike you, who made up an arbitrary description of points with respect to datums when that is not what latitude is. You don't know what latitude is. Otherwise you'd be getting a citation rather than making shit up on the spot. Don't make shit up on the spot to challenge me with. I don't give a shit what you make up about this. It's defined! So when you ask me as your opener, would we agree on some higher definition? Are you a higher power to define latitude, you stupid clown? No, you're not.
May I speak?
Can you concede that we're not going to accept your ad hoc, made-up, incorrect explanation of what you believe latitude is? When it's got a definition that you haven't cited?
I agree that you're not going to accept that, yes.
Yeah, that's because it's garbage that you just made up literally 25 seconds ago. Accepting that I won't accept it is just a Weasley way of saying, I'm not wrong, but I accept that you don't accept it. Meanwhile, it's wrong. You made it up on the spot and it's unacceptable. Not accept that I don't accept it. It is an unacceptable explanation that you made up on the spot and could be accepted by no one. Don't just accept that I don't accept it. That's a weasel corporate way of weaseling out of responsibility. Like a weasel, like I accused you of being earlier.
If I may make my follow-up point.
No, you can concede. You made that shit up on the spot, and it's not the definition of latitude. I'd like you to actually get one now. A definition of latitude. Given that you've just made one up on the spot, I'm not going to listen to an ancillary point till we tie this point down. Not with an ad hoc made-up explanation by you being rumpus continually. Go and get a real definition of it. Can you do that, son? Can you actually define it? Can you partake in the Socratic method, or we just have to accept you as the higher power?
Google, the definition you used in Google, with the angular distance from the North Pole to the South Pole, Earth's equator, celestial object, North Polaris, yada yada.
So an angle measurement to Polaris, then?
Beautiful.
So an angle measurement to Polaris, precisely as I just defined it, it didn't seem to include arbitrary datum points in that Google definition you just read out. Excuse me, I'm just ripping you, you arsehole. Do you mind not chanting through me? Pointing out that that didn't include arbitrary datum points that you made up on the spot. Yeah, you stupid shit that was unacceptable. Yeah, you're just going to chant through this painful, humiliating rebuttal from me, right? You're just going to chant through it because that will overcome it, won't it? If you talk through it. No, you stupid shit that you made up about arbitrary datum points wasn't in that definition. What was in there was angles to Polaris.
Yep.
Yeah, so you, the stupid shithead globe-believing glurf who makes stuff up, that would be like lying. You just lied about what you thought might be Polaris measurements, that's latitude. You lied. Made some shit up, didn't you, you bullshitting twat?
Why you have strong
Shut up!
About what I think, yes.
Shut up, I'm telling you off. You bullshitting twat who just made some shit up to challenge me with. After seeming reasonable, like, oh, well, if we go through the Socratic method and we agree on the higher definition, what, the higher definition you'll make up on the spot? Like a globe-believing wanker who just lies and makes shit up and chants through people pointing that out, right? Yeah, you glurf wanker. You just made that shit up, you lying shithead. Meanwhile, I absolutely knew what the definition of latitude was, and it's how we get our flat Earth measurements for you to have a globe faith. It didn't meet your standards of making shit up on the spot, Glurf.
May I ask a follow-up question?
No, you can't. You can accept that you made shit up and are a disingenuous Glurf. Then we'll move on, because that's what happened.
The definition that I felt was useful.
The one you made up? Feelings about what might be useful are useful? No, they're not, shithead.
If we can agree...
No, we can't agree on your Glurf made-up-on-the-spot lying definition that you thought might be useful. Your thoughts about what might be useful aren't relevant in a discussion that involves the Socratic method, because that involves defining things, not making shit up. Stop chanting through me.
Follow-up point.
No, I don't want to hear it. I want you to concede that you just made that shit up. Have some humility, and then we might have a further discussion with you. Or you could just chant through it rather than give me a nice, clear, concise.
Arbitrary notions in their head when they appeal to a definition. Yes.
Like, that isn't what I asked. So now I cleared the airwaves, you're going to concede to something that I didn't ask. No, what I asked you to concede to is you being a lying shit and making stuff up about what a measurement to Polaris involves. Arbitrary datum points, you said. That's a lying shithead response from a lying shithead Glurf, and I'm asking you, the lying shithead Glurf, to concede you're a lying shithead before your further point.
When I say arbitrary, I don't mean unstructured.
That wasn't the definition. You just made that shit up. You lying shithead Glurf. So redefining and changing history about what you said, made up on the spot to lie about what measurements of Polaris are, or your faith in what you believe might be useful, you made that shit up.
I am perfectly fine accepting the definition.
That's not the definition. You didn't define it. It's angle measurements that you were challenging me on based on what you thought was useful. That's what you told us. I'm not interested in what you thought was useful when you, the bullshitting Glurf, made a load of shit up. You made a load of shit up, and I want you to concede that you've made a load of shit up before we move on.
I elected to use a definition that you won't let me.
It wasn't a definition. You made it up.
I can make up any definition I...
Oh, can you? Is that the higher power of definitions that we agreed to before we entered this discussion? By we can agree to definitions and the higher definitions, what you actually meant was we can agree to shit I just make up. That was the actual standard. No, we wouldn't agree to that standard of defining stuff with shit you make up. That's not a reasonable standard to agree to, and we didn't. Liar. Another lie from a Glurf. Got to lie to Glurf. Another lie. We didn't agree to that standard of you making shit up as being a reasonable standard. Definitely not.
I would beg you to please answer my follow-up.
Beg me, bitch. You can beg all you like. You made shit up, and I need you to concede that so we can move on.
Pretty please.
No, you need to concede that you made shit up as a globe-believing liar.
That you've asked for.
No, I'm only going to accept you accepting that you're a Glurf liar and made shit up. That's all I'm going to get from you. Nothing else.
What end?
No, not a new question for me. An acceptance that you're a Glurf liar who just made shit up.
What end is that?
Proves to my audience that you've got some humility, that you're not just a globe lying shithead, that you can actually exercise some humility when you demonstrated to be a lying Glurf shithead who just makes shit up rather than defining it.
There's a bit like when you're in a pub with someone, and imagine this conversation we've just had in the pub, and at this point you've just been demonstrating to everybody else in the pub that you're making shit up. Is it reasonable in the pub, to expect you to go, you know what, sorry, I just made all that shit up, I'm sorry, or should people in the pub just carry on, and pretend that they're normal with you? You're asking me now to deceive myself. Now, to know that you're genuine, I need you to admit the past half an hour or so, that my reality matches yours, that you did just lie to us all. And then we can carry on. But until you can do that, all I can see is that I've still got to point out you've been lying to me because you won't even admit that. Can we get to that point, dude?
Someone's got him server muted, so he can't respond to your question, Adam.
Well, wait.
There we go.
We may as well, because I think it's pertinent. but
okay,
any
if
reasonable
this is your
human being to
standard,
want to discuss
if
anything with
asserting a
anyone.
definition that I believe in,
Did you?
That's not what we're asking for. We're not asking you for a new definition. We've already had it from you and proved that you made it up. And now we want you to concede that and have some humility so we can move on. We're not just going to let you move on without conceding that. That's the 4th time I've told you that. Just got to have an
second half of my
ounce of
sentence.
humility. That's all you've got to have. Just a little bit.
I just lied.
Yes,
to you two.
I concede that then.
What do you
That's your
concede?
standard, then I concede that then.
What do you
I may
concede?
continue to actually anything relevant to what I wanted to discuss in the first place. Please.
What are you conceding?
Is it not your standard? When your bullshit artistry comes to an end, just own it.
You understand that that's not reasonable for us to accept the bullshit you made up. You accept that and concede that you just made up that shit? Yeah?
That was a decision that I picked an arbitrary definition.
It wasn't a definition. You made it up. Stop lying. You've got to continually lie. Why? You were almost there owning your lie. And then you said, I just went to a definition. No, you didn't, mate. I got that out of you. You just made it up on the spot. Stop saying it's a definition you went to. My bad. My bad. My bad. I'm clarifying that this lying shit continues to lie. Continues to lie. He's just told us it's a definition he went to. No, he didn't go to anything. He made it up.
There can be contentions in definitions,
now
right?
he's chanting through me. I'm objecting because you've done the same thing. You're not taking ownership of the bullshit you made up. You're telling us you went to a definition. That's how you open. Lie. You didn't go to anything. You made it up. That's what we're asking you to concede. And you won't be conceding it if you say, well, I just went to a definition that I thought.
That. I picked that definition myself. It's not sourced from
anywhere. You didn't pick it. It's not a definition. When you make shit up, you think you're picking definitions. You fucking retard. That's making shit up, mate. That's not going to a definition you think's useful. That's making shit up, you stupid boy.
Oxford versus Webster, would that be arbitrary as well?
You haven't given us that yet. You didn't give us earlier. You told us it was arbitrary points. And then when I asked you where you got it from, you said I didn't. You told me that you made it up.
For definitions, I have to appeal to an acceptable authority in your mind?
Yeah, that's the Socratic method. You asked us about the standards we'd accept within definitions, and now you're rumpusing me. Yeah, you asked us how we'd define it with higher definitions. They won't be the shit you make up and haven't gone to anywhere to get.
Never mentioned
Excuse me, obviously this is painful. This is why you're getting rumpused. Muted by the servers, by the server operators. Because I'm still talking and you've decided to talk through the middle of that.
Definition.
He didn't have one. At the point that he was asked, he didn't have one. He just made shit up. Now he's trying to segue away from that.
Nathan, there are moments in a conversation where we should take a moment and pause. Discord, listen to where they've gone to. Define.
Now we've wasted all our time on latitude, which wasn't central
I
to
know
anything.
he's probably rumpusing me right now, so I'm going to keep coming back to it because I want any person of reasonable cognizance to recognize what this guy's just said. Define the word definition. Reminds me of a young roofie, doesn't it? Words are meaningless. But if your argument is now to try and get Nathan to define the word definition,
I just want to know what you think it is.
I'm still speaking.
And it sounds like an appeal to
the humility.
Yeah, no humility. You've got to chant through the painful bits.
Yeah.
Right through the middle.
Have the humility to realize you've lost the argument. Any reasonable person who's listening to this knows you've lost. Stop it. Stop twisting the knife in yourself.
Oh, was that someone talking to you in the background?
I think it was Chocolate said something.
No, his light flashed and someone else asked him about talking about something. I heard it.
Well, I said, okay, under my breath.
No, that's not what got recorded. See, in this room...
someone else said something.
I'm talking. In this room, I've spent about $5,000 acoustically treating it. And I've got some of the best equipment possible so I can hear precisely what happens on my show. I heard someone else talking to you as your light flashed in Discord It wasn't you saying or anything under your breath. There was a conversation going on and it came through your mic. I heard it. It was recorded.
I can't wait to hear that tomorrow.
Someone else likely said something while I was also saying
What?
something.
Someone else likely said something while your light flashed and it was recorded doing so. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, there's 53 other people here, and it doesn't all fit in one screen, so it's very likely.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless you have a really big monitor, in which case maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, he does.
But no one was talking to you then.
The size of Nathan's monitor isn't relevant to whether or not your light flashed when the gate opened.
You weren't talking to someone through your line then when your line flashed and someone spoke. It wasn't you.
Would you like to continue our conversation, or have you
So
got out of this?
If you're watching and you're if you're watching in a behavioural panel fan, that is not a strong denial.
No, but we'll know what he said tomorrow or what was said in that.
Yeah, when it's uploaded, the recording. Yeah, we will. We'll heard. It was directly relevant to the conversation. It was a hint of what he should be saying next as well.
He's better off just admitting it rather than having it on one of your YouTube shorts tomorrow.
It sounded like you were being led by someone else in the background on your line because I heard them.
Well, I wasn't paying attention to what they said. I just wanted to get back to my line.
All right, you weren't paying attention to what they said to you, the advice they were giving you.
All I know is I said okay under my breath to try and recollect myself to continue this conversation if you would like to.
They did say something, but
what's
he
the subject
listening. Now we've got
hopefully it's going to be the definition.
A denial of the first thing he said, you see. So change of story has just happened. Instead of nobody said anything, no, you're wrong, wasn't my gate, that you need a big screen to have seen this. Now, oh yes, my gate did open because I was talking to someone, but I wasn't listening.
I said okay to myself.
Yeah,
no, that's not what was said. No. Hold on, Adam.
Okay.
What came through your line was not okay. It was a prompt to ask something.
I don't know what was said, and I don't care about what their question was because it probably doesn't.
So you were being asked something via your internal line then, by someone else with you.
My girlfriend is like around the corner, but I'm the only one on Discord. She can't hear any of this.
Honey, can you get some milk? Is that what it will be?
Anyways,
can we go on to a better subject then?
Can we? Yes, I agree. 100%, Craig. So
we were looking for a confirmation. Okay, we'll get back on track. We were looking for you to admit to your shithousery when you made up a definite. Oh, maybe it's immediate rumpusing. So getting back on track is you immediately rumpusing the point we were discussing. Your shithousery and lies. We were hoping you would concede that based on the fact you made shit up and keep referring to it as a definition you went to.
I concede that.
My bad.
Move on to the next question.
I'd like a clear concession of your shithousery and lies that you made up. Can you concede to the shithousery lies that you made up, please?
I picked a definition.
No, you didn't. He's immediately lying. Got to lie to Glurf. He didn't go to any definition. He made this shit up.
My own mind.
Immediate lies. Immediately. Yeah? No, he didn't go to any definition. There is no definition you went to. That's a lie.
The one in my brain, which I made up, which is
stuff in your brain that you made up.
It's fine.
You made it up.
Yep.
You made up
ideas.
You made up the definition.
Yep.
You just lied. So you lied.
Other definitions in your mind?
Someone else who's taking this glory, shut up. Whoever's taking this glory, shut up. It's taken a bloody hour, whoever that is. Just let's have a clear, concise. You admit that you just made that shit up. You just lied and made it up on the spot. You concede to that so we can move on.
I wouldn't call it lying, but if you call it lying, then yes, I can.
Making stuff up that isn't true is lying. When you are when you're acutely aware that you're doing it, which you seem to be, you know you made it up. You've just told us. That's the definition of lying.
Well, I'm always happy to try and readjust to make sure we're on joint.
I'm not asking you about your readjustments after your lies. I'm asking you to concede to your lies. You haven't done it in a clear way yet.
My quote lies, yes.
One more time.
Do you feel better now?
I didn't hear it. You said it through the top of me rather than doing it in clear air like a man.
Okay. I concede to all my lies.
Which lie specifically would that be?
The one where I've made up a definition.
Okay. So.
What about the one where you lied about whether it was your sound gate that went or not?
Why? Fine, I
Did
lied
you lie
about that too.
as well?
That's fine. Beautiful. I just want to move on from that
I
point
know.
because it's
So you
irrelevant
agree
to this
that
entire conversation.
I know. I want to move on, but it's important when people lie to you consistently that you make sure you've got all their lies summarized. So
Okay.
did you also lie
Beautiful. My
about
character is
sound
dead.
wave?
It's been assassinated. Question time.
No, dude, I'm trying to move on, but there are certain things that are reasonable for me as a human being to know that I'm not talking, even though I need you to at least admit you're a liar, yeah, rather than me to continue to talk to you whilst you pretend you're not a liar, whilst I know you're a liar. So that's reasonable.
He told his
isn't it?
girlfriend right there he's not going to do it.
Right. Yeah, that's not what he said at first, though, was it? Hence why I'm asking for that lie to be admitted also.
What else?
that
What other
correct?
hoops do I need to jump through before I can ask the next question?
Yeah,
That's what
that
happens
is
when
the
you
last
lie.
hoop.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
that's
You
the last
yeah.
hoop,
The
'cause
standards go
as
up when we
far as
find
I'm
out you're a
aware,
liar. The
that's
standards
the
raise.
last lie you've told me. So yes, that is the last hoop. Jump through it and we can move on, you liar.
Okay. I concede that I've lied.
With regards to
Yeah.
both your definition citation and you lying that it was your soundgate.
Yep. That's fine.
Thank you. Right, let's move on, guys. Brilliant.
Beautiful.
Okay,
What
well,
is the flat Earth measurement?
That is the flat Earth measurement, latitude, the one you just agreed to. You had to make up
That
a
is an
definition.
example.
I'm answering you. So, in order to refute the fact that we're measuring latitude with respect to an angle, that's a flat, straight line, not a bent one. To the GP position of Polaris, second attempt to answer with him interrupting.
So,
second attempt.
is a flat
second
Earth
attempt.
measurement?
It's a question that needs to come through the middle of it. I haven't finished yet. Scumbag, liar. Yeah, I'm going to start calling you names because you're an asshole. What you're now doing is chanting through my answer to your question. Prick. That's because you're a loser. You lost. You had to lie. You had to lie to be a glurf. You had to make shit up. Liar. Now I'm telling you an answer to your question. You feel it's necessary to ask a new question through the middle. Asshole, scumbag, blurf, liar, doing it right now. As I point it out, you're doing it now. That was the measurement. Latitude. That's where you get your globe faith from. In order to challenge that, you had to make shit up and lie. So that's where we're at. Angle measurements, that's off a flat Earth, straight lines, not curved. To Polaris, give us latitude, and that measurement off a flat Earth gives you your globe.
Okay. May I speak?
Yeah, it is. Not okay for you if you're on the globe side of this argument, because it's okay that we measure a flat Earth for you to believe in a globe. Yeah, it's okay by me. Okay by you?
Okay. Can I have 10 seconds to give my full answer?
Is it okay by you that we measure a flat Earth for your globe faith? That's okay by you, right? Just yes or no. We'll do. Then we can move on straight away. It's a closed question. Just needs a yes or no. Closed questions can be moved on from very quickly. So you're okay with it being measured flat to give you your globe faith?
Okay with it. Yep, that's fine.
Well, then welcome to. That's okay. Well, we can welcome you to flat Earth. That's how Earth is measured.
Okay.
I'm glad you now understand that Earth is measured flat.
Okay. So you're going to say that things.
Sorry, why is he telling me what I'm going to say? Why is he telling me, future tense, what I'm going to say? Asshole, liar, scumbag, glurf. Don't start your statement with what I'm going to say. I say what I want to say, and I expect a response to what I've said. What I don't expect is you to tell me what I'm going to say. I can play those games too and start telling you what you're going to be saying. You're going to be telling your friends and family Earth's measured flat, aren't you? That's what you're going to be doing.
I still don't know what you mean by that.
You're going to be telling your friends and family Earth's measured flat, like I just explained to you. That's what you're going to be doing.
Can't tell them that because I don't know what you mean.
You can. That's how it's measured, mate. You can do exactly that. That's what you're going to be doing. You are doing that. That's what you're going to be doing. It's not like totally unfair that I'm misrepresenting something you haven't said and telling you it's what you're going to be doing, future tense, like you've just done to me. You find that objectionable, do you? Now, don't tell me what I'm going to be saying. I've said what I'm saying. Not
a mistake.
Yeah, you make a lot of those because you're a lying glurf.
But
Earth is measured flat.
Agree with the statement.
Yeah, well, Earth is measured flat. And I'm asking you, you're okay with that? You're okay with that? So friends and family are going to be told then?
Okay. Would you agree that measurements taken with respect to a datum of a flat plane and an angle are considered flat Earth measurements.
Was there a question?
Yes or no?
Was that a question?
That was a question. I asked, would you agree? And reiterated that again. Would you agree that measurements taken with respect to a datum of a flat plane and an angle are flat Earth measurements?
What measurement would that be?
No, because you've inserted the word
It's
datum.
definitional.
Please
I'm asking what your definition is. You
clarify.
gave examples previously.
Yeah.
I don't know what your definition is.
Datum. I don't need to include the word datum for me to agree with the definition. So I'd ask you why you
what
have
definition
included
is
it, or
He's detected a question coming his way, Adam. Adam, stop. The moment you start asking him a question, he hears the start of the question and starts talking. So he doesn't have to hear the question and therefore doesn't have to respond to it in his mind.
Well, you
it's like a
haven't responded
coward's
to my
technique.
question, so I repeat
It's like
my
a
question.
conclusion that I'm
Surely.
giving now just gets chanted through. Like a coward, glurf, liar would have to do if he doesn't want to answer difficult questions. Just chant straight through the middle of them and then they won't come, right?
Yep.
Excellent tactic.
You're going to answer my question?
Your question involved measuring a flat Earth with respect to a datum.
what's your
and Adam
definition?
pointed out, maybe if I do answer it, it'll get chanted through because you're a total coward. I'll start again, shall I? Or maybe the answer to your question
Start
needed a
again
new
with the
question through the top
definition,
of it, like this needs you to talk through the top of it also, right?
Definition.
Coward. This is your coward behaviour.
Definition.
And as you keep doing it, in the middle of my sentence, I'll keep calling you a coward, because that's what you are. A glurf-lying coward. Stuff we've proven here. Your behaviour is that of a coward as you interrupt the difficult questions that you don't want to hear. He explained that you've inserted an arbitrary word that isn't part of the definition, datum. Now, it was also included in the bullshit that you made up and conceded to. It's almost like your disingenuous concession didn't relinquish the bullshit you made up because you're now appealing to it. It's not part of the definition, though, for latitude, is it? No, it's not, Nathan. I just made that shit up and inserted it again. Yeah, it's because you're a glurf. You've got to insert this datum word. You've got to lie. You've got to insert that shit that you made up and conceded you made up. It's not part of the definition of an angle measurement to Polaris, though, is it?
No, but it is a prefix for the reference to a ball Earth. That's maybe why it was stuck in there.
Okay, if you don't like the words I've used, please give me the citation for the definition you're using for the term flat Earth measurement. If you want to appeal that to that standard for me.
I did, and I just stated why. Because you didn't state why you would use the term datum. But you heard my objection. So if you'd like to rephrase your question without the word datum, I may agree to it. But that one, with the word datum in, no, I object and I disagree with it. It's frankly a malformed question on full observation, but I don't want to go into that. But if you want to take the word datum out, let's have another go, eh? Off you go.
Oh man, that was delicious.
Someone's got him server muted. Someone did unmute him, but then someone else put him back on mute. Makes me assume that he didn't listen to the question. Whoever's server muting him. Can someone take him off server mute?
Who do you want? Oh, Riff?
Thanks.
Okay.
Oh, MPX, okay.
You said you won't agree to that definition with the word datum in it.
It wasn't a definition. You just made it up. It did. You didn't give
That's
a
fine.
definition. Okay. He
I'm
immediately
just
starts
asking-
talking through me. That's why you're getting muted. You wanted to have a conversation where you don't get muted by the server operators because you talk straight through the middle of me. Do you want to do that or not, MPX?
I would love to do that.
Okay, shut the hell up while I'm talking then.
Well, I was in the middle
So,
of my
yeah, I was
sentence
just
right
about to start. Of course, me telling him to shut the hell up means immediately start talking because he's a wanker glurf liar who's not going to accept us asking him about this definition that he made up on the spot and hasn't given us. There's been no definition other than the one in Google that matched my definition of an angle measurement to Polaris. There's been no mention of datums. Adam's pointed that out to you. You're not going to go and get a datum definition for latitude measurement, are you? Because there isn't one.
We are on flat Earth measurements right now. We're not on latitude anymore.
Yeah, we are. That is the flat Earth measurement. So let me get it right. I've given you that as a flat Earth measurement. You haven't contested it, but now it's being hand waved.
I still don't know what your definition is because you haven't given properties. You've given examples.
Latitude, which is defined, and you had to challenge it and start talking through the middle of me. Obviously, me responding to him needs him to carry on. I heard. Now I'm responding. That's why you're getting muted. You just said you wanted to have a reasonable conversation, but you don't. You ask me something, I start responding, you carry on talking. You don't want to have a two-way conversation. You want to win by talking through your opponent. That's what you want. Meanwhile, you haven't defined anything. You just made shit up and conceded to you making shit up that included datums. It's not part of the definition. The one you read out didn't include it. So we're not going to accept that shit, and Adam has asked you politely to re-ask your question about how we measure Earth flat without including a datum. Because we specifically gave you an example that you seem to be now hand-waving. Well, I'm just going to move past, and he's still talking through me. The end bit, of course. Coward, glurf, liar, scumbag. Yeah, the bit where I say that is the proof. That's what I've given you, latitude. But let's just walk past that, because I can't challenge it. You tried to by lying. You failed. No, we're not going to walk past latitude. It's part of the mapping system that you use on your globe. It's measured flat.
May I speak?
What, now there's a silence?
Okay. So there's no point in me re-asking that question because you disagree with the term datum. I'm interested to know why you're going to disagree with the term datum.
Because you haven't fucking defined it, stupid shithead.
What's objectionable about it?
Because you haven't defined it with it in.
I haven't defined the term datum?
Nathan.
No, latitude. The measurement thereof. The thing you contested when I told you how Earth's measured flat. That's what you're shithead challenging you. It's not going to overcome it by just talking through the middle of me again. About the 8th time. It's not going to work. No, you challenge my evidence of a flat Earth being measured. You made shit up to do it. You're still appealing to that made up shit that you haven't defined. Well, I don't understand why you would not accept my made up shit that includes datum. Because it's made up shit. That's why. Why the hell do you think?
When we've got a second,
I'd
like to address that point.
I'm
Sarcastic,
okay to
I'd like
use
to ask
the
you,
Google
I think-
definition. Or sorry, is someone talking? I didn't mean to overtalk.
Yeah,
Does the Google definition have the word datum in it?
No, it does
trying
not.
to just give me a minute. You've used the word, and I think it's only reasonable that you define the word for me. Now, if you're saying you used it for no reason, I'll move forwards. Okay, but if there is a reason you put that word in there, I'd like you just to explain it first. Then I'll address it and tell you why I found it objectionable. But I'll ask you first, did it have no meaning when you used it, or did it have a meaning?
It had meaning.
Could you please tell me the meaning, and then I'll tell you from a Socratic point of view my meaning, and hopefully we can move forward. Is that agreeable?
Beautiful.
You
Yes.
go first, sir.
So my intended meaning was to appeal to the mathematical abstract notion of a datum in which a perfect geometric figure is proposed and mapped onto reality as a means of evaluating against it. So, like if I was to say something is level, I would superimpose a mathematically perfectly level thing over the surface and then measure against that. We can both agree that the Earth in and of itself is not going to be perfectly level. So the mathematical abstraction and the actual Earth are going to be different.
Now I think that's probably your misconception of the word then. I'll read the word from Merriam-Webster. Something used as a basis for reasoning or arriving at the conclusion or for calculating or measuring. So with regards to your analogy, the datum would be a pre-assumed oblate spheroid to map the flat Earth angle measurements you've taken and to plot them onto that datum, that pre-assumed basis. You understand why I objected to it now?
Well, you've asserted things about what I'm trying to get at.
No, I asked a simple
that I
question.
haven't
Do you
put forward.
understand why I objected to it now?
So I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't
Perfect.
map onto
Brilliant.
what
With,
I'm
the,
saying.
with that in
Have a
mind, then,
misunderstanding.
would you
I need to
reformulate the
point. I need to
question?
point something out.
No,
I need
Hold
to
on,
Eli.
point
Eli.
something out that
No,
he just
Hold on.
said.
Eli, he's been
Jesus.
leading him for half an hour. Go ahead, Adam.
I know, but I thought he was going
But you're
to
going to
point out
interrupt
the
anyway. Are you going to
equivocation
interrupt anyway?
between
Oh, I
level.
see. Thanks.
Perfect. With that in mind,
It was an equivocation.
I
Thanks.
think I've amicably demonstrated that. With that in mind, then, would you please redefine the question you put to us, which we're happy to answer, but had the objection when you use the word datum? And as I've just demonstrated to you how preloaded that is, hopefully you can reformulate. You've got sufficient intellect to reformulate the question without the word datum in, so we can address it. Are you happy to do that?
Yes, I'm trying to get to your definition of
Not my
flat
definition.
Earth
I asked you
measurement.
to preclude a word that was actually describing the presupposition of applying it onto something from which the measurements were not taken. Do you recognize the point I just made to you and why I objected to it?
If you could just hang on a moment.
Is that a no?
When I use the
If it's
term
not,
datum, I'm not trying to appeal to globe Earth or any
If it's
sort
a
of
no,
structure.
if it's a no, I'm happy to re-explain to the audience. But if it's a yes, then we can move forward. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying. It doesn't apply to my use of the word datum. I was
Then
not
you need to
inserting
tell me.
any
Brilliant.
presupposition about the shape of the Earth. Just trying to
Brilliant.
understand
So
exactly what you mean.
Okay, so
You say flat
let's
Earth
get a
measurement.
clear definition of your non-dictionary definition of the term datum that you used. Do you understand my confusion now? Because you're now confirming to me that your use of the word datum doesn't conform with the dictionary definition of what it actually means. So it's important, so we can move forward, that you give us your new definition of the word datum so we can understand what you're actually meaning.
My definition of datum is going to be, I believe, fairly close to the common mathematical understanding of the term datum. We want to look up and use a particular definition, we could. It's going to take a really long time.
No, I've
But
just given you the dictionary definition and you had problem
datum?
with that. And you said, I want to
did
use
not.
my definition. Now, let's just hear your definition so that we can move forward when you've used the word that isn't commensurate with the dictionary definition.
The second definition of the two you provided from the dictionary was commensurate with how I intended it to be used.
Can I point something out, please?
Which is, please.
I don't remember the exact words. I just had a general vibe
I
that
don't
yes,
care
that's
about
what
the
I
words.
meant.
I'm on about the meaning. What did it mean when you used the word? What did you mean? Did you mean something I could
supposed a
strap
particular
all of the? No, dude. Let me explain because this is the pertinent point as to why I interjected with the word. Did it mean something you could take the flat Earth data from and strap that data on to a separate grid system, which would be an oblate spheroid? No. Right. That's why I had objection. So if it's not that reason, why did you use the word datum?
Because datum doesn't imply that. It's just a notion of a mathematical abstraction from which you can measure to.
A mathematical and what are the possibilities that mathematical abstraction could be? Could you abstract it to be from a flat plane, the place you took the measurement from, or could you mathematically abstract it onto a oblate spheroid? in your datum?
If you appeal to a mathematical datum of a straight line, it's not going to cleanly go onto an oblate spheroid. If I pick a hyperbolic or other type of datum for a different geometry, then it would. But this whole presupposition.
Which type of datum were you invoking then? So we can move.
I was
think once you name
only.
that, we can move forward. Was it a flat datum?
I was appealing to a flat datum there to understand what you were talking about with a flat Earth measurement.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for that clarity. Let's move forwards then. So let's ask the question again that when you say the word datum, you mean the grid system in which we're going to extrapolate any measurements which we've taken from a flat plane means we're going to apply them to a flat plane. Yes?
No. So datum
Why not?
is going to be the
What? Sorry. Hold on.
Dude,
What do you mean?
said.
No. You just taken through the steps you agreed. Now it's no. Why wouldn't you apply that which you've measured on a flat plane to a flat plane? Why wouldn't you do that?
So a flat plane to a flat plane, that's fine. But the abstraction
That's what we're doing.
of datum is
Yes.
not going to be
Stop.
universal
Stop.
to a
Stop.
flat plane.
Stop. That's what we're doing.
I wasted
Stop.
literally 30 minutes and trying to get to a definition.
I listened. I listened. Stop. You said no. Yeah, if we're extrapolating out from a flat plane and measuring a flat plane, it's okay to put it on a flat plane. Yeah, got that. You said no. So it's okay to deal with the flat plane flat then?
Okay, I have to go.
What, when we're dealing with a flat plane flat? You have to go when we're dealing with the flat earth as a flat earth, as a datum, then you don't want to carry on the conversation?
Goodbye. I've never had this much trouble in 40 minutes talking about a single word.
A datum that's flat, that will measure flat and refer to as flat, then you've got to go.
Yeah. His words, not mine. I didn't introduce datum. Your word, dude. I've only asked you to clarify it.
No, can you let him conclude? It's going to be 2 minutes, Eli.
Fine.
Go on, Adam.
He just left.
I know. Yeah, we got that. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah.
I think the point he left on was this word that he mitigated for, that all we asked for was to either define it or remove it and re-ask the question. Yeah, it was all just too much, wasn't it? I mean, he can comprehend the majesty of the universe, this guy, but to reformulate the question without the word datum, having had how implicit the word datum it means and redefines the question, it was too much for him and he had to leave. I'm quite happy with that, guys, after the amount of... This guy admitted he lied to everybody twice. To try and get to this point, to everybody in the server, he was prepared to admit he was a liar twice to get to the point where he still had his ass handed to him.
Right, perfect.
Wow.
Thank you, Eli. You've been very patient. Thank you for being so patient.
Yeah. Well, there was a, for me, wasted moment because he already had said enough for me when he said the earth isn't level. At that point in the argument, I understood that he was talking about the quality of flatness and not level in terms of the orientation. That's why I tried to point out that he was equivocating when he was talking about datum, because he was talking about with respect to higher and lower versus just horizontally. So when we're talking about navigation, we're talking about establishing level in terms of flat horizontal. So y'all could have ended the conversation right there because he didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, fair enough. I see your point. We could have just pointed out that in navigation, everything's treated as flat, full stop. We didn't get there, though. It was like pulling teeth, Eli. I mean, you've been here, right? Go on, Adam. Sorry.
I was joking with Eli.
So
I said, all right,
he left.
Brian.
I had your line closed, Adam. He didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Are you there, Eli?
Oh, Eli's
Anyway.
here.
I was ridiculing there for that criticism. Said, all right, Brian. That was, we could have chopped off. But look, the arguments were all easy to chop off. What I found interesting there was to demonstrate how these people will descend. Yeah, to become object liars. Even to the point, like I said, the second lie, whether your mic opened or not. right? And then, oh, it was my girlfriend, or no, somebody was talking to me, and they were feeding me, but I just wasn't listening. This is the quality of the opposition. The opposition are
Nathan,
liars and
why did
cheats and
MPX leave?
deceivers. They don't actually have an argument
Well, he didn't
to bring to the table. Off you go, dude.
Yeah, true, but and he left because he didn't want to. He wanted to. He's basically saying that he would use our definition of level when indeed he didn't even know what we were talking about. Like, so that's why it got frustrating. He was saying one thing, Adam was trying to force him to explain what he meant, and he already did, which is why he didn't know what else to say. I was trying to point it out.
The reason he couldn't go anywhere was because the conversation started with the definition, of latitude. Okay, that definition requires a flat Earth. Yeah. So he's done.
Tried everything to hand wave his way past it, subvert it. He tried everything in the book.
He wouldn't give his
I
own.
actually have the definition of latitude here, Chris.
Okay.
If you want to know it, I'll tell you. All right, so definition of latitude is those guys that walk around with their arms wide and act punky. There you go.
That's attitude.
No, latitude. It's because they have imaginary lat syndrome.
Latitude.
Out, isn't it?
Terrible.
The reason I wanted MPX to engage Nathan is because he has those lofty roles on his account, alumni and politics legend. So I'm like, okay, he has this habit. I've heard him debate before, so he has this habit of, being condescendingly unimpressed like so many other the wannabe intellectuals in here. So I wanted him to engage you.
Oh, you mean you wanted me to tear a strip off him?
Yeah.
If you wanted that, you got that at the end with the word datum. Wannabe intellectuals throw words in, which is why it's always good. If I use a word, I'll be able to define it. Otherwise, wouldn't have used it. Especially throwing the word like datum in. That's what pricks my ears up. Yeah. Now, there's two reasons. It's either wannabe intellectual, and that wasn't my assumption here. It was to subvert the argument. So actually, in truth, his statement could be true. Yeah, well, as I was alluding to, the datum could be an oblate spheroid that you can then plot your flat Earth angles onto, which is why he ran, because he realized I saw it. I don't think these are pseudo-intellectuals. I think these are very clever people that are here to deceive, to the point that when you point out their deception, they spot it and run.
Yeah.
Nice, that's correct.
Oh, no, he has debate champion, excuse me, not politics legend, but debate champion. Yeah, alumni and debate champion. That's why I wanted him to engage him. Yeah,
you can win any debate if you just make shit up on the spot and call it a definition. Sorry, just let me say this, Adam. If you make shit up on the spot and call it a definition, you can win any debate.
Yeah, he's got a two-star liar tag.
The biggest problem. The biggest problem, like since the beginning, when people said the Earth is flat, the first thing that people are confused about is, number one, geometry isn't science, and number two, that when we say flat, we mean as an orientation. So I think that they're not ready for the rebuttal to be, okay, I see what you're saying. So you're talking about flat as in the quality of a surface versus the orientation. See, you were wrong. So you need to stop right there. Like I want to hear that, because we're talking about, like, we're grabbing this thing by the horns, taking charge of our argument. Well, let's point out the equivocation, because we need to get past them confusing the very first word we use.
Are you saying future tense? Insert words you haven't said.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, if you do that, then a baller has got something that they can actually reasonably address. If they can make up what you've said, they can address it. Actually, the things we do say are much more difficult, and as we see, they obfuscate and refuse to address.
I'm going to go out on a limb, having not heard the recording, and say he was
steel man.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say he was being fed from someone else. That's what it
Well,
sounded
you'll
like.
get that soundbite. You've got to do a
I've got
Tony
to
on
dig
it.
it out, yeah. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. I'll go, look, I'm a conspiratard. I heard something I didn't really hear.
No, it doesn't matter because he proved he was a liar because he first said nothing was going off. He then pretended that somebody had said something, but he wasn't really listening. Then it was passed off as his girlfriend. Not my apologetics for the reason. Why wouldn't you just say, sorry, it was my mic, my girlfriend? He didn't say that, which is the settlement he agreed on after changing his story twice.
Hey, 3 lies are better than 1, Adam.
Well, in no firm denial either. Behavioural panel would have a field day.
If it was your girlfriend, you go, sorry, it's my girlfriend. If Marie comes in here all the time, I go, sorry, that was Marie. You know what I mean? It's the neighbour's dog. You don't go, oh, no, it wasn't my mic. No, it wasn't me. No, it wasn't being fed. No, it wasn't being fed. Oh, yeah, somebody did say something I wasn't listening. No, actually, it was my girlfriend. That's what we went through.
Hey guys,
Hello.
Adam. Yeah, Adam and Nathan. Actually, Indio came in here to tell you guys that he was listening in on the live stream, I guess on 24/7. He's listening in on this live stream, and he heard that his mic lit up, that he was being fed. He was in the chat. He did come in and try to interject to reaffirm what you were saying.
I'm
about
glad you said that
But-
after I went out on a limb. Love it.
That's even better.
I heard that live. I was paying close attention to his line, seeing who was rumpusing. I've got my 4K screen. I can see the majority of the chat. So while he's like, someone else must have talked, I'm like, I can see pretty much all of it. And the people who are at the top of the list I know aren't talking. So I'm pretty sure I just saw your line flash and heard someone say, ask him about something or something. I didn't quite hear the end of it.
No,
Yeah.
See, remember, Nathan, no, the first excuse was, no, you're probably confused. There's 100 people in there. You've not got your screen. So his line didn't flash at first. Then when we challenged him, he changed his story. This is my point, you see. It doesn't matter whether or not anybody said anything other than, you've got a cute ass. Yeah? It really is irrelevant. This guy lied and changed his story 2 or 3 times.
Don't forget about
reasonable
unless you have a
person-
really big monitor.
Yeah, that was the first point. That's what I'm saying. That was his first point. And actually, Nathan does have a really big monitor, unfortunately for you.
That's what I was thinking.
It's 8 foot across. It's enormous. That's why I can't read anything in the live streams, because the resolution on this big 4K monitor is the words are tiny, but so I can squeeze a lot of stuff on, like the whole of a big server.
Yeah, but point being, in those changes of he demonstrated a change of position in like 3 minutes as the reality that he had been recorded. It's good that other people noticed it. Yeah, the Geo streamer too. Yeah, but the point is, he demonstrates he's a liar. If he'd have just said, no, it wasn't my line, oh, yes, it was, then actually you can mitigate. But to move the story from, no, it wasn't, it's you because you've not got a big enough screen, to, oh, maybe it was, but I wasn't listening to what I was being fed, which is, I think, actually the first intonation I got. But, yeah, to then, oh, it was my girlfriend telling me to feed the cat or whatever he claimed his girlfriend say. Yeah, just no normal person does that. You just give the honest explanation. It doesn't need changing. Liar. That's, yeah. And he admitted to it afterwards. That's the point.
They've got the same MO, these shills that come here that are being fed from the background. They've all got the same MO. They all behave the same way.
Yeah.
So this is what you get. This is what you get from scientists of scientism. There's nothing in their worldview that obligates them to do anything, so they don't really have to fear the repercussions of their actions unless someone actually has the power, unless some other human, whatever entity that they think is real, can actually inflict any repercussions on them for doing anything that is wrong. Right? But there's no God whose wrath I have to fear.
That was great.
You cannot escape from.
I 100% agree with that. The word God-fearing isn't part of their vernacular, is it? Because they're not God-fearing. Because in their worldview, it's nihilistic and empty, and there's nothing to concern themselves with. They can have as many skeletons in their closet as they like. Doesn't matter. There's no consequences. They're but a speck of dust on a tiny little...
This is what you get.
They're just a speck of dust, aren't they? In an ever-expanding vacuum. There is no consequences. So they don't have to worry. Us pointing it out gives them at least a hint that there might be a creator. Yeah, it's at the end of one of the rabbit
That's all.
holes.
No, there's
They
theists who
could tell
believe in the globe
themselves
Earth.
that, but they know what the truth is deep down inside. They could tell themselves that all they want.
Some guy just said no. Go on, whoever that was.
I mean, there's definitely theists who believe in the
Another
globe
guy who
Earth.
missed the point. He's missing the point.
Oh, let's hear it though.
I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with the deity or anything, because there's theists who believe in the globe Earth.
Yeah, you see, I mean, that's the response that's expected from some of the likes of them. Right? He just missed the point.
Okay,
It doesn't have
tell
to.
me what the
It
point
doesn't have
was.
to involve a deity. Okay, Nathan correctly. I like the way Nathan said God fearing, because it means anybody with any form of morality. Yeah, because God fearing invokes a level of morality that we don't need to define. It's God given. Yeah, we've all got it. But in response to what you just said, then, if you're atheistic, then to behave like this, you still know you're perverting your own morality. To come in and admit you've lied twice, yeah. Whose morality says lying's permissible? Yeah, that what they're doing is intentional, and they openly admit they're deceivers twice. And he was happy to just have to admit the lies so he could move on with more lies. Look at what we're dealing with, guys. Know you're true. Know the message we're preaching is correct. Yeah, whatever your religion, yeah, what's being put out is undestroyable. Look at how they attack it. They've got nothing other than lies and deceit. It's very heartening this afternoon and evening. Yeah, very heartening indeed. As frustrating as it can be, it's very heartening. They've got nothing after all these years other than lies and deceit.
And faith.
End of the ramble.
And faith
I
based
wouldn't
on.
have to be bothered talking about this so often in this voice channel or voice channels like it. I wouldn't have to be bothered talking about the reprehensibility of the behavior of the anti-flat earther wannabe scientists. But because they go out of their way to manifest that pattern so often, then now it's becoming a very flagrant and conspicuous issue that has to be highlighted. Just being insufferable and deceitful and duplicitous and double speaking and dishonest and a liar and all these other vices is not going to prove anything to be true except the indictment of you being guilty of those vices.
Yeah, I like you. Is that
It's not going to
Gregory?
make the water curve around the ball.
Yeah, it doesn't. You're absolutely right. They're just tactics. They're just subversions. They don't achieve anything. But
They do. They
their
achieve a
tactics might
lot.
get me annoyed, which makes me look less credible.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they get you riled up. They get you raising your voice, and they get you to express contempt against what is justifiably contemptible, and then try to switch the narrative and say, "See how loud and rowdy and hostile Nathan is becoming." Whistling past the fact that he's justifiably contemptuous against their contemptible and reprehensible behavior.
But as loud as Nathan can get, right? How many times is how much is he going to lie? Yeah, it doesn't matter. They want to use that. That's their weakest point, as you heard a number of times today. An appeal to format. When they're losing, oh, you're being mean. You're being a bit brutal. Yeah, no, you're a liar and you're being held to task. Yeah.
And it's understandable. I mean, the server is not notorious for being primarily the home of amicable discourse. You know, it's primarily the home of people who want to indulge their lust to be as rowdy and unruly and crass and coarse and hostile as they want to. So
I thought it was good. There was one point, I think there was a point of miscommunication early evening. But other than that, I thought we've worked well together and actually held people to staying on to the point and addressing the point at hand.
you did.
I thought it was
You
a good
came.
job.
I heard you come to at least two conclusions of two different dialogues with two different persons. So yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, you completed two different dialogues.
Only took 9 hours and 27 minutes, 15 seconds. Yeah, but that's how long it takes with somebody who's being fed from the background and is here to intentionally lie and deceive and will even admit to it. That's what we're dealing with. People
I
are
do
like,
sometimes
flat
wonder, are
Earth.
there any
What difference does
agents?
it make? You're like, well, what difference does it make? We've got people like this in our arena. You tell me. They're here to subvert us, not the other way around. We're talking about it's measured flat. They're talking about how we're deceitful liars and scumbags and then making up shit and defining the words that they're arguing about with the shit they made up. That's what they're doing.
Wait, who's lying and what are they
Projection,
lying
they're
about?
lying.
I do wonder
The kind
sometimes if
of
there are some government agents in here trying to do some sort of subversion or, ideological subversion, like Yuri Bezmenov talked about.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
The kind of person that we're not really we pick up on their tactics, but we could kind of take a different approach. Is the Matthew Learns and the guy we just talked to? They're like if you think back to your childhood, they're like the kid that's very, shy or modest in nature, but they lie casually because no one aggressively told them stop doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll just casually lie, and then you'll say, "Oh, that's inconsistent," and then they'll go, "Oh yeah, my bad," but then do it again because it's a standard to lie for them.
They have
We
that sort
don't
of
lie.
ends just. They have kind of like an ends justify the means. They've deemed flat earthers to be like suppressive people, like in Scientology. So they're fair game. They can use any tactic they want as long as they in their worldview, they think they're defending science.
Yeah, that's
Anything
fair play.
they do is
That's cool. That
justified.
was a cool reference. That guy got the terminology right too. I've been studying Scientology
Yeah,
for a couple of years now.
Is
Fair game.
right.
Fair game is an actual Scientology term. They use that term. Fair game. It means if you're, let's say you're an ex-member of Scientology, right? What was just described, that is to say, you can lie, cheat, smear, whatever you like. They're fair game. That's what he means by that. And that's how we are treated. Yeah. Well, of course, the ends justify the means. We can make up any old shit. We're talking to flat earthers. Doesn't matter.
Again, that's
That's a good
consistent with the
comparison to how they
scientism
are.
worldview. There's no morality. There's no law from the God whose wrath you cannot escape and whose jurisdiction is all encompassing, right? So there's nothing prohibiting or forbidding or permitting anything, right? So utilitarianism is what Crit just referred to. Utilitarianism, that's consistent with their worldview, at least when you grant them some metaphysical premises in order for them to have a world to do anything in. So yeah.
All right, any Globers?
Me any liars.
You have to behave like that. That's why I say you got to lie to Glurf. Because you have.
That cracks me up right there.
What's right there?
I said you have no choice but to lie if you're a global.
Do you remember Adam?
The floor is open. Any globalists?
Do you remember Anthony Riley going through the J-trig stuff? Deceive. Can you remember the list? Are you there, Adam?
I'll look it
What,
up.
pseudo?
Like deceive, disorientate, and there's a whole bunch of Ds that are used in the J-trig handbook in terms of your engagement rules when dealing with people. That guy, X, whatever he was called, he ticked every box. And it sounded like he was being fed in the background. Psh. I don't know what else to say. Rumpus is the archetypical J-trig, as far as I'm concerned. That methodology he had refined to a point. Don't let the person respond. Try and agitate them. Doesn't matter if you've asked a question. If they're answering it, start talking through the top of them. It'll irritate them greatly. Stay calm as you do it. They all do the same thing. And it's needed in this arena. We're on the side of truth. They've got a massive deception to keep going. So paying people to come here and argue with us all day, why not? It's cheap. Go on, Adam.
Okay. Found it. So this is the, I think it's labeled top secret. I mean, how can it be? I've just found it on Google. Behavioral Sciences Report for JTRIG, Joint Threat Research and Intelligence Group Effects and Online Human Operations. So when it goes to those D categories, so the JTRIG targets a range of individual, group and state actors across the globe who pose criminal and security and defense threats. So look at what we are in terms of that categorization. JTRIG staff use a range of techniques, for example, discredit, disrupt, delay, deny, degrade, and deter. The techniques include uploading YouTube videos containing persuasive messages, establishing online alliances with Facebook and Twitter accounts, blogs and forum memberships for conducting human or encouraging discussion on specific issues, sending spoof emails and text messages, as well as providing spoof online resources and setting up spoof trade sites. So either flat Earth is JTRIG or the rebuttal to flat Earth is JTRIG. That's the question you have to ask yourselves. I'll go through the D's again just to help you decide. Discredit, disrupt, delay, deny, degrade, and deter.
So when we repeatedly say things like, let's get this discussion back on track, let's get an answer to the question I've asked 12 times, that's the 15th rendition of the question you haven't answered. Which D would that be? Delay.
Delay.
Deny.
And distract. Distract.
Derail.
Yeah.
It's not on the list. My point is,
Yeah,
we're doing the
on the
opposite.
wall.
All we're trying to do is get the argument back onto a focus point, which we haven't had a response from. What they do is everything on that list. That guy did everything on that list, didn't he?
Yep.
We would, if we're going to have a D, I would say our D would be to distill, to refine the argument.
Yeah, get it back on track. They want to discuss how I'm behaving. Ask me if I'm feeling okay. Discredit.
I want a list. That list y'all just said, I want that list.
Just type in JTRIG. What was the search you used, Adam?
What I'll do is I've got the whole State Watch document here, guys. Copy. I will paste that now in Master B, and if there's anybody that can please stick it into the server, Nathan might be able to do it for you guys. It's there now in Master B, so that's the whole document. It's the third. It's literally the second page, which will because these are the primary objectives. Remember, discredit, disrupt, delay, deny, degrade, and deter. This is how they go and deal with these things. These group and state actors across the globe who pose criminal security and defense threats. That's the justification to good people to coming and attack us, to lie and deceive, because we, with this message of flat Earth, which relies on science and an observable reality, is categorized as criminal, security, or a defense threat. I'll tell you why it is, because listen to the definition. JTRIG targets a range of individual, group, and state actors across the globe. Yeah, this is their point. That's
wow.
Yeah, of course we pose a threat to the globe. I don't think their behaviour is just subject to globe attacks. So I'm just being sarcastic, but look at what they're there to do. Yeah, that's the point. And this is honestly, how long have we been here? 8 hours or more?
9.5. Did someone manage to stick that in the politics Discord server from Master B? Or any of my mods in the politics server? No? Oh, it's going to be down to me. Which chat do I put it in?
Oh, nightmare.
Nathan's got to do some work. Look out. DD, where are you?
Oh, it just gives me a no can do sign. I can't chat in this chat. I'm not approved.
You keep talking and let me I'll go and join the server and then paste it there.
Have you got permission to paste stuff? Because I haven't.
I'll appear, and if I can't,
All right, I'll do it.
Online appeal.
I'll do it. What's up?
Thank you. It's in Master B. It's the last link.
What a guy.
You want me to paste it?
Yeah, Mister. I'll interrupt the good points.
That's because he wants it on.
It was equivocation. He was right. It was a worthy point. I should have let it through. Oh, sorry, Eli.
When Eli interrupts, it's a fallacy.
I know. He's got a fatality on his hands and he just wants to casually drop it in there, and I stopped him. Yeah, okay. My bad.
The good points with the good points.
Eli's about as cutting edge as it gets. There's not much that comes past Eli's lips that isn't worthy of listening to. But I shut him down, therefore I should have known better.
Okay, Eli, you posting it in the open chat for me?
I think Eli's doing it. He's on the case.
Adam, right? Yeah, I'm about to post it in 3 seconds. 2, 1, there it is.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Science today, boy. Look what you could do with science.
This is what you wanted from. This is from Adam, right? The link from Adam, behavioral science. Oh, for J-Turing, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, this is the point that Nathan was making. The point that many moons ago, Sleeping Warrior mentioned he'd read this document somewhere about how they're behaving towards us. Be wary of it. And as Nathan alludes to, today was a great example of the. I don't know how many D's it is, but that many D's is a good example. Look at our behavior. How many of those started D's do we match in our behavior in the discourse?
None.
Yeah. None. No. And that's really important, I think.
Is there depart in there? Because that's what they usually do too. They depart.
Yeah, if they know they're going to lose, neutral outcome is better than nothing. So they'll rather remove themselves from the possibility for inevitable concession. At that point, when Adam actually had him over a barrel with his concessions, he knew he was fucked. So he left. The point that he was like, no, you won't be referencing the measured reference plane datum that's flat and transposing it onto a flat system to assess it with. No, we won't be doing that. And he's already conceded that's what it is. So at that point, if he's moving any further forward, he's moving into I'm going to be taking the measurements that are flat and putting them on a globe. It would have sounded absolutely horrendous no matter where he went from that point. His only option was to leave. So he did.
We accept the word datum, though, that he was then able to move forward. Meaning I've placed them on a globe. That's why he put that word in there. This is how deceptive they are. Yeah. It's tough for anyone to lie, but if you've said datum, then actually you can move forwards and you're not lying, are you? Because I've said the word datum. Now I can interpret that in one way. I'm no longer lying. It is tough for people internally to lie. So if you can restructure what you're going to do, you empower deceivers. Yeah? Nobody likes to lie. It's tough lying.
What are you saying? Empowering deceivers? I don't know what you mean.
If you're going to lie, if you're going to try and deceive people, it's tough to just keep lying and lying. But if you can move forward and get a word accepted, as he did in the definition, then as he moves forwards, what he can then use that, because we've accepted the word datum, he doesn't have to lie. In every description he gives, he can have the description of the datum that he's going to plot these flat Earth elevation angles onto to describe everything he's doing. And he can ramble on with that image in his mind. It's easy to do and fill airtime and distract with until you challenge that point. That's what they do. You've got to see the bullshit they give, But that's what he was trying to do with that word, is to give that datum and apologetics to move forward with it, to deceive. It's why he struggled with it when I called it out. It's why he saw his arse, because it was the fundamentals of what he was then going to go on and argue. Because every elevation, it's a bit like an elevation angle. If you've taken it off a pre-accepted tangent, if you pre-accept the tangent, you're done. Yeah? Because you can do what you want with the pre-accepted tangent, because the pre-accepted tangent, you're already on a ball. Otherwise, you don't need a tangent. And that's what he was doing. It's quite a nuance. That's why I say it was good quality attack. I've not heard it before. Very nuanced, and
it would have been a lot better if he didn't use shithousery and lies to get to it, and then kept appealing to it after it was called out. Otherwise, it might have been successful if it had been more subtle.
Yeah, but then all three of them would have been over in about half an hour, wouldn't they? You know, give them 10 minutes each. That's the fun.
Yeah. Right, that's going to be the point I round out. So with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to the Politics Discord server for entertaining us for almost 10 hours. So thank you very much, first and foremost, to you. Also, a massive thank you to my G+ panel for making this after show possible. Thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!